Austin is here on the red carpet waiting for the players to deliver. How are we doing, guys? Yeah! And this is what we can expect from America right now. I picked you guys out because you were standing in line, but you're all wearing the same shirt, so tell me the story.
You know, we wanted to tease our friend. His name is Duckling, and he couldn't make it with us today, so we wanted to tease him. We're matching shirts, throw it in his face, you know?
So you're just bullying your friend in this one. What are you most excited for in the major? What team you want to see? Who are you supporting?
FaZe all the way.
FaZe?
FaZe up all the way.
FaZe all the way.
Hey, I believe in FaZe, but I think Vitality will take him in the final.
Okay, he seems like a smart man with it all. We're going to keep checking in. We're going to keep guiding you all around this event, but it's going to be crazy. Austin! Everything's bigger out here.
It is indeed, Banks. 2,699 days. That is how long North America have also been patiently waiting, but today that all changes as the major returns to the US of A. Fans have been flooding in all morning long, and I mean flooding in, because this is the ultimate culmination of the Counter-Strike season live from the Blast TV Austin Major Playoffs. My name is FURIA, and it's my absolute honor to be joining you for the whole weekend here alongside 4 of the best minds in the business. Over here, of course, got the North American representation.
And our closest friends, yes. It is magnificent.
This is just the beginning, gentlemen.
Oh my God.
This is just outside in the lobby. I can barely hear myself speak. We've obviously got Pimp over on the far side and Dupree. This is like the craziest introduction, right? Because you've attended every single CSGO major, 19 of them, but this is your first major on a desk. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very excited, you know, and if I'm not good enough to be in there, then I hope I'm good enough to be out here. So I'm enjoying my time. It's great to see all the fans showing up and like this, and you know, you just see how much it means for the NA guys to have a major in North America. And you know, this must have been a shout out a little bit for you, Jason, right?
Yeah, it's always a pleasure, and I mean, you always get reminded how much everyone here like just wants some Counter-Strike to be in the region. So I mean, it's beautiful. Between this, Dallas a couple weeks ago, the show last night, American fans always come to party.
I've always loved the Dallas crowds too.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they're going to bring it here for Austin. People are flying in from all over. It's not just the local crowd. It's not just people that are playing Magic the Gathering and just kind of getting in on the DreamHack event. It's people that want nothing more than CS.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that you can walk around the city and you see a Counter-Strike jersey everywhere you go. You go into a random restaurant, someone is sitting in a G2 jersey, someone is sitting in a FaZe jersey. This entire city right now is just, you know, shimmering and oozing Counter-Strike.
I've seen a lot of Cloud9 tank tops flying around as well.
That's a throwback to my
Shout
time.
out Cloud9.
That's been a thing since 2015. We're never giving that one up.
No.
Representing, as always. Dead now, of course, sadly. We can check in with the playoffs bracket, though, to see exactly what is going to be going down over the course of this weekend. Of course, we've got 7 games, marking the 7 years that you lot have been waiting for Counter-Strike to return to the USA. 2 quarterfinals today, 2 quarterfinals tomorrow, semi-finals Saturday, and of course, the coveted grand finals on Sunday. But the question is, how did we get here? Let's recap it with a short video. 7 years since the last Counter-Strike major on North American soil.
3 weeks of competition. We're ready to get this major underway.
Let's get the Counter-Strike started.
Oh my God, there's no stopping this guy!
I'm having too much fun.
Oh, perfection! What a disgusting way to win a round. Oh my God.
Jam Young taps into 3.
Unbelievable!
We're in Texas. You've got to bring out those Julies. Lin Vision on their feet.
Ty Lu, eliminate complexity. Legacy, legendary run.
Now we'll send another North American team packing.
We're all here for the smack talk, the drama, the head-to-head, the GOAT. And he's been spotted! Oh, knife pulled, electronics! Magnificent!
Let's fucking go, man!
FaZe are back on their bullshit in Austin!
Oh, youngster, how's that allowed?
Is there a way back in? I can't believe it! We expected the Falcons to take flight.
We have some huge names.
You can always win! I don't care how!
Vitality, this is their season.
Legacy take down the best team in the world. Flash through, forward on the line.
Zerson just killing everyone.
No, don't do it to him.
Not simple.
Dual Berettas, that's an ace. And the fucking huge! It's absolutely popping off. This push could decide everything. The reigning champions make it.
The playoffs locked in.
FaZe Clan in a position to win.
Beautiful stuff. A grueling G2 fight.
Let's fucking go! Into the playoffs again. Unbelievable scenes from Pain. The playoffs are theirs.
An emotional roller coaster, to say the least, to decide which 8 teams would be making it to the Moody Center. Dupree, what was your biggest takeaway from the first 3 stages of the Austin Major?
I think like the biggest upset and the biggest mistake and maybe the worst performance we've seen from one of the top dogs has obviously been Falcons. You know, I think Falcons came into this tournament with a clear mindset. They wanted to make a deep run to playoff, maybe even going to take the trophy. They said themselves they were the one that wanted to take down Vitality, but they didn't even make it through stage 2. Like, they looked out of it. They didn't look like a team that was ready to play for a major, and I think that the pressure got to them. And when you have the likes of MOUZ.CDT and Nico, ever since getting MOUZ.CDT inside of your team, they've been looking great, but it's like the more practice they've gotten, the worse they've actually been looking. And when you have these 2 star players, like, you are just meant to make deep runs, but that was not the case for them. They couldn't handle the pressure. They couldn't handle what was expected of them, and that saw them being eliminated with some very poor results in stage 2.
I think it's mega disappointing that a team of the caliber of Falcons are coming into another major with effectively a dead roster. Something we've been talking about, something we've been speaking about, but they did it in Shanghai with you, Peter. Didn't even make the major back then. They do it here as well, and in some sense, you know, I can't blame a team for always being one step ahead and wanting to sign a guy like Kyusuke. Obviously, that's going to be made official at some point. It's a rumor that is circulating around out there, but I just hate the fact that we have one of the favorites coming in effectively as a dead team. Not one major, but 2 majors in a row. So I feel sorry for them, but I almost also feel like, yeah, it was bound to happen when you do it like that.
Yeah, I think the dead roster thing, I think this lineup in particular maybe is trying to move on from that a little bit, because I know what you mean. It's a kind of a brand new one. You're bringing the new core in each and every time. I think this major, more than anything, like, I don't even have a big picture change in opinion of Falcons. I think they just played really terrible Counter-Strike on the most important day of the event for them. And that's the start and the end of it for me.
And they were very aware of that, right? Like, MOUZ.CDT put out on his own Telegram, Nico tweeting out saying, you know, the expectations didn't match the reality of what we were able to deliver here in Austin.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I feel like the disappointment is immeasurable. We thought that they were going to be making it to the playoffs with almost no shred of a doubt. And for Nico, unfortunately, you know, it just adds to the resume of having some of the most disappointing major chokes in history of any player. For a guy that through the regular season is capturing MVPs, trophies, is considered one of the greatest riflers of all time, to not have a major or even a deep run here in Austin, that is the biggest disappointment for me.
Dupree, you've had to deal with some choking over your career. You had I didn't want, you know, you have 5 majors. I wanted to focus on the negative for a second. So talk to me. How did we get over that one? What does Nico got to do?
I mean, like, I think for Nico's case, it's like he needs like a complete mental reset, but I think he's already tried that, you know. I think he's finding himself in a case where he's actually at a point where he thinks that, will I ever actually win a major? That is where he finds himself right now. And when he joined Falcons, when he joined the likes of Sonic and also Magic, you know, a team, one of my former teammates that we've been winning a lot of majors, right? He put himself in a position where these are the guys that maybe can take me over that hump, you know, the one that can actually bring me to them. But that's not been the case, and I know for a fact that the way the Falcons work their way into events, that they look at like the broader perspective, looking at like the season. Okay, we want to peak at this event, and there's like 100% chance that they have actually seen this as being the one they want to peak at, but that did not showcase. And Nico, you know, he found himself in another disappointing result.
This is the hard part too, because like you talk about collapsing under the pressure, and it's like a different kind of pressure, I think, than most teams we talk on, because a lot of this pressure for Nico is internal. It's the expectations he puts on himself to be one of the best players in the world, to deliver in these biggest games. Usually we talk about the pressure from the outside world kind of leaking into a team mentality. This one feels all internal, especially when you have this issue over this long of a period of time.
It is crazy to think, because I do think that he's the greatest rifler to ever play the game. No offense to you, Dupree, but in terms of individual playmaking, Nico is the best to do it for such a prolonged period. But as you said, Mau, as well, probably also one of the best to not deliver when it matters the most in the major circuit.
Obviously, for Nico, it's, you know, heartbreaking because the major once again eludes him. My heart kind of bleeds for MOUZ.CDT, though, at the same time, right? Because we're talking about the second best player to come out of 2024. It would have been such an exciting race to see him and Donk and ZywOo all obviously aiming for that #1 coming out of this year. And it sucks. It sucks that he can't be here.
It's difficult to build the case if you're MOUZ.CDT against ZywOo, against Donk, as one of the world's top 3 and breaking into that top 2 when you exit the major in the second stage. MOUZ.CDT himself knows shows that this is a poor performance. And really, if you're looking at anybody to blame, his day one was so well beneath his own standards that he is going to hold himself accountable. And I only hope that into the upcoming season, he's able to show once again that he's one of the world's premier offers.
It probably sucks if you're sitting at home, honestly, because you're like, actually, this feels exactly how this should have gone, considering the way his year began with G2, with Nico departing. His start with G2 was really rough, had a couple nice events at the end of G2, and then at his starters, Falcons, and then it was back to just a really rough performance. He's been bounced around a lot with various players trying to figure things out around him. It just hasn't been a good 2025 from Odyssey.
For some of the heavy favorites, to the underdogs. Maui, you're renowned for respecting the underdogs. You continue to do so here.
Big fan of Paris, Major.
I always say, respect underdog, okay? And I'm just so glad that some of the teams in the final set of MRQs were able to outperform their rank, make it to this major, and acquire some points going into that upcoming season, because as we know, Valve, they're stripping away the MRQ. They've stripped away the RMR. So this was your last opportunity to really make a big punch up into that upper echelon of teams. So for teams like Linvision, Namiga, and Legacy, for them to actually make it here, that is such a huge boon to their upcoming roster season.
I think the big one is Legacy in that department, right? They weren't even supposed to be here in the first place. They didn't even qualify for the major. We all know the controversy with Bestia, the visas, they couldn't show up, and then they come in and they seize that opportunity where at some point as well, you, Peter, we covered a lot of their games. You actually praised them for playing some damn good Counter-Strike. It wasn't a Cinderella run based on individuals popping off or a player having the tournament of his life. The team itself came in, delivered, and as MOUZ said, put themselves in a prime position now to be part of that circuit moving forward.
And I think that's what, I mean, that stands out so much for Legacy, because we're so prone to just be looking at names. You know, that's what we do in Counter. We look at names saying, okay, this guy has been playing for many years. He's such a skilled guy. But we kind of tend to forget that we're also in this generational shift where we have so many new talents, so many new players coming forward. And when I looked into and got the chance to deep dive into what Legacy were doing, like, they just played way better Counter-Strike than the majority of the teams. Sure, they're not in the playoffs, but that could be like a mental thing. You know, they choked out their way coming to the playoffs. But the way that they approached the game, the way they were trading, the way they were going and scaling for each other, you know, just looked hella good.
You took the words right out of my mouth, because we have these 8 playoff teams, but Legacy is one of the top 8 performing teams at this major in itself. They should be in this playoffs. If you go back and watch that MOUZ series, they just completely collapsed in maps 2 and 3, and that's an inexperienced young team not really prepared for the pressure that comes when you're about to win a series and qualify for the playoffs.
Okay, so we've recapped some of the disappointments for one of the big names in Falcons, respecting the underdogs. We have to talk about comebacks, Jacob, because we have one of the biggest in recent years of Counter-Strike, right?
I think it's so cool that we get to see Simple play Counter-Strike first and foremost again. I think a lot of fans have been wanting that. We see the viewership numbers whenever FaZe is taking on the server, they're breaking records, but Simple as a player as well has started to deliver. I know in Dallas, Jason, you said you didn't want to count that for anything. First tournament coming back into it, give him a bit of leeway, and I think that was a good call, because so far in this tournament, he's been getting better and better and better. And the reason I want to point that out is that we have seen so many players trying to make a comeback. Peter, even if you decide to do it at one point, you know, the vast majority of those players, regardless of who you are, regardless of who great you were back when you're playing, doesn't make that comeback pretty. Simple so far, maybe a bit too early to tell if it's a full-on, you know, solid comeback where he's going to come back in and be one of the dominating forces.
You don't want to say it? You're not going to stick it out there? Come on.
I'm not going to say he's fully back. Play one more game.
He's back. He's Simple. He's back. Okay, come on.
One good series in the playoff, and I'll say it, but for now, it's just so cool to see that he's one of the few players who can actually make it happen.
Top fragged against the top 5 team in the world on LAN. How is that not back? If you're already setting viewership records in a group stage game.
It doesn't make him a great player, does it?
That doesn't matter. The cultural impact goes beyond the numbers, okay? I'm not looking at a box score at the end. I'm looking at the view count at the end.
That's fair.
Hopefully we can have some more fights tomorrow, because that's where FaZe are indeed going to be playing. I feel like I mentioned FaZe, and everybody just goes nuts. This is going to be an incredible weekend. We're literally 10 minutes in. Let's check in with exactly what is on the cards today. We've got 2 quarterfinals, as we can check in. Ending out the day, that is going to be FURIA versus Pain. Not before MOUZ take on Spirit in our first quarterfinal. We've had a hell of a lot from the crowd behind us, but I believe Banks is checking in with some more outside.
Who are you guys rooting for today?
MOUZ Clan, let's go!
Team Spirit, baby. Donk is going back to back. Fuck FaZe Clan. FaZe down.
MOUZ! Go MOUZ!
Team Spirit!
Rooting for MOUZ. Let's go, MOUZ.
Spirit! Woo! Spirit! Woo!
Okay, we've got a relatively split crowd for our first game of the day. MOUZ versus Spirit.
That's just editing. That's just editing, Shirley. They found the 3 MOUZ fans compared to all the Spirit fans. Come on.
There's got to be more out there somewhere.
Well, let's see. The guys are arriving on the beautiful red carpet outside here in Austin. This is just a beautiful spectacle, right? You arrive at the major and you're greeted like this, Maui. No better way.
Oh, it's brilliant, actually. I mean, it even matches their jerseys. For MOUZ themselves, I mean, to come up in this fashion, to be the perennial underdogs, to somehow punch up into the upper echelon of CS. I mean, it's just brilliant, and I hope that they actually deliver a great show on stage.
Well, let's check in with Jimmy ahead of this quarterfinal.
Jimmy, first red carpet experience, a nice little entrance here. You like this?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Now, you guys had a very tough stage 3, right? So I want to ask, where is the confidence, where is the energy at now you've got through to playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, I think we first of all know that we can play much better than we did in the group stage. Yeah. Of course, it wasn't easy, it wasn't clean, but I think we're ready to step it up now in the playoffs. We had some time to fix our mistakes, and I think now we are ready.
I love what I'm hearing from you there. Do you feel like you guys have got some nice rest though, right? Been able to reset mentally?
Yeah, we had a little bit of balance of the rest, and also working hard, because we also knew that we cannot only rest because we didn't do so good, but I feel like we found the golden road in our way, and now we hopefully are ready. And yeah, let's see what the work we did bring to us.
Let's see it, man. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because Jacob, it hasn't exactly been plain sailing for MOUZ to make it this position, going down in the earlier stages of the competition and having to do that reverse sweep to even make it here.
That in itself is impressive. You know, they've showed a lot of resilience so far this tournament, and I think that's about the only positive word you can apply towards MOUZ compared to where they were coming into the tournament. So far this year, they've been the second best, third best team in the world, and for them not to deliver in the beginning of the major, that was a warning sign, but somehow, some way, they still made it.
This is going to be an absolute banger, because on the other side of things, Spirit are now arriving in the building. And I'm just going to take a quote from Donk here, Jason.
Okay.
Just another fucking major. Surely he's got to be feeling something right now. Surely.
No, I love the attitude. I mean, that's exactly what you want. He shouldn't have any cares in the world. He's at that age where he's too young to realize that he's like in danger. Like, he's going to touch the hot stove. And I love the fact that he's got so much confidence. It goes back to starting the year at the HLTV Awards show. All of his cocky answers about picking up every single trophy that they had to offer. This guy's building like an attitude around himself, and that's what it's going to sustain him within Spirit through some of the rough stretches that they've had leading up to this point. Looking great coming into the major, but it's been a slow start.
Well, let's check in with the vibe with James Banks and Spirit.
Donk, first red carpet experience. They're cheering, donk, donk, donk. You like it?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Now, did you grind any North American Face It last night before this game?
No.
No? You given up on it?
No.
Hallie said in the Spirit video log, right, that you guys need to play like it was in Shanghai. Watch demos, practice hard. Have you been able to do that? Did you get what you wanted on the days off?
I think yes.
Yeah. You ready?
Yes.
Good luck, man. Thank you very much.
Stone cold killer goes in and out of the server.
I take it all back. I didn't like those answers. Those answers weren't good. No, I wanted a little bit more than that.
Dupree, what's it like to arrive to a new arena knowing that this is your chance to defend your major title? Because you've had to do it, and you've done it successfully, right?
I've done it. You know, you kind of live up to the expectation that you have something to go defend. You know, that kind of goes into your mindset coming into the arena, but also into the match, of course. You know that you've accomplished something that you just want to go out and say, this is mine. And that is what I think Spirit is also trying to do here. You know, you can see how calm he is. You know, maybe that's just part of his personality, but the way that he just shows up with that much confidence, sure, he's still a young guy, but the way that he's just been taking this leap into the Counter-Strike scene, it's something that we probably haven't seen since Sawu came into the scene, right? You know, it's something that we didn't expect to happen that fast.
Yeah, I mean, and the fact that it's kept up too, and I think it's really interesting to watch, and I think it's kind of changing the way teams are trying to gear up their teams and actually play the game when you see someone like him have this much impact and a role in what could it provide a team. I think a lot of people looking at that and would love to have a resource of that. I mean, obviously of that caliber, but even like 80% of that caliber would be great.
I just love the nonchalance because it actually shows in the server. He's still going to try to run through a brick wall every single round. He's still going to try to win every single entry duel that he's put against. I mean, it doesn't matter if he's flash, smoked. He's going to run through that the very next round, and he's going to act like it's a major or it's an online event. Like, they're the same thing.
Same exact thing.
Yeah.
Same difference, or is that actually the reality, though?
I think it is for Donk, you know. I think in
Yeah.
isolation for him, that's how he thinks Counter-Strike. That's how much he believes in himself. You can also see some of the Spirit vlogs they're putting out during the major as well. He makes the entire team believe, you know, that they can win the major. But that is Team Donk right there. If he's not playing well, they're not winning anything. So it is about him.
He's also grinding North American face it more than any of the North American players are. So the kid just loves Counter-Strike.
And he's
at that
loving
time
it,
of life.
apparently.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Torture.
falling on the server.
It just stands out like he just loves Counter-Strike so much, and that's what he cares about. Like, he just cares about the game. Sure, one thing about, you know, the atmosphere and the fans and everything, what he's achieving, but he just loves Counter-Strike so much that that's his main focus.
Unfortunately, the North American Face It Pugs has made him hate CS a little bit.
Understandable.
Understandable.
I'm sure he'll enjoy being up in front of the crowd, though. Dupree, what is that like, though? Like, in reality, knowing that, okay, maybe they've deflected a little bit of the attention with the Vitality run that we've seen, like 6 consecutive trophies coming into this. Do you feel like people have maybe been sleeping a little bit on Spirit prior to this major?
There's a chance, you know. I think that Spirit, you know, there's been all these talks that they did have a boot camp, and that's apparently been a big talking point for a lot of teams that, hey, they're maybe not preparing as well as the rest of us, right? But I think that Spirit is always a team that you can never really count out. But then, of course, you always have to be kind of reliant on that Donk and Shiro performance, you know. That is their go-to thing. So for me to see Spirit here, you know, they also had a quite easy way into the playoffs. You know, they actually just played 2 best-of-1s and a best-of-3. And for them to go that easy to playoffs, that's necessarily not always like a good thing coming from a player's perspective. It could actually be the other way around, where it was more difficult on the MOUZ side. So I think it's more up to Spirit to showcase today that we're still ready, even though we had quite a break coming into this playoff.
Donk is still the most influential player in the world. Let's be completely honest. You can make the case that Cyber is the best player in the world. He's winning all the trophies. He's performing at a high level. But I think if you just dissect the 2 players and look at who's the most skilled individual, Jason, does anyone want to argue Donk is not the most skilled player and the most influential player for his team in the world?
No, I'd just like to interject and say that you obviously didn't bring up Simple. So I just, you know, that means he's not back.
There we go. You're right.
If he was back, you would have brought him up, Maui.
Who has more viewership? Who has more viewership? We'll see. We'll see.
Okay, before we get into too of a heated discussion, we do need to head things to a quick break because the teams, they have arrived in the arena, but we need to truly welcome them here in Austin. It's the opening ceremony on the other side.
You guys can't see my face, right?
Do you think Vitality are going to win this major?
Yeah, of course. It's completely scripted. I don't want to say which event, Cluj, but I'm not going to let them have all the glory. You know there are very powerful people out there. We all agreed it's a time for a new era. It was a bidding war. Why do you think Falcons are second? Everyone, literally everyone is in for it, even the referees. Paris, 2023. Did you see this bracket? You think it happened by accident? They think crowd cheating is a problem. Come on, that is the least of their worries.
Get ready, Austin. Blast TV Major 2025 live at the iconic Moody Center.
It's commercial again. This thing's not going to sell any tickets.
Lacks that passion.
Wouldn't it be cool if we opened the show?
Oh, packed out Moody Center? Bro, I would kill this.
Yeah, how? Let me hear you roar?
Get your tickets now.
All right, then. How would you do it?
First, I'd remind them where we are. Austin, Texas.
This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years. And no major? For what, the last 7? Since Boston? Since Cloud9? But we're back. 3 stages of the major already. Heartbreak from the get-go. North American disappointment out the gate. The biggest teams in Falcons fail. And now the Moody Center's ready. Ready for 8 teams to walk out on that stage. 8 teams who are willing to lock horns for a chance to be immortalized in Austin. And who's the biggest bull in this pen? Team Vitality. #1 team in the world, and a win here cements it. And hot on their heels, Team Spirit, returning major champions. Donk, the youngest major winner ever. But is he enough? And then you have Navi, one of 2 teams to have ever won a CS2 major. But can they even remember the taste of victory? FaZe Clan, the most battle-hardened of them all. Yeah, but they won't make playoffs. Kerrigan's past it. So what's he go and do? He resurrects the Undertaker. Simple. MOUZ, never the bride, always the bridesmaid. Choke this, choke that. But now, with a winner in their ranks, this could be the one. And then there's the long shots. Those that want in. They crave the spotlight, they just don't know it yet. And these Cowboys are ready. FURIA, talk about a revamp. And we may be a long way away from Rio, but if Fallen's on a rifle, then anything is possible. The Mongols, first ever Asian team to make playoffs at a major. History in Shanghai. Till they blew it. Pain Gaming. Big Uzera's led this team for over 6 years now. Always to top 16, never to the big stage. A shepherd of the region. But how far can he lead his herd? This is the theater of Counter-Strike. And when it's all on the line, anything can happen. So that's the pen, and it's gonna be a bloodbath. You see, now they're cheering. Now they're locked in. Now they know what they want, and the bull is kicking. This is Counter-Strike's rodeo for the right to hoist a major trophy, for the right to be crowned major champions!
So yeah, that's how I'd do it.
Hell yeah.
Welcome to the Blast TV Major here in Austin, Texas.
Austin Major Playoffs. It's filling up, Stunna.
I would say so. Austin, I think you've been looking forward to some Counter-Strike for a hot minute, haven't you? Yeah, me too. Us too. Which is why with the third CS2 major, the 22nd overall Counter-Strike major, we have brought it all the way down to Austin, Texas, the great state of Texas.
We absolutely have. Now we have a road behind us already, 32 teams who started this journey, but only 8 get to play here, and this is where it really continues, right? It takes so much grit to be able to win the major here.
It does. It takes all that fortitude. It takes everything that you had building up to this moment to then go ahead and hoist this thing up right here. Underneath these shining lights, this is what they're playing for.
Yeah.
FURIA, this is what it's all about, the big trophy at the end of the road.
It's beautiful. It really is. It's gorgeous.
Yes, it is that.
It's very heavy.
Yeah.
And if people can see, all the teams are engraved here on the trophy. So yeah, I hope they can lift it on Sunday, come Sunday.
And you know, I have to say, just to put this out there, this is much better than the Disney trophy they had the last time. So that's pretty good.
You said it. Q.
It is what it is. And Q.
Q. Yeah, we are in Texas, of course. It's fun.
What are you thinking about Texas? Is it
Texas, it's very warm. You're all very, very hot. I thought I would see a lot more cowboy boots and more cowboy hats. I imagined it something like this. Well. Howdy.
Yeah, howdy indeed. You start talking about Austin, they start talking about all sorts of stuff. How it's the live music capital of the world. I don't know, Nashville probably has something to say about that if I had to guess.
They would, but that's okay.
Yo, nice hat, by the way.
Thank you, very nice. Actually, you look great in it. I don't think I'm pulling it off quite as well.
Trying to take some people to the train station, or at least the map train a little bit later. FURIA, if we look all around right now, right here in the Moody Center, we're about to make some history.
We are. Do you want to have them cheer one more time?
I think so. Austin, can I get a yeehaw? Nah, y'all can do better than that. Give me one more. Okay, there we go.
Amazing. We're going to make history here this weekend, or the teams are rather. In every major, there are these historical moments, those moments that echo in history. After all the confetti has fallen on the floor, after all the lights have gone out, when players become legends. Think back to Olaf Meister standing in that molly on overpass. Others would flinch, others would move, others would choke, but he doesn't. He doesn't flinch. He diffuses and makes history. Or Cold Zera soaring through the air on Mirage. We all know this one, the jumping up shot. A moment so insane, they painted it on the wall.
Yeah, the year being 2016, the city being Cologne, a city full of graffitis. Well, Simple's No Scope definitely got a graffiti of its own. Doing what was impossible and really readjusting our thoughts on what could be done in this game. But it doesn't stop there. Let's talk about the impossible. Let's talk about this little gentleman known as Stewie 2K and the epic ballad known as the Boston Major in 2018. And so there you have it. It's been quite the run.
I think they still remember.
I don't think they're booing Stu. I think it's a Stu.
I think so as well. They remember, but of course, that was then, this is now.
Yeah, it is now. A new chapter in our storybook known as Counter-Strike. Do eras really count, though, if you don't win a major?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think for Vitality, they need to lift the trophy here. What do you think of that side of the bracket as we wait for our teams?
I would say that I can't be the only one in here that kind of wants to see FaZe and Simple make it to a grand final. I can't be the only one. No, surely I'm not the only one after that. What do you think, Effie?
Crazy. And all those clips that we've shown, he's the only one who's kind of still here in the playoffs. He's back. Do you agree with people that say that that side of the bracket is a walk in the park?
Look, nothing about this tournament, especially at this point, with all you great people out here watching, makes any of this easy. Nothing about this is going to be easy. They're going to be up there sweating, and they're going to be trying to get the job done. But with that said, I think, Austin, are you ready to meet your contenders? No. Are you ready to meet your contenders? Well, let's do it. Let's go ahead and bring them out right now. One of these teams will be your Blast Major Austin Championship.
Spirit. The Mongols.
This is what every player fights tooth and nail for, to earn the right to play on Counter-Strike's most coveted stage. Major veterans and rookies alike will unite together in Austin. Dupree, you were just talking about it. You're still getting those feelings in the pit of your stomach that you're going to be walking out on that stage. It never goes away, does it?
No, it's like my mind and my body is still in there. You know, I've been playing this game at this high level for so many years, and I'm still used to all that in you, and I can guarantee that every player in there right now, they got goosebumps. I got goosebumps, you know, and I can feel it in my stomach. I would always have to go when I went into a game, I could always feel it in my stomach, you know, kind of a bit of an excitement, but also the nerves, you know. I got the exact same feelings, and you know, the player walking had it all right, all the goosebumps, the nice atmosphere and everything, and specifically also players that didn't know where to go when they got down there.
A classic, you know, an all-time classic.
Oh, yeah. Shout out MOUZ. Obviously, maybe they're feeling the nerves a little bit extra because they're going to be one of our first two teams debuting for the quarterfinals here in Austin alongside Team Spirit. Let's talk a little bit about the history between these two teams so far in 2025. Two clashes. What's been the outcome of those, Jacob?
I mean, MOUZ have looked great so far throughout 2025, especially when they're going up against Spirit. It's a team from MOUZ that throughout the entire year, we kind of got off to the wrong foot a little bit, with Shuhei being kicked, Brolan being brought in as an in-game leader, Spinks joining the team. We didn't know where to put him, but they instantly established themselves as the second, maybe third best team in the world, ahead of Team Spirit, and now they go toe-to-toe. Domestically speaking, between the two teams, Jason, MOUZ have the upper hand.
Yeah, beat them twice in 2025, 2-1 in both series. I think the maps were pretty identical in both series as well. MOUZ is like a slow-burning team. I still feel like they don't fully get all the credit I think they probably deserve for how good of a squad they are. Yep. But on the other side, it's kind of I find Spirit very weird to assess in 2025. Yeah. They were shaky going into the Shanghai Major, then they obviously won that. Started the year with that grand final in Katowice that they lost. A little bit shaky throughout the year. They won Astana, and now they're here at the playoffs, which they breezed through. through. But MOUZ has been actually battle tested. They've actually had to run that gauntlet in stage 3. So it's kind of an interesting position that both teams come into this series at, where so much is on the line and you kind of forget and actually ignore some of the things that's already happened so far this year.
And that's one of the things I think is interesting coming into this quarterfinal, is that Spirits, they cruised through stage 3. MOUZ, they had to do the reverse sweep and fight their way back. But from a player perspective, it's not always the optimal thing to actually go through 3-0, because you get so few games in. They've only played 2 best-of-1s and best-of-3, and now they find themselves in the grand final. MOUZ, on the other hand, had already been in this kind of situation. They've been pressed. They've been against the wall for multiple occasions. They've tried it all right now. They're going to come into this quarterfinal with a fire and knowing that they made it through the stage, where Spirit, they haven't probably played for a week.
Yeah, MOUZ have that constitution to know if they get into some shit in this game, they can come back in it and they can win it. They've already done those 3 series. If they get in trouble, they know what it's like to have to fight back into a map, into a series. Spirit haven't been punched in the face like that. And that's one positive, I think, if MOUZ is going to win this series in the quarterfinals. They've got to kind of, well, you're never going to latch onto that concept as a player, as a team, but that needs to work out in your benefit as the series plays out.
Just going back to, the concept of kind of getting the reps in, right? I feel like Shiro, in the post-match interview with us, kind of suffering from success a little bit. I don't know whether I buy into the fact that he wanted to play more games in the group stage, risk not making it through to playoffs. Surely this is every player's dream, no, Peter?
It is, right? Like that, on paper, that it is. But sure, if you get more reps in, I think as a Counter-Strike player, you want to get the reps in. And when you go into a quarterfinal now, being up 3-0, then you just cruise through the stage 3, and you don't get that. Maybe you haven't made that many mistakes. You haven't actually been having maybe found the issues that you had inside your defaults or the way you've been approaching the game. Whereas MOUZ, they have so much data to look at. They have so much time to build themselves up throughout the tournament. If Spirit just come in today and they don't get the ball rolling, then they can find themselves, as you mentioned, Jason, like that they have not tried being punched
like,
yet.
oh God, nothing's works, and we don't really know where to go from it.
And just to give context to that, and maybe you can chime in on that as well, it must be hard for Spirit to find proper practice here, right? Most of the teams that are exiting the tournament, they're going home, they're going on summer vacation. We know NA is not the best place to practice. If you're Team Spirit, as we heard from Donk, he's been playing a lot of NA, face it. It's not like you can practice as a team, and I guess you've been in that situation as well with Astralis, where you get into the playoff, it's limited how much you can actually practice as a team, because there's no one to play against.
To pre-played at majors where they didn't have PCs.
That's true, though. Like, we would just have like really random practice rooms, like sitting next to each other. You didn't even prepare at that point. It's an old kind of way of doing it.
Yeah, it is. I don't know, that Shiro quote's kind of funny, because I'm like, if we had Yanko here, the most famous stoic philosopher in Counter-Strike, he'd be saying everything depends on the perspective that you take into it, right? Yeah. And if Shiro's going to come out and say going 3-0 isn't good for us, I wish we would have gone 3-1. Like, I don't know, that's a pretty negative angle to take on it. Why not say, it would have been cool to go 3-1, but we went 3-0, and that means we're way better than we thought. Whatever kind of angle you take and however you process it internally, that kind of tells a little bit about how you're approaching this match.
Well, maybe we can get some words from the Spirit side of the equation, as we do have Chopper with James Banks.
Chopper, stage 3, 3-0. Only Na'Vi was, I guess, a top team that you had to beat in that. What were you able to learn about the form and the performance of the team from this? Because it did look a bit easy.
I don't know. Game should be show what form we have, but we're feeling good. We're practicing a lot, we're training a lot, watches them a lot. Let's see what happened.
Talking about your form, I was speaking to some other teams who practiced against you. They said you guys are looking really strong right now. So does that fill you with confidence? Did practice go really well?
Yes, it looks, it shows really good for us, but also I know that in official game, it's more another game, because top teams not show anything in practice, just want to play with communication, without tactics, without anything, just play with, like deathmatch, but more professional. And we're confident because we work a lot, but we know it should be another stage. MOUZ have 5 days for preparation for this game, and they looks a little bit hard for them. Second stage, but I guess they have time to fix a lot and show today really good game.
Chopper sounding cool, calm, and collected as he does arrive here in Austin. Jacob, I've got a bit of a question for you, though. Obviously, all eyes fixated on Donk, yada, 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 sound like a broken record. But do you think he's going to get more or less than 41.5 kills over 2 maps? Higher or lower? Give it to me.
100% higher. I have Spirit winning the major, and if he doesn't get that amount of kills, they won't beat MOUZ. So I'm going all in.
Spirit winning the major. We're just going to open up the segment with day 1.
Okay, Dupree. I know you're a little MOUZ fan, right? So
I like
Spinks,
MOUZ.
the other hard hitter on the other side of the equation, is he going to get more or less than 30.5 kills over the course of 2 maps?
Say MOUZ is winning the major.
MOUZ might win the major. I think there's a case that Spink can do it. I believe in him. You know, if there would be one guy that I had to pick also with the form coming into the playoff, that would be Spink as well. So I believe he can do it.
I hope he does it just for the fact that he was on the verge, I think, of making a really rough roster change to start this year. He was going to go up there with Caribbean of like, this is a really rough roster decision to leave a team with ZywOo. But man, has he stuck the landing in MOUZ. He's looking great. Yes, you can.
Well, before we do dive into the MOUZ side of the equation, let's throw on over to the Mahone zone for a Spirit breakdown.
That's right, it is Mahone. If you haven't seen me before, it's the Mahone zone. So, what I'm gonna talk about today is basically Spirit. What we're gonna break down here is this round where, they show some explosive tactics. We always talk about the donk show, but Spirit, they have some backup plans as well. So let's take a look at this round here. So first, we're gonna watch it back. We're gonna watch it back, we're not gonna break it down yet. Just a very simple play where it looks like ZonTx, he basically just pushes in through the smoke, finds the kill onto JL, and then somehow gets all the space towards Heaven. So how does Spirit do it exactly? So, what it starts off with initially is a lurk smoke. ZonTx tosses this lurk smoke from the Rug's position. What it does is it denies vision from the CTs. It allows the Ts to push all the way up to get all this space so that to make this pop work. Now, once they're here, this is where they throw the nades. ZonTx, he's going to toss a Molotov towards that fountain position. A flash comes in towards the left side. What that does is it flushes out anybody here towards the fountain side, and the flash blinds anybody here towards the cake position. What that does is it allows these players to open up into the site. Now, the key detail here, as they come in, is that notice here, the smokes aren't even up by the time ZonTx is in. The smokes aren't even up. And the reason why is because they want to get ahead of the CT utility. They want to get ahead of the CT utility, and they do that by ZonTx. What he does is he actually pushes through the smoke before it fully fades. What this does to Bit, you'll see right here, from this Heaven position, as they come out, he's trying to throw a nade, but ZonTx is already out. That allows him to come out and catch JL completely in the back, and it opens up all this space for Spirit to come in towards the site, and that's where Bit, he can only get one before he gets traded out. So, if we watch this round back again, you can see all the details. The Molotov comes through, ZonTx comes in just as the smoke is about to fade. As that happens, you'll see that Bit, he's trying to throw that nade, he's ahead of the timing. ZonTx gets that kill onto JL, and he gets all the space to allow Donk to then get the trade onto him towards that Heaven position. So that's why Spirit, even though it's a donk show, it's not necessarily. They still have these backup tactics that they may run here, very explosive, something for MOUZ to watch out for.
Thank you so much for that breakdown, Danny. Yeah, that kind of goes contrary to your point, Jacob. You said, Donk, he's masking all the flaws that we see in Spirit. That's an example from Mahone that kind of puts you under the bus there.
Well, who got the trade kill in that clip? Who got all the trade kills in that game, by the way, against Na'Vi, if I'm not mistaken? Donk is be-all, end-all when it comes to Spirit. Yes, they have protocols. Yes, Spirit can play Counter-Strike at a relatively high level, but if you dive into their wins, and it's easy to say because Donk is always playing well, so Spirit is almost always winning when he is playing well, but I have seen a couple of games, and as you said, Jason, whenever they've shown shaky moments, it has also been in games where Donk hasn't gotten all the, I guess, freedom and all the explosiveness happening on the server. When he's playing well, they look good. When he's not, they don't.
Well, I don't know. Donk is like a player who can carry you through a tournament. He's not going to win you a major. I don't even think you can win a major as one player anymore in today's Counter-Strike. So good to see that stuff from ZonTx. If you go back to Shanghai too, remember, winning the major, the story of that, I mean, Donk wins the MVP, but the story of that grand final is Magic's popping off, right? You need the supporting cast, whether it is ZonTx creating the space for you to be able to get those trade kills, whether it's Magic's popping off and delivering things he typically hasn't. By the way, Shiro has been awesome this year in terms of adding some aggression into his game. He's been much, much better last year where he's actually willing to get stuck into situations.
But that's the whole point. Every team right now, especially when you're in the major playoffs, have good players. They have good fundamentals. They have good support cast. Very few teams have Donk. There's maybe only ZywOo in that conversation when you look at all the teams. Maybe if Simple is back as well, but that's the talisman. That's the guy who can carry you over the line and maybe save you from time to time when you're not playing good Counter-Strike.
Well, gentlemen, before we do continue our discussion, it's time to find out which maps we're going to be playing.
Well, Austin, it's time for the map feeder. We're gonna try something a bit different. We're gonna do it together. First up, banned by MOUZ, Anubis.
Anubis out of the way for MOUZ, setting up for Spirit to ban Inferno.
Okay. Let's see what our very first map is gonna be. It's Mirage from MOUZ.
MOUZ picking into Mirage, leaves Spirit to pick into Dust 2.
Woo!
Another set of bans coming in now.
Let's see. No train in our first match. Too bad.
Too bad. That leaves another ban here from the side of MOUZ. We're not going to be seeing any Ancient in this series. That does leave over just one decider, FURIA.
Yeah, it's Nuke for a possible decider. That's a good set of maps.
Yeah, and I think Austin's ready for the Counter-Strike. I don't know if I can ask him. I mean, I don't know. What do you think, FURIA?
I don't know either. I think we'll lay it down here and see what everybody else has to say. Those are our maps.
Mirage, Dust 2, Nuke, if we do go to that third and final decider. Anybody surprised by any of these maps in the pool?
I'm just happy to see that we get to see like other maps than the last previous series they played, because that was like going back to the same maps all the time. So now we get to see something new, you know, someone has actually taken their balls in their hands and actually trying to go for something different, right? Which is very nice, you know. The fact that we're going to see Mirage in play so early is going to be it's going to be great.
I'm scared on behalf of MOUZ if we get to Nuke. You know, MOUZ so far this tournament on Nuke haven't looked great. For them to even get in here, they were down 9-3 versus Legacy. They made a fantastic comeback on the CT side, but overall this tournament, Jason, they've been struggling on Nuke. So if MOUZ wants to win this series, I almost want to say they have to do 2-0.
I mean, for me, honestly, at the moment with MOUZ, I don't care about the maps that they're playing on. They just need to look better than they did in stages 2 and 3. You're exactly right. It has been lackluster. Torji individually been a little bit quiet. He's obviously a talisman for that team. He needs to play very well. I mean, there's plenty of things you could point at. Jimmy's had a little bit of a quieter 2025, but at the end of the day, MOUZ just needs to play better than they did in stage 2 and 3. Let's see what we get, and then we can bring about what kind of MOUZ can contend with Spirit.
Well, we have got our maps. We've certainly got our crowd, but one thing is still missing, and that is our teams. We're going to throw things to a quick break, but when we are back, it's time to welcome MOUZ and Spirits to the arena here in Austin.
I think I'd probably say so.
Maybe.
Currently the best player in the world is ZywOo. Now I think ZywOo.
I think after the major this will be clearer. It's hard to be consistent when there is Vitality who's destroying everyone, like literally, 0 losses.
I think statistically, like, he is the best player, I guess, so far, like, in the world. I mean, you have ZywOo, of course, who's winning like a bunch of the MVPs and all that, obviously, but he seems to be just more on the winning team. Whereas, yeah, he's having better team stuff. Maybe Donk is better individually as a player, and, you know, excluding his team. He's also a rifler. It's a little harder to do instead of using a one-shot cannon.
They are statistical anomalies. Those two players for now. Obviously, MONaC is up there, but compared to what's happening in the servers right now, it's just ZywOo and Donk.
Now, because of the achievement, I think ZywOo first and Donk is second. But if we just keep out to any achievement or something, Donk is, I think, number 1.
I trust the team and I believe in it.
It's a brilliant start for Spirit.
Every game that we are facing each other, it's always a different game. It's always a tough.
And now the pressure is on.
Okay, boys, get his R2M to give this round a minute. It's gonna be our game. It's gonna win us the game today.
We are pretty confident in ourselves. We won't underestimate them. We are confident.
We need to play together. We need to play with each other. We are a fucking teammate, okay? We're fucking pro boys, okay?
The reigning champ's getting tested. Donk left up. He looks for his revenge, and he's gonna get it.
This one, Ultimate gets into the action, and now brings it back, but he can't do it with the AK. Roland's time to shine.
The reigning champions make it to the Moody Center. In it to the playoffs. MOUZ make it happen.
Well, Austin, I think you've waited long enough, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Hey, Austin, are you guys still awake? What are you doing?
Come on.
There it is.
Okay, then.
This is a major F, yeah?
It is. In Austin. So without further ado, it was hard for them to get here, but they made it here, and they're the very first team to enter this arena. Austin, give it up for MOUZ! What a warm welcome to MOUZ. They scraped by the skin of their teeth, but gone are the days they couldn't do it on a big stage. But can they do it in Austin?
Runners up in Katowice to the red-hot rootin' tootin' Team Vitality. The winners in Astana stopping a Dane train. They didn't saddle up in Cluj. They didn't saddle up in Sydney. But they need no introduction outside of being your reigning major champions. It's Team Spirit!
Spirit speed run through stage 3, but now this is where the real challenge begins. That opportunity to defend their major title that they hoisted back in Shanghai. The pursuit of that defense today, Maui, it begins here.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, their campaign to go back-to-back begins with a potential win over MOUZ, but MOUZ aren't gonna take it lying down, okay? They got, for me, the guy that I would nominate as the Coach of the Year candidate today in Cyclone, standing behind him. He's changed up the veto. I'm sure he's changed up some of their game plans because he's trying to take down the favorites.
You got a bunch of sleeper picks in MOUZ too. I don't think Torji gets the credit he deserves on the AWP. His name isn't held amongst the top at the moment, and it should be, very well should be. Exertion incredible at taking space. A lot of it is going to come down to how well these individuals can manufacture their own plays. Exertion and Torji like to call things in the mid-round. Brolin's going to have to put together a good game plan, but I think they've got the deeper roster than Spirit.
And that's the thing we saw from MOUZ throughout stage 3, right? Sure, Torji, it wasn't looking super consistent from from him, but even in the moments when he was down, he was truly bringing the hype to the squad. But today, he's got to be a win condition for MOUZ, right? You can't be sleeping going up against Spirit.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, Torzy, he's knocking at the door of Elite Offers right now, but it's Shiro that's the bouncer of that exclusive club. He's looking out right there from the inside out and saying, you got nothing on me, Torzy. I know he's had a little bit of a good run. He's capturing some hearts here and there because of the energy that he brings this team, but it's not just energy that wins games, Freya.
Well, is Shiro going to be motivated to be the bouncer today, or is it going to be 2024 Shiro where he's tight to sit a little bit back, have impact when they come to him, or is it 2025 Shiro where he's going to step up to the plate and actually make things happen on the map? If you get that Shiro, MOUZ is in a lot of trouble because Donk, Shiro, 1-2 punch, impossible.
Have you been liking the evolution that we've seen of Shiro? You know, we kind of classified him as a more kind of passive AWPer back in the day, you know, taking maybe a leaf out of Device's book. A little bit more aggression shown here and there, right? You like what you're seeing?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I feel like Shiro is finally looking at how to start a round, okay? Because he was one of the best, if not the best clutcher last year. But at this point, he's a new weapon in the shed in terms of openings. The way he's looking for picks, the way he's weaving around utility. Before, he'd get flash, he'd just go back into spawn, okay? He's looking to save already off of one flashbang. Now he's going to take the fight to them through a molly, through a nade, through a smoke. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, great clutcher as well. Good on the rifles. Shiro's got a complete package so far in 2025. Going to be very dangerous. And Spirit, I mean, you could just go down that list. Donk as well. You don't even have to touch on him because once you add him having impact on the early stages of the rounds with an AK on the T side, and then you get Shiro's off working, that's where Spirit does their best work. That's where Chopper can start working the map and make MOUZ feel real lost. So they have to be careful they don't let Donk go nuts. They got to be careful they don't let Shiro off the hook either.
You mentioned a really good point, right? The fact that they did lift the trophy in Shanghai wasn't just down to the stars showing up to the server. The supportive cast for Spirit, so far, I guess they haven't necessarily been required in Stage 3, but this is where they have to be shown up.
Well, and that's the big question now. Is it because you didn't get tested, because we didn't see you have to go deep down and look at those performances from Zontix, from Magix, are you going to be able to do it if that's required here? Is that going to be something you can manifest as a team? We'll find out, but I mean, the Spirit, I think if they get into that kind of a position, I think they'll be upset with how things have gone so far.
Even though the supporting cast of Spirit has taken more of a role in delivering them victories, I still see it as Donk just on a single lane drag race versus the other side of MOUZ, which is a 5-lane Texas superhighway where it's just a spread out, balanced effort. Everybody's getting there at the same time.
And I feel like they haven't necessarily been putting foot to the floor just yet, right? We've talked about the fact that MOUZ, they had to pull off the reverse sweep to even get it here. That's a rarity to see teams do to actually make it to top 8 of a major playoffs. Did that kind of throw any alarm bells into the mix for you, Maui, or do you think when they're on the stage, we can, you know, worry about MOUZ no more?
I think our stats guy, SEO, pulled it up that it was only about 18% of teams are even able to bounce back from a 0-2 to qualify for the next stage of really any part of the major. So what MOUZ has already done is a massive accomplishment, but I feel like that one day off where they lost those 2 BO1s, to me, that's a fluke in the wrong direction. The real MOUZ is one that's going to be able to test the best teams in the world through best of 3s, which is the way that Counter-Strike should be played.
And also, I mean, you'd be crazy if you didn't have alarm bells going off when MOUZ is sitting there 0-2, but you'd be equally crazy if you didn't look at their bounce back going 3-2 and qualifying through after that devastating day 1 and be like, that's damn impressive. And we talk about the majors all the time, but it's about peaking at the right moment, and MOUZ had to build up to that peak. They had to struggle and fight for it. Now that you get into the playoffs, this is exactly where you want to be playing your best Counter-Strike. I think the fact we haven't seen it out of MOUZ yet is okay, because if it comes in here, they're looking at a semifinals.
We've talked about the aim on both sides of the equation, right? But let's take a minute to, you know, touch upon the brain behind both of these machines, because for Chopper, you know, he's proven it. He's got this squad around him. They've already lifted a major trophy. But for Brolin, right, let's just throw it back to the beginning of the year. We were scratching our heads thinking, why on earth? Brolin, in-game leader, really? But look at him now.
I did not think that Brolin had it in him. I didn't think that he could lift these kinds of trophies. I didn't think that he could be the mastermind behind the operation. He's always been known as being quiet. This guy couldn't even play next to people that are too loud sometimes, okay? He didn't want teammates that would chime in too much, but now it seems
he's
like—
surrounded by them.
A win by committee, a group of guys that are all trying to call their own shots, call their own numbers. You got Torzy yelling to your right, you got Exertion calling for his entries on the left of you, and thankfully, I think that Cyclone is giving him such great shoulder rubs and and imparting so much
yeah.
wisdom that he's actually going to be able to bring something to the table tactically, which will test Spirit.
You got to play a little bit loose. I think Chopper's got another, like a completely different problem when you look at it. It's not about like getting all 5 players necessarily involved. It's finding ways to set up your stars and Donk and Shiro with your supporting cast, and then the pieces that you can work around the plays that they like to make. MOUZ is much more, how do we get all these guys firing on all cylinders? Chopper's got one guy he's really got to worry about.
Yeah, and
Donk.
that paid off in dividends when we look back to Shanghai. Let's not forget, though, we do have a major champion sitting on the far right-hand side of the MOUZ cam. Spinks. Questions as to why he chose to be departing Vitality. I think we got some answers for that in the first couple months of the year.
Spinks has been easily their best mid-round player. Such a great force at finding the way to slither into the defense, find that one gap opening that Brolin needs in order to call the finishing mid-round.
Well, gentlemen, I think we have waited long enough. I think the crowd have waited long enough as well. 7 years in the making for this very moment. It's time to kick off our first quarterfinal here in Austin.
7 years, folks, from Boston to Austin. We're here, America, and we've got one of the most stacked playoff brackets in memory, especially on this side. And we're talking about the odds favored in Spirit versus MOUZ, the underdogs. They've got a major champion, but they're going up against the returning champs with 5.
Yeah, returning champions. That's the chip on their shoulder when it comes to Team Spirit. Of course, this one's about a tale of hot and cold, whether or not MOUZ can recover after the slow start. And so here we sit, steps away, as there are now 7 matches between now and the trophy lift. One for every year that this great nation has waited for the return of the major. Austin, Texas! Let's get this party started!
Let's go, baby. This is going to be a real heat check for the playoffs. No telling how far you can go. This is the side of the bracket that Vitality on. But if we find out that MOUZ are in rare form, or that Spirit are going to do even better than they did in the last stage, who knows who's going to be the next contender. And a new map for the series between these two lineups.
Starting off fast, huh? Xerxin immediately out into sight. Shiro's going to find Spinks through smoke. That's a beautiful opening. And look at the deep challenge that MOUZ are already trying to take to Spirit. Whittle down some HP over towards CT. Man advantage Spirit for a retake in the pistol.
Yeah, 1 pick-off's enough. That Spirit are going to be confident right now. MOUZ know they have to do a little bit more.
And this smoke's not going to last forever. Of course, no more utility here for MOUZ. Bomb about 1/3 of the way gone. This one's still just that slow burn, and here we go. This is what we want. The bloodbath about to begin with the wide swing. Triple push out from Spirit.
Here he comes.
Taps down 2. And so immediately, Torji is going to be put down to the clutch. Standing out in the open, guns down 1. They're challenging him one at a time here. He's trying to slide out. Bomb not planted for Torji, actually. Yeah. And so his hand was forced to swing all the way in. Really goes to show how badly MOUZ wanted to hang on to Ticket in this position.
Yeah, we're looking at CT push for control. They get it, and they lose a player on the way, but that's where the whole setup lies. And then you see Donk come in. Okay, this is the guy who somehow has fallen out of the narratives when we're talking about Simple in this playoffs and ZywOo in this playoffs. With Donk is right here. They had no problems last stage. He has so much X factor. Vitality reference him as somebody that they're scared of, or Spirit, even though they have not had trouble beating them as well. So leave it to Donk to start us off on the right foot for Spirit. Mid control instantly here for MOUZ. 2 important players in this match are going to be Xerxin and Torzi. Xerxin, with his connector crawls, is such a focal point of Mirage.
You can see already Zontix and Shiro taking a little look at it. Zontix just waiting for a chance to gun him down. Always allude to it, that beautiful duo that Zontix and Donk kind of brought to the center stage when it came to aggressive Mirage.
Yeah, they're using him. This is kind of the primary weapon right now. He's one of 2 Galils on the map here for the T side, and they really want him to find a pick before they move in. Spirit are playing an active defense, but they're pushing where MOUZ aren't. Got a lot of Spirit fans in the building.
lot of space given over by Spirit. Good amount of respect here with the positioning. MOUZ have got enough really to go for this, right? Split between jungle and palace, trying to get the Galils going. Xerxion's still out here with that second rifle next to him. Now it's those Galils up next. Donk slides out from Ticket. You know he wants to fight you. He knows he wants to gun you down. 4 kills already into this game. Headshot instantly on Xerxion. And then that fast move from Zontix down through middle. It's MOUZ with all they could get. The positioning strong, even an entry there, but Spirit's so ready to swarm out of the gate of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the CT setup was pretty perfect in a position where MOUZ are looking for a very early fight. They didn't find the mid-control counter defense. That's what they were initially searching for. And by the time they breach connector, they don't have enough resources to actually make a compelling argument about this split. Instead, they're just hoping that the frags come in, and that's where actually Donk comes in. So, again, having a good, fast start here, 5-0.
Oof. Okay, well, Donk can sit back. Actually, no, Donk won't sit back. But a lesser man would have with an insta-dink.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, MOUZ have proven that they know how to counter Donk, and they're very good against superstars. That's been their story. They did it with utility a few times. They've really been able to neuter players like Donk, and Donk, I'm sure he's fully aware of that by now. But how many ways can you reinvent yourself, especially when a team is so sort of structured around your play? He sits here on 11 HP, and it's going to be late bout of mid-control now for the D side.
Should be easy pickings for Shiro, but that's an emphasis on the should be. Left a lot out there, only 60 damage for Brolin, who answers with the headshot. So this is 2 Deagle headshots.
Yeah.
Except for Donk survived his. Could already be a 5 versus 3 for MOUZ, and around they have 0 business winning.
We know on the openings on T side, Xerxion chimes in, but Brolin's going to be the IGL of this team, picking where they end, and we've already got the A ramp pushing for Spirit. So even though they're down a player, they're making the map feel very full right now.
It makes total sense. Get your opening kill, get that damage over on A, collect yourselves, and get ready to go.
This is a very legible mid-round, if you ask Spirit, so we'll see what happens.
It's one thing to read it, it's another thing to stop it. Still some utility to do exactly that. Blinds a couple players, stutters them at 20. But here it comes, they've got nowhere else to go, nothing else to do. Just looking to swarm down this site, and it should still be easy pickings. Absolutely is. Total stoppage inside that B site, so your Deagles be damned.
And you know, when you meet a player that's playing on fence, they knew that you were coming in. You had Zontix release that HE at the perfect time. The rotations were there, the players were in place. It required a couple of crazy shots like this Deagle kill to make a bomb plan happen. Forget about the round. MOUZ struggled a lot to get to this position, and like Falcon struggled at this major, but outside and before the major had no problems proving that, you know, they could be the top 2 or you know, 3rd best team in the world, and we don't really know where Spirit stand in that, as they were the ones who made Vitality scared in a few spots. But their form is not quite where it was at
it's definitely
a couple months ago.
The hardest opening stage for MOUZ at any CS2 major so far. It's still a team that we featured in all 3 playoffs of all 3 CS2 majors. And so it really is about rebounding here in Austin. That's the entire game plan, taking it day by day, map by map, round by round. That's what these players have been alluding to in order to find the mental fortitude to make it happen in Texas.
You can see there's definitely a very keen eye about mid and Xerxion. When it comes to top 5 teams, his stats really taper off a lot. When it comes to Spirit, MOUZ are quite confident. But again, that's why we're focusing on this right now. Mirage is a very interesting pick in this veto, and he will be a focus. Now we'll find out who is the hunter and who is being hunted.
Again, they get their hands very close to grabbing this A site, but Donk's gonna remain unkillable.
Wow.
7-0 is the start to this quarterfinal for Donk. No teammates really yet needed. Chopper called on, swings into more than one player. Donk looking for his next duel. They come to him, great reaction, and that's a bomb dropped. This is a problematic situation now here for MOUZ. Look at that bomb. Just sitting on top of it is Zontix with Donk right next to him. This is a round that fizzles out, and we're no longer talking about Desert Eagles.
Yeah.
Fully fleshed gun round denied by who? Donk out the gates.
Yeah, that's a really rough move. Jumping stairs in general is almost a sign of desperation, depending on what kind of attack you're bringing in, but especially when you've got the bomb on your back. That one landing at the bottom of the stairs, and it wasn't just Donk there as well. 2 CTs waiting at the bottom of connector. They couldn't have traded out 1 for 1 and then scored a plant off that kill. So here's a clear mistake. Look at that shoulder peek, right? He gets vision, just a glimpse over the top of that smoke, and then turns that into an instant kill. Xerxin doesn't even have time to react. You know MOUZ are going to come out with a strong game plan. They're going to be thinking about what Spirit are going to be thinking about. But so far, MOUZ have not got the fights they're looking for, right? They're ending late round in the A site, and it feels like Spirit are more comfortable with that.
Ooh, tricky. Smoke and the frag rate after. You see Torji step into that. There goes half of his health. Not going to be comfortable opting out the rest of this round. And obviously pressure on him as one of the 2 players that saved in the previous.
Yeah, down to $50 off the save, keeping this gun. Window smoke comes out a touch early, and Zontix has his to counter. Of course, CT's got a little bit more utility to work with. And now he's just gonna look to punish. Now that's punishment. And I like that Spirit are not just keeping it tidy, playing back. They're still playing very active.
Just close enough.
When's he gonna die?
Close enough to react. Zontic senses a bit of timing here, but it's a comfort zone for Spirit. Finally, Donk goes down. There's the rebuttal. There's that Jimpat double kill. Much needed from one of the players that saved a gun in the last round, looking to get the answer back to Chopper. He's gonna lock it down, and now the op is on the prowl, but that early grenade damage cleaned up. Magix finishes what he started, and Spirit are giving no space to MOUZ on Mirage.
Yeah, I think Torzi's got to wait. He's waiting for his sort of team to win a round so he can really get involved in the comms. We know how much he's prioritized bringing the energy up, but it's very hard to do that before you've even won a single round. Good try from Jimpat. We've also called into question his consistency since Spinks has joined the team. He's started to taper off a little bit for sure. But Mirage is top of the board for MOUZ. It feels like a surprise pick, but the last time that they played this map, Shuhei was on the roster. Since then, they've had an amazing showing with Brolin on the team. And so it was sort of natural, and I'm sure that actually Spirit could have seen it coming. But this is not a good sign for MOUZ. The quickness of these rounds, the fact that everything they're searching for in the first 30, 45 seconds, Spirit are not giving them anything. It feels like in terms of game plan, Spirit are one step ahead, and the right players are online right now. Donk 9-1.
It's nice to see that in the round, Donk dies first in. Instantly, we're calling Chopper into the action, and he's got a multi-kill to offer. Question will always be, is Donk enough?
Yeah.
Shiro missed chance from Catwalk. That could have been an equalizing kill in this second gun round.
Yeah, here's an opportunity now for MOUZ. Now you got to start thinking.
And they find a bit of space. This walkout from Spinks. You know, again, skin shown towards mid draws the eyes of Spirit.
They aren't fully prepared.
And this connector fight's been happening time and time again, but the walk up from the ramp's gonna fluster them. Donk decides to reposition, and that's gonna cause the crosshair off the mark. This time the difference is Spinks comes out from ramp, finds that full focus towards mid, and it is a solution for MOUZ.
Yes, so one missed shot from Shiro. An opportunity here as Donk gets pushed over top of the stairs because Chopper goes down without a kill. Neither of them are very aware that someone could be coming up the ramp. Spinks missed his first opportunity. That's the only reason Chopper shot back. And now MOUZ are on the board. And now you sort of have to see a change of temperament here for MOUZ. They have to take this emotionally now that they're on stage, now that they're down 5-1. They have to take this and try to garner enough energy to make it into a streak. I think this is huge. And we'll look to the cams and we'll look at players like Torji to see if he's going to champion that sort of mood boost that the team needs in moments like this.
There's the first miss from an op. so far. And you know, I love the killer instinct that Donk always has, but look at the full focus on him from top Tetris as well. We watched from his POV, we think maybe he'll get the better of Spinks. There's no denying Donk was dead in that situation no matter what.
We don't have a Palace player, but I appreciate the two players walking out of the ramp. Exact same time they're coming up connector. We've seen very heavy connector presence, but not that many splits.
So there it is, the first. Question now of how many?
Yeah, without Mirage, I don't know about this series. You know, they've gone into overtime so often in their matchups. So that's why it feels like even though MOUZ have had a good time versus Spirit this year, it's not been sustainable.
Molotov for the cat play. That's going to open the door for MOUZ. This is different.
I like this. Actually set play. They called this out of spawn. This one's being watched. Oh, Zontic's going to see this.
Yeah, he's stuck in the corner. There's fire in front of it. Great delay coming out of Spirit. MOUZ opt to do something different after finding their first piece of success, and then they pause. And this got Spirit a little awkward. Eventually, we're going to get another player added. Here comes Brolin off of Catwalk, getting it going for MOUZ. Missed shot! Shiro's giving space back over.
Here's a chance.
We found the solution in. Again, an assist. Donk arrives on the scene. Jimmy's got the answer.
How's he going to get out of this?
He can't find another fight, and it is Jim Hat with a triple.
Oh, now we're talking, MOUZ.
That's the solution. Slides around the site. Catches all three as they come in. And that's off of the back of what was originally a successful hold out of Spirit.
Halley to take over immediately after these 2 rounds. One, you have to respect it. Here's a moment where Shiro could absolutely have won these last 2 positions, but they still have this 3-round lead. They want to balance these 2 thoughts. I think for Shiro, it's like, okay, I got to make sure my shots connect from now on, but I should try to stay calm because we got to act like we're here winning, and they are. For MOUZ, they're now building up a bank account. This set play kind of falls apart at first, but the recovery, I think, inspires a lot of confidence. And Shiro, he doesn't miss the whole round. He gets a great first shot. But it's a second multi here for Jimmy in this game.
I love that one moment of hesitation from Jimmy when he jiggles on the window and then decides it's time to jump on Donk. So ready for the reaction as well.
Jimmy jiggle, that could catch on.
Hell yeah. If he's gonna pull plays like that out with it. Deserves the recognition.
I like that we test Shiro again. Nice. Oh, he passes.
Yes. Had a little bit of slack to make up for, right? Missed shot 2 rounds in a row that could have definitely put a dampening on the mood for MOUZ. This time it's first blood over to Spirit thanks to the sniper.
And we're getting good variety out of Spirit. I mean, we've seen a lot of mid-control defaults, but like we just saw 2 set play tactics that were actually quite layered. That one almost felt like they improvised it as they went, but you could see there,
at the major?
It is a major playoffs, guys. That's just not the best time to do that. Yeah.
At the major.
And we have to understand that even if you miss it, it might not affect the round from the perspective of Spirit, but for MOUZ, they're relying on it to either block information, guarantee a play. Mentally, this slows everything down.
It's also just such an indication to probably some activity outside that window, especially with how often MOUZ have been trying to throw that.
Yeah, good point.
This looks like a revert back to kind of the opening moves that MOUZ were going for. Again, positioning Spinks outside of this window. His job won't be made easy thanks to that nade. And then it's been generally this slip up through connector, but oh, he's gone!
Great shot.
Nicely done from Zontix over on the other side of Cat. He gets himself the double. And with that, really takes the wind out of the sails here for MOUZ. They thought, we've got the Donk frag. And when Donk goes down, the door is open. But Zontix from the shadows slips through.
You know, this is Spirit at their best right now. I mean, where there's not Donk, there can be Zontix. And we see the adjustment from Jimmy in that moment was a great shot. I mean, that's a shot that normally Donk's hitting on you. He's not aiming the right spot, but his flick is so perfect. This one's right to the head. But it's all kicked off by Shiro, so the trades after are even easier. And yeah, I mean, it's an amazing snap, but look at the cleanup crew here in Zontix off of Cat. I like that we got to the spot, though. 2 rounds in a row means MOUZ have done well with the money they can buy again. It would have been economically devastated if it had just been that 1 round.
When you're banking on an entry like that on Donk, it's a shame that we're not getting Xerxin kind of in his zone yet so far on Mirage.
Yeah, you could see that he's been focused on in some of these early portions of the round. Oh man, Shiro, listen, he might be missing, but the amount of opening kills right now.
He is everywhere as well. Taking a shot down through connector. Catching first blood to the favor of Spirit. But a couple of bodies up in Palace. Great flashbang to deal with Donk. And then Jimmy comes in with an entry. Shiro down after that. The chase is good. Both of those players, both in Con and over towards Palace with protocols in place. Easy pickup. What the hell you think you're going, Zontix? Sent packing. And this one, MOUZ find an answer. And that flash on Donk totally neutralized them on the stairs.
Yeah, I think, and again, utility, when they think about Donk, has been such a key for the MOUZ game plan. You have to highlight that flash. It's made specifically for that position. It's not catch all. It doesn't blind everybody on the site, but when it goes over the stairs like that, there is nothing that Donk could do. Even with his reaction time, you cannot avoid that. So, real perfect play. So, I mean, the fact that Jimmy gets so much credit here from his kills is one thing, but he also threw that flash.
And the moment I put his feet to the flame, Zershin comes through with his multi-kill. 2 frags to open it up on a very blind Donk.
Now, even the best players are going to have habits. There's only so many ways to play a site, and you see a moment like this, and there is nothing that Donk can do if he's going to be in one of his normal spots. That is usually very effective. Great counterplay here for MOUZ.
It's been a very slippery T side, I think, from MOUZ. Haven't really seen too much repetition, barring that round where they revert back to the connector entry. The one that Zontix stops, and Donk tries to change it up, but a bit of a faster tempo comes out middle here for MOUZ, and already they've got everybody else prepared to hit this site. We're going to leave Zershin inside Con. Spinks just lurks out through Palace, and then they frazzle Magix close on ramp. Now this is a sweep.
They have demo vision right now, the way they're getting these kills. And it feels like that play that Donk just made up mid, that's the one they were fishing for the last few rounds. No chance to fight back again.
Here we go. MOUZ had to fight for an opening in this T side. Out of the gate, we said Spirit looked like they were one step ahead. The way they leaned back didn't give MOUZ what they wanted. And as this half's gone on,
that is such a great recovery already.
MOUZ have opened this up. 5-0 start for Spirit out the gate has suddenly cooled off. And this is Donk getting clipped.
He makes it up fast, but you can see immediately how intent they are on taking over cat control. And if there's one thing MOUZ have been able to get away with, even if they've lost later in the round, it is taking over mid.
Ooh, and now Torzi's gonna get the better of Shiro. First real head-to-head we get between the Oppers, and it comes out MOUZ as they've found momentum. And so Torzi's getting talkative if Zershin finds the answer. That's Magix trying to split up Cat. Ooh, another one, just sat on the ankle. Dare I say it, MOUZ now starting to feel like they're in full control.
Finally got a force-up situation at a Spirit. Money's gonna be terrible next round too. I mean, you're saving bargain basics here if you want to hang on to this MP9 and 5-7, and MOUZ, all they're thinking about is how do we not blow this situation. They're in a great spot with lots of time.
Really feels like the first time in this half that MOUZ can just take a step back and breathe. Not trying to keep their fire as bright as Spirit came out swinging with. We're 11 rounds into major playoffs. How you feeling, Austin?
Shit hasn't even started yet. 2 great days of quarters coming up. Another solid kill here. And these ones are just for the confidence. Money won't matter too much.
With the scout, of course. So a little unfair to compare it 1-to-1, but Torzi looking real damn ready.
Kelly took that tack pause after losing 2 rounds, but it did not stop MOUZ from figuring out how to get back into this game. And now because they've won these last two and they've got this force-up win, it's the easiest round yet coming up.
What a rebuttal. There it is.
We all have a fear that someone's going to choke in playoffs, whether it's MOUZ, whether it's Spirit, who could just break, whether it's Mongols on the other side. We just don't want to see that. We want to see teams take it to 3 maps, fight their hardest, because we've also seen the peaks of all these teams that can also choke, and we know that it's always the stage, it's always the pressure that makes them play worse. But in terms of how good their CS is in the practice server, in regular matches, we know it's top level. Everybody's been gearing up like crazy in these last few months to catch up to Vitality. And they're not a team that we see choke.
And Falcons failed. There's a lot of people that believe, well, now the door's wide open for a Vitality. Some have forgotten that MOUZ were also able to push them. It's just the shakiness in the States that made those MOUZ doubters a little louder. But here we go, final round of play. And if you had any doubt that MOUZ were not gonna seize this opportunity in quarters, 5-0 start for Spirit.
It's a heavier B lane, not great guns here. How are you gonna stop this? Oh, how are you finding that kill, dog?
Just lines it up. There's been so much pressure on him in the staircase. He's looking to change position. I like that. Feels like they've had a lot of answers for him. Oh, that's a scout headshot. All right.
You said it was an unfair comparison. What if you aim for the head?
Well, we're trying to do this with lesser weapons. Spirit really felt like they had given this first half back over to MOUZ. But we're going to get ourselves a big retake coming in on A. Spinks looks to keep his head down. Torzy over towards the ramp, loses his line of sight, but that's just an invitation to grab the AK. Spinks starts to line him up. And with 2 knocked down, it's Torzy yet again away from that bomb. Donk's got a kit, and he's taking it all the way. A 7th round from Spirit. A small answer in a great response out of MOUZ. was feeling like MOUZ had really retaken the momentum in that one. One final round at the end of it, stolen away by no other than Donk. We are in the beating heart of Texas here.
Yeah.
First quarterfinal, 7 whole entire games to go. 8 if you include a show match. And at the end of it, somebody's lifting the trophy. Trophies have been an elusive thing for MOUZ. For Spirit, returning major champions in the server.
I think what we saw this half was just 2 very honest score lines in terms of how good the other team was. I think Spirit, even though they let MOUZ back in, MOUZ really had to earn it. Yes, there were a couple missed shots in there, but that's going to happen. That happened to MOUZ too. They had a couple heroes emerge. I think Gimfat had a great half overall. His trades were really key in those first couple of wins. And now they're back online.
There's that flash thrown out by Brolin. Sets up Spinks. Cheeky headshot on Shiro, but there's the answer back. Magic's got flashes too. And so suddenly for a second, that B site looks real lonely. Brolin's gonna throw himself over.
It's a very hard position to rotate from. We got 2 in connector right here, but the CTs are worried about B.
Yeah, it's gonna catch him off, huh? Towards the insertion inside. Khan really taking the wind out of their sails with a follow-up headshot on Chopper. This pistol comes crumbling down around Spirit.
There was no way for them to know, but they kind of misread the situation. The connector smoke, and they didn't go forward with the cat split. Now Zontix
trying to fight out of this, but well tethered here are the MOUZ players.
Yeah. I mean, Spinks got a very fortunate first shot, and that trade came in with a great flash from Spirit, but the first one was good too. Luckily, they had that to reinforce it, but this is a spot when Chopper broke free, this was actually a great time to get into the B site, to go up into Cat. MOUZ are the ones who are, I think, a little bit nervous of that happening, but they stuck to their guns. It's very, very confident move to stick around here, but they also knew they were at the tail end of the smoke, and they could fight Cat. Again, it's been mid-centric, and now it's mid-centric from MOUZ T side following through their CT side. You can see the difference here between the way that Spirit played it and MOUZ early on in the half.
Very active here from Torzy. Spirit back at the beginning of their CT side were so content to just lean back and not give anything over. Torzy's running a bit of a risk here, but carving himself a very easy looking path to join up with his teammates, and the jig is up.
Yeah.
You know damn well there's nothing else over towards B nor top mid, so all they can do is push.
Wait, that's the only A player. That's the only A player.
All they can do, he said.
Just don't die here, Spinks.
Desert Eagle shot cracks open the bomb site. Money's gonna be good. Zontix gets a dot. Okay, it's a Glock kill. And Torzy's MP9 now going for the reload, covered up by Xertion. It's a good response. You get all the answers you need with that expedition Torzy goes on.
It's an awkward moment because you get this flank kill, but you don't know if everybody else is just readying for a B pop. And so there's 4 guys still holding on just in case the rest of the attack is going to come through. It's a good moment here where Spirit just decide to get out and they hit this amazing shot. Obviously, it's Donk once again.
Great coverage here from Xertion to really push it over the line.
Yeah.
Still.
To be honest, the plan's a win in that position.
Adam, the bait was sexy, yeah? Adam, the bait was sexy from a point.
Yeah, sorry.
Nice,
Bro, but
Adam.
I hit insane shot to be honest.
Last one, it's...
That's what we want to hear. You know, you got like MOUZ having fun, really enjoying this moment, and that's a tie game, which didn't seem like it was possible a few minutes ago.
Spirit's gun round in full effect. No op for Shiro. Torzy's got his, and he's been hitting hard with it in Austin. He was one of the members of this MOUZ camp that had a bit of a slower start, but no denying he's picked it up since.
All right, so we got to watch this connection here between Chopper and Donk, and it's actually MOUZ to peel back. Spinks is kind of the loose piece that's actually able to fight into middle, but he doesn't have support from connector. And so now we have to look at these protocols from the CT side as they start to wrap around the perimeter of the site. There's no extra info on a push on an extremity right now, though. Spirit are building tension. And in these moments where they flash retake mid and they don't see everything, Spirit are getting a little scarier. How close are they and which side are they going to?
Ooh, flashed right in. Perfect call here from Brolin and Torji to combine for that one. Starts to get Spirit to make their moves. Spinks looking to get active along the wall with Cat. He will find himself 1.5 kills. That's Shiro down to half health, bomb on his back. Man advantage maintained as we hit 25 seconds. Xerxin kind of checking out this sea of smoke. Doesn't want to be the piece that lets this A site fall. Oh, even gets the headshot up into Palace, so he's really going to be adamant about this one not being taken over by Spirit.
MOUZ are in the lead now after this. This is going to be a save 10 seconds, no chance back in this. This is amazing search work for MOUZ. They're 2 flashes. Even though they don't see anything in middle, they turn that to the A ramp. They make sure they find someone before they back up. That's just wonderful. And you can see where those flashes are popping as well. They're specifically for one person. They're always finding that guy.
Look at this thing of beauty right around the corner.
Yeah.
0 chance for Magics to react to that one.
Yeah. And Brolin comes in, smooths the angle, fine, but you can tell that he understands there's going to be someone there in the right corner.
Yeah, and if they are there, they're blind as hell.
They're dead.
Torji, opening kill. Easy does it on Zontix. Chopper just chucking some flashbangs, looking to fluster Jimmy. Takes more than that.
Yeah, Zontix peeked that real early. We were talking about a round with 2 Tech 9s left here for Spirit.
Xerxin, though, gives up half his health. Frag Grenade's gonna just barely chip away at it as well, but again, activity coming out from MOUZ this time. Donk's gonna get the better of it. But as he crosses back, Torzi's got the answer.
That's a great refrag.
And even within these last 2 rounds, Xerxin also getting the Palace kill 1 round ago, even when Spirit try to put that squeeze on site, when they try to prevent the movement, the mobility of MOUZ, they're losing bodies in the process. So 4v3 for MOUZ. Still time for Spirit to crack this A site open, though.
They're going to have this whole left side of the site open, and the idea is coming in this way. They've got a gun they can run into, which is smart. It's the second layer to this. CTs are not really putting an emphasis on protecting it. But they've also got numbers. They want to be careful. They're watching the Palace run out right now.
MOUZ certainly signing up for allowing Spirit to get away with this.
It's kind of like
0 contact over towards Palace.
How much site control are they comfortable with? Because they might walk into this.
Got a player still up top. That's presence spotted. Bomb's gonna get planted. Also gonna get set ablaze. Chopper, he doesn't have the health. He does. He just put it down.
But it has to be a 2v4.
In the dying milliseconds, he is able to put Shiro and Magics into a perfect place to clutch. Now again though, bomb is not planted for Shiro, and we've already seen the shortcomings of having to come back around to default, and so Shiro's not gonna play that game. He's gonna extend. He's gonna look for a little love out here somewhere on that site. He times it to perfection. Reaction here from Magics, and it gets away from him. Halfway through, 2 of the 4, but they can't hang on, and so MOUZ's lead starts growing.
Yeah, 1 extra kill in either position, and it's a really reasonable 1v2, but that doesn't happen. MOUZ do not let that fly. Here's that first kill. Too easy, too early here for Zontix coming at the ramp, obviously. But he'd have to be a mind reader to know that Torji would start there. That's not going to happen all the time. It's just good team play. And you know what? When you compare Torji and Shiro 1-to-1 over a long period of time, it's not even close. Shiro's having a way better year. He's a way better player. Torzi is taking a lot of attention because he started taking on his emotional leadership role in the team, and he's been a very good opper for sure. But still, 1-to-1, you can't compare it. In this game, however, Torzi's scoreline is handsome. I think he's almost up to 16 kills now.
Finally, a Dragon Lore unboxing.
Yeah.
No, to say Torzi,
look, it's 15 and 6 in this game.
Phenomenal. I mean, Shiro definitely more so established, but the growth that Torji has shown us as a player and a person. And as a leader for MOUZ. He's been glowing at this event. Again, at least his presence.
This is a real show of resilience MOUZ to come back into this game in this way. And again, we're talking about no gimmicks. We're not talking about lucky entries, nothing like that. Great team play, excellent flashbangs. The tactics to find these opening picks, they have been the star of the show. Or is he giving us a new opening start here? Eyes off Cat. We don't have MOUZ thinking about retaking mid control just yet.
This one might come down to the wire though. 40 on the clock. Bit of presence shown inside connector. Xerxin turns his back as they look to flood the site. Choppers at the very least got this one going, but it's the only piece that's worked out for Spirit, and the bomb was dropped in the middle of that connector hold.
Yeah, there's 2 players on Cat. They just want to fight this a little bit. Oh, forget about under Belk.
Chopper's got the answer though, tapping away. 2 kills, all he's allowed.
Uh-oh.
MOUZ still hanging on, even though it ever so slightly started to slip towards Spirit.
I feel like they were a little low on grenades at the point that they went for a connector control. There's no Cat molly as they're going in for the split. They start to think they're maybe a little low on time. Brolin makes a very good pick here, but that Torzi shot should not have been possible with that split coming in. And then they start to lose a hold of all of the regular spots on the A side as well. And I think, you know, the first half of the story was the reverse, where Spirit weren't fighting them in mid. Now, I think Spirit were hoping that they would come in early.
Back to the pistols goes Spirit. It's been a long time since we saw that success. 5-0 start to a 7-10 trail on this T side, but
put it this way, they need this eco.
Yeah, 100%. Gonna have to fight for every single chance. Xerxin dropping some supportive util over towards middle, but then eyes turn towards Palace as that frag grenade takes a good chunk out of 2 of these players for Spirit. It does nothing to slow down the cross out from Tetris. Brolin's gonna run the risk of going over top. For a second there, he's exposed, gets dinked, gets taken down. Off chance here for Torzi to stop him on the ticket, looking to punch them in numbers. But they allow for him to get away, because Chopper doesn't want to chase with the bomb. I mean, the result of the round rests in his hands, and you give Xerxin a chance. He actually oversteps, and now they're fighting back again!
Wait, was that a mistake? There's 2 in CT. They understand the retake's coming this way. They're dipping out.
They're bailing out, they're gone. They want to leave through that jungle, but Torzi's already on it with smoke.
Oh, he
definitely slows this down, but we still have time to go either direction. This round's gonna get messy. Chopper gets caught.
He watches it.
Thinking he had it. Thinking he'd outpositioned him.
And one bit of movement has changed the direction of this round. Shiro missed that jump, but now he's coming back to the A site, about to get peek taken out by Jimpat. Great round here from Torzi. The pickoffs were beautiful. 4v2 should not have been possible, and in the end, it wasn't.
Shiro of 2 minds there, not sure where to go. A bit of flip-flop. Gets clipped.
What a game here on stage for Torzi.
Woo.
Yeah, that was the moment. I mean, it's stressful to have to make that. You see that window's getting smoke right behind you. The last second change up to leave the site.
My God. We could be talking about a flawless CT side if MOUZ can just collect 2 more round wins. Oof, good dinks coming out of Spinks as he signs up for that fight. Magic's though, he's removed. Man advantage yet again.
Oh, that was lightning fast.
Those are the adjustments that Donk has to offer. Slick snap towards Catwalk.
He always finds a way to shine through.
We saw a near 2 versus 4 come together a couple of times already, so let's see if MOUZ can piece this one together. Zontix, though, gonna do what he does. Leans back, plays it cool, never ever flustered.
And shoots for the body.
Yes, sir. Take him down at the knees.
Okay, well.
So impressive CT side, but not flawless.
Not flawless, no. But what a diamond Donk is. That second kill on Cat is a total round changer. If he gets traded out, it's a fine position for MOUZ, and Instead, you have this flick that, I mean, you're talking about a head popping up over the railing. You can barely see.
But it feels like operating in the minute like that is just, that's what Donk does.
I mean, like, we look at the stats on this game for Shiro. He's 10 and 12, but he's had so many quality kills. Lots of really important frags, lots of openers, great refrags, hard shots, and everything like that. But when we talk about sheer volume of frags, obviously, it's a tale as old as time. Donk far ahead. A lot of his teammates are lagging here. And unfortunately, we can hone in on a couple of early moments where Shiro gets an opener, but then the really important one a little later he missed. That's what let MOUZ back into this game.
Yes, sir.
But since they got back into this game, well, it's just been theirs ever since.
Watch this shot.
Wow. Wow. You know, the player we all wish we could be with a rifle. Insane.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
But MOUZ aren't scared about it, and that's the really unique thing about them. I think that's the really impressive part about this team with Cyclone behind them. Their tactics are wonderful. And they have proved that they can crush superstars.
This is also MOUZ now with a major champion in their ranks. The biggest signing MOUZ as an organization has ever gone for. It's no longer just a playground to grow. This is a roster made to now win. And there's no denying Spinks every single day is waking up to give his troops the talk that they can do this. So one measly round from Spirit's T side. Three one-off round wins sprinkled in ever since they had that 5-0 start.
But still, even though it was this long streak, we're talking about Xerxian, no money, Spinks on $50.
Sure.
This is actually a very important round for Spirit.
And they decide to go all eyes on A.
Yeah,
it's gonna be big pressure. Brolin trying to slip into cover. Jimmy's got this right angle, and 2 kills go both directions. Xerxian's on the scene to try to help. Oh! Just sprays away at it, slowly slicing into Chopper. Spinks has got his headshot off into the clutch. It's Shiro's chance to shine.
Oh, you know Shiro in the clutch.
This is what he does.
He's here on a negative KD, had some great moments, but the scoreline doesn't reflect it. With this round, he changes that.
Donk may be a world-class opener, but Shiro is Spirit's closer. And as he fake plants once, it's a reposition. 30 seconds on this clock. What you think of Shiro? Runs the risk. There's no, the wall bank's gonna take him down, so he could still clutch this, but now he's gonna have to dodge what other bullets come his way.
How are they not going to trade this? Shiro knows he has a few more seconds. You could see the respect as Spinks had peeled back so much. It's giving Shiro time.
Right now, Xerxian's got that kit, and he's coming in from jungle. And if Spinks walks out from that palace, so long as Shiro stops thinking about his flank, he could damn well lock this in. Xerxian's gonna start working his way past that bench. Bomb ticking fast now. Flash good. Shots empty. It's only a Glock for the sidearm, and he's somehow gonna have to get Xerxian off this defuse. Spinks hits the headshot, and Shiro, for a second, looks like a shell of himself.
That was
lacks
great.
the confidence to close that out,
That was
and
excellent.
MOUZ take 12.
That's right, map point. Insane for MOUZ. That was the perfect play from Spinks at that moment, because if you go out wide, even if Shiro, you know, hits that shot, he has to shoot when there's 1 second left. You're not going to get back on cycle while that bomb's getting defused. This is just so well done. They drew that first shot out again with a great flash. Story of the match. Unbelievable when we were looking at this game 5-1.
It's 5-0 start. Donk is immediately on a tear. We said, how long before he dies? Spirit with 6 rounds in a row required for overtime. 4. Probably feels like 6 with the momentum MOUZ have made.
Nice save.
Trying to chase it up the catwalk. Spinks is gone. Bit of damage out through the smoke from Xerxian. He is everywhere. And he got his hands on them through the smoke 1 round ago, but again, it's a deep position here from Spirit, and it is MOUZ lying in wait, eating flashbangs in the process.
It let him by, but not up into connector.
Up cat, they'll go. Challenge over towards the bench. You've got Donk low, but a low Donk's not a dead Donk. Slide out here from Jimmy to be tested as an anchor. Yet again, he will give himself smokes to play within, and he loses teammates in the process.
Oh, but they opened up A again. The bomb could go back if it wants to.
If it wants to.
It's in the sight.
It takes a step forward. Opera shows himself. Jimmy's really lost control of the positioning on the site, and so Magic's gonna be looking to punch in those numbers. Looks like MOUZ on a save.
Wow, they earned this one, man.
1 down, 3 to go.
That's a key save from Magic's, right? To the backup bench, that's the best line that they have to fight up Cat. It feels like it can be miles long when someone's staring at you as you're trying to turn the corner, and it's marginally scary here when Jimmy gets his first kill, trades out to the AK, smokes himself off, but they do a good job of making sure that that's the last fight that he can take. Spirit very much in this game, and again, these, I think, compared to a lot of head-to-heads, they just go to overtime so often. It feels like Spirit are getting into a lot of spots where their setup is good, their staging is solid, they're getting the map control they're looking for, but as soon as they try to turn that over into an actual site hit, MOUZ have so many answers for them. Here's one spot where they earn it back and they show that they can take over a site. But I know they don't feel like they have MOUZ scared. They don't have them figured out just yet.
Let's see, Torji caught off that round by the lurk through Chopper.
So MOUZ, a well-prepared team. Cyclone takes a pause. We are draining them here. Last moment for Hallie to get involved before overtime, if that even takes place.
It's not a bad first map, huh, Austin?
Yeah.
Blessed with Counter-Strike all weekend long, but we go back into this one and look at this buy. Ooh, it ain't pretty if you're MOUZ.
Yeah, that's kind of wild because they invested heavily in behind these saves off that pause.
Ooh, trying to test it. Oh, he's out through the window.
What? He could see. That was just insane. A beautiful pickoff here. Like, they were not ready for that at all.
I mean, what a perch for Xerxin to get a first opening kill. And of all the people to get caught off, you've got Donk down.
Yep.
And so if the tale here is going to be that Spirit is more than Donk, time to prove it to the rest of the squad.
That's the prize possession. We're going to go for some elevation, it looks like.
Oh, just sat there on the op. Oh, going to get the headshot. A couple of very key op kills from Shiro in these last couple of rounds.
Was he watching that with a Hawk's eye, or did he adjust? Either way, it was important.
I mean, his snap into connector last round tells me he can hit anything at the moment.
As great as that tactic was, we are looking at a round now where MOUZ are talking about a FAMAS, a 5-7 here. They only have a scout. MOUZ are probably reading this by and thinking, like, they've showed us some strength with that M4 kill, but they cannot be fully stocked.
Zontic's waiting it out. Here it comes. Ooh, his test bested.
Yeah, I think they slowly need to increase their grasp as we get to 40 seconds. I think MOUZ know what's going on. Crazy spot for this scout to be in.
This would have to be a gnarly round from Torji, and instead he's just getting blindsided. Zontic yet once more steps out, finds his success, and puts Spirit into double digits. Last player spotted as well, so unfortunately here for MOUZ, it's a great opening kill from Xerxin. Don't know how he found that angle.
And yeah, we're talking to, I mean, this makes OT feel a lot more likely. We'll see if there's a, some kind of crazy eco round coming up here for MOUZ. But for now, Spirit are just gonna hope they can get this last gun down. Spirit's running out of, I mean, Xerxin's running out of spaces that he can stand in safely.
What a squeeze this will be.
Yeah, he's in the market, but he can't buy a way out. It is 10 rounds now for Spirit.
All right.
Very good play here for Zontix, of course, ever careful in his spot. Picks his battle beautifully. Takes apart the whole left side of the site as well as the Palace push.
Perfect perch, and it is a snap from Shiro.
Maybe they blew it open when he started shooting, or right when he got in the window, so it looked like he was supposed to be smoked out entirely.
Good on Zontix as well. Gets through that 5-7, seizes the moment inside that A site. And so barring something miraculous here in this one, we're going 24 rounds in the opening map.
That's right, game one.
What a treat this would be. USPs on the field for MOUZ, but look at that radar, folks. We are talking 10 players strong inside this A site. I'm not gonna tell you MOUZ have this, but they have gambled to the right bomb site, and Spirit are about to have a bit of a rude awakening, and they've gone past the player in the corner. If only they had anything to work with. But they all get found out. Spirit sweep them out of all the nooks and crannies, and this one is flawless out of Spirit.
Oh, baby.
So just like MOUZ in the first half, we go late into the half. 24 rounds on Mirage.
Absolutely. Time to take a breath for everybody on the server. There are no timeouts here for round 24. They just have to go off of what they know. We have a crazy buy in the mix that allowed Spirit to get back to this position. They survived a lot of real economic tests to actually make this possible. Didn't feel like OT was possible, and now it is seeming very likely. We're gonna see what MOUZ have to work with. No op.
So Shiro hunts for it.
Yeah, Shiro's got a significant advantage. They need a really focused around him in this position.
Like you said, no op, no counterpart. But they can't take up some space. Xertion looking for it here, but so blind!
Oh, it's perfect.
Chopper's able to find it, out towards A they go. Donkey's on the hunt! Roland's on the rebuttal! And Spinks is gonna connect out middle. They play with their food. And we have seen 2v4s fall apart for Spirit. We've also seen them come dangerously close. Oh!
Wait, what? It's
from the shadows! Again! Zontix is a demon!
Shiro can't leave. He's in front of the bomb. Zontix goes down to connector. He's on 19 HP. Doubled up in CT. Full fog of war. The CTs don't know what the Ts are planning.
MOUZ in that moment lose half their forces, lose all of the information. And with the pieces that they still have here to pull this off, Shiro's got good cover. Cautious about Ticket.
Oh, but
has Gorzy found a chance?
The smoke is genius. How are they going to think about Zontix in this spot?
Again, he's going to try to catch them off guard, and again he will! Walks through a smoke into connector, takes it for his own. And now Jimmy looking to slip out through sight. Shiro's gone unnoticed. Jimmy knows that you're over towards Khan, tries to hunt you down. Oh, he gets it up close. Swaps over to the offense. Zontix is gonna have to be the nail in the coffin. And look at this, ice in his veins.
He will not peek.
He sits on top of it, gives him the frag.
Wait, does it
Jimmy, in an act of desperation, has no kid, and we go OT!
Overtime, baby. And you can see the Colgate smiles on this side of Spirit. They're elated. What an opportunity, what a 2v4. Right side sight smoke, and they forget about Zontix.
Watch this POV, covered by Brolin.
Oh.
Player in Con had no chance, blindsided by the play.
What a second half Zontix has had in these last few rounds, and you can see the stress now for MOUZ. They had this one locked up. Oh yeah.
But the coaches are allowed back in, and Cyclone doesn't waste a moment.
Hey, you know how many words Hallie has for his roster as soon as that attack starts. My goodness, what a round 24. And we saw how close that last 2v4 got. Now it's making more sense. Yes, sir.
So we replenish the coffers, the cash flows, and the action continues with Shiro taking an early look over towards apartments. His counterpart down underpass. Oh. Insta-kill on Donk again.
That is such a key shot.
There have been a lot of rounds where Donk goes down first.
Yeah, like, look at the position that he would have been in. Hard to get out of. Lots of nades coming their way. Oh, he's gonna die.
No way, all util. All 100 health taken down by grenades off of the opening op shot. This is MOUZ with an emphasizing answer.
Yeah, he needs to step out of that. It starts off with a great shot. Torsi gets 20 off of it. That shoulder peek was really purposeful from Donk. He tried to only show a sliver. That was not easy. That's how you can tell Torzi's focused. Spirit say we like a challenge. This round is still in play. Oh! Yeah, let's play on nightmare difficulty, actually, Spirit say. But you know what? There's still room to actually make something happen. And there are no eyes on middle. The split is going to the other site with that pickoff. 2 players here, but they are paired up in the back of the site.
Look at this position. I mean, Spinks, assuming he doesn't fall off of this.
But look how far they'll walk up because of this.
Oh man, Magic is inching his way ever closer.
They're avoiding the vision of Jimmy.
This is going to be another collapse if MOUZ fumble it. Magic's in a perfect position to strike. Catches them fully off guard. Jimmy off of the bench gets his. Peeks around. Can't get a second. It is Magic's to answer. Zertian burn into the open. Fire at his feet. Fire on the fingertips. Doesn't allow for Shiro to plant. And so MOUZ get the first in OT.
They wanted him to come out of that window, but there was not enough HP to defend that jump. Scary moment. That plant could have come in, and it would have been a 2v1 in the wrong direction. Nice shot from Shiro in the end, but day is saved here for MOUZ. They catch the first of overtime. But even just Spirit bringing that close from 3v5, I think they'll still be pretty proud of that moment. This is a reset for them. And this is a game where there aren't really stress breaks. When these 2 coaches are talking, it's going to be tactical, and you know it. It's an awful start to the round, or fantastic, depending on what perspective, because, my goodness, the utility for MOUZ. Just don't know how to feel right now.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster here. MOUZ tick upwards.
We've got very healthy scoreboard right now in terms of who's fragging, who's at the top.
Certainly feels as it should be. Curious if Spinks gets a little more into the action as it goes on. Low util here for Brolin. He's going to get active down that ramp. Smokes up in the apartment, which allows for Jimmy to inch ever closer too. Man, this is movement from MOUZ. They've definitely had the more proactive of the 2 CT sides.
Again, this pairing, Jimmy and Spinks, over on B site, Mirage has been pretty solid, especially for Jimmy today.
With all that vacancy over towards the A site, Jimmy starts to get a little nervous.
This split is so constricting. That's one shot I don't think you can afford to miss.
You said he was kind of leaving some out there, and he's going to get chased down. Absolutely pinched Jimmy back from bench again. And finally, Donk not dead in the opening fight means he's got impact in hand.
There wasn't enough vision. It actually came down to Spinks, right? He wasn't deep enough, but actually now there's a chance for a retake. We're talking about overtime. Zertian's going to go the long way around through the back.
Luckily for MOUZ, they win that first round in overtime. They can afford to be swept out.
Are Spirit going to maximize his post plant? That's the question. Zontix, pressure on you, buddy.
Playing behind the shelves, Brolin, no nades. It's going to be gun in hand, and it's a free delivery for Zontix. Deep market positioning.
That's pretty cool because they have Shiro watching Cat, so no one can walk up on Zontix behind him. They have that early warning system. This time on the bomb is going to bleed down. That's a response from Spirit, and a very strong one. And actually, I think the least convincing start to a round for MOUZ that we've seen in some time.
Trying to chase the kills here. Torzi, what you up to?
Everyone's gone.
He lets him know he's nearby. 2 survive for MOUZ, 3 on the side of Spirit as they go 13 rounds all.
At least going 1-1. The money won't be stressed, I think, for either team. But this is a very good approach out of MOUZ, or sorry, out of Spirit, taking over middle. There's a single point of failure in this round. That's exactly what you're trying to find as a T side. And as soon as Spinks gets that info, he wished he had a deeper angle. He wished they had more vision on mid. He wished someone could trade that off shot, because falling back to get right was not the solution. Not with how fast Spirit were going.
Even the bench player wasn't able to help. Donk gets a chance to fixate on both frags one-on-one.
They got overstressed. Jimmy got the refrag, then he couldn't go back up to the B apps. He relies on going unnoticed, right? It's really important for him to get 2 kills.
Yeah, does his best work in the shadows. Spinks very quickly back onto an M4. To hell with the scopes, he says.
Man, this is a really interesting moment. It's the same thing as last time.
Gonna be an opening for Donk, can't turn it around. Very quickly ready to answer that walk up through the middle. And so Chopper head down, looking for an answer, sees the barrel, Freebie sitting there, but again, it's fast reactions. And it's gotta be said, MOUZ is tethering off of one another. We have seen rounds like this where once Spirit's opening moves have been found out, it's a quick wave out of the MOUZ players to sweep them.
It's also very pragmatic. Last time they tried something different by having Spinks on and off because it's overtime. But he is now in ladder room. He hasn't really played ladder room that often. It's a great spot for him. And even though they take him out, he has way more support this time. He's rifling, which is a lot more comfortable. And there's one shot here for MOUZ to take 2 rounds in overtime.
It's an edge.
That's well done. I mean, they responded so well to everything that was wrong about the last round, and Spirit said, it's overtime. We might not see another T-side. Let's do the same thing again. They dressed it up a little differently, but it was a focus on the kill split.
It was this. Popping open that smoke grenade, fully exposed to Xertion, and great rifle control on his behalf.
Yeah.
2K mow down as they take it all.
So you imagine if it was the last round, and that shot was missed.
Right.
And then that happened.
Sure.
They would have still saved it.
Oh yeah, backs turned to Xertion like that. He's gonna eat you up every day of the week.
MOUZ have proved to be fast learners in this game, and it's paying off.
First to 16 for the win. 1 round here secures that second overtime for MOUZ. Oh, already trying to take it to top middle. Roland shut down and no multi-kill out of Xertion here on the attack. Jimmy slips down into the A site. And he's got the bomb with Torji right behind him.
Spinks is watching in the window. I think Magic saw him. He'll get away. This starts to be a retake. It's 2v3 for the moment. But
He's
they
gonna
don't
keep players preoccupied. The fact that he drops down, look at Shiro still locked in, waiting for this arrival. And patience pays off. At the very least, to put it back into the even 2v2. Jimmy gets off site. Torji does the same. Where's that bomb planted?
This is going to take an enormous mistake, but you know what? Zontics maybe finds the only route that they can pull this off, but he might have to start running. We'll see.
Bombs off for either player. Jimmy and Torji are going to have no line of sight on this bomb. Zontics is the player with the kit. Oh, but he misses his chance. At least Shiro's able to get him out from that, but now the kid is up on top of Palace. Shiro's going to have to chase the kills. There is no chance at this. That slide out onto the A site will give MOUZ 2 more chances to shut down Mirage.
Jimpat saves the day. That could have been Zontics jumping out to plant. That was the only way to win. He shut that down. Actually a good attempt, close moment, and good start actually out of Spirit with the trades coming down this way. That's exactly what you're hoping for.
And all that time burned off while the bomb was going down.
And if that first spray obviously was a little better out of Zontics, then everything happens sooner. 2 rounds for another overtime. Again, these guys are used to it.
And all of a sudden, in a stark contrast, open middle of the map here. This is going back to how the game started, with Spirit just kind of leaning back and allowing MOUZ to get that close to sites.
I mean, this Mirage has had everything, you know, like lots of tempos, lots of variety inside of middle.
Big position changes. You know, sprinkle in a 2v4 in round 24. And then do it at a major playoffs in a packed house in Texas. What more could you ask for?
Maybe some barbecue?
Sold. What's up, Terry? Nades in hand, and you can see it coming. If you're on the MOUZ side, this is looking like a hard hit. And Chopper's gonna be at bat first, just behind the bricks. Trying not to lose his head, he will hold on to his ground. Torzi's gonna get the answer back. Op online from ramp, Magic's off position, catches them with their guard down and donks into the kill feed with a double. Here's the answer out of Brolin. He's got a couple of his own, 2 more to go. Clipped as he jumps through the sky. 1 round decides it yet again.
Oh, the follow through is there for MOUZ. Actually, you know, we have Jimpat turning the corner, trying to get to the underbalk player and trying really hard to commit to the spray to make it happen. From Boston to Austin, baby. And it's this one moment really slows everything down.
Yeah.
All the efficacy of the utility coming out vanishes once that first kill doesn't come out. It's very well supported from Jimpat. He finds the opportunity he looks for, but he can't get the kill.
Spirit have survived 5 map points on Mirage.
Spirit after winning that round. We're talking about Magic's on an MP9.
After winning, ouch. Here you go, reap your rewards. Good luck, kid. Little utility and
he's so fast.
Timing, perfect timing. The guillotine set, but Donk able to drop his utility into connector. He's going for the fight. He saw it for a second. A quick vision. Brolin able to zone him. And so now it falls onto Shiro with a deagle in hand. He tries to slide behind him, spams away into the gut, brings it back. 3v3 and turns with an AK now in hand. He knows he's pinched, and they're trying their damnedest to get him out of here. All hands on deck for MOUZ to close this. Zontics and Magic's work up from Ticket. They announce themselves, at least one does, and we talked about that limitation here in the MP9. Magic's ready to try to swing. Can the cover really be that good? Torzy over towards connector. Spinks gets it going. Zontic's back, and he was so instrumental in the clutch that pushed them into overtime. Tasked to do it again. It's all they can think about. He is their nightmare fuel at the moment. And the shade tries to come from the shadows yet once again, but there is an AWP holding this position. Oh, he gets the damage in, but time's ticking quickly. Incendiary down into connector. Torgy's feet to be burned, no way!
The MP9!
Don't you dare! Puts a smoke on top of the bomb. Now he has no vision!
He's gonna dive it!
1 second!
He
got to double OT! Nightmare fuel!
After winning the last round, they come in with an MP9. Zontic squeezes, water from stone. Shiro timed that push and started spamming before he could see in that moment. So much trust at every point of this play. Zontic contrast this to Copenhagen when he took too long to pull off a clutch on a retake. Here, he took that time with pure conviction, knew exactly how every moment would go. He had the vision.
To hell with Copenhagen. Zontic's now a major champion. Plays that round like one. Jimmy trying to jump down into the site. Brolin's got the first one. Jimmy's gonna collect the second. It's a hard-hitting MOUZ looking to get this A site under wraps, looking to waste no time in the first round of OT2. Donk just sits here like a statue. Nothing he can really offer. Zershin pops his head, and it's a Magic's 1v4 that he's not even gonna take a swing at.
Man, it's MOUZ are just excellence, right? We're getting a lot of really cool moments late round here for Spirit, but answers back immediately for MOUZ. It was such a slow start, again, at the beginning of this game, but ever since, like, the team play has been beautiful. Their site execs are solid. Their trading is fantastic. There's almost no notes for them. The hardest possible challenge here for Spirit. Another fantastic exec, and they come out fast just to show they weren't rocked by the last round. I love that this game hasn't been one note in terms of the way that they approach. And even if they've used a lot of mid control, it's not always to get exertion up in the connector or in the window. It's honestly a rare sight now. They've got way more levers that they can pull on, and they're finding a way to get these opening kills over and over again. This map could mean the series, it could mean your playoff run ended, it could be you going on to make the finals because you win this map. These two teams can be so strong. They could blaze their way to the finals, and they understand how important Mirage is in this series.
I mean, it's a blessing of a quarterfinal. It's also hopes crushed for one of the two. And no matter the result of the series, this map for somebody is gonna be a what-if moment. A should-have-been win. Two players stacked top middle. It's Torzy on the prowl while Spinks looks to get active.
And we finally had the hybrid op out of Magic, something that I actually like to see a lot. He's very good with it on Anubis. He's definitely very good with it on Mirage. Saving it for OT obviously makes a lot of sense. But they spotted it once.
And he doesn't really have the widest of angles either.
No, it's quite brave to play here, but you at least get deep and early information. So if they cross, you can't just simply get out of the window that quickly, especially ZonTix if you catch the jump outs. But if he goes down, I don't know about that.
Not ideal, that's for damn sure.
Now Magic's stressed.
There was already pressure on him. Shallow angle now just stuck behind this pillar. It's gonna have to be some close combat hopping.
It's a quick scope.
Beautiful stuff out of Magix. He hits that for 92. Player up in apps, dropped by Donk, who slips out through the window. Dealt with by the Cat player. It's a good answer yet again from Brolin. Just enough time to grab bomb. Shiro on the hunt.
He's ready.
Gets his as well. Unbelievable stuff. Spinks with the instant headshot. We go down to a clutch again. And that bomb ticking. Chopper soon on the scene. And Spinks doesn't know exactly where he's got off to.
Yeah, he's slow to it, but Spinks, he's guessing. Both players, who knows when this opportunity is going to present themselves. Chopper wins it, denies the 1v2. Can you believe those shots out of Magix? When ZonTix dies, right? We saw this happen to MOUZ. When you lose your Cat player in that fashion, B-side player is so vulnerable.
What?
What? He just took an attempt.
Okay, Ops are king this round.
Yeah, seriously.
Quick scope out of Magix, quick scope out of Shiro over towards Catwalk.
2 Ops was the solution.
Shot through smoke.
Yeah, but you know what? That's in CS2. That's one of the best things that's happened to Mirage. Fighting through that connector smoke, it's only so wide where you can run up on Cat. Getting used to spamming that position is now just another tool in the arsenal for these top players. How creative can you get now, this deep into overtime, this deep into Mirage? Becomes a game of rock, paper, scissors. We're out of prep. There's no more tricks.
Just hunting down the round that cracks the win open.
You have to find a way to be brand new on the fly.
Ooh. Popping the smoke open.
They're trying to assemble a similar B-split here.
I mean, it's going to be heavy out through the apartments with these two in hand. Jimmy and Spinks on the attack. Donk loses his line of sight. He's got a nade to try to crack it open, but Chopper! Oh, Chopper spams smoke! And that is just a golden ticket for Brolin to pounce on top of both.
And the bomb gets away, but Shiro gets killed.
ZonTix isn't able to get his just yet. That's a position known. Torsi now climbing back up into Cat. They will catch ZonTix. But now at the moment, we've got Spirit still defending both sides. Jimmy gets that B site down, 20 on the clock.
The bomb has to go somewhere, and it can't cross Cat just yet. They've got to approach.
What if Shiro stops it? It's trying to go up Cat. The jungle player's gonna lock this in.
Another great flash.
Sketchy stuff though for a second.
Yeah, very. With the way that Spirit had staged the defense in connector, up on Cat, it's all fine. Like, they're in really good spots to deal with this, but you can see the flashes are placed perfectly. They're aware that someone might push up here, and Brolin gets his double. I mean, that was just pure magic.
You spam that smoke with a FAMAS.
Go. Boys, our early rounds, how we go is amazing. Let's just close the rounds out, okay?
Yeah.
That's all. We're playing so much better than them. I promise you, when we go outside after we win this map, Dennis will tell you how proud he is, okay?
You know what? That sounds truly calm.
Sure. Full control.
And that's not what you always hear from MOUZ.
Learning to win is the journey that MOUZ are on in 2025. Learning to survive as well has been their journey here in Austin specifically.
Spirit are a little bit timid, honestly, if you look at the majority of their attacks. We're talking about really slow crawls. They're making sure to have all of their utility in place before they exact. We're not getting walkouts out of Palace leading into doubles. They're not trying to game rotations too much. They're trying to go full strength and hope that MOUZ have set up incorrectly. And on the A ramp, MOUZ have been pretty solid.
Ooh, Shiro just slides into it, but they don't know about Spinks. The wide swing from Chopper. All right, MOUZ looking for some kind of a response to hold back this A site. It all banks on Xerxin. He is pinched. This is a time-limited situation for Xerxin, and now we're talking about MOUZ going down with absolutely nothing on that half of the map.
They have been a boa constrictor here. And they put the pressure towards the A ramp. It's exactly where MOUZ tried to respond to, but that op was, again, on point. There will be no answer here. It's pretty amazing how decisive some of the positions that we're finding from both teams.
Now slid 2 players down on that ramp. They knew what they were signing up for. Okay. Magic's gonna make this save all the harder.
They desperately want him dead.
Hate to break it to you, Jimmy.
They want to make sure there's no op if they win another round.
Down for the count.
Yep.
All of MOUZ cleared. We get tied up again.
Sometimes what you're looking for is the 3 rounds in a row in overtime. We aren't seeing that yet.
And so far in this map, we have not seen a round where MOUZ face a loss on Mirage. Spirit survived 6 of them so far.
Their timeout gets used. I have to wonder what they're going to try next. Very creative, I love it. Couldn't have been a knife. Had to be realistic. All right. 2 to win, 1 for another overtime.
And it's Torzi on the opening angle. Chopper in the smoke to test it. Oh, again, though, always got to be careful about announcing yourself. We saw what Brolin was able to do.
Those audibles are so important,
Of course.
They see how active the defense is. We know that MOUZ are playing back in connector sometimes. They're not pushing up with Spinks. They got lots of info. They peel back out. I don't think they remollied top mid either, so I don't know if there's a lurker. This actually shrinks the map a lot now for MOUZ, and this will be a very impressive window smoke as well. CTs will have to guess a little bit.
Opening kill. Zontix has been a monster from inside this Palace position.
Torzi chimes in.
And he's going to be banking on Xerxin to hold Palace. If not, he's worried about it himself. And the longer he keeps any attention on that, the more players from Spirit
that Molly
that start to slip up that ramp. They are already surpassing Sandwich. They are climbing over top. They are simply swarming this bomb site, and Xerxin will do nothing about it. Long have we waited for Spirit to get back in control of this game. And they slice through that A site like it's nothing.
Yeah, like butter, baby.
Running for the hills here is Spinks.
Again.
Too late to the party. The first time in this map, MOUZ faced the loss.
They don't get the kill at top mid. This is a position where Spirit get information. I think whether MOUZ realize it or not, but they get blocked out totally out of their data on mid control. The window smoke comes in, and it's a very decisive action. Before MOUZ can figure out how to get info back somewhere else, they move into their A setup. And Zontix taking the first kill, something you also love to see. Someone who can move too slow sometimes here has been the savior. He's honestly the reason that they're even obviously in overtime. What a map from Zontix this game. And you can see where that opens up, right? The line for Shiro to fight into CT. They have all the appropriate utility. If you're sitting there on ticket and you're not taking some kind of deep angle fight, you're not sitting on triple to really give yourself a peek, which they mollied, there's no way for Torzi to get a clean shot.
So here we go.
Oh man, yeah, this is... We're talking about MOUZ very broke here. We've got a scout in play for Torzi.
That knockout punch is pulled.
Oh, they're trying to do a trick in front of the smoke. Will they make a mistake?
Jimmy sits in the corner and it doesn't. Oh, Don skips the process. Yes!
He looked at it and looked away before he even shot.
It's a half-ass clear, and when we go back into some previous critical rounds, they are often off of the back of Donk going down first empty-handed. Here we go again.
I want to say you cannot afford to make that mistake, but how many bad positions have Spirit found their way out of, even without Donk?
Countless. Because guys like Zontix step up when push comes to shove. The team around Donk is the reason that they've still got something to stand on.
They're finding the right call. There's no one here in ladder room. They're still bringing the split forward.
It's within silence that they do make this move. Smoke fades. Search and exposed. Only have the FAMAS there to work with. Spirit themselves have faced 6 knockout blows on Mirage, and with one chance to send MOUZ into a tailspin, they will take this attack to the B site in only a few moments. We are down to 25 seconds.
Spinx is hiding.
He's just gonna keep this corner locked in. From the side, it's Jimmy down with nothing. It's gonna have to be Spinx, and he's gone unnoticed long enough. Trade back from Zontix yet again. Oh, T3.
I thought Spinx had ruined that spot. He went and tucked fence with his teammate up on holes, waiting, hoping that they don't spot him first, and then Jimmy goes down. It felt like a matter of moments before he dies. Donk made a mistake. He understands how bad that was. They still almost saved this spot, but they don't trade Spinx. 2 players on a screen at the same time. He should not be able to allow to adjust for both. I think they trusted that Molly was gonna cover that spot. They don't look in that direction.
Just one step forward, far enough to stay away from the flames, stay away from losing out.
And so it becomes 1 map point here for MOUZ. Going to another overtime. Donk is angry.
He's gonna try to chase you down. The beast is off the leash, trying to charge you through this site, but his teammates falling in the process. Fast reaction from the repositions. And that is bomb on the ground for the time being. Shiro soon to scoop it up, and you do still have Donk out here.
Yeah, right.
And as long as he's got a little room to work with,
They got him down to 10 HP.
let him feast. Him and Chopper, feet firmly on the ground of this B site. Soon, Shiro will have that red carpet rolled out so that he can join them.
What?
And he's gonna go ahead and take down the Cat player. It is all on Torji. It's a Spirit answer again.
Full recovery as soon as they break into another overtime. Donk said, I made a mistake. Maybe I felt I was going too slow through the B halls. Instead, he turns it up 100 miles per hour out of that window into the site. This is insane. Jumping up onto the top of bench. It had to be a first bullet headshot, and it was.
I mean, finally, Donk given a moment where he's in a bomb site with a little chance to breathe.
I also like to see a faster play like that out of Spirit in general. Early attempt at the first kill.
I mean, they lost players in crossing the windows, but off of Donk's spawn, he got out as fast as possible. And you see what that space does for him. Trying to tear up this T side yet again. Activity from the defense. MOUZ.
This is a great early move from MOUZ, right?
Going for it again.
I mean, we'll see how fast that Spirit turned this into an attack, but for now, this is impending doom. This window smoke will come down. The CTs have some vision. They should know what's taking place, but to be honest, this is 2 players on a big flank right now.
This is 2 players hard committed to a long road. A journey and a half, but as Spirit are stalled over towards B, if they don't take a chance and play through this smoke...
Do they know something's wrong? Right now, they're not watching it.
Not one set of eyes turns to their flank. Not one Spirit member has thought about it. Now Chopper finds out, and suddenly it's gonna be white faces for the Spirit side stuck inside the apartments. Shiro thinks maybe he can turn fast enough, but that second player's found, and this is the cleanest of sweeps from MOUZ. Proactivity on the CT side. It finally pays off.
We had one round where Shiro got a kill on the A ramp and stopped that reclear. But most of the time, MOUZ have done a great job of taking it. They haven't lost players. They found it when it's empty. Here's another example of that. And they do this one so early, right? There is no clue that this is Spirit, who just sort of veered into mid. They could be still top boxes. They could be in a full default. That they're gearing up for a B attack, and yet still MOUZ. They find out fast. I mean, this is very impressive stuff.
Cyclone with a pause in his back pocket.
If this doesn't set the temperature for playoffs, I don't know what does. We saw FaZe walking through the corridors back here, over the moon about the way the crowd here has welcomed them. The red carpet outside.
Beauty of that is they get to go back to the hotel, sit in that, stew in it for an entire day before they take to the stage for play. Fast again, Donk looking for his action early. Gets met by Torzy, deep angle. Okay, another! This is Torzy looking to tear them up. And then Xerxion's able to hold back on connector, so very swiftly, Spirit try to take the fight to MOUZ's defense. Pelted by utility, bombarded in the palace.
It's suddenly in 6th gear.
And a quick answer out of MOUZ, off of the tack pause.
Every single play now is 6th gear.
That was Hallie who tried to control the momentum of the round. That was him who took the pause, called something, and Spirit just get put through the ringer.
Man, MOUZ have so much range. The fact that they can be ready for all these fast plays as well as the slower crawls that Spirit are throwing at them has been so impressive. But once again, answer first. Torzy hits 30 with this one as well. It's been a standout map in his career.
Yeah, it's been a standout event, dude. Just the way he's taken over, you can feel it. We talked about in that listen in, the confidence that MOUZ were sort of exuding. It's 1st to 22. And MOUZ quick to take over mid control. We've got a double cat setup, which means nobody inside of this B site. Will it catch them off? Chopper over from connector, combined with Magix, sets them up comfortably 5v3, and Brolin's a little too late to get anything back, but he does have Sphinx right with him. Ooh, they could get tricky.
Oh, he's ready to make this play.
Sneaky.
He's drooling about this. He wants to make something happen for his team. We know him in these late game situations.
Oh, the flash again! Again! Same flash, same result, but I will put a spell on this one.
Wait.
Bomb is back in mid.
They didn't get it. They were just so focused on making sure this happened, but they need to go back and get that while they keep the ace sight. Sometimes you can't have both. The thing is, Spirit don't know that they've got to go find it. MOUZ can get crafty with this one.
And when you think about crafty players on MOUZ, you think about Jimmy.
Oh man, I mean, it starts to become a much more losing spot here for MOUZ. Jimmy's in such a awkward spot. The CTs are peeled back right now. Ooh. I mean, this bomb's gonna have to come back to A as well.
Takes us until overtime 3 before we get a real glaring mistake. The two players that survived in middle were the underpass players. Never were they meant to go back and get this. Jimmy takes up a position that could damn well catch Spirit off guard. Things have felt too quiet. We've got Chopper and Magix carving some information off at the top of stairs.
Yeah, Chopper and Magix, these are going to be the first 2 contacts, right? When does Shiro get into this?
He's taking a deeper angle. Brolin's starting to find the solution. We go back even 3v3. Nobody fights to stop it. Oh, he does.
Yeah.
There's all 3 kills in the blink of an eye.
Honestly, perfect setup, right? Covered all the options. They allowed for a player to die. It didn't really matter. They still had every important choke point that MOUZ needed control of. They had it covered.
They forgot the bomb.
Yeah, they forgot the bomb. To be honest, they lost members while they were moving up quite far to forget the bomb. So even though it's down to 3 players, you have to wonder why it was still at top mid when so much of this plan had already taken place. I mean, we're so deep in now into overtime, though. It feels so unfair almost to hone in on every mistake, but these are going to be the ones that change the outcome of the game.
I mean, this is the moment where those small mistakes suddenly we've got to put under the microscope. These are the sorts of rounds of Counter-Strike where those problems start to creep through.
Starting to feel like the CT side is just having an easier time no matter who's playing it.
And that calmness that we kind of praised for MOUZ, does that go out the window with a round like that, with a glaringly obvious mistake? Still anybody's map.
And you have to space out tactics like that when Donk's going to be playing on top stairs, right? So that he doesn't get too used to it. And here they throw it out. It gets them the kill, but not the round.
Bomb's going to double back. Very quiet one from MOUZ. Very dangerous game as well for Xerxion, floating around on his own.
He's starting to peel back. I think he's just going to try to come in late as a lurker. He's leaving it to his teammates to actually take the site in this spot.
We get Shiro floating with the scope honed in.
Here's the stew in the pressure cooker. They're going to get close, build the tension. Really comes down to the first person who peeks Last time it was Jimmy up the ramp, Chopper took him out.
This time Chopper up towards Palace instead. He'll have Jimmy inside of the Palace.
Oh, what a move.
Shiro given just enough space to get around that box. Deals with his counterpart in Torji. Palace locked onto. Chopper tries to escape. Donk is on the scene. And he's not going to waste a moment here. It's blood in the water. Spinks with the answer. This is a 2 versus 5. Sent against them. Magic's back from behind triple. Spinks a quad kill needed. 3 frags deep. 15 seconds.
The HE.
Oh, rock solid. A sigh of relief, well earned by MOUZ.
The one bullet made him just weak enough for the HE to get the rest of the damage in. How was he going to get the CT and get that bomb planted or get that kill without this? How?
He saw that Zontix 4K and says, watch this, I'll go one better. Does pull it off with the frag as time was ticking. So cool from the top of Tetris 2. Flushed them out. And so Spirit will have to face a loss again. Come on, Austin! How about this quarterfinal?
Every major in America. I don't know how it happens.
Well, the beauty of this one is MOUZ are walking the same road Cloud9 did in Boston, 0-2 as they arrived at this major. Dare I say it, the spirit of C9's alive in this one. Or not. Okay.
He forgot about Elige, guys. It's all good.
Sorry. Try again tomorrow. So here we have it. Chopper goes for a different position. Torsi with the bomb. If anybody sees him, jig is up.
Well, up until they lost, it was a good CT round out of Spirit. But that's what this game has shown us. No position is guaranteed.
All
Chopper.
that utility landing.
Yeah, Chopper played his spot perfectly. Lots of good damage here on Zontix.
Yes,
that
sir.
might matter. Donk up to the plate, maybe for a final time. We'll see.
He's got to do something, right? The rounds he goes down are the rounds that seem to elude them.
Oh, just
Chopper,
more.
Shiro, there's no way they survive another. How many round losses? Spinks up onto the staircase. Torchy's going to crack it back open with the Tech 9. Remember, he's got that bomb.
They need to scale.
Spinks is going to find one. It's an op stock. No way they steal this. Magic slides and stops the plant.
Wait, there's time to plant. He's trying to catch the cross.
Spinks with another clutch attempt. Magic slides wide.
Oh!
Quadruple. OT needed.
Played with so much confidence right there, Magix. I just want to give him some credit for making that move. Could have caught the cross. Spinks wanted that right on the pass. But if he didn't catch him right here and stay out there and look for a competent fight, Spinks would know he's tucked back and spawn. He played that from a position of power. I appreciate that, Magix. Time wasn't low enough to just hide.
That's a shimmer of Shanghai out of Magix. Nice to see the floor of Spirit rising to the occasion here.
It's not Dust 2, but it is Dusty 2.
Yeah. Feels like home. Oh, Brolin predicts the position of Zontix. Donks is going to have that answer, though.
That was a great call out. Donk, he
jumps over the angles.
Yeah, they have Palace smoked. He's actually fine to do that. In and out. I think he wants to, try to get something out of it. Oh, and a rare sight, folks. We got the Donk AWP. Now, this round's going to avoid him, however. This is really going to feel like a 2v4. You can't really find a moment where Donk should believe he needs to rotate. Magix needs help. We got a very confident position out of MOUZ. It'll have to be Chopper again. He's actually been great at stopping these A attacks.
Oh, he's out. He's gone. Doesn't waste a moment to try to reposition. Jimmy nearly catching him as well, and that draws Shiro into the top stairs. Chopper's been under pressure for a while now. Double kill from Spinks to open up the site and to get over top of Donk's angle.
Didn't see a thing.
Has no idea how. Okay, what are you doing?
He thought because there was a jump across that there could have been vision.
Torji playing Frogger. Jimmy down on the staircase. We go back even again. Magic's looking for yet some more late round impact. Double up for MOUZ over towards the ticket. But remember, they never saw Spinks cross, right?
Yes, that's right.
There's been vision on ticket this whole time, but the nade again.
Who needs to see him?
What goes around comes around for Spinks. Torzi, time to shine. Dodges the flash, turns back, clips Magic's wings, gets around the corner. Only a quarter, health left for Donk. Gets him out, gets him down, and puts Spirit back in the lead.
That's the guy with 23 HP switched back to the AK for that retake. One bullet away from death, but he might be the only one that doesn't fear it. Excellent clear here from Brolin. You know, it's the usual suspects in the usual positions. This time, Zontix gets killed, Donk still gets his off connector, but some fantastic utility. I mean, how did they even find all those nades coming in that position? You can make an argument, MOUZ are better in a lot of early positions. Spirit have just shown unbelievable acts in the end, in the closing moments, in the clutches. It's a game of fire and ice. Another team that is built off an ultimate superstar, and MOUZ who have made a brand out of taking out superstars here in OT4. A double window smoke in for MOUZ. Small mistakes will cascade quickly. This will make the round time a little bit shorter. They can't do as many re-smokes. Now again, anything like that can be a big clue, even the audio.
They love to open this. Shiro gonna crack it open. Brolin just got off the line. Oof, damn, would have been exposed if it was fully open. Does he not see him? He's gone unnoticed. Searchin just slipping the net of Shiro, trying to hold him back from Cat. And so B-side's looking real prime for the taking, but Bomb still floats bottom con. This is MOUZ with options.
He's still alive?
Donk and Shiro starts to recover the kills. We go 3v3. Brolin at the base of connector with Bomb. They're trying to play off of Spinks.
They don't know about Zontix yet, do they?
Jimmy's got deep position inside of that B site. He could try to come back, unravel it from Cat.
They're committing. They're gonna commit.
30 seconds.
Are they gonna clear this properly? That's the question.
Zontix in the corner. And this guy has done so much great work when he's allowed to go unnoticed. And still everything going south everywhere else. Spinks has got to be thorough, and he's not. A critical error that puts Brolin into the 1v2. He knows where they're at. Nate comes over, has time. Clears wide, gets the first on the site. Default now his. Chopper at a health disadvantage.
A Molly.
He's gonna set him ablaze. Wide swing here from Brolin. Quick read position. Can't snap it. Chops him down to size.
It's perfect zoning. Gets him out of the only spot he could sit in. Chopper with a meaty high five there on Donk. He's hyped. He's closed this round out. Another clutch to Spirit. That was two guys looking for Donk as he rotated in late to the site. Zontix, I love that he just goes for the kill. Brolin actually had fantastic routing around the outside of default to trick Zontix. Got that kill, nearly put up the clutch, but it's another 1v2 denied. 2 rounds straight for Spirit. I don't remember seeing that so far.
I mean, just the fact that they are gunning for the best position they've been in to close yet.
This is one of those games, the outcome changes every single time they play. They love playing each other at overtime. It just means they're such a good matchup. Again, who's gonna make that final error? A chance to sweep OT on CT side. Unseen so far in this game. All about timing.
And they miss it again.
But look at Jimmy crawling. He might be setting up this exact same flash. They're coming into connector. Donk's playing inside of it this time.
It's heavy defense on A.
Everyone crosses by. Shiro now goes to guard the window.
Yeah, the climb up's there. Donk kind of caught off by the fact that Zershin's ahead of the smoke and Shiro just missed the climb up. Spinks is going to have a side turn to him, and he'll seize that opportunity.
Still
just
2 on A.
Looking for one. One round on this T side gives MOUZ a little wiggle room, and Chopper bested by the player off of the top of the staircase. They found their opening. They have found their answer to this A site. 4 defenders in position. Slowly but surely, MOUZ put on the squeeze.
Wait a second.
But Spirit have made a map of this by pulling clutches from deep within that hat, and with fire at the feet of Jimmy yet again, he is forced to reposition. Magics, you've got nothing to lose here. Swing for the fences. And as the flash comes out from Ticket, he now knows both positions. It's just a matter of clearing Jimmy first. He starts to step wide. Magics collects his second. Goes to the top rope. 4 kills in this round. And he gets them. But yet again, it comes down to time. And he's got enough. Clean sweep in the 4th OT-CT side.
Another retake clutch. Magics with another amazing moment in this match. And Torzy missed.
Whoa.
Oh.
Poise and presence are the words Torzy has used.
That was the first sign that they were breakable. This is a game that has not had misses that bad, ever.
I'll say this, it's the same OT half. They forgot the bomb.
Yes, and they have made some of those minor mistakes, but not so many mechanical.
It's a different
shade of stats in this game are just going to be unreal to go and look back. When we see the match card, MOUZ have their work cut out for them, folks. One more does it here for Spirit. Can they stick the landing on T side? Chopper at the helm. Hallie behind them. What's the move? Torzy looking for redemption. Steal out position. Molly missed. 10 damage and a little indignation here as Zershin has to walk away from his offensive grenade.
Mistakes are starting to become a talking point as this game goes on.
You can see the glass is starting to crack, but will it shatter? Blocked out vision on mid. Once again, we don't have that A ramp clear that worked out so well previously. Maybe this time wasn't even the round to do it, but MOUZ have to be worried about both sides evenly. They don't know what's going on here. Jimmy gets into a deeper line. Magix is still here with one flashbang. Coming in on the lurk play. Brolin, can he cut him down?
It's heavy utility for Brolin. Zershin cut off from it, can only offer supportive utility. Chucks out a little bit into the middle of the site. That's gonna stall them for a second. That gets Spinks active. Brolin's still waiting for something to shoot at, and soon Shiro has this angle. Bringing the off up with that bomb. Missed shots from Brolin. Man advantage here for Spirit. Zershin pinned against the stairs, and Chopper's got his head. Clutch is the name of the game. And a 2v4 ask of MOUZ begins with Torzy off of Ticket. Tries to go to the top of it all.
The jump though.
That's the miss out of Shiro, and the position offered over. Now Jimmy's gonna start to go for the swing, and Shiro's left some slack out here to be played with. This is gonna be Spirit trying to pitch them, bomb planted over for Connector, and as long as Zontix is alive, so Spirit! Countless rounds that would have lost the Mirage. Your reigning major champions defend. Pushed to the absolute limit in this one.
They started off on the right foot. My goodness, with that quick start, and it felt like they were going to collapse towards the end of the game. They showed resilience just like MOUZ did, but somehow even more. And all of those clutches.
All of them.
None of those missed grenades. Later on, no left behind bombs, no time running out on rounds. Spirit played better.
Yeah, Spirit did play better. They do outlast their Mirage. They do give a fight of a lifetime. Let's talk about it, man. Let's talk about how much that map was for you guys. Was it hard? Was it a long one for you?
It was hard because of a lot of rounds, and they could manage to win, and we could manage to win. But we won in the end. It was in the last overtimes in the first 3 rounds, there was 3 1v1s. Like, there was more than 1v1. But yeah, the clutches, we won the clutches and we won the game.
Yeah, just going all the way back, because you know there was like a regulation time in this map. Tell me, how were MOUZ able to get back into it just that early on after the first half?
There is probably 0 objective connection from first map to the second, so if they just wake up and understand they can play from first round, because they didn't do that on the first map, they wake up like it was 5-0 for us. So I believe if they will start the game from tough rounds, you know, if they will win the first rounds, it's going to be very easy for them and hard for us.
Well, Zontix, let me do this, because there's an arena full of people. Well, most of them are cheering for Spirit, I think. You want to tell them anything?
Thank you guys for cheering. No matter if you're cheering for Team Spirit or for any other team, I believe any of you and every one of you is a part of esports. So thanks, everyone.
I love that. All right, Effia, what do you got over there?
I've got Spinks over here. Thank you for waiting. My God, what a marathon. How did it fall apart?
We just lose 2v2, 3v1, 2v2, 2v1, everything.
Zontix, he's a menace. They all are. But you stepped into the stage and said, it's fine, we'll get it on the next match. Talk to me about the momentum, about the belief that you can still win here.
Yeah, we still believe we can be better. I think we should have a close Mirage, but we are confident on that too, and I will get a third map for everyone in the arena.
Okay, love it. Thank you very much.
Well, you may have had to wait 7 years, North America, but don't you dare tell me the wait was not worth it. What an insane way to kick off the proceedings here in Austin. We had craziness, we had chaos, we had plenty of clutches, which we'll be diving into shortly, but Maui, that was an emotional roller coaster to kick things off here.
That game went on so long that I started pulling out Zillow on my phone. I thought I was going to have to move into Austin and start gentrifying the neighborhood, okay? That took forever.
Yeah, it really did. Neither team could win. Neither team could actually close things out. And I mean, I'll tell you what, MOUZ felt like the better team for most of this, but Zontix nailed it. This game was one of the margins. It was one of the clutches, and Spirit won all of those, it felt like.
Yeah, and Zontix won a fair amount of those too, right? Talk about showing up on the big stage. Of course, we know he won the major at the tail end of last year. He knows what it means to play under pressure on these big stages.
Before the major, I made my own top 20 list of the players so far this year, and I included Zontix at number 17, and it was hotly contested. People thought he had no business being on it.
Who was 18? Who did he beat out?
I mean, he beat out just a couple people, but I mean, at the same time, like, people were furious that he was even on. They're like, no shot, he should be on it. Did you see what he just accomplished right there?
Yeah,
He's been pulling stuff like that off this year.
I cannot believe MOUZ let him get away with it. Like the double kill at the end of regulation, sliding through smoke in a 2v4. And then, I mean, a crazy like 1v2 clutch in overtime. Like, the fact that he's allowed to do this is mental. MOUZ have got to be kicking themselves right now.
Should we just remove regulation from any part of this discussion? And sure, I can't even remember what happened over an hour ago, apart from the last round where Spirit managed to push it to OT because it was a story of Spirit having a really hot start, MOUZ bouncing back. How did Spirit push it to overtime in round 24?
I mean, we got to just get it rolling because this was a lot to remember, a lot to take in because so many clutches. And even though this starts off actually pretty well for the side of MOUZ. Like, they get this nice two-man advantage here, but Zontix, like, out of nowhere, just slinking through the smoke. Brolin is kicking himself that he wasn't able to find that kill, Moses.
Yeah, absolutely is. That's a must-have kill when he's coming through the smoke in that fashion, and those are the dirty things Zontix was doing that to them time and time again. I mean, this is the fourth chance MOUZ had to close this map in regulation. They had another one in the first overtime. They had 5 opportunities to take this to the next map with a 1-map lead, and they lost all of them.
And this is where I thought we'd go into overtime and MOUZ would just be straight up dead in the water, right? They had so many opportunities, as you said, to be closing it in regulation. How do they answer back straight away in round 25?
With a great move from Exertion. I'm really glad that he was able to step up because in the previous year, 2 years, he was a guy that fell off so frequently in arenas against top 5 teams in the world. But at the end of this one, when it gets down to the 2-on-2, Exertion makes such a big boy play.
And it's one of the areas in which he's most been criticized is back when you get to these big stage games, these playoff games, he doesn't go for these aggressive moves. He doesn't take these risks.
I mean, the Molly's right there at his feet. He could wait it out, but he just knows that the time is his to take the risk.
That's the decision. You either wait it out and you play the 2v2 with Brolin on a long rotation from the A bomb site, or you step up and make that play, and he gets the good end of the risk in this equation.
You need ballsy plays like that to be pulling off crazy things in majors like this. We spoke of Zontix, obviously instrumental in actually getting Spirit to overtime in the first place. Then he gets to push them to another OT in round number 30.
I mean, you take Exertion, the big balls play is pushing through the molly, getting the kill, stopping the plant. Zontix, completely different way, okay? The smoke's right in front of him. He throws the molly down. He is so fortunate to find this smoke.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I think this was a 1v3 ahead of that as well. Zontix killed 1 player up towards Palace. So, I mean, you put this situation and Torji desperately, AK runs out of it. It's painful to watch twice. It's painful to watch twice.
It's Looney Tunes. Like, the bullets are right around Roadrunner right there. That's just crazy.
It's insane. And this, like, we essentially don't have time to be diving into all the clutches, right? Because then we go to quadruple OT. Magix has his fair share as well. This was just insane.
Bro, the idea that you have Xyp9x as an assistant coach, who's the greatest clutcher of all time, his nickname is the Clutch Minister, and you've lost this many, he's got to be back there just banging his head against the wall. Like, that's got to be, I bet he wanted to tap in. He's like, 10 he's like, my turn, please, God, let me in.
Sub me in.
I mean, there was just so many moments where it's like the final kill that's so critical, the important just crossfire that needs to be held, and somehow Spirit find a way to break it.
And we got to hear it, right, from both of those post-map interviews from both the equation of Zontix and Spinx, right? They knew it came down to those final margins, those clutch moments, so instrumental.
I appreciate that Spinx had that like little ghost of a smile where he talked, we lost the 1v1, the 2v2, the 2v1, the 1v3, like he just rattled them all off, and I think you kind of have to have a little bit of smile, because I felt like MOUZ was the better team throughout the majority of this. You just lose so many clutches, and not even like clutches. You lose so many 4-on-2s, and it's like, what? How are you losing 3-on-1s, 4-on-2s, like these crazy advantages?
Putting together the first 45 seconds of the round up to the first 90 seconds felt like it was in favor of MOUZ. They were putting together the openers, even some of the mid rounds were really good, but Spirit in crunch time, that's why people rate them so highly. They're major winners, they've done it on big stages before. The players, despite the fact that some of them are young, are already tenured beyond their years.
And let's not forget, Spinx is a major winner as well in his own right. And Exertion, he had some thoughts about that before we dove into this first map of Mirage.
Lotan,
boys. 1CT. Yeah.
Lotan, can I say something?
Yeah?
I'm really excited to play on a major playoff with you.
Thank you, bro. I'm
fully
excited
honest.
to play with all of you guys.
Yeah, you're a fucking major winner, Lotan, and I'm so happy to have you in my team, my friend.
Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Let's fuck them now, yeah?
And I don't blame Exertion for those high praises, right? Because we saw basically straight off the bat, Spinx having huge impact. We'll get into the nade round in just a moment, but just the output that this man is able to put out on the server is it was amazing for MOUZ.
Spinx is like a surgeon, okay? Anytime things are settling, he finds that perfect incision to just get back into the round. He's so clever with it, so slick. Sometimes, and I think Vitality probably missed this, he's just able to pull a rabbit out of a hat on the blink of an eye. Like, it's so so impressive how he's so willingly able to just create openings for the team when all else is lost.
I think Rops can pull an elephant out of a hat, so I don't think Vitality's missing Spinks at all right now. But yeah, I'm with you. Late round, Spinks does a very good job. Obviously a big clutch in this match. There were a couple moments where I thought he was a little bit shifty, but he's found a nice home in this team where he can actually perform really well in the roles that he wants.
And of course, we've mentioned that spectacular nade moment from Spinks. So let's hear what was going on in the TeamSpeak in this mic'd up moment.
Firebox up! Firebox up!
Firebox.
Attach city. Deal fire, Jimmy.
Valkyrie. 10 HP.
Wait, stairs out, wait. Outstairs, Nathan. Summit. One city. One more city coming, Nathan. Ticket. Out city. Drop tickets. Ticket. One HP. You have nade. Please, one HP.
No! Holy shit,
Let's fucking go! Lotan, they do. They usually do. Oh my God, Lotan, you are fucking basketball or what?
Both the crowd and the team going wild, and for good reason, right? Because we had confirmation from production. If Spinks didn't hit that tag for, what was it, 6 HP through the box, that grenade wouldn't have been enough to actually take down the final player.
Production told us that nade would have dealt 46 damage, which is just so absurd how slim the margins are. But a game that goes multiple overtimes like this, that's what's going to happen. You're going to be cutting it close all the time.
But also, it's got to go the other direction if you're MOUZ and you win this clutch and you have that kind of a celebration, that kind of excitement, and then you lose the next round immediately. Like, that's the thing with MOUZ. Like, once they won, a couple of those clutches finally went their way, not able to build upon any of them in OT. I had all the chances in the world to close this out, and at a certain point, you're just kind of like, this is great. But man, you missed all your opportunities.
That's the thing, like, we're on a hype train for good reason, because this was such an entertaining map of CS. But the fact, as you mentioned, Jason, you know, MOUZ, you have ample opportunities to do this. You had the chance all the way back in regulation.
You had
as well,
a 4-on-2, and a 4-on-2 to close out the map in regulation. Like, I don't know.
And it's unfortunate to bring back the whole arena narrative for MOUZ, because they've been so good for the last 9 months, even before Spinks joined. Back at Rio last year, I felt like they've really quelled that discussion of just being bad when the lights are the brightest.
Sure.
But in this kind of moment, you could see that nerves got to them. They lost some post-plant or like late round situations where Spirit, they're the ones that are able to just break the situation down. It looked like they were just kind of toying with a team of just guys that are going to just stay statically.
Which is awesome to see, because we actually got like the questions in the pregame answered in this one, where like MOUZ, we've seen how you respond to pressure, you know, rattling off 3 straight best of 3s to get here, coming back from that 0-5 deficit. And then Spirit kind of got trounced through a lot of this game in regulation. They too found a way to bounce back. So where we say like Spirit breezed through the stage 3 so easy that we don't really actually get to see what happens if they get challenged, we got to see it here, and they pass with flying colors.
We've given Zontic, you know, his flowers, aptly so, for the clutches he was able to pull off. But let's run the Magic's one, because I feel like this was kind of the final nail.
This is unreasonable. Right? This is so unreasonable. 1 versus 3. Like this, like you absolutely should just be able to close this one out. Peek there. Now you know where everything's coming. Again, like a mid clutch transfer of positioning as well. Like you're fine up in Palace.
I mean, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that Yimpat also peeked, because Magic's had already mollied that position or naded that position out, and he didn't know for sure. I don't think he was 100% certain. So all in all, that's another moment where MOUZ are just kicking themselves, thinking, why didn't we swing together?
Well, we've got to see it from the players' POV, but I'm curious as to how the crowd reacted during that very moment as well.
All right, I'm here in the middle of the Rudy Center. It's all going crazy. Magic just clutched out a round for the 24th round. Guys, first map of the major, your Spirit fans, how are you feeling?
This is fantastic.
They are dialed, absolutely dialed. Are Spirit winning this game?
I think so.
Why are we even asking that question? Like come on.
I'm absolutely adoring this crowd, by the way.
Oh my God, I love the confidence. I love the energy that everybody's been bringing here. It's just absurd. I mean, America have been waiting so long for a major like this, and they open it with a map like that. Like, the game's already delivering.
And can you believe this is only map number 1 of our first quarterfinal here in Austin? We're going to throw things to a quick break, but back on the other side, it's going to be Spirit's map pick of Dust 2 going down after this. Dust 2 now lays in wait. Spirit's map choice coming into our first quarterfinal here at the Blast TV Austin Major. Gentlemen, I was going to come in with some numbers, I was going to come in with some stats, I was going to ask you about the hard, cold data, but I don't want to do that anymore. After that first map, that was an emotional roller coaster, Dupree. Talk to me about that when you are on the losing side of the equation, when there is a map that goes so close, the clutch factor coming through. How does that affect you mentally as a player?
But obviously this is very heartbreaking for MOUZ. You know, they found themselves in a position where they just should have closed it out. They couldn't win the rounds when it actually mattered, and they didn't have the clutches going their way. Obviously it comes down to when you play so many rounds and you go into overtime. That is where you kind of deviate a little bit from the game plan. You start playing more out of your gut feeling, and that is also what you see. And this is why the game got so messy. There were so many situations that it just came down to the gut feeling, people pushing through smokes. But overall, MOUZ players, they feel bad for letting this one slip away from them.
It's going to be so disheartening. They spent so much energy. They spent so much focus on that game. They almost bought a ticket into this best-of-3 series, bought a ticket potentially into the semifinal, and then it kind of slipped out of their hands right now. I agree with you, Peter. It must be incredibly difficult, but that's why they have the staff behind them to try to reset, come into Dust 2, and still have the belief that they can extend the series to a third map.
Where does this look for both sides of the equation when we're looking at Dust 2, considering, you know, Spirit have picked this every single time that they have faced MOUZ in 2025?
Do you want the stats?
Go
you
on.
said no.
Yeah, I mean, I've got them down here on this view card.
Spirit played it 22 times in 2025 and then won it 20 times. So that in itself speaks volume in terms of crowning Spirit to be the best team in the world of Dust 2 as of right now. The last 7 times they played it, they won it as well. They've only had 1 loss against Falcons the past 3 months, and just to make it even worse, I dived into the ratings, I dived into the stats. Donk is averaging 175 rating on Dust 2 alone. Shiro backing him up with 158. So those two right now are arguably the 2 best Dust 2 players in the entire world. So MOUZ, they got to cut out for them.
And the fact that they let Mirage slip away, now MOUZ is even more on the back foot in this series. You know, they could have been up 1-0. You know, they even came with a curveball of picking another map coming to the series from the ones they played already. So for them finding himself on the back foot even more than in the beginning, it's not a good looking for them.
Peter, you're a positive man, and you had some positive words to say about MOUZ. Give me some hope that all is not lost and we'll be getting a third.
I think that like the great things about MOUZ is obviously they come from a stage 3 where they found themselves being on the back foot even more, and you know they had to claw their way back in to get into the playoff. But now they find themselves in a position that they've been in before. I think that's going to be very instrumental for them to bounce back on those 2 if they can make it work. I think it's going to be important to try and get long control. They can try and manipulate the game, but obviously also looking at the past map, MOUZ didn't play bad. They actually looked like the better team throughout the series so far, but they just couldn't close out the clutches. I think it's going to be very instrumental to have Exertion. He's been playing well. You're the guy that we've been talking about missing out on these big stages, but he's actually in there. He is the playmaker for MOUZ. He's the guy that goes in and just do the pace changing and calls off the T rounds. But on the other side, you also have Torsi stepping up tremendously, and we know how important the AWP is in those 2.
And that's the thing, right? I think Torsi is going to be the key to victory for MOUZ, and it's a little bit worrisome for me because he hasn't had the best tournament so far. He's been struggling a little bit, haven't really had confidence so far here in Austin, but he is so much needed. The AWP presence going up against Donk, going up against Shiro, it is needed for MOUZ if they want to stand a chance. Torsi will have to step it up and step in now.
After an absolute marathon map 1 of Mirage, it is time to dive in to Dust 2.
Thank you, Desk. Hope you've all had a chance to reset at home. And I like what Peter says here with this one. This has been a major where MOUZ are showing resilience. Time to do it again as the odds shift further into Spirit's favor.
Yeah, it's a matchup where it always felt like it was going to be steep, and now we are at the steepest point. So as we get into this game, Austin, you did a fantastic job last map, and that was loud. But I know you can get louder!
Dust 2, the stats that Jacob brought to the table for this one, horrifying if you're MOUZ going up against it. So tap into the resilience and tune in, folks. This is only the first quarterfinal.
Yeah. Dust 2 might be a movie right here. We know the strength of these teams. We know what Spirit have offered us on Dust 2 maps. I think it was a battle to the very end. It came down to clutches back on Mirage. I don't even know why that wouldn't just happen again.
7 clutch rounds out of 25 round wins for Team Spirit. I mean, that is a damning stat. Eesh, and Torsi's not going to have any fun in the pistol of map 2. Down at the hands of Magix. Good flashbang, kind of delays things for a second here. It affords MOUZ some positioning. You can see Brolin signing up for a fight. Here comes that counter utility, but it goes over top of him. He recovers with a couple of originally missed shots. Magic's the only player so far for Spirit to get any of these kills. This is an excellent answer. Spinks' Berettas chops him down. It is 8 health for Magic, looking for something else. Good moves by MOUZ to sign up for the fight on Long.
What an excellent answer back here for Long. It's an awkward situation. They want to come around the fat side of the smoke, but they know that flashes can land in here, that CTs can go for those pushes. And this was a spot where after Spirit got their first kill, they thought it doesn't matter. We'll come up maybe playing anti. I'm not sure exactly who would have been responsible for that, but honestly, no one's even blind. Brolin just wins 2 raw duels on his own terms, though, again, because of that CT smoke. Great start for MOUZ. Started 5 down back on Mirage. Split pistols last time.
It was such a clean game of Counter-Strike until we got into the real depths of overtime as well. Clutch rounds and minute mistakes. That was really what took the cake for Spirit. And obviously MOUZ gonna try to reset everything. But again, they've been playing off the back foot since they arrived in Austin.
Yeah, that's
if there's
right.
any benefit at all to going down 0-2, to giving up maps in the best of 3s that they played in order to qualify for playoffs, it's that you're supposed to now be this hardened core.
Sometimes I just feel like they're, characters in an RPG building out their stats, and as they play these games, they build resilience and they show us what they can do. And Spirit won some more points, actually, even in that last one. Well, they snuck Chopper down. Oh, but he doesn't get his kill. Shiro, what? He's just collecting icons.
Okay, why not? I guess Donk comes out from the smoke. There's an AK out here on the field. Force buy for Spirit, looking good. You've got Spinks up from spawn to try to get the kill back. Him and Jimmy looking to combine, but it's Jimmy on catwalk soon.
Oh, awkward.
There's guns to be grabbed.
Yeah, and they're planted for cat, but they're not playing for it.
That is huge. Grenade damage. The utility could be the key.
He got the kill.
No way. We need to see how Shiro kicked this off. No! That is 3 from Shiro. Scout in the first force of map 2.
You are joking with those frags. Wallbang, no scope, headshot through the smoke. Is that what we saw in the first kill?
What? What? I mean...
Oh, sorry. It wasn't a wallbang. It wasn't that impressive. Oh, my goodness.
Well, there's your wallbang.
Wow.
And there's your headshot to close.
Yeah. He's just telling everybody about it, how he saw nothing. Okay.
What was that?
That's more of what we've seen from Spirit, and that's X Factor.
I thought it was FaZe that got all the bullshit. Looks like Spirit are going to sprinkle a little in.
When they play each other, now it all makes sense.
Well, if that doesn't suck the life out of the room for MOUZ, this round will. Yeah. Already Xerxin getting caught down bottom middle, trying to go for this cat setup, looking to get something done with the pistols as that scout floats around on A, but so far nothing really for MOUZ to pull on.
Yeah, they really thought they could chill for a second.
Chill with Donk in the server?
I know. Shiro.
Fools.
I think Shiro even got to 30 kills by the end of that last game. I mean, so many contributors. Just a really classy performance from almost everybody in the server. There was no one that was just standing out, like dying every single round, leaving things on the table. These two teams, they played their hearts out back on Mirage. And again, I feel bad for almost criticizing the mistakes that MOUZ made later on, but the fact is, they only stood out because Spirit weren't making them too. Good calling will bring them to the open site here. We're going to take this game slow, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I had to pee at halftime last map.
Couldn't miss a moment of that last one.
And I knew it was going to go to overtime. It would be a fun stat to look at. Who's got the most overtimes in their head-to-head? Maybe FaZe Spirit's also up there.
That map really did feel like 7 years in the making.
Yeah.
NA had to wait for that one.
It's been a bit of a proving ground for Spirit with this new veto, because again, it's not a unlikely map for MOUZ to pick. In fact, it was probably what they expected fully. It's just not one that you saw them pick when they had Shuhei versus Spirit. And we're really trying to figure out where Spirit fits into this playoffs. When we compare them to teams like MOUZ and some of these other lineups, they're a team that's been playing at the other events, sort of. Getting practice, but not going and locking horns with some of the competition Vitality have had to go up against.
Yeah, not showing their secrets in a head-to-head on the server. But I mean, they go over to Astana and absolutely cleared that event.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing, is the no questions asked. And if we compare their last stages, no questions asked for Spirit. It was a very clean stage. And their hardest map so far, they win. So looking to just not make mistakes once again. Anti-eco with a little pressure sprinkled in from the CT side on B.
If Spirit can cut through this second map of the series in a very convincing fashion, then we know that they've got resilience. And minimizing mistakes is really what my eyes are focused on as Dust 2 goes on. So getting away from that tunnels push is one thing, but Chopper does get a little ahead of himself. He loves to go out through the mid doors though on Dust 2. So no surprise to see him take that fight, but be careful.
Running headshot.
The health is incredibly low here for both Donk and Shiro. Spinks gets tracked through the door, who robs the Mac 10 away. He gives that over to Xerxin.
Yeah, it's kind of pushing the defense a little bit towards A. Spinks will make that full rotation. Brolin comes to the door, so B site is looking right for the taking. And Brolin might be able to finish off this kill. So actually a new one.
That is a rifle picked up as well for Brolin. We said it's all about minimizing mistakes, but they have already lost 2 players. Now all 3 remaining are low on health. Team Spirit waited back. MOUZ got into the action. Brolin sweeps him away.
Okay.
With an F4, and that is a much needed early answer here for MOUZ.
That's pretty incredible considering that first B push got shut down so easily, but they got a kill. They tried to get out of middle. Some great pistol shots came through, and it's solid from MOUZ.
They've got to shed the negativity as quick as they can on this map.
Yeah.
And that's not map-centric. Map be damned. Just coming in off of a close loss like that. Certainly not made any easier by the way the first 2 rounds go down.
So they don't lose hope. They win the pistol. They lose the force up. They answer back. It's still a little scary for MOUZ because they know that Spirit are going to give this a real try on this next round, and they're the ones with the more fragile CT economy. They just want to close out this 2 straight, then they get a save, and then they can really streak in this first half and put themselves in a good position. It's a strong buy here for Shiro. MOUZ's money, sorry, Spirit's money is teetering here.
Like you said though, MOUZ are going to know damn well that they're coming at this one with some sort of hard swing.
I like the long play actually for Spirit, because it's a really good way to make it a long round that can sometimes come down to 1 or 2 players.
Activity here top middle from MOUZ.
Torzy has so much responsibility. He knows they want him to take a fight, but oh, Shiro gets in a position early.
And it's low money, but it's still a strong set of weaponry here for Spirit.
Yeah, the offsets it all.
Xerxin starts to activate on that flank, and eventually we'll see if nobody watches, because right now Shiro's still trying to give support over top, but it looks like he's turned over, so Xerxin will have a hard job of getting out through those doors.
They have to kill someone on the front of the attack to get him to turn around.
It's very important here. Brolin sitting behind this temporary smoke. He decides to reposition as they get closer. Wide swing up from Magisk, and this starts to go swimmingly for Team Spirit. All is good. Lots of bodies inside that bomb site, not to mention flank in position, but it felt like Spirit had that one in full control.
Yeah, now we've actually got to look at the buy for MOUZ. I mean, it wasn't as expensive for them, but it's CT side. It's pretty mixed up here. Very awkward spot. This might be an even out round where they invest slightly, but protocol-wise, call-wise, this was super solid from Spirit. And Torzy again, so much rested on the way in which he took his fight, but he didn't really finesse it. There wasn't a flash to assist with his peak. He tried to just pick an off timing, try to catch him off guard, but Spirit, they threw the flash, got Shiro in pit, and waited. They did everything exactly as you were supposed to. No, they'll buy into it. Yeah, it's not a handsome buy here. Brolin's got his 5-7 in his smoke, and I guess he made the decision. He said, look, I'm broke, but I believe in you guys. Let's make this happen.
Early vision, 2 heads spotted on the cross.
Yeah, no one else into mid. They can view this as just like a long control setup, and the T's are just going to go ahead with their regular protocols. Oh, actually, a lean over towards the B site. There's going to be a full commit on this attack. Right now, MOUZ don't have information. They don't have a lot of resources. They're just spread out nicely. They can each guard a choke point, but they're not really well fortified at any one of those.
Smoke grenade here in Jimmy's hand.
Actually, this might be a nice rotation from Xerxin. You know, you've got to reinforce something when you're low on weaponry. Now the question is, can they all complement each other? That's what we're looking for in the B side.
Yeah, numbers is one thing, but not jumbling up. That's another. Great well-placed frag grenade for Chopper to have to deal with. We go down to 45 seconds. You know, Chopper threw out that mid-lurk smoke, trying to keep eyes trained towards the middle of the map.
He's right, though. There's no pushes coming in. You know, he can really try to make this look like a fake.
Here it comes. They're going to have to test that smoke. Now just barreling out into the site. Support from down beneath window. Second car player. That's what could catch them off guard. And here he strikes. Xerxin here to help. Triple kill instantly. They try to surpass him. Shiro finally gets in. But he's going to have to clutch this out with 2 health, as many HP as he has enemies. And you can see the confidence wavering. He's looking for a gun. Well, he finds a scout. And he knows that that one was limited. So well done by Xerxin to join up in the bomb site. And like you said, they've got to find a way to complement one another. Yeah, Xerxin did it perfectly.
Dust 2 is all about how you lean on CT side, and Xerxin has a really important decision to make. You know, whether that's called for him or he's the one who comes over here. If he just plays outside the site, I mean, he can have much less impact. So it looks like a gamble when he's over there, but there's no way they're going to clear that properly. And he gets 3 kills and a dink. Otherwise, Shiro doesn't throw that op away, and he really tries for that 1v2. Nice response. Risky moment for MOUZ. Every dollar in the bank.
It's back and forth nature of the rounds, though. Keeping everything on the line, so momentum is not coming anytime soon.
And it's another risky setup, actually, but the spray is awful, and I don't normally say that about Dog.
99 damage for Shiro to have to deal with. And he doesn't have an op to lean on either. But if you can get that AK over to Chopper, he's got something more to work with. Chopper throwing a whole lot of grenades so far this half, but not getting any kills so far. Starting on 0, Brolin getting active. Magix wins the fight with a Galil over top of the M4.
Yeah, he's a long anchor, man. Hard to trick him on those pushes. That is a pretty long-range duel secured. I think Torzy gets spotted on this door peak.
This feels like a call to action, though, for MOUZ in middle. Just completely vacant B site.
They're running out of time to properly take long, but they can use Shiro to lurk, and no shot in for Torzy.
There we go.
Nice one.
Scout between the eyes. It's going to set them up for the door peek. Of course, you try to jump on a scout. What they don't expect is Jimmy to not be anchoring B. They don't expect that M4 pressed up against them.
They know there's only one on the A side.
Shiro, he's going to walk out long, and now the bomb is dropped. So this round fizzles out for Spirit. MOUZ find a way to do it.
Yeah.
That's Jimmy with a double, the Torzy scout kill that really draws them into Jimmy's hands. And so back and forth we go. But it's MOUZ to find consecutive rounds first.
Yeah, that's so important against CT economy, just so punishing. But Dust 2 don't need everything in the world to be able to win it. It's a map where you don't need, you know, the full clock. You don't need full resources. You need more aim. You can get a lot more scrimmy, a lot more scrappy. You can play off spawns. It's a map that really is determined by form individually more than it is by team play if you compare it to other maps. call them harder maps in the pool.
So time to build back the money. Of course, Donk gets Kevlar with a Glock, just in case Shiro dies. That M4 is going to change hands.
Yeah.
And you said last round, bad spray.
Yeah, that was...
for Donk.
It was, yeah, for Donk. Honestly, for anybody, which is, you know, sometimes Donk misses a few bullets, but that was just... no, he was drawing silhouettes there.
Shiro has got to give him the M4 before Shiro even dies. This is Donk without a helmet. It's enough utility as well for Magix and Chopper to overwhelm a single player staffing this B site. I mean, if Spirit can put themselves into an unexpected post plant, and Donk maybe finds a bunch of frags, but that nade that he sets himself up with worked wonderfully. And again, quick moves from the supportive pieces of MOUZ. Spinks doesn't waste a second getting into the action. That one M4 hits the ground. It is only Jimmy who dies, but he does an excellent job of holding off the site on his own.
I mean, he makes it look so easy there when the molly lands, when he goes for the spray. Everybody who B-anchors envisions making that play happen, but it's all about timing, and that's why you need someone who is so shrewd, someone who's a really good retaker. He's got the perfect personality as a player to be playing B, and that's because he finds that one line where the molly can land and he has his gun out. As a team like Spirit that are so hard to read are going to be running up that left side of the tunnel wall. If you're a bad B player, you miss that by 1 second. If you're great, you're there on time, and that's what Jimmy is. It always looks so easy when they get that lineup, but truly, not that many players can make it happen so often. And yeah, again, the story coming into this major playoffs and for him in general is like, since Spinks has joined the team, his form has gone down. But last map, and right here, he's having a great series. Playoffs.
Really buying in with this. I'm surprised. They put so much money on the line here, Spirit, but they're still going to try to jump it.
Yeah, true.
Right? I mean,
that was a pretty confident win from MOUZ, too. Like, they know there's enough rebuys as well. Going in for this.
What do they know that we don't? It's 3 rounds of loss bonus at the moment for them as well, so...
Man, this is crazy. They have 0 grenades at a minute 20 coming up long.
Flash goes down, interrupts the one wall player.
That's one way to do it.
Donk gets a headshot, and suddenly the round is alive. Xertion's timing on the peak, though, catches him off guard. Magix scoops up that M4, so upgrades to be had. You've still got Shiro, though, back at a distance on the scout.
Again, 0 grenades. Oh, they have to take the fight, and they win it.
Why not? To hell with your utility, we've got the headshots.
Oh, and they picked up that molly from Brolin, I think, or from Xertion on the site.
Take your nades and throw them back at you. This is Spirit seizing the moment with lesser guns.
So what do they know? They know they won last time. They took long with only losing 1 player. Here they do it again.
I'm glad you say that because we just said, like, yeah, it was a convincing round in the last one, but it's been the B defense that made the convincing round wins for MOUZ.
True.
So working with less, but taking the action over towards long, they find their opening. 4 versus 2 in the post plant. No attempt here from the CTs, and some free upgrades sprinkled in. Looks real good for the Spirit camp in order to get this T side back online. That flash. I mean, good on Donk.
Yeah,
look at him staring at the wall, so ready.
Yeah.
Bam!
You know.
Insurance policy for the entire play.
Yeah, and I mean, it was kind of on MOUZ to do 2 flashes or something different, or they picked an off timing. Maybe they thought that was early, so they wouldn't have expected the crawl up to take place so soon, but yeah. That's just a game of rock, paper, scissors. Sometimes you want 2 flashes, sometimes you want 1, sometimes you want none. You've done amazing, Austin, and we haven't even started yet.
I mean, I knew from the get-go we were going to get USA chance, but who here loves Europe? Just checking. What about Asia?
Yeah. Second best. Hey, Mr. America Moses called it the second best region, therefore.
So here we go. The crawl up along the catwall. Oh, this is sneaky stuff from Spirit.
Yeah, we got this crack spot. I mean, Xerxon just looks like he's chilling right now. He's gonna see this, but
they're gonna pounce on that. They like the timing here, Spirit.
Early Goose setup though is interesting, but Xerxon dies.
Yeah, but he does get a lot of grenade damage, so we'll see if the other defenders can pick up the slack. Again, damage is one thing, but Spinks now pinned into the corner of Goose. Do they clear him?
So hard to get that molly off into the corner. They can't find it.
They're also waiting for this ramp peek, and the ramp peek comes first. That's what Chopper wanted. Eyes on Spinks. He delivers the headshot to Zontix. They know Chopper's still up here.
Man.
And with that bomb down over an elbow, the gusto of that cap push really falls apart. Magic's no 1v3 this time.
I love that, man. I love the MOUZ setup. I love how they play off each other. They are so good at making that feel like it was impossible to reach Spinks. They kept overfilling the position to fight versus the ramp and make sure that they stopped them scaling both across Cat, because this is a long way, and then also towards the sight box as they come straight. You see the pressure come in on both sides, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do. A lot of teams don't do that. They'll have very static, calcified position, CTs in each spot. Once the Goose player gets spotted, all he does is delay. MOUZ don't do that, man. And they started Goose with someone spotting from Cat. They had no idea that Spinks would be there.
They tried to clear it out, but so much time spent holding for top ramp. You know, suddenly we're in the dying moments of this first half, and MOUZ's CT side's looking great.
Yeah, excellent.
Spinks is looking for some space towards top middle. He's gonna find himself out here in the open. Happy to duel versus Chopper, wins that one. Lower tunnel breaks it back. That's Donk on the prowl, looking for a little more. Perfect timing here from Brolin on the long flank.
Yeah, they came in to give it a check. They'll see the bomb goes down. It's really about the numbers, though. They can't protect that thing. Teams can get that back when they're ready.
Top middle off beat. What you
right
doing?
Into that. Oh,
hello.
I guess Hero saw Donk on top of the Xbox. No mid smoke was there. And that's all MOUZ need to do from this position. Just keep trading down material. But now it's time to go get the bomb, because there's actually a chance they can make this happen. 2 on 3. And Jimmy is home alone.
Now we've seen teammates bail him out of tough spots. We've seen him do enough to justify a retake in this kind of a situation, but that's assuming Spirit still take a swing at him. Instead, they're taking a sniff at the A site. 2 defenders in position. Can't let their guard down about Goose. Again, Spinks has already kind of rocked them from this spot.
This would take perfect utility usage. Probably not going to happen. Let's see if they can.
Well-timed peek as well. Oh, the swing, the swing!
Whoa.
No way!
The spray transfer.
Just enough time. In the smoke he goes.
He goes for the good plant.
4 health. Jimmy's on the scene. He's got no utility that would kill Donk. And so you're going to give Donk a chance at an ace. I mean, this is unreal. Down to those final few seconds. It's a climb up. Jimmy spotted. Oh, and the gun is dry, so the reload now queued up, and he gets executed at the final hurdle.
Wouldn't that have been stylish? 1 bullet there when he tries to send the message over to Jimmy. Jumping up, Fast Cat. So close.
Empty gun.
Yeah. Did he reload and switch too early? Is that what happened or
Not sure. Let's see here. 14 down 2.
Okay.
It's when he switches to his knife to grab the bomb.
It was on 0, it looked like, when he finished that.
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll get the detectives on it either way. I was gonna say, statistically, Jacob made a great argument before the map went live why Donk and Shiro are supposed to be the best players on Dust 2. Donk has looked human until that moment. Yeah. A reminder, you better not let your guard down. But a reminder, MOUZ are still absolutely in this game.
Oh, big time. They've got their claws stuck in. Their CT sides look fluid, active. You can tell they're communicating very well. They're being hard to read. Spirit are running into the stack site sometimes. Whether it was B and now A.
These teams have met on Dust 2 twice in 2025, and MOUZ have already tied their best results specifically on Dust 2. We're already only 1 half into this game. Still plenty of room for improvement, and that improvement's coming off of the back of 4 hard-hitting players. Torji maybe has slowed down since map 1, but everybody else for MOUZ is here. So final attempt on this slow start of a T side for Spirit.
Still got a little gap for himself. Zershim will dip out as soon as that flash loses its efficacy, and he survives it. This becomes a cat play, though.
They'll try to fluster the defense. Torzi leans back. No slap shot over. Jimmy catches Zontic, so the mid lurks really haven't worked out well for Spirit. That's going to compromise Cat. Donk is going to go back to try to secure some sort of post-plant positioning, but it is long wrapped up for MOUZ already. First player over Xbox, instant headshot to 2 versus 5 in a post-plant, the final round of the half, and this is MOUZ just chomping on it. Okay, Jimmy. Quad kill from the Finn. An 8-4 half out of MOUZ, and just because Mirage was a nail-biter, and just because MOUZ walked away battered, doesn't mean this series is over yet.
There aren't that many esports organizations that have been around for as long as MOUZ have, but they're one of the first organizations that I think really took the talent side of it seriously. It paid off massively. The number one thing probably to mention is got to be Kerrigan. You know, rewind time long enough speaks to his legacy with the game and just how much, you know, he's managed to do. And the other one probably is Nico, who was picked up, you know, pretty early on. That was his first escape from the Balkan scene, playing with iNation and all the rest of it, and then he came in and played with MOUZ and was essentially the whole team. It was Nico trying to carry every round for a long time there, and probably set him up for what he's been doing for the rest of his career, more or less.
By one more, the molly isn't going to touch him. And what on earth has just happened as Deagle is on fire and Shox is going to walk into it as well. Nico is on fire.
This current MOUZ core has almost too many storylines. Like the classic one is about how the roster came from the academy side and consumed the entire team. Cyclone and his longevity with the team and what he's managed to build across multiple rosters, which I think is really impressive. And the most recent one for me is probably Brolan. Having to take over as an IGL, I still feel like under somewhat unclear circumstances, and the whole entire community, probably including myself, thought that was going to fail on almost day one. And then they managed to actually make it look amazing. And I'm actually still kind of blown away by that fact. It's so hard to judge who is going to be better on MOUZ. I think it's one of the things that makes them sort of dangerous. Torshi and Exertion, they played such different roles that it's hard to match them one-to-one.
Look at the energy.
I think Torshi's explosive personality is one of the things that actually makes him insanely valuable on the team. You can tell when they're playing how much he contributes to the overall energy. But Exertion's lurking capabilities and like how much he can turn around a game on his own, for me, that's super rare, and so I'll probably pick him over everybody else. In my opinion, there's no reason why MOUZ couldn't win a major. I think they've got all of the essential ingredients. There's a certain chemistry in the team when they're winning that I think is really hard to stop. I know that they're living under the stigma of constantly almost making it and then not quite making it and, you know, losing to Vitality. All the rest of it is going to be down to, I think, coincidence and timing, and I can't see why they wouldn't be able to.
What's up, Arena? I'm here at the Alienware booth with Team Liquid, and if you want to come meet them, you should come on right now, because they are here in the flesh, ready to meet you. Excited to see their fans in that Rise Twist. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Darth Mike. If you want to see Team Liquid, make sure to go to the Alien booth right now. That's Darth Mike and Team Liquid at the Alien booth. Let's get a round of applause for Team Liquid.
Ooh, mixed bag. If you cheer loud enough, they get another match.
No?
No.
Keep it going. Yeah, boys, I just want to listen to me now. I'm fucking feeling it, okay? I'm fucking feeling it. So if you fucking listen to me on my fucking calls on TISA, we're gonna fucking win this game. Okay, buddy.
Okay. Okay, so he is calling T-side. He's taking this. He's taking a lot of responsibility for this, which is great to see.
That's the craziest ad I've ever seen.
This is a wild crosshair, Magix. Okay.
Waiting for it. The highlight reel could be his. You never know with the USP.
Split pistols on Mirage. That's what Spirit are looking for. This time to play from behind. Oh, he'll come back a little late.
Oh, God.
You'll see a lot of things.
I mean, just a second ago, that was clear. You're not running, buddy. Xerxin puts a bullet to the back of his head, finishes it off. Shiro and Chopper close on smoke already, trying to get the climb, but there's also damage done within that smoke. Good chance for Chopper maybe to collect something. Zontix gets a lucky frag somehow, some way. Smoke is fading, and Team Spirit are coming back into this pistol just like MOUZ did to them.
Yeah, they're jumping up.
4v2 now. Brolin, what? Senses him in the smoke. He gets tapped out of it, and it's a single point of health for Spinks. Where are you, buddy?
So far away, 1 HP. They've got confirmation. They know they could get away with that. And, well, Brolin gets 2 crazy kills, but they don't bring that back entirely. Zontix, he can do that as well.
What's that tap through smoke from Zontix?
I mean, it's...
Oh, okay. Saw a little bit of him. A little misleading kill feed. Classic. That one? Well, that one, I don't know. Moving around inside of that smoke, Brolin just locks in on you.
Okay, so splitting pistols once again. For whatever that's worth, we saw them go back and forth in the first half as well. MOUZ did not get scared.
Little bomb plant money does some good for MOUZ buy.
It's quite a lean here. Eyes on B. Oftentimes you will see Shiro and Magix working together. Without that third player. And the split starting to achieve its final complexion here with no eyes from the CT side. Very comfortable as Chopper on the outside of B, seeing these mid-cross smokes, and Magix, he shoots a little late.
Yeah.
Brolin takes him down. Shiro now alone.
30 health, he'll finish what Magix started, but a reposition here from Shiro is, I mean, the fact he gets away with that.
Yeah, and yeah, with that extra kill.
I mean, he gives up the sight, but that's fine. He's gonna be able to lock into this angle.
They don't have a smoke for the cross, they're throwing the bomb now.
Oh, it's kind of messy.
And Xerxin will be able to get on the site. This molly helps.
But at some point, he's gonna have to go for this plant. There's an incendiary still for Shiro. If he can do anything to get Xerxin out into the open.
Okay, it's planted long plat. Jimmy could come in at the end. We'll see if they need him.
Flashes over top. Missed chance here from Torsi. He goes back looking for damage, down with nothing. And this is already starting to get swept away by Chopper. That MP9 making money. Jimmy back along long. Dies at the hands of a swift retake from Spirit, but I can't help but wonder, what if Shiro wasn't allowed to get back down into CT spawn?
I mean, someone ran through a smoke to try to kill him, so he was very careful about taking his first duel fast and getting the heck out of there right away. Went to that cross, saw ahead, dipped into CT spawn. You can't really ask for someone to push a smoke even faster than that. And Chopper found his MP9 kill through that from a mid lurker, right? He was outside of B.
He just comes barreling up with it.
Well, it's like a jungle gym down here. CT's jumping around all over the place. They only got full vision on a single target, though, it looks like.
Gonna go for the boost.
22 damage.
Hit that.
What would that have... How many things did that go through? 22 damage.
I think we've learned in the last week or so I shouldn't do the numbers. That's one box.
Okay, that side of the box.
J-Raz, show me all.
Is there just one?
All the bullet impacts, please.
Okay.
3 boxes.
3 boxes for 22 damage.
Okay. Maybe a leg shot.
In the toes.
You can show me the impact on Xerxin's body. I'll give you a raise. Incendiary ahead of this execute. Xerxin just sticking around. I mean, scout through the mid doors when the pistols try to take down tunnels. Donk is kind of a little bit preoccupied. Zontic should be able to hang on to this. He still has got his incendiary, a frag grenade, a smoke, and he's going to answer.
Oh, that was nice. He actually threw it deep. Sometimes you throw it a little bit more shallow, and they try to throw that smoke that would land on top of it as well, but he kind of gets away with this big time.
Yeah, great damage. And then Zontix is going to take a spot inside the smoke, so if Donk doesn't kill everybody like he tends to do, big if.
Well, he almost didn't see anybody, but he damn sure did kill him. 5 for Donk, shutting down B.
The first ace on the big stage. Half points versus pistols. Still though, I think you just need that clean, convincing victory within a round. Nobody drops. Money starts to build up for Spirit. That lead that MOUZ established in the first half is just dried up.
It was such a good example of what you can get away with though from Zontix. You know, if that's like not as long of a choke point as B tunnels, you throw that molly shallow like if it's ancient A site. Oh, Shio's gonna blow this open. Fight's waiting for him. Ooh.
Oh, doesn't get to see it though.
It's a little awkward actually, yeah.
So pretty quick footing here from MOUZ with guns on Cat. Donk opts to bolster long control with Magics.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. I mean,
not just that, but then you've got Chopper solo defending the actual site with only a Galil of all things.
He's got a lot of utility to try to delay. Let's see if they want to respect it or not.
There's also a question is how long does Jimmy take towards doors? The Chopper's got to give some space over, putting a smoke down in front of the full hit. Jimmy now taking a test towards those doors, and Donk is leaning so far back. Magic's first point of contact. Brolin hits a zinger of a headshot, but that positioning inside of the pit
Such a great bait.
Donk catch Jimmy off guard. Great bait, like you say.
Yeah, 4v4. Lots of utility for the CT retake. Tees will have to fight a little bit.
Missed shot. Torzi goes back at it, catches Donk. Still another body over towards Long. MOUZ well aware of that one. And it looks like Zontic's already starting to forfeit this. So the positioning for Team Spirit, maybe hoping it was much more towards Long than Cat. If that bait set up from Magic really lets Donk shine.
There's that, and also Chopper doesn't get any kills, right? There was a dink through a sight box from Donk to help soften up Brolin, and he gets the instant headshot on the ramp. So Chopper has a lot of utility to try to delay. The setup could be formidable if they got 1 kill on the cross, and they also they trick Jimmy with that double long setup, which is so rare to see. Then it was very possible to try and reclaim that. But I love that Torzi keeps fighting. It's a spot where they don't have a lot of utility, and the CTs do.
This headshot too.
Yeah, that's the one. He was down, he got hit for 69 and then hit that shot. But Torzi doesn't go out for the second kill. They keep scaling, and I think that retake happens.
Yeehaw. So nice for MOUZ to get around somewhat early in this half. Curious to see what the change-up is from Spirit. Already Donk wants nothing to do with A, but this is going to be MOUZ to challenge long doors. Ooh, and Shiro's tagged down to 40. Jimmy's also wounded in this approach.
They can't chase him. They know the rifle is right beside him. Looks like Spinks is playing the long con. I don't know if he tries to walk out tunnels and flank them this way, but Spirit are going to come clear mid, not see anything. Let's see if he has a tell. Yeah, looks like he's going to try.
Donk sticking around. Gets the fight, gets the first bit of damage
They're
as
gonna
well.
cancel this play.
But now Zontix is also down in lower tunnels.
Ooh.
And he bites his tongue for a second.
The more time on the round, the more likely this is to get cleared. You know, you're gonna skip stuff. Oh, but
he just slips past Brolin before Brolin can get any vision.
They're not gonna think about him at all now.
Multiple targets back turn. He drops the opper first, and that's gonna send Donk back into the site, but he also just dropped the bomb. This is Spirit really playing with the timing, but the spacing still goes the way of MOUZ. You've got Spinks out onto the platform. Donk dives the site.
That molly.
Spinks never sees it coming. And then on the doorway, the smokes continue to drop. So you have kept Spirit out of the site, but they will fight for this tooth and nail. Bomb on the platform, 20 seconds.
Yeah, how are they gonna get this back, or how's Brolin gonna get this back? He's got 2 kills to his name. 15 seconds. Now, it's impossible now. They can just charge him one at a time. Let's see if they make a mistake.
Fake plant first. Nobody bites.
Oh, you got to be careful. You might die after time.
Down to 8 seconds. There's the swing. And they played that cool as ice.
Yeah. Didn't even waste that extra target. They had that 3-on-1. Fake doesn't do anything. Donk mollying big box as he ran in. That was so great. I mean, with the assistance of a flash above, I don't know if there was one or not. You know, he cuts off the main way you're going to scale on someone backside on the right. And instead you see, they just have no idea what's going on. Who would even try this? Donk's already in.
No, Spink's absolutely shocked by that one.
Might have been someone failing to comment, but you could see his vision was obstructed by the double stack.
And in the chaos of all that, easy to not hear them burning in the fire. It's so quick that Donk jumps through the flames.
Yeah, definitely less footsteps in this environment. Man, I feel like we blinked and we're so deep into this game already. It's 9-8. And Spirit put up a very good answer after an 8-4 lead.
Quick reminder, of course, that on your first deposit, you can get up to $1,000 bonus cash for Underdog.
$1,000 US, folks.
Can we make a little sound for our sponsors here? All right.
Yeehaw.
Underdog is a US-based company, though.
Underdog's got you, dog. This could be a turning point. We're talking about no ops. MOUZ are really low. Brolin's really low.
Man, sliding between fire like that, down to 4 HP, and he still catches Chopper on the jump up, nade with his name on it. But look at this, sneaky stuff from Sershin. Slipped right through that mid-smoke. Now suddenly the hit is on, and Magic's better hold it alone. Tough stuff as he's concerned about Long, but Donk slipped out.
Dude, they run at him so quickly, 2-on-2.
Oh, good rebuttal here from Jimmy. Catching the kill down into the spawn. Looks like MOUZ has got another answer on this T side.
Oh my goodness, they're trying to end this round early, going to peek him. We've seen how many clutches that Spirit win.
I said it looks like another from MOUZ, but I forgot. Zontic has been so clutch, although he has not been nearly as hot here on map 2. He slides around this smoke. There is a chance that MOUZ have kind of lost track of where he's at. You see that with the cat smoke, just to guarantee he doesn't come through it, so he's playing with the timing here.
You know, he's so patient, and they're still looking.
And at some point, he's going to attack, and as he does, he just loses the duel. It's a chance in a head-to-head where Jimmy would not have instantly traded him. Zontix leaves a little out there, and MOUZ suddenly trying to pull off this back and forth. The force war that opened up the first half for MOUZ is starting to go down in the second here as well.
Definitely, this is one where they really invested a lot. Brolin, so good when he gets on low HP of ignoring it. I want to say that. He picks up this kill off of Cat after standing in the way of so many different pieces of utility, eventually dying to them, but not before taking out a kill. And we have drained the timeouts once again, just like we did back on Mirage, well before the game ends. These are two teams that understand each other so well. So many of their maps are close. No lead feels like it's enough. Talking about a MAC 10 here for Zershin. We got a 5-7 on the board for Magix. If last round wasn't the turning point, this one is.
Yeah, you can talk about all their limitations, but what about Donk on 21 kills? M4 in hands.
What about Zontix versus a whole exact 5v1 on the site?
Yeah. You raise a valid point. He's gonna duck in behind the cover, desperate for anything, and he will hold off with one.
Wally's not doing anything.
Crazy little bit of damage. Jimmy's gonna keep it very swift on Donk, though. Instant headshot in the windowsill, and I'll call this the Spirit save. MOUZ are making a game of the second map.
Yeah, off the tac pause, actually, we got MOUZ going to the B site, 5v1 in there, perfectly avoiding everything Spirit wanted to set up to. They did not think this was gonna take place. The read is perfect from MOUZ. An 11th round will be secured. And Magix, I think he just wants to grab a gun that he can find in the window. Let's see if he can get away.
Yeah, honestly, save that. All's good. Problem is, door wide open. Here's your timing, but he missed it. No way to have known. Oh! He'll drop Spinks at least, chipping away at their money, but if anything, it's the economy of Spirit that really needs some kind of stable base.
Yeah.
11 rounds to MOUZ.
It's a great call and excellent execution and the perfect time to do it again. Just gonna assume Cyclone helped with this. MOUZ want to make it 3 maps. And actually a third investment, full investment.
Feels like they're just trying to force the end to the series, but
it's so awkward because their money was good enough, you know, to put up decent guns behind the op. It's just that MOUZ have avoided that, forced the saves. I think Spirit were just lucky to have saved any guns, essentially. They did technically have a decent place to buy or try to force, and their forces earlier on this game had paid off, but this has created some great opportunities for MOUZ.
And the tough spot for Spirit, so they're going to try to get active to somehow reclaim from man disadvantage. You can somehow get that upgrade as well here on Cat. That'd be great for Chopper. MP9 in hand to support Shiro at the moment. And Zontix with the other SMGs just sitting, waiting for this approach out mid. And he's kept his head tucked. Chopper getting dangerously close now, but very well aware of the threats across the map. Are MOUZ here in the 20th round of play.
This walkout excellently placed. Zershin's gonna see nothing. That's a relieving sign, but look who comes in from behind.
5-7 though at this distance. Missed shot from Shiro. That would have been a critical moment. And there could still be one queued up with his MP9 behind the car, cleared out by Spinks. Now Jimmy, full control of middle, lets Magics walk away with the M4. Maybe they save again, but this is Spirit facing 4 map points on Dust 2.
The second half has so much to do with math and the way that they bought and how many sort of like half difficult rounds. I mean, it feels like Shiro's only got one chance to shoot in these last 3 rounds. Missed that one opportunity to do it. It's been Zontix getting isolated a lot. MOUZ have conjured up such a clean half. Donk's been neutralized as well.
Yeah, still topping the charts, but again, you know, our desk at the start of in between the maps, Freya said, I just want to throw the numbers out the window after the affair that went down on Mirage, and that makes total sense, but Jacob had such a compelling argument as to why the deadly duo at the top of Spirit are the best on Dust 2. But MOUZ have been playing against the numbers this entire time in Austin. We are 1 round away from this series going to Nuke, a map that Spirit have not beat MOUZ on all year long, despite the 2 efforts. And already up this catwalk, MOUZ are wasting no time to get this final blow, and look at them get caught off guard. I'm sorry, Spirit look lost.
Yeah, they do, and they don't have anything to fight back against this. I don't see a retake coming in with 3 MP9s. This could be the end of Dust 2.
Hard reset in between the maps for MOUZ.
1 upgrade comes in for Magics. He's the important player here coming in from long.
Another smoke in front of the 3 players, and you know Spinks, if given the chance,
Torzy watching this.
He will lurk for that final blow. Zershin off of the cover, quick reposition, back at the fight, gets another headshot. Finally something out of Team Spirit here, Magic's
no way.
Again, they will fight for every round, but this is a 10-second defuse and they cover.
You're kidding.
The clutch rounds begin, folks, 2v4. But
3 MP9s on this round.
But the starts of these rounds are still not convincing whatsoever.
But this is the thing. This is the best economic position they've been in the last 4 rounds. They actually won a round. They've been playing off of saves and buying down what they can behind the op that Shiro has been saving.
It was 4 map points that MOUZ had to close Mirage. They let Spirit back in. Same case Dust 2.
The strongest buy they've had in the last 4 or 5 rounds.
So you're saying the CT side starts now?
Essentially, they gave themselves the best chance. MOUZ put themselves in a spot to just simply close that. It felt like a, you know, A third round of OT after you win the first two every single time with the way they were buying.
Utility pressure for Shiro to handle. Again, feels like Xertion's feeling it this second map. Poor guy was muted on some of the entry paths within Mirage.
Say though, T-side reads have been excellent for MOUZ.
Yes.
They've been picking the right timings to peak things.
But if they try to commit now, there's players and utility to keep them off this A site. Shiro blinded. Second player tucked in over on Goose plus Chopper within that smoke, covered off by Magic.
Oh, what a save.
Steps up again.
All the way down to the last bullet there for Magix.
Some sort of an answer back. Still plenty of time for this round to be clawed back. You overstepped. You took a chance. And MOUZ now have deep control of middle thanks to Spinks.
He was looking for this lurk before.
This CT side never really had legs to stand on. MOUZ have seized the opportunity to shut down. Smoke over towards the B site. Spirit's economy bottomed out. MOUZ in Austin is all about resilience. And after a crushing defeat on Mirage, they step up to that same test. They do it again. MOUZ refused to go down easy.
Full credit, amazing team play once again. T-side, they picked the right sides. Brolin said, listen to me. CT side, they had excellent tactics. They survived the force buy wins in the beginning. They stabilized. They had the 8-4 half. They impressed here on Dust 2.
They absolutely did. Exertion, after, I'm gonna say it, wasting those match points on Mirage. Tell me how you made sure that you didn't do the same thing here.
Yeah, I mean, we just kept our composure. We enjoyed the crowd here, and yeah, the energy is amazing. Even though we lost the first map, I think it was just really nice to play in this arena. So I'm just grateful to be here. I'm grateful to give a third map, and let's make it a good one as well.
You've had Spirit's number before. Should they be afraid of you?
Yeah, we will see what the third map brings. You know, it's the major quarterfinal. We're here in fucking Austin. We're gonna fucking do it. And yeah, I'm excited to play.
Let's get it. Thank you.
Magix, yeah, we're going the full distance in this one. Tell me about that marathon so far of a series.
Well, that was kind of shaky on Dust 2, and as well on Mirage as well. I believe there was a lot of like weird situations going on the map, and I hope on Nuke we'll manage to get a better communication and just play better.
You just heard what MOUZ had to say on the other side. You've got an arena full of people here. You want to say anything to them?
No, not yet.
Soon enough. All right, well, thank you very much, Magix.
Thank you.
After what was a heartbreaking way to lose out on Mirage, we're talking quadruple overtime, no less. I was ready to be counting MOUZ out of this one, but not today, Peter. Just as you alluded to, MOUZ back and not going down without a fight.
I was so happy that you phrased that you can throw everything out the window, throw your stats, throw your win percentage out the window, because what MOUZ showed right here on stage, that is Counter-Strike. That is that you take control of the situation, you bounce back, you show that it's not over till it's over. And they found themselves on the back foot. They know they had a lot to accomplish, but they have been going through stage 3 in the exact same way. And the way that they bounce back now on Dust 2 brings MOUZ Sports to a place where they can win this series.
They've showed a lot of resilience throughout the entire tournament. That's been the story for MOUZ so far. As you said, stage 3, at no point did they play good. At no point did they look like the true MOUZ version. But this time around, they played good Counter-Strike. They played proper Counter-Strike. They gave it to Spirit, and one would argue they should have won Mirage as well, and then the whole story would have been a 2-0 for MOUZ. So I agree with you. It's good to see MOUZ finally playing some proper Counter-Strike and getting a result out of it.
I think understandably so. The last post-map segment was a little bit chaotic for my taste, so let's tackle this one in linear fashion. We've got round number 2 where, you know, Spirit, they were starting really strong on this map. What was the tale here?
That's when I thought it would be over for MOUZ. You win the pistol, you get off to a good start, you think, can you convert? Then maybe they have a chance of making a game out of it. But then Shiro does an insane play with the scout. We don't get to see it from his point of view right here. Maybe we will later on, but
The play right here, Peter, Spirit coming in, second round, breaking the back of MOUZ. You think after the way they just lost on Mirage as well, that could have been the death punch, in the stomach of MOUZ right here. But they still bounce back, and they do that in round 4. MOUZ, again, a weak bar of their own. They lose the first play as well, but they find a way back with the 5-7s.
I think MOUZ, they had the right reaction in round 2. We saw how Brolin wanted to play up close to the smokes, but Shiro decides to actually unscope him through the smoke, and then they just literally just scale up. And watching this round, obviously, MOUZ is bouncing back. Jimmy plays it perfectly. He hides and tucks in behind the box, waits for the backup to come, and Suntix decides to go out of tunnels before the smokes plumes indoors, and they just easily lose this conversion.
And this is the round for MOUZ, right? If they were to lose this round, 3-1 for Team Spirit, they get off to a good start, they get control as well. I said coming into it, Spirit have played Dust 2 22 times this year, and they won 20 of those games. And in more than 11 of those games, it hasn't even been double digits, right? They're normally dominating their opponents, but we saw early on in this first half that they were a little bit shaky, couldn't quite convert. And the second you gave MOUZ a feeling that, hey, we can play toe-to-toe with Team Spirit, that's when they got into the game.
And it's also like Dust 2 is not unfamiliar territory for either of the teams, but then again, Spirit has been picking this map against MOUZ every time they play. So MOUZ has also had the opportunity to go back and look, what does Spirit like to do? What have we made? Like, what can we do to go in and disrupt their game plan? So I think, this actually played out in MOUZ's favor in some sort.
Yeah, shout out to Jimmy and Exertion as well, because I can remember, more than one occasion where Jimmy was struggling on some of those CT positions. Today, that was not the case in that first half.
Exertion and Jimfat kept them alive in the first half. They played exceptional good Counter-Strike, especially Exertion. We called him out, say that he has to be the difference maker, he has to be the playmaker, and he was in the first half as well. Jimfat, as we mentioned already, had a couple of crucial moments early in the first half where he was rock solid. As you said, Freya, on Dust 2 in particular, on the CT side, there's been a couple of tournaments and a couple of games where you haven't been able to figure it out, but seemingly he's learned from that. So I want to give all the credit in the world to those two players because they kept MOUZ alive and made sure that first half was one that they could win from.
And I just can't emphasize enough how important it is for MOUZ to have Exertion firing on all cylinders. He is the playmaker of the team. He's the guy that calls a lot of the starting moves and how they want to start off the round. So for him to having a series where he actually shows up instead of disappearing that we've maybe discredited him for, it's just really important for MOUZ.
Yeah, and we'll get to see some of the numbers on both sides of the equation as well, just for the CT side of both Jimmy and Exertion here. Just goes to show exactly how much impact they were able to bolster. Did that surprise you, considering, I totally buy into your argument, Peter, that yeah, they've played Spirit literally every single time. They've gone head-to-head. Dust 2 has been in the mix. But does it surprise you, Jacob, that Spirit weren't able to put up a little bit more aggro on that T side?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think Spirit played horrible Counter-Strike on the T side. Didn't look like themselves. When you watch Spirit normally play on Dust 2, you see a team in constant flow, in constant motion. You see Dunk obviously activated all the time. He was struggling on the T side, had a massive bounce back on the CT side. So there was a couple of things missing from what we normally see for Team Spirit. But then again, it takes players like Exertion, it takes players like Jimfat in order to punish those mistakes and make sure that you get the most out of it. So you can always look at the glass half full in a sense. Spirit didn't play well, no, but MOUZ did enough in order to make them look like a foolish team.
Should we talk about the last round of this map as well? Obviously, Spinks had so much impact on Mirage, wasn't able to get it over the line. But the way he closed out this final round of the map, that was beautiful stuff from him.
It was really just like a classic Spinks play. And I remember him pulling off this play Bank of Vitality when he was my teammate, He's so good at using the space. And, space is a term that can be used in both ways because you can also use space when your teammates actually are dying. And this is the case here. Max gets a double kill from Goose. And Spinks, he just lurks out B. Like, he lurks out, gets a double kill, and then instantly causes his teammates to rotate back. And we were like, for a moment, thinking, oh no, not again, not clutch, because the round prior to this one, they managed to throw away the situation. So Spink just takes matters in his own hand, closes it out with a quad kill, and seals the deal for MOUZ.
I love the way that he's doing it, right? Because he's getting a lot of critique for sometimes being out of it, not being part of the rounds. And one could argue it's a 5v3, Chopper stays alive, gets a kill, Spirit in a great position, but then Spinks comes out and gets a double kill. 9 out of 10 rounds, he goes out, he gets nothing. And people will be pointing fingers towards Spinks and saying, oh, you never participate, you're always lurking, you're always baiting. But when it works out like this, that's when we gotta give him the credit for it.
I remember you pointing a finger at a certain someone during stage 3 called Brolin. You weren't particularly happy with his output. Has he improved coming into this big stage?
Absolutely fantastic bounce back from Brolin so far in the playoff. He was horrible in stage 3. Had some of the worst games of his life. I think he went combined 2 for 23 in opening kills over the last 4 maps he played in stage 3, which is absurd. This time around though, Peter, an awful lot of impact. I think the calling on both the CT side and the T side deserves a lot of credit. So I'm very, very happy to see him bounce back immediately at the playoff.
I think that just him showing up today, the way that he's been taking so much space, and he actually turned a lot of the opening kills around to his favor, giving MOUZ the space. That has been like the very instrumental thing for him, and that is what he's good at. And maybe that's also why one of the reasons why it has been looking a little bit dire for him. When he doesn't get those kills, it just looks a little silly, right? You know, that's always the case when you want to go in front. If you lose, you look silly. If you get it, you're like the hero of the day. But Brother has been playing instrumentally well. I think he's a big reason, and I love what he showcased today. Also jumping in, you know, I got remembrance of him saying on TeamSpec that, guys, I'm in a position where I'm feeling the game so much. I will, if you just listen to me, I will lead you to victory. And that is such a character thing to show.
Should we recap exactly that moment? Because you picked up on it. Let's revisit it in case anybody missed out on that mic'd up moment.
Yeah. Give me a fist bump, boys. Let's keep it going. Yeah, boys, I just want to listen to me now. I'm fucking feeling it, okay? I'm fucking feeling it. So if I can listen to me on my fucking calls on Tisa, we're gonna fucking win this game. Okay, buddy.
And that's what you want to hear from your in-game leader, right? We had moments from exertion in that first map. Obviously didn't go in their favor. But he's saying, just listen to me, we're going to win it. And they did exactly that.
I like the fact that he's taking charge of this team. You know, he's showing leadership in that regard. He's telling the teammates, listen to me, I'm feeling it. I also do think it's something that we can put into the context of him being a new in-game leader. You played with a lot of different in-game leaders. When they have a successful game themselves, when they're feeling it, when they're winning the duels, the calls they make also get significantly better. I think Glaive is a prime example of that. Whenever he was feeling it, his calls would always be 10 out of 10. Same could be said for Brolan. He's inexperienced as an in-game leader. So when he's not playing well individually, which was the case in Stage 3, maybe the calls haven't been that great. Maybe that was part of the reason why MOUZ was struggling as much as they were on the T-sides. When he's feeling it, Peter, you can see a clear difference.
And that was just, you know, you mentioned Glaive, and I actually got a flashback to sitting on the server playing with Glaive, because he said that multiple times when we've been like in tough situations, saying, guys, if you just listen to my calling, I'm feeling it, just trust me. And that just spread so much confidence throughout the team, and that was great to see Brolan showing up, because he had a good game. He had some really good reads, and he just wanted to showcase that to the team, so they kept believing in the victory. And that's exactly what they did.
Jacob, you had a premonition before we got into this very arena. You said Spirit were going to go and win the whole goddamn thing. Are they going to even be able to win this next map on Nuke?
I think so. I think MOUZ have struggled a lot on Nuke so far in this tournament. However, Jason made a good point, you know, in the beginning of the day, that MOUZ is looking like a different team. So maybe them struggling on Nuke in Stage 3 doesn't mean anything in the playoff, but it hasn't been looking great against Legacy. An elimination game that went down 9-3, had to monster a massive comeback in order to get back into it. I still have Spirit as my favorites to win this game. As I said to you as well, said to the world, I thought Spirit could win the major. With the way they've been playing so far today, I don't think that's the case. I don't think they're playing good Counter-Strike right now. I think they're on a level that is not acceptable if we want to have them in the conversation of winning the major. So I expect a close game, but still Spirit winning it.
Well, either way, we are going to be diving into the ground of Nuke very shortly indeed, but not before we check in with a couple of fans with Banks.
Okay, this is something that's very old school. I see a Gambit logo in here. Spin around for me. Damn, with Shiro's name on the back as well. So I guess you're supporting Spirit right now.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
How confident are you that they can bounce back going into this third map?
Oh, they have to. I mean, my weekend would be ruined if they didn't.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and the first map already had my voice shot, so getting some merch, and we're getting back in there and going 100%.
Counter-Strike brings people together. I got Jesse, I got Kimmy, I got Davin here with me. Just tell me your story, because this is incredible.
Yeah, we're from all over. We have a group of 8 of us that we all met here in Austin for the first time. We play Counter-Strike online. We've been playing for about 10, 15 years together, and yeah, we decided to meet for the first time in real life in Austin for the first time, so.
And at a major, which makes it more special.
Oh, yeah.
How happy are you that you got a major in America?
So good, yeah. A couple of us from Canada, a couple of us from the US.
Oh!
Yeah, all over.
All over North America? NA, baby, that's what it's all about. That's what this major's all about. Guys, an American major, we're back. How happy does that make you?
It's so nice to be back. I haven't been to a Counter-Strike event since ESL1 New York, which was 2018. So it's very nice to be back in the stadium watching some Counter-Strike.
And what about you?
Oh, I mean, I'm new to the scene. Like, I just joined like Counter-Strike 2 as soon as it came out. I'm having fun so far. My first major, I met these guys online like a year ago, and we all came out together. Oh man, it's good out there.
Man, the atmosphere is so wholesome and so hype here in Austin. But we have some serious business to be contending with, because MOUZ outlast on Dust 2, but the question is, can they outlive Spirit in the entirety of this best of 3? That will be decided on our third and final of Nuke. I've got Maui, I've got Moses to be breaking this one down. What is the story when we're entering this third ground?
Well, Spirit has played MOUZ 3 times on Nuke in the last 6 months. Every single time, MOUZ has won. Crazy good T-side, 7-round T-side, 8-round T-side, 9-round T-side, okay? Donk, he is in a blender when he is playing against MOUZ.
That's actually a big talking point, that MOUZ has shown at times that they've like almost specifically, it feels like sometimes targeted Donk and had like his whole positioning downloaded. I think for me the big thing is MOUZ just showed Spirit. Spirit won Dust 2 twice this year against MOUZ, and they came in and said, we've actually figured it out. We've learned from our mistakes. We can take your map away from you. Now Spirit have that task of proving they can do the same thing, that they've done some research, they've fixed the issues with their nuke, because MOUZ has beat them on it twice here in 2025. So now Spirit has to show they can reverse their fortunes as well.
Confirmation that Spirit will be starting on the CT side of things. At the major, it's not decided by a knife, it's decided by the seeding coming into the matchup. Does that change anything in your opinion, considering you're saying, you know, MOUZ, they know what to do on that T side?
Not at all, not at all. I mean, MOUZ know how to run that offense so well. They've made Donk look pedestrian in Shanghai. They're gonna wanna do it again in Austin. It's gonna come down to a few of the other players from Spirit to help him out. I wanna see Shiro being mobile. I wanna see people like Chopper and Magic sometimes just giving a little bit, just give him a flash, give him a trade,
yeah, just
something, you know?
Anything.
Don't put it all on Donk's shoulders for once, for once.
Yeah, give him some, well, look, I think what's interesting about this is MOUZ has looked like the better team in this series if it weren't for those clutches back on map 1. Spirit's got to change that. Spirit has to look like the stronger team here today. I don't think you can win the series just based off of clutches, so Spirit have to come in, and I guess the real X factor would be, have they changed anything? Like, that is going to be the eternal question. Have they made any adaptation, any small details they've altered to make things awkward and uncomfortable for MOUZ?
Well, we can check in with the live odds, and they're actually going to be favoring the side of Spirit coming into this one. Let's talk about the AWPers on this map of Nuke. We've got Shiro, we've got Torzi. We've been wanting more from Torzi powering up into this tournament, because what we've seen the past few months has looked really good from him. Has he kind of, you know, reclaimed any of your faith on these first 2 maps?
Yes, yes. I mean, I think he looked good on the first couple of maps. Not always having, he did have stretches where he slowed down a bit, but in terms of the defense, the way he plays off of teammates, I feel like he's doing a great job and uplifting everybody, of course, on his team. That's what he's been so good at in 2025.
Yeah, he didn't need to rekindle anything for me, Freya. I always had faith in Torji. Even during like a quiet stage 2, stage 3, whatever, like even during those quiet moments of that stretch, I think it's more just like his teammates stepped up to carry him to this point. He wasn't going to be kept down for the whole event. In the playoffs, he showed map 1 was incredible from him, fantastic in openers.
Yes.
And if you want to talk about having good nuke T-sides, having your AWPer, having your entry fragging space taker like Exertion call their own plays and being really proactive in how they want to tackle the situation, you love that as an IGL.
Where's Shiro going to be roaming when we're talking about, you know, the CT side, the first half of this map of Nuke?
I mean, I've seen him try to help out ramp, but I really do feel like he needs to secure that outer yard area alongside Donk. And speaking of Donk too, I mean, if Spirit Spirit are to fall here, the case for the world #1 so far in 2025 is just being handed to ZywOo.
Yeah.
There is no question about it. There's no contest. Donk wants to make sure that that conversation lives on, that there's a chance for him to at least do something here at Austin, put his name in the conversation, and don't let the front runner in ZywOo get even further ahead.
Yeah, because ZywOo was pissed about that last year. He was pissed about not being in the conversation. You can say all you want that you don't care who wins it at the end of the day, but not being a part of the conversation whatsoever. If he's that far ahead, I'm with you. There's going to be a certain element that Donk in the back of his mind, I think, that's going to be pushing him forward in this map.
And I feel like he's going to be having, you know, a bit of vengeance, particularly coming off of that dust too, because it wasn't like he wasn't showing up in the fragging department on that particular map, right? I'm never going to be counting Donk out when you're coming into a decider like this.
He is putting it on the line every single round. The way that he was jumping through window, when there's flashes and mollies being thrown from MOUZ, he's trying to upset expectations every single time he gets an opportunity to shoot someone. Even if you know that the fight is 20% favored for him, 10% favored for him, he hits shots that nobody else in this server can.
Yeah, and I mean, again, the important role and positions that he plays, he can, in a nuke, be a little bit of a one-man army. He can actually carry them through stretches, and it might be required. And that's why I'm curious, is he going to get any help outside? Is he going to get another extra rotation in early one, just to help him get comfortable in this game? Because if he starts feeling targeted the way we've seen in the past when they play MOUZ on nuke, that can really suck. So I mean, I think first priority for Spirit is make sure Donk's comfortable.
Well, we are ready to be diving into the decider between MOUZ and Spirit. It's all going to be going down on nuke.
It's amazing to see everybody meeting their online friends in real life here at the Austin Major. USA, USA, USA. It's something special. Thank you guys for being here. Beyond the game, that's what matters the most.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. You know, my first real US event, the US Major, that's so elusive over the last 7 years, and yet here we are, and it's only the first of 7 games. 4 days long, folks. We've got 4 days to party here in the Moody Center. But this one's for elimination. It's MOUZ or it's Spirit going home. Somebody steps forward into the semis. Moody Center, let's get ready! All weekend long. Fast play into the A site. Waste no moment. Magic's already taken off down from the top of the hut. Donk over towards the other side of the vents. Peeks in. Can't get a third with the 1 mag. And it spinks down lower B. But guess what? You don't have a bomb.
They don't care. They don't care if he wants to run away, if he wants to try something new. You can leave Spinks. He has to find a way to get back to this bomb to make this possible. Donk with 2 clean shots from that opposite vent. Feels like it's the 2 that sealed the deal. Entering through mini, well, that might be quite obvious. Spinks got to have perfect pre-aim here to hit the headshots.
Yeah, it's great overwatch. They start to reconsider options, though. You get Zontix to go take a look towards lobby. Confirmed now, of course. Spinks over towards main. Pinned against the wall. Double swing to the other side. Full control here for Spirit, despite MOUZ's best efforts of frazzling them out of the gate with a fast A rush in the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, Donk now has 63 kills after these last 2 maps and this pistol round. It's becoming one of those classic sort of rating lines here with this lineup. And they lost us too, but it's not like Donk wasn't there. So what they're looking for here is a couple of things. I mean, for Nuke to go better. And in their record with MOUZ, I don't think they're actually that nervous or uncomfortable. I think MOUZ know that like they barely won in the overtimes, and like to replicate that is also its own kind of pressure. The question is more, you know, how many people are going to show up at the same time? Because when you look at a tournament that MOUZ play in, they all take turns top fragging. Like you never get one guy who's just the best all the way to the end. So that's fine for them. But for Spirit, it's always Donk.
Ouch. Hefty damage off the frag grenade, plus Shiro over in the corner. Gonna swoop out, catch him off guard as they were more fixated onto Zontix. He gets a bunch of assists on that ramp hold. And this force buy from MOUZ has netted them absolutely nothing. The time being, not even a kill.
Yeah. I think you got a tag on this. Well, Brolin knows he's heard.
Yeah, stomping around down in the vents at this point.
Me. Let me at him. Let me at him.
Somebody peek. This iron cage, it's gonna be the end of him. All 5 players stand for Spirit. making the most of their seeding, which allowed for them to start CT side. Pistol and conversion, unlike back on Dust 2.
Yeah, like maybe a little bit more calm here. Of course, the force up with no bomb plant is an interesting choice, but with how good MOUZ have been on some of these rounds, I'm not surprised they tried it. No early momentum for them.
So, Deagles across the board. MOUZ can have a little bit of fun in this one.
Yeah. It's kind of expensive, actually, to buy Deagles after losing that last round, no bomb plant. They get some kills here. I mean, it's at best MP9s for the most part, so we'll see if it pays off. They're like, quickly, before Cyclone says anything. Before he calls attack.
Player top main, at least. That's the bomb. Don't lose it there. Don't lose the bomb up there, just in case. Just in the small chance that these Desert Eagles get a chance.
Looks like it almost got scary for Chopper. But now they're getting flanked. It looks like they're watching it. But, yeah, I don't know. Shiro doesn't really have to leave in this spot.
Not much you can do about it. Ooh, now the bomb's on top of main. Well, that's the end of the round. And the Desert Eagle spam onto Donk's only going to drop to 40. Desk was talking a lot about whether or not Donk gets help outside as this game goes on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That is where we've seen him targeted by MOUZ specifically.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's an interesting part about this, like the way that they have dealt with Donk on this map specifically, and we see his great game, so we're going to check in on it sort of at each half at this juncture. When he's going to be playing in mini behind smokes, he's going to be crossing on T side. These smokes being breakable in CS2 is what's bringing the success to MOUZ, and their ability to isolate his timings is what's huge. It doesn't matter how good you are. When you're in mini, there's so much pressure on you. Now you take a team like MOUZ that are specifically good at fighting against these superstars. Donk is obviously going to have a hard time. There's going to be lots of utility they can throw from safety. There's going to be ways to break open smokes to expose them constantly, and so we have to see how Spirit are going to adapt to that.
Donk slipping around outer. They're already getting real dangerously
they
close.
did not hear this.
Push.
And he runs out of ammo, I think, right there.
Spinks jumps on him, only has 6 health left. Should have been an easy cleanup. Should have. But instead, Magic's the second victim here of Spinks.
It's an early mistake, but they get a kill back. Spinks on 6 HP.
Making sound as he climbs off hut. Jimmy's going to know Zontix isn't too far off.
Spinks looking to come into this later. Rest of his team going to take heed at the moment. Looks like Shiro's going to get flanked. Zontix actually might have made a good read by dropping down. We'll see if they end up going ramp or not, but Spinks is in a position to flank it. No, they're coming back to an open site.
Completely vacant. Spinks still deep outside as well. They'll go through the motions with the utility, but there is no chance for Spirit to stop this bomb plant. That's for damn sure, especially if Spinks controls the ladder.
I was thinking maybe they're going to go try to split with Spinks into the ramp, but no, they just picked the perfect site, open, clean rounds. I mean, I don't think they're going to even try this retake with the op in play.
All right, Spinks, triple kill so far. The limitation of the health doesn't seem too big of a problem for him to deal with. And seeing Shiro head back for ramp to try to get the save. Zontix gonna get mowed down as Jimmy gets aggressive outside main.
Spinks survived that nade.
And so MOUZ have an early answer here, folks. 4 rounds into play, first T round win found, and there is no guarantee that Shiro gets to heat this off. Pressure's on early for Spirit. They get swept away. Quad kill for Spinks.
Wow, on 6 HP. Magix could have stopped all this, hitting 1 bullet from up there in heaven. But it didn't seem clear when he peeked out where exactly Spinks was in his mind. Because he went out really wide, he was aiming in the wrong place, and the adjustment was obviously off. Wow. And you know, with Spinks joining this team, the other crazy part about it was how good and consistent he's been, just looking comfortable, like he's played on the team for a long time. But he really hasn't been the story of the match so far for MOUZ.
Oh, beautiful duel from Torzi. We get the first real set of support for Donk. We get an op duel instantly. Donk's gonna pick it up. Give a taste of his medicine right back to Torzi, but he doesn't control the secret stairs, which means Xerxion's got a chance to take a look down lower. Zontic's already down here to try to deal with it.
Yeah, they're spotting it. I mean, there's 2 cross smokes. They have to be paranoid about them. Let's see about this duel, Xerxion.
A little sloppy.
Perfect peek there from Zontix, and they find a lot of space outside. The walls are coming in around them. They don't know it yet. Technically, there's still a good move here to be made if they can figure it out.
Hello. Fire from the depths and a hold from the back of the site already here for Magic.
Wow.
Great clean rifle work on his behalf. Spinks, star of the show 1 round ago, now has to do it in a clutch. Same amount of frags that he offered up 1 round prior. He's got the time to do something special here. Or if not, it is Spirit to answer after MOUZ's first round win. A hard economy reset. Oh, he can't afford this. Frag into the heavens, still nobody actually pouncing on him. He does try to reposition, and within that, it is Donk with a double kill on an op.
And you know what? There's something special about the fact that he killed Torzi. That was like a raw op duel, like op to op. Torzi's waiting for him on that specific angle. Donk has to have that perfect clear, and this is not his full-time job. I mean, it's not even his part-time job, man. He's literally opping as a freelancer once in a while, you know? And so it's so key and so important that he takes the perfect fight at the perfect moment, the perfect swing. Because we saw what Torzi just did that to Shiro. He really saved it. And what a bounce back here for Magix. Died in that peak up in heaven. But on this round, not a lick of damage.
Torzi peeking into the opera goes well. Torzi holding the angle is the end of him. I want to get a temperature check here, Moody Center. Who thinks MOUZ wins this match? And make some noise if Donk goes on!
That's what it feels like. One guy versus a whole team. And he's still strong enough to actually do it.
Unfortunately, wasn't on Dust 2, despite a great showing out of him, at least numerically. It's nice to see the support with him already outside, though. I feel like some of the key points the desk brought up have already been brought to the table.
Smashed every record in his rookie year, won a major also. And now returning champ with their most important piece in perfect condition.
Xertion burnt a bit. Brave challenge for him to take against Shiro. But he is just immediately down into the secret stairs. Not with full health, of course. Softened up, but it's a fast move from Chopper down those vents. And you saw the frustration on Xertion when he wasn't able to best Zontix 1 round ago in a head-to-head duel outside those vents. But Chopper actually comes up. There is nobody downstairs for Spirit at the moment. Nobody.
Yeah, he smoked it down lower, so unless they go and refill Zontix's position, he's also put his smoke down on ramp. They just don't want to fall for this. Everyone on the T side is still upstairs.
It's Incendiary in hand for Magix. He's going to drop that on Hut. Should cut off Jimmy, but more attention outer first.
This is a crazy risk from Shiro. They could be in big garage.
Oof, he gets away from it. Now that position in garage is occupied by Spinks. Jimmy's going to get bested inside of lobby. Chopper's got a good chance to reposition, carve out some information. What they can't do is hold back Heaven.
Yeah.
That belongs to MOUZ. Soon enough, Brolin arrives, and Donk seems pretty damn prepared for this peak. We'll see if he can hit the headshot. We'll see if Brolin jumps the gun. But it's not just Brolin, Spinks, and now Torzi brings Bomb up here with him. It is a pack of players versus Donk at 20 seconds.
No one there to catch this. Donk waiting from beneath. They have the right setup. Will they get the kills?
Looks good so far between Magix and Donk. The first 2 there. Torzi's up, brings it back. Chopper, oh no, Chopper. He lets the site get compromised from behind.
And there's time to go get this bomb down. You just gotta die for it.
He's got it.
It'll get planted.
Extra second. There to bring it back. Xertion knows, but that bait perfect for Chopper.
That was...
Why, after coming through Hut, would Xertion ever expect somebody inside Squeaky and then another?
That was fantastic from Spirit.
Talk us through it.
They have that flash going. They have the setup. The first thing is, when they take that outside play, they do not fall for the idea that MOUZ are going across into lower. Xertion gets down there. They know they've let one by, but they make the rotation really slow, right? It looks like they're not prepared for a lower play, but they have ramp smoke. They have lower smoked when Chopper leaves for a second, and by the time they get back up here, this is what they expected the whole time, you know? And what makes this really easy is Chopper winning his duel versus Squeaky and then pushing into it. Now they know they can face forward, take open angles to Heaven from outside the hut, and they've been very good when they know they've opened up an angle of using it against their opponents. MOUZ don't have answers right now. Their T side looks pretty obvious here to Spirit, and the kills are going their way too.
Chopper finds a small piece of Sanctuary top hut. Fire doesn't burn it all out. We got Tech-9s across the board for MOUZ. Trying to get Jimmy down the vent. That mission goes well. And it pulls Zontix off of ramp, which then just leaves space for MOUZ to vacuum up. He's gonna hear this approach, drops the bomb in the process. Tech-9 tapped out by Spinks, well done. Chopper doesn't know about Jimmy. Seems to have let his guard down. And so all of a sudden, you've got rifles getting picked up by MOUZ, and their answer, their second round win comes by way of pistol.
Ooh, they caught the tempo. This was such a good spot for Spirit, but now they won a round while they were saving. They do this with a split to lower. They get a committed player on the ramp, and Chopper has no idea about anything coming in from Secret. So I don't know if this wasn't calm to him. They had absolutely no idea, but this is a round where you can't justify that. Last round, you know, T's get smokes on the crosses. It's more hard to peek outside, so the CTs might not be able to fight him. But here, what's your excuse? You know, at worst, it's Tech-9s coming across. At worst, you should be able to at least know who crossed.
We kind of lose track of Jimmy downstairs, just from an observing point of view, because Zontix is so under pressure.
Did he? Yeah,
Double doors was open, and Chopper was stuck backside.
Yeah, I mean, I saw him on the mini-map lower, but I don't know if he dropped Ben or if he got across.
See if the replays explain
Secret
it
really quickly, but either way.
Nice tap as well here from Spinks.
He's already control side when this happens.
Yeah. Can't make sense of that, but I mean, MOUZ, excellent way to kickstart this T side right back into a threatening position. 7 rounds into this. Considering the clutch rounds were the Bane back on Mirage, it is great for them to pull out the X factor here on Nuke.
No, definitely.
Shiro hunting for any sort of confirmation to this outer presence behind the wall of smokes.
It's just
so far sees nothing.
Such a difficult job generating opportunities when you're on the AWP here on Nuke. All the utility outside designed to block and obfuscate your vision, turn you around to make you rotate. And they get by him.
Ooh, do they get by him or does he sneak behind them?
Oh!
Bob's hanging on here. Shiro with a critical double kill.
Wow,
that just sets up Donk perfectly to sweep down that last one. So we go 4v2. A recovery mission yet again out of MOUZ.
It feels like they know every tactic that's coming. The timings they're taking, Zontix will also run into one. Bomb gets dropped, and that'll be 6 rounds here. Unless Jimmy can start teleporting again.
Part of me wouldn't put it past him.
I know. I don't think... Yeah, I don't want to doubt him, but I think they're just happy to let him save in this spot. Uses it as an extended tack pause, but what are we seeing here? Spirit are catching them off right in the middle of their place. Every single time they're setting up and staging utility, like why was it that Shiro in that last round peeked out so wide from hell as soon as they smoked mini? That's when it's dangerous for him. If that's MOUZ showing him they're outside, they could be big garage and going wide. He goes out wider and he still gets a shot and gets away. Spirit are super comfortable right now with the utility that they're spotting. And I don't know if MOUZ have enough new stuff to show. This might be the problem for Spirit when we get into the second half. Again, these guys have shown so much against each other in overtime Nuke games.
If it wasn't for the T side back on Mirage, where we saw a lot of different looks out of MOUZ as that T side went on, maybe I would start to lose faith in it.
And that makes sense because they don't see Mirage in their series.
Okay.
So yeah, that really elucidates how
I see what you're selling.
Mirage feels different.
What I will say is it's nice to see Donk so supported already by Shiro.
Definitely.
Heavy presence outer with the op already for MOUZ to have to handle. And in the middle of that, you've got Donk double digits on the kill count.
I think one thing's for sure, MOUZ are not getting away with lurky plays, and that kind of just has to go now. They won a round forcefully on the exec down lower just by putting pressure and pace. And I think, honestly, if it's a team that is so aware of your set strategies, it's time to change gears. We'll see if Cyclone's going to call this, but this is a position where you look back on your only success and you think, well, how do we open up ramp really quickly? Do we throw in our upper pops as soon as the round starts? If they go ahead and call it another slow default, it better be very convincing or they're going to get embarrassed.
It's all the money on the line. It's still Brolin sitting 0 kills. Zershin only 1. Tactics out the window. Got a call on them to hit some shots as well. It's a new position for Shiro, just playing inside main for the start of it, but again, wall of smokes.
Yes, I'm gonna say this is a brave call because stylistically it's matched up to the rounds that haven't worked.
Right.
Now let's see what Cyclone has brought to this round.
Oh, exposed. Xertion just a sitting duck. Donk can sense you through the smokes. Turns back. No! He is an animal.
He's like a spinning top here. This is insane from Donk. Second kill he doesn't even see. This was like the first time we saw him play Nuke back at Cato.
Every single fight that's come his way this round, an instant kill.
He not only knows how he wants to attack, he knows how you're going to try to attack.
Now the offer's trying to get at him. Jimpat from the top of main catches Donk off, but Donk is not alone.
They haven't countered him yet.
Support is right there for him on top of another Donk multi.
Donk might set some sort of best of 3 kill record in this series, while Brolin has yet to get on the board.
How many frags for Donk ahead of this third map?
He was at 60 kills in those first 2 maps.
73 frags in this quarterfinal at the moment.
We're getting into kills that most people wish to get in a full best of 5 already for Donk.
And it's Tech9's yet again for MOUZ. We'll see if that kind of gets the shackles off, right? One of the rounds MOUZ actually have on the board is with a buy like this. And you said it, it was a brave call to go back to what wasn't working a round ago.
Yes, and they killed them the exact same way.
Sir.
They revealed their positions, they caught them going slow outside. The tack fails.
Flash out towards ramp. Shiro, though, again, I mean, this has got shades of what went badly last time, except a little more support. Opper's gonna get gunned down. You've already got Chopper down on site. They are doing this again. Dawn slides out from single. Plenty of targets to fire at, and none of them go down.
Combined, they have less health than Magic's here. This will be corroborated. How did MOUZ avoid him? I'm sure they assume a rotate is coming in. And even though they're low on HP, they're using vision to their advantage. They keep Torzy back. He's getting information.
Magix knows he's got to get it active.
But they're actually, are they going to re-aggress? Jimmy floating up and down.
Nah, they're sending Spinks upstairs. He's going to find a vacant site, and then all is good because the bomb's right with it, while selling some utility to Magix. At least that's what they could do.
Yeah,
Spinks is now up in the rafters of the A site just to confirm it, and still there's plenty time.
Yeah, you can get into a really great spot, and
they're gone.
They can follow up behind this. Ooh, that was a moment where Donk could have literally killed them all. He was so close. And instead, MOUZ get away. But what are we learning from this, man? This is another fast round that works off the back of Tech9's. They can win because they have the firepower. Maybe it's the carefree attitude of being able to swing and trade really fast. But the one red thread here is that they're going fast. All the other rounds that have failed where they've been systematically picked apart when they're coming through with what looks like these cool defaults that are, you know, really mysterious and you have no idea what their end plan is, they've just fell flat.
I think for the rest of this half, 2 rounds left to play out. To hell with the strategy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Play with a little fire.
Get a little scrimmy, honestly.
Yep. It is straight up aggression down that ramp. It's opened the rounds twice.
It's almost as if you want to play like it's OT already, and it feels like you have to respect the fact that the other team is so onto you. Now, when we compare their head-to-head, MOUZ beats Spirit. But when we look at Spirit's new, they are much better, both at CT and T side. MOUZ are going to do better on CT side, but their T side does struggle. This is still below par.
See if there's any kind of tempo change. They are running out of runway for this T side.
They get 5 rounds, they'll be on par.
2 ramp room Tech9 rushes. That's what makes up 2/3 of this half so far from MOUZ. But Chopper looks to step into the lobby, pays the price.
That looked a little crazy because he clearly spotted and got spotted, right?
It's wild that it's Spirit who are still playing with a bit more aggression. MOUZ happy to just lean back again and again and allow for this fight to come to them.
MOUZ
got no test outside. He's down secret now.
Yeah, if he goes down secret though, and they're up here, unless they do a vent dive, they're going to run through the hardest possible route. We'll see if they can take out Zontix. That'll be step one.
He changes it up. Instead of playing in ramp where he can get run down, he plays in trophy where he's able to peel 2 players off this. So he puts Spirit back into the even man.
Xertion's too late to protect events. They get to rotate down. Will they find him? That's the question.
Looks like Donk has slipped beyond. Into the single door he'll go. His teammates eventually coming to join him.
But they are not pushing yet.
Now they route through over towards Control, so it's Control stairs for Torchy. No cover on the plant. Oh, he gets him off!
Wow, he knows to get the full spray off. It's 2-on-2 now, and they have to get the bomb. Astrala's plant here in the back of the site.
Gonna be full exposed. A flashbang to try to get them out. Somebody's got to crossover, pick up that bomb and plant. And there are 2 sets of prying eyes from Spirit trying to hold off from ramp. It is not yet a retake. Ball is in MOUZ's court as they both decide to push up, but now they've been corralled.
They're gonna have 2 hands busy.
And as that plant comes down, Torchy gets a kill. He gets them both.
Wow.
Not with the yacht, but with the rifle. Great recovery out of MOUZ.
Yeah, what a save. I can't believe Donk knew that he could get away with the full spray. Every bullet in, and he set his team up for a really strong position at the retake. Zontix assisted after these kills came down. But that's amazing. Honestly, like, you would come in spray if you don't get the kill. You're not watching every part of your screen. You assume someone could eventually peek you, but he just knows he can get every bullet out. It's like he just so quick to the information, checking in on everything. Got a timeout called here for Spirit.
Stupid ass Celsius.
Yeah, I'll pretend I don't know. Just for today. Zero kills for Brolin, 1 kill for Xertion, but they still managed to get 4 rounds.
You said 5 is par for the course.
Yeah.
Well, what do? They're going to take this one to the ramp room. Here's that aggression we wanted to see. Zontix, though, shuts it down! Way too easy as they emerge out through the smoke. Magic's willing to run the risk of stepping through the flames. And so trying to tap back into the energy that the Tech-9s were able to tap into, but this one comes up Spirit. It is 4 rounds on a T side. A CT half between MOUZ and elimination at the major.
This is the Blacklight Hot Seat Trivia. This is where we're putting some of our players to the test.
Tech9s barely keep MOUZ in that one with half of their rounds on that T side by way of ramp rush. It is Donk on an absolute tear since the start of this best of 3.
Yeah, it's been a massive series for him overall. 60 kills, he's already on pace to maybe get another 30 in this game if he plays his cards right. The game steps a little bit closer here with MOUZ winning a couple of force buys, but if not for those, it was a crushing half. Spirit, I think, mentally 10-2'd this. They come out 8-4, they look to have the pistol to really bring that feeling together, but for MOUZ, they've got a lot to prove here on CT side, a lot to show us if we want to believe that they can actually take this.
Both Brolin and Xerxin are going to have to dig deep into their souls to find a way to play better on the CT side. 1 kill between 2 players on this team.
That's a gap found.
Spinks is going to get the first blood in the second pistol, trying to get another one over towards Squeaky, while his teammates all wait for a piece of the action. Spinks gets another, and suddenly this starts to look real good for MOUZ. 5v2 is comfortable. We can talk about Donk all night long, but right now it is Spinks that is keeping MOUZ's hopes alive at the major. Xerxin's Berettas step up to the plate. 1 frag left in the form of Shiro, and he'll bite back ever so slightly, but he is done for. MOUZ start with a much-needed pistol round win.
2 apiece there. Xerxin and Spanks put it together. Great shots, and they even snuck by into Mini while all this was happening. So it became a very scary situation for the upper players. But look at that, fade away headshot from Spinks on Chopper. Took out the threat instantly. And that brings this game very much back into fruition. Again, MOUZ much stronger on CT side. Probably needed that pistol. Now they're in a decent spot.
Spirit opt to go Desert Eagle on Donk, nothing else to work with. Looking to get the gun rounds going soon. How many rounds of play before Brolin gets his first? That's a scary question to have to ask. And imagine he's probably asking himself right now in this moment. Every time he touches tab, a reminder that he has 0 frags. And still he's trying to call. Still he's trying to get everybody around him to believe in him to lead this comeback.
Couldn't even hand him an eco on that one. Me too, bro. You don't need to get on your board if you have the right team to help you. Thought I saw him in ramp room a few rounds ago.
What I don't want to see is some weird buy patterns out of Spirit's T side again.
That was forced because they like made all those saves happen. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird that that happened, but
it certainly held them back on Dust 2. Spirit's chance to shut down any hopes MOUZ has instantly. Xerxin tucked in. He's got Torzi to try to draw attention. As far as frag grenades go, it's just Xerxin. He's burning. Still, Donk steps up to the fight.
Yeah.
They go 1-1.
He didn't even need to. Xerxin would not have been able to get out of there. Maybe with 1 HP jumping down, that's what he was worried about, but Xerxin happy that he went and peeked him.
Thing is, Xerxin saw nobody else, and then just as quickly as Donk dies, 3 players from Spirit slip down secret.
Yes, and there is no move here from the CT side to get lower. And this is information Torzi thinks that he has for his teammates. Brolin's coming in a little late to ramp. Spirit, they probably have a suspicion that they're in a good spot, but they don't have to split, so they do have to go a little slower. There can still be event presence. They know that ramp hasn't been dealt with, and they don't know if they've been spotted 100%.
Brolin a little bit worried about the approach. Still taking a little glimpse out through those ramp doors.
It's like they're just trying to make this a quick fake.
Utility at the top. Missed Molotov at Azontix. That's not going to sell anything. Brolin tries to get some damage in. That's the bomb spotted back behind the pillar. Chopper's going to prioritize plant. Good to go. Hands back on the gun. Brolin in the open. And he's going to get a little more damage in, but Chopper gets the better of him. Now the headshots come out for Spirit.
Okay.
And with that bomb plant, they're starting to cement themselves. Torzi to draw it back with 1 kill already. We are talking about low health on both Magix and Chopper, and a great swing out from Spinks. Zontix has got to somehow get into the action. That wallbang drops him down. Spinks, 10-second defuse in the cover. 1 second comes
He got
up,
off it.
gets the kill, and he's cut down 1 short. Spirit
felt like he was just going to pull the defuse off from that spot. What a scary moment. It looked like Zontix was this perfect piece of the puzzle to come in late with the bomb planted back sight. There was actually a world where they defused this. Oh. They needed that one frag from Control. And now without that, Spirit keep it a 3-round lead.
Insane that Magic doesn't die. From 16 health down to 6 off of the wall bang on Dark.
Expensive one here, man.
Already all the money for MOUZ on the line here in the 16th. Spirit put that pressure right back on them. To the pistol be damned.
We've got to keep reminding ourselves this is the end of someone's major. This series ends here in this second half.
Roland trying to get away from the util. Still without a kill.
This one's expensive.
Spinks turns back around. Shiro on the edge of the smoke. Surgeon's gonna try his hand to test them, and he stops at least one extra player from adding themselves to that site.
They don't get the quick plant down. They refresh the smoke. Xerxion's looking to be a pest here, seeing if he can interrupt this.
Ooh, looks like they're coming through fast. Already out from heaven, and now the bomb planted. Zontix down beneath, guns empty. MP9's got it. That is a double from Jimmy. Critical moves out of MOUZ, and they make them fast.
Yeah, they used a solid fundamental play there. 3 players ready to go for the retake. Xerxion says, give me the sign. I'm pushing through the smoke, and one person is planting. It's technically a 3v2 for the second. They jump on that right away. Didn't need Brolin's help once again. They make this a closer game. Spirit put themselves in a crushing position here. Economically, this would have been devastating for MOUZ, but MOUZ survived it.
And they do it with a change-up on the tempo.
Oh, such a brave call to make. Last bullet hits the head, bends around the corner of that rafter.
How many times back on T-side were we calling for something like that? Throw a wrench in the works, get crazy. They do it in a retake timing, and it works.
I think Spirit in this spot, though, they know that this is just still was an expensive round for MOUZ. It's going to continue to be pressured for them. And every round until there's an answer back, could be facing a double save. We're getting close to the end of this game. These two teams know they can beat each other. They know how close they play against each other. There's so much more on the line than even just advancing in this major, proving in this head-to-head, proving on Nuke itself.
I'd say
because you can win every other series in the year, but if you don't win at the major, no one cares.
Not just that, but I mean, MOUZ, they've already done what Spirit are hoping to do, which is win the map they haven't been able to.
Look at this. Look at this. Everyone's chips are on the table, all in from both sides. Every dollar invested.
Massive round right here, right now. The 17th has real implications.
They missed
they're going to catch them in a bad boost. No way they recover this right. Roland, his first kill of the entirety of map 3. Overwhelmed by the tenacity of Spirit, but the op is online in the hands of Torsi. The fadeaway, the fallback, the flashbang to give him space.
Oh, that's such an important angle that he took. He got that one kill, 3v3 now. The 2 rotations downstairs don't matter as much. Spirit were about to cheat and get upstairs.
This is interesting position. Xerxion and Zontix have kind of swapped sides.
But Zontix should be able to tell them that he's pushed something.
They could just go ahead and avoid this. They could walk out hut and they could take that site. And while Xerxion's still unknown to them, Torsi's holding this angle. He gives it up, and he gives it up, and as he does, they start to cross. And then Zontix gets vision of that anchor over in Squeaky. Smoke goes down, op shot missed, Magic's planting, and Zontix is not gonna waste a moment.
Yeah, very smart from Zontix. He knows there's no way to swing out on that low HP. It's gonna have to once again be something crazy for the CT side, and I don't know if they're in a spot to do it.
Do they save?
It was too expensive this round. Everybody pushed all in.
They walk away.
They're giving them a chance to buy out. They're going to take it. Zontix makes the key move. And MOUZ failed the boost. When we go back to Mirage Man, it was moments of mechanical errors, a little bit of fog with, double smoking or missing something or leaving a bomb. It was those things that eventually caught up to MOUZ that we didn't see Spirit do. And here, they couldn't achieve the setup they were looking for. Versus a rush when it very much mattered. Double ramp was correct. Double ramp in this spot was not.
Oh, the step up.
And yeah.
He hears him coming, so he just bails on it. And then Brolin sat there like a sitting duck. And Zontic's no longer playing games. Takes that fight right to Xerxin.
Oh, this is brutal. I mean, yeah, gotta understand where we're at in this specific map. Everything invested.
Emotions start to run high, frustration on their faces.
This could shape up to be a total tragedy here for MOUZ. They pulled off 2 half-buy rushes in the first half. They did it on Dust 2 on CT side as well.
Quite honestly, the buy is not as horrendous as it could have been for MOUZ. Still, double MP9s and Torzi on the op. You want to be the leader of this team? You want to rally the troops, then pull off something magical here and now. Fast reaction into Donk. Jimmy's gonna take a step forward, bringing the fight to Spirit. Sure, Zontix trades back, but it's not an open ramp. Spinks lingers, man advantage here in the hands of MOUZ with all the money yet again on the line.
And they know the op is rotating around the back. Magic's probably in a hard spot to find.
Looking for it as Zontix takes over Brolin. Oh, what a shot! Great headshots coming out of Torzi.
Pop the cap right off him. Shiro and Zontix left alone.
It's a critical 18th round for the cash flow of MOUZ.
Nice to say Torzi's name again. Critical component of their success.
Spirit playing with the clock. Time is a resource in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and you know that Spirit use it well. We've seen them in low number spot. They are by far the better team.
Clock hits 40, and you can see Spinks starting to second guess down beneath him. Oh, he could be exposed, but instead he gets the greatest timing. Just perfect from Spinks. Shaves them off, and he has been the saving grace of MOUZ so far. Now Torzi stepping up right there with him.
Yeah, those kills were just critical. Donk gets him down to 52. If Torzi, I mean, it's so quick that if Torzi isn't loosely aiming at him in this direction, he wouldn't have time to get that shot up, straight up. He wouldn't have had that time to simply track and flick and shoot. And then that, I mean, that is steady in a pressured moment if I've ever seen it. Looks like this one's going to be down to the wire. MOUZ are back on their feet off that buy.
Spirit have to give them just a little more rope in this tug of war of a second half. It's 5 rounds back and forth, non-consecutive round wins. This entire game teeters.
An op on the line. No one committed. No rifle here. Is this going to be the way?
I mean, this is what cost Spirit. They try to use it against MOUZ with those flashbangs. Torzi sticks around for a bit, but he hears them coming. And he's got support as well, so they will take the ramp room and they'll collect themselves and pause, if only for a moment.
Question is, how do you make a better round? You don't have a split. You could go lower, but you already heard that rotation down. They'll still take the move.
And unlike when we had MOUZ just barreled down into this bomb site, there's no actual CT up close.
Yeah, they fortified in hell, but that means that Jimmy doesn't have a fast rotation. He's here alone.
It's okay, he'll lean back. He'll try to control the double side. Still just eyes over towards the vent. So much here for Jimmy to do. Concerned about all the positioning, doesn't know what's safe, doesn't know what's not, but the threat is coming, sprinting at him with 30 seconds, single door open, Spinks yet again! Double kill from him, Jimmy's gonna get caught by the Glock, but at this point, Spirit's hopes crushed. MOUZ won from a tied game!
Yes, very nicely done. I mean, you know, Jimmy, like, you can leave him, Finns love solitude. You leave him alone, he thrives in it. He's there, he gets the spot in on control side, takes a running shot at it, and he just disengages. He understands they're gonna try to swarm him from control. He has the right protocols. He made that look very safe.
But that was it, that was the slack. That was an offering for Spirit. Not one for peace, but one to get right back to war. AKs in hand, Donk and Zontix top of the board. And Torzi trying to loosen up a little outer ahead of this smoke at the beginning, but pops it open to no confirmation as to whether Spirit are back here.
It's crazy because he's solo here a lot. No one's nading these smokes open for him. He is taking all the responsibility on his shoulders. Last time, he could bear the weight.
There was much more team play from Spirit's CT side, outer. Donk had all the help he needed, but maybe Torji doesn't need it at all. He's gonna find Shiro, wins the duel in the head-to-head, damage through to chip away at Chopper.
That's such a massive find here. This one's to tie up.
Utility's low for Spirit, not ideal.
Torji multiplying his presence. He's over at ramp now.
If they do truly end lower, there is no smoke to cover that plant, so you damn well need some ramp control, and it's not coming.
And this lower crawl only has 2 players. They've got 1 back in lobby. This is a really simple looking round. I mean, Spirit are gonna have to do something absolutely insane to pull this back.
2 flashes and a frag. Both sides of that lower site. Magic still yet to join forces. If he can win this fight, he finds timing. Oh, the perfect timing.
No head armor there on Spinks. He gets popped like a grape.
Still downstairs. Dawn takes a look up, and Sershin's gonna catch him. No entry allowed on that A site. Chopper's head left spinning. Completely canceled out from this lower bomb site, hoping it's open, and he'll get the op off the angle. A little bit of extra money would do him some good, but they're gonna gun him down. MOUZ have tied this game.
What have we got to say? You see the relief from Torji. He is looking like a champ right here. These past couple have been so impactful, and again, very little support for him outdoors. These
That's
finds.
the shot.
Yeah, that's quick. Shiro just wanted to bait that one out.
And even when Spinks gets caught on that squeaky door, nothing gets too frantic for MOUZ.
You're seeing the laser focus. They've got their CT side. This is where they're comfortable, looking to make this comeback happen.
That back and forth affair has cost Spirit a few rounds, having to purchase up with rounds like these. They let 2 of these buys win against them. And so far, they've been able to do nothing when they're equipped with the lesser guns. They will take a swing at ramp control. They'll get Jimmy to drop instantly, but that's fine, because he holds his nerve, and Sershin's gonna hold outside.
Yeah, that's outer red dead here. The numbers are low once again. We saw that Spirit could win a Tech 9 round, but didn't feel like they'd have to lean on him after that. Now it seems like that's the case. A lead in store for MOUZ. They don't make any bad decisions.
A little bit of ramp room still to work with. If anything, this is the space you've earned. It cost you 2 bodies, and it could damn well cost you more. Donk sitting on 53 health. It is Tech 9s and a Glock. At the very least, Shiro's got a smoke. If he can cover up the bomb plant, maybe we get weird in Austin. But Spinks is gonna find the perfect time to go out, and this one gets absolutely shut down.
Wow.
Spirit cannot do to MOUZ what MOUZ did to them.
Yep. MOUZ are in the lead.
This entire major has been about MOUZ reclaiming space. When we wrote them off after a slow start, that 0-2 day spelled disaster. They watched Falcons fail. And they had to step into the same spotlight with the pressure on them. This is a team, you go back to Copenhagen with Shuhei, they cleared their opening stage 3-0. It's the first time they find themselves in playoffs without their original captain. And their new piece has 3 kills on map 3.
And a major, so he knows what it's like. Spinks, classy map here on Nuke. Job isn't finished, however. A chance for Spirit to try to respond. They don't have the op Shiro would like to maybe see. How many more openings will they give up to Torzi outside?
This is 4 rounds in a row without Spirit even finding a bomb plant. This T side has come up dry. Ever since the momentum that was going back and forth has found itself firmly in MOUZ's hands. Missed shot from Torzi.
Yeah, and a punish here from Donk.
Look at him loosened up though. Trying to take the fight to Secret. Spinks, so ready!
Perfect hold, no chance to even adjust.
Silver lining here for Spirit as they will take over ramp. They've got another avenue of attack. And at the moment, the defense doesn't look too ready. Brolin difficult to hold this back, especially with 3 kills to your name, and he has missed the timing.
Oh, he leaves the post. He's overstressed. He doesn't even realize it, but he's watching 2 positions. But here's Jimmy. Does he have to let this go? Brolin, you gotta watch something.
From both sides, Jimmy gotta step it up. He's got Zershin to work with, and the attack's still on out from heaven. Here on high, Zershin able to hold it back. That is brute force from Zershin.
He was so calm on the listening. He's here on stage. He's showing up, and he puts together a crushing blow to Spirit. The 180 rifle work. They pick up the pieces after Brolin dies. And this could have very easily been a one-on-one that Spirit pick up instead. MOUZ on series point.
And the
major champions, the returning major champions, are in grave jeopardy.
Tragic buy-up for Spirit as well. A crowd suddenly frothing at the mouth for their elimination. Because the comeback in this series from MOUZ is so real. 2 chances to close out. They failed to end it with 4 on Mirage. They got Dust 2 over the line, and Brolin tries to step it up. In the dying hour of Team Spirit, 3 kills for MOUZ. Shiro all that's left. And a deagle shot to give Spirit the smallest piece of hope. He will walk away and play this clock with bomb.
He has to squeeze this one dry. It's Shiro in a clutch. In modern CS, you don't see players better than him in these moments. Maximum amount of pressure. The guy who's graduated from his Cloud9 days, his Gambit youngster days, and earned himself a reputation for putting together these moments down to a damn deagle.
He plays this silent to 30 seconds, and he currently has separated 1v1s, but if the cover's not good, then the bomb wouldn't have gone down. But Spinks decides not to make his move. Double door swung. Shiro back exposed. Doesn't know it. Hiding in the corner. Spinks is going to bag him. And by God, they've done it. The demon goes down in Austin. Your defending major champions slain.
This may be remembered as MOUZ's biggest, strongest win. All the right players, their new lineup. The amount of X factor and clutches they had to survive in the map 1. Incredible performance here on stage.
And a pat on Brolin's back for holding his nerve throughout an incredibly underwhelming individual performance, but they do it. MOUZ have embodied resilience in Austin. This is a team that simply refuses to die.
You did it! You beat Spirit here in Austin. You're going to the semifinals. Talk me through this win.
First of all, I just want to say, fuck your pick'ems! Yeah, I mean, it felt good. I think we should have won Mirage as well. It was really close. I lost really important clutches, and I was not happy after that, but on Dust, we stepped up and the team played really good, and I'm just really happy and proud of my teammates. Even maybe they, also in Nuke, some of us were struggling, but we still stepped up on City's side, and it was really important, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, about Nuke specifically, right? Because usually you do have Spirit's number, and you also have Spirit's number on Nuke, so how did you feel when it didn't really go your way on the T side and that you had to claw it back? Was there ever a moment of despair?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, how did you claw your way back on Nuke?
Yeah, I feel like Nuke is one of our best map, you know. So we are really confident, and I told the boys, even if we have 4 runs on T side, it's enough, because on group stage we had 3 runs and we still came back. So yeah, I really trust our city side, and we know when we get there we will destroy them, and that's what happened. We just had to stay composed and focused, and yeah.
Can you say something about your IGL? Because I'm sure he put in a lot of work, but in the beginning the kills weren't really ticking up. Did he say something about that?
Yeah, Luda was a little bit struggling on Nuke, but I was still giving him energy and hyping him up, because I know it's important to stay focused in the head, you know. And also, I think he was doing great on T side. He was having really good calls, and I just wanted to let him know he's doing good and the kills will come to him, even if he's not feeling like that. So yeah, but he did what he needed to do, and a win is a win.
A win is a win for sure. You said screw your pick'ems, and the Austin crowd, however, has been really behind you, and now you're going into those semifinals. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, I would just say thank you for cheering for us, even if you are here in the arena or if you are at home. Thank you so much, and yeah, thank you so much. It means a lot.
That's it. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Yeah.
Unfortunately, in these things, there are exit interviews, there are loser interviews. That's the nature of competition. I'm sitting here with Zontix. First of all, I want to say thank you very much for coming over here and having some words with us after what is a rough loss. Let's start with Nuke. It started pretty smooth. You lose that second pistol. Talk to me about Nuke.
Second pistol, you mean the second half? Well, the problem started before that. We lost 2 on T4s, if I believe, if I'm right. Then we lost the pistol because we should have recalled the round after we got smoked inside hut. But they're not making great decisions today. A lot of just bad decisions, and I think not enough confidence for some players. And I believe that comes from us losing to MOUZ a lot of games in a row. We haven't won them a single time this year, and it affects players when you have to perform your best against the MOUZ in playoff of the major. So yeah, it's just not enough good decisions, a lot of bad mistakes, miscommunications, not enough communications, not enough control from players. Mistakes and micro management. So yeah, this is just not enough.
Well, we can move just a little bit past that. You know, Dust 2. You guys picked into Dust 2, 13-9 to MOUZ. In your opinion, how did that go sideways for you guys?
We got outcalled, I believe. They were just better.
It's just as easy as that. Look, we could talk about Mirage, but I think we've seen enough Mirage for one lifetime in here. Zontix, on your way out of here, is there anything you'd like to say to the people at home, the people in attendance today?
Well, I said already that I'm thankful to everyone who is watching CS, who is supporting any teams. Doesn't matter, any players, everyone, all of you is a part of the sports. So I'm just thankful to all of you. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, Zontix.
No chance for Spirit to be defending their major title as MOUZ outlive, MOUZ outlast, and MOUZ ultimately outplay. They are the survivors of our first quarterfinal here at the Blast TV Austin Major, and talk about a fashion to be doing it in MOUZ. Slaying the dragons in the process. Sure, we could argue that they had their fair share of chances on Mirage, but the fact they managed to bounce back from that first map lost, great tenacity from MOUZ.
I feel like you could make a case that MOUZ played better Counter-Strike on all 3 maps. So for them to come out with the victory today, I feel like the CS gods are looking fondly upon this matchup, okay? When you're playing so many good situations out, early round, mid-round, but then the clutches are what betray you, well, you probably are gonna look back in the rearview mirror and say, we'll do better next time, and they did. MOUZ map 2 and map 3, their starters were better. In terms of closing some of the rounds out, the heroics from individuals came to play. People were popping off in the ways that you know they can.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, what I highlighted after the first map is Spinks in that interview with like a little smile on his face, talking about them losing like 6 clutches. It felt very much like MOUZ knew that they were playing like the better team. They just didn't deliver in those moments on the first map.
Well, you mentioned gods. We got one of the gods of this series up here, Zershan. Massive congratulations. You collected quite the crowd. Yeah, you're probably not going to be able to hear half the questions we're going to ask you just because this crowd are absolutely crazy. Just tell me the emotions you feel after what was that insane map of Mirage, managing to turn it around.
Yeah, well, I mean, it feels great. I think on Mirage we were the better team, in my opinion. I think they won a lot of silly clutches. They had some good individual rounds, but I think as a team we outclassed them on all 3 maps, in my opinion. I have a lot of respect for them, so us doing it is a big achievement. And yeah, we took a big step forward today because our group stage game was not so nice, and yeah, I'm proud of that.
What was the conversation for you guys in those days off? I mean, what was it? You know, when you look at that performance in the group stage, you all collectively understood you're playing at a level far below what you're used to. What was the convo during the break days?
Yeah, I mean, we knew that, yeah, we were just not good enough in the group stage, and I think it was a lot more mentally than actually the gameplay. Like, I think the tactics, we ran the same tactics we ran that we were supposed to run in the group stage here in the game, and we just won. So I think that mentally we were just not ready to play the major, I feel like, in the beginning. But maybe it was a blessing in disguise because it lowered our expectations a bit.
Yeah, 2 quick losses will wake you up.
So at the end of that, you know, Torzy says F your pick'ems, but you guys beat Spirit twice already this season. So when Torzy says that, like, what are you guys thinking when you're seeing that so many people picked Spirit to win? Like, you guys have had their number all year.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit fair with our form in the group stage compared to them, but I think that's always going to be relevant in some way, especially in the major. And yeah, I mean, we beat them twice before. We felt really confident against them. We know we're a difficult matchup for them, and yeah, for me it was just, it's always people seem to underestimate us and also hate a bit. I think it's fine. Everyone has their own agenda or what they believe in. It's completely fine for us. We just believe in the process and believe in ourselves.
What about when it comes to your individual play? Because obviously, you know, in 2024, for example, you didn't always have the best time against the most elite teams. This was a statement for you. You had some great moments on Mirage, even in the loss, and actually to close out Nuke too. Like, you guys were getting surrounded on that A bomb site, and you were able to just pivot between every player that you saw, taking down a great multi-kill. Like, how come it feels different now in an arena for you?
Well, to be honest, I feel just more comfortable in the team I have now. I feel more comfortable with the way we play. For me, that changes a lot. I've never really thought about stage as something that is bad. I really enjoy to play on it. I'm happy this year I'm also playing a bit better than last year on it, for sure. But yeah, I mean, for me, it's just about enjoying the moment. It's not every day you get to play in such an amazing crowd here in Austin, to be honest. I didn't expect them to support us that much. And yeah, it's just really nice to hear them cheer for us.
Let me ask you about Spinks, because he was an absolute badass in this series against Spirit. And I know, obviously, you guys had to have seen it as well when he decided to kind of leave Vitality and come over to MOUZ. Everyone was kind of scratching their heads like this. This seems crazy on some level, but I mean, he's obviously proven that he made a great choice with his performance today. What has he brought? Like, what has the experience been like with him and the team now for 5 months?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's not a secret that Vitality is the best team in the world right now after he left. For him, I think it was always just about what he feels, what he likes, and I think that he prefers to play in this team now. And for me, that's the most important. And today he played amazing. I'm really proud of him and happy. And yeah, he really used his experience today, I feel like.
Hell yeah, he did.
You had some really nice words to say about him, but before the series, right? You were saying it's a pleasure to be alongside him.
You were hyping him up.
Yeah, I kind of want to ask, because like we heard that. We ran it as well. I want to ask about you, like, I feel like we hear a lot of individual moments from MOUZ, like in terms of the hype-up moments. Actually, no. Let's skip over to an actual in-game moment. This was you. There's a really nasty 180 here. Do you want to walk us through this?
Yeah, well, this round we kind of knew that they will have to come back A. So, yeah, the moment played itself, in my opinion, a bit.
Okay, but that kill, the last kill though, come on, what's that?
I mean, it was good. I had a really terrible T-half, so I'm really happy on City side I had some impact. Yeah, I'm just super happy that the team pushed me through at least. And I'm happy I could prevail one round for them.
Okay, how come the read was that it had to be A?
I mean, we kind of know them, and also they ended B quite often, the rounds prior. We killed, I think, no, we didn't kill anyone, but basically we just had the read that they will come A. We were good on B, and yeah, I chose to stack City event with the team.
Sick call.
Well, I think, should we listen in to what the team was saying in that exact moment, in this mic'd up moment?
Heaven, on the heaven bomb. Go heaven, dead.
Jordan, door.
Give me a shot. Heaven and up. Nice, Dory. Oh my
Guys,
let's fucking go. I want us to focus again, okay?
Yeah, everyone needs a Torji in their life, hyping him up for everything you do.
Yeah, Lotan after was like, guys, let's focus on the next. Like 5 seconds after, Adam is like, insane, let's go. So yeah.
This is quite a nice segue into what I wanted to ask originally, right? It's like we've heard moments from you, we heard moments from Brolin, we hear moments from Torzi quite frequently as well in terms of like hyping up the team. Was there a point in this match where you felt kind of the responsibility of like bringing the good vibes to the team to make sure you weren't, maybe after that Mirage, right?
Yeah, I mean, we always all try. Of course, Torzi is the main hype man, but we all try to give our best in that area. For me, after Mirage, we knew we were so close, and for me, it was just about being intelligent. My coach likes to ask that for me, and I kept composure on Dust too. I was more of the calm guy, for example, and I just give some good ideas. I try to have ping pong with Ludwig, and that's it, yeah.
What can you say about Torzi? I mean, he's been your longest standing teammate back from 2021 MOUZ NXT days, and you've seen his growth over now 4 years. So what do you think about who he is now in terms of the player he's become and even the voice he's become?
Yeah, I mean, hands down, he's the best teammate I've ever had. I think it's not close anymore. I think this guy is an incredible gem to have around at all times. I think today he will be a bit upset by the clutches he lost on Mirage, because outside he was a bit mad. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure we're going to see a better Torzi in terms of individually, but I think in terms of what he brings to the team, he's doing an amazing job right now.
Where would you place it? We were having this conversation in the green room with Dupree. Where you got him in terms of like top offers? We always mention like if you bring up the idea of who are the best offers in the world, it's your ZywOos, it's obviously your MOUZ. People are throwing Simple in there now, who are all the big superstar names. But in terms of opping, like Torji feels like he's got to be like a top 3, top 4 kind of opper for me.
I think it's good to say that right now he's a top 3 opper. I think that it doesn't even matter individually what level he pulls through. I think the hype he brings, the communication, the excitement to play, the hard work, like this guy is so dedicated, and I think that's something you don't see on the server.
The complete package.
The last question I have for you guys is that there's been a little bit of a discourse online about who's calling and everything like that. So what can you put to bed regarding like Brolin IGL versus you're calling some starters? I'm sure, you know, people are chiming in different ways, but what's your full take on just who is the IGL of MOUZ? I feel like it shouldn't be a crazy question, but I just want to know your answer.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say there was a few moments today where he just told everyone, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we heard one of those.
So of course he's the leader. Of course we should come up with good ideas. I mean, we have 5 creative minds in the team, including Jimmy. He also has some really good ideas sometimes on how he wants to lurk. Let's use it. And I think that Brolin is really good at having the balance. And today, when he needed to take charge, he just said like, guys, I'm feeling really good. Trust my fucking calls, we're going to win the game. And then we just did it, you know? So, of course, he's the leader. He's always going to be.
We listened to that moment as well. We like that one too. Final question from my end. Obviously, you're on the same side of the bracket as Na'Vi. Vitality. Any preference as to who you want to face?
I don't have any preferences, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Na'Vi win, to be honest.
Oh, wow. Okay. Bold prediction. We will leave you there, Zershan. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations. We'll see you back in action on Saturday.
Thank you very much.
Go off and celebrate, man.
See you, bro.
With winners, unfortunately, there do come losers as well. Team Spirit will not get a shot at defending their title here in Austin, but we can check in with Chopper as he had a few parting words with James Banks.
Spirit's run here at the Austin Major does end in the quarterfinals after a hell of a fight coming out from the whole team. Chopper, first of all, thank you for giving me your time. I know right now it must really hurt. It seemed to me at the end of this series, the emotions were higher from you guys, just from sadness that I don't normally see. Can you talk me through just the thoughts, the feelings that you saw from you and the team?
I don't know, we just we have a lot of emotions, just something. If someone do mistakes, already that guy is really sad. No, it's not usually situation, but it's measured. It sometimes happen.
And does it hurt more the fact that you are the reigning champions from the previous major and just how much it seemed like you guys were believing after the 3-0 in stage 3?
I guess 3-0 for us is not good because we need more practice, I guess. And when you do 3-0 and after have 6 days break, we practice a lot, did a lot of stuff, but it's not enough right now. It's really bad because I think we play so bad on Dust 2 on the T side. MOUZ also did really good preparation on T side for them. Yeah, it's okay that we lose a lot of close situation on when they wasn't city.
Yeah.
Yeah, we lost 2 or 3 clutches, 4v3, with addition every time. I don't know, but it's okay. But also they play really good on T side. They crash us. Yep.
On Mirage, you win it in overtime, a crazy 4 overtime, and that's normally where you guys have not been able to win against MOUZ. Did you then feel going into Dust 2 like, okay, we're in a good position, we have a strong map now that we can win on?
Oh, yes, I think about we win their pick. It's a good situation for us, but also I think we give a lot of emotions for this comeback. A lot of
energy,
yes,
right?
a lot of energy. Yeah, and the start of this side on Dust 2, we just play like no energy.
No.
Yes, and it's okay. It's a good lesson for us, but I don't know. Quarterfinal is not good result for us.
I want to talk about this because you start the season with winning Blast Bounty, 2nd place at Katowice, then it's like 3rd, 4th. This is sadly the worst result of the season for you guys. So can you just give me your closing thoughts and feelings on the season and what this means for Spirit going into the next season?
In the beginning, I guess we need to back to home and talk with our CEO what we do next, because I think semi-final, quarter-final is good, but we need wins. We need wins tournament. Yes, and it's sad to we have this right now. About all of this season, we lost only for 3 teams.
Yeah.
But it's maybe it's good, but not sure. It's not good for Spirit. Okay. We need to win them. We need to show our power, show our confidence. But sometimes we're coming. We don't have confidence. I don't know how to say that.
Yeah.
It's sadly.
Do you think it could mean changes for next season, or you're not sure?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's because all of this in Spirit do it from CEO and coach.
Okay.
Maybe I don't know.
Well, thank you very much for your time. I know it's tough right now, but for here, that's the end of Spirit at the Austin Major.
Yeah, rough way for Spirit to be eliminated in terms of this situation. Couple things that I want to just pull on a thread there from that exit interview. First of all, Chopper going back to a similar point that Shira kind of brought up after the victory in Stage 3, saying, could have done with a little bit more practice, a few more officials. I don't really know how to read that, Jason.
Yeah, I don't either, and I don't want to like harp on it too much because he's just coming out of a loss and everything.
Yeah.
But there is like an element of it where it's like if the conversation is going to be we needed more practice, so we did, you know, that's what the boot camp is for, and it was very publicly talked about that they chose not to do a boot camp. So look, I think any team should be able to decide if they want to do a boot camp or what their practice schedule is going to be. But if you come in and get eliminated from the major and say we needed more practice, that's a bit like I'm just kind of like it doesn't sit. It's just weird.
It doesn't sit right.
I've noticed talking to a couple of teams, well, mostly just FURIA, now hearing this from Spirit, that they almost think that going 3-0 is a disadvantage.
Sure.
They want to play officials for as long as they can so that they're as warm, because in Counter-Strike, form is fleeting. You don't just keep your muscles from one day to the next. It's all about just the reps, the amount of hours you have in that exact week, not even really based on the history you've played, because so much of what CS2 is about isn't really just like playing perfect fundamental situations. It's about having good mechanics all the time. And the only guy that really did that the entire time was Donk today.
That's a narrative that I do want to revisit as well, because you brought up such an apt point, Maui, before we dove into this series, right? The fact that if Spirit got eliminated, and they obviously just did, that opens up the floor for ZywOo just to be really grasping onto that #1 player in the world spot, considering that, you know, MOUZ.CDT, he ain't here either. He's already gone home.
I mean, the conversation of who's the best player now for the first 6 months of 2025, that it's a closed book, okay? Like, ZywOo is the best now just because Donk wasn't able to do it. I mean, you could make a case in terms of the performance and how much Donk is uplifting his team. To me, he's still the most impactful player, the player I would pick #1 in a draft of all CS players in the world if I don't know who the rest of my team is. However, the red carpet is both figuratively and literally rolled out for ZywOo now at this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, you'd have to hope for like some epic collapse of vitality and ZywOo in the second half of the year, which plays against ZywOo's greatest strength, which he's just been Mr. Consistent since he came in. Like, he just doesn't have crazy drop-offs in that sense. So yeah, a little bit of a bummer in that regards for Donk, where that race that we had last year that was getting so excited, probably not going to have that this year, but that's why you had to enjoy it last year.
Yep.
If you didn't get on that hype train last year, you missed it. It's out.
Yeah, it was kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity there. Obviously gutted to see Spirit not getting the opportunity to defend that title as well. Tough situation for them to be in.
Well, I think it's fun. It's like it's a conversation about them like wishing they had more games to like warm into it. I kind of can see that if you're Chopper, they look like shell-shocked a little bit during that interview. Yeah. But if you think about Spirit and their run at this major, this probably feels like it ended so quickly. They went 3-0, they destroyed and deleted pretty much everybody. I think one close map in the 4 they had to play to get here, and then you play 1 quarterfinals and all of a sudden you're out. And this has been like the goal circled on the calendar since the start of the year. So I mean, to have it just be such a flash like that, that's gotta be a crazy feeling. Like you don't even know if you're sad yet.
Well, I know exactly where we are going, and that is to check in with the playoff bracket to see exactly what that does after our first quarterfinal has concluded. We obviously posed the question to Zershan. He said that potentially Na'Vi could be their opponent in the semifinal. I don't know where he's getting that from, but yeah, sure.
Practice, right? He's getting it from practice.
Yeah, I mean, we've been wrong about Na'Vi before going into a major playoffs back in Copenhagen. For them to capture lightning in a bottle once again, I think it's too tall of an order for Blade and Alexi.
Yeah, and especially when you see how they had their success last year with so many players peaking and having a crazy impact out of nowhere, that's tough to see it, envisioning it just coming out of nowhere now.
It seems unlikely, but we're going to have to wait until tomorrow to find out how that game goes down, as MOUZ, the first team to be cementing themselves ever closer towards this very trophy. Quarterfinal number 2 going to be going down, FURIA versus Pain after this break.
He can't see a thing, they're right in front, diffusing the bomb, the smoke, oh my god! Dupree taking 2 and falling back, going for the shot, you've got to be kidding me! Dupree winning the round!
Hi, my name is Dupree, I'm a 5-time major champion, and I was part of the Astralis era. In the beginning with Astralis, it was with any other startup. Remember the first shirt iteration we had, which is like a plain black shirt with this star that was printed on top. Just feeling that this was our own was something that actually mattered a lot to us. We were proud of what we had already created, and now it's more about we wanted and needed to get the results right to get it where we wanted it to. It really fast got pretty big in my opinion. It rose to become something that's more of a subculture back in Denmark. You could go and ask anyone on the streets in Denmark and they would know what Astralis was. And maybe they didn't specifically in detail know what it was about, but they've heard the name before. It just blew into a proportion that we never expected. I think for any Counter-Strike player that are playing this game competitively, it's about making a name for yourself. That's where the major comes in really handy. I think the dream of winning one is what everyone wants to achieve inside Counter-Strike. But getting there obviously takes a lot of hard work and also some luck and everything. But when I first started playing Counter-Strike, I wanted to win my major. And if I could just win one major, then I would be very satisfied. Getting to the point where I feel like the team back in the days with Astralis that was capable of winning a major was like a really good feeling. You would go into the tournament and you would feel that we actually have the capabilities of winning this tournament. That felt really good. We went in that grand final, I think we were obviously playing against Virtus Pro in that grand final. We were playing against some really experienced guys from the time. And for us to go up against these kind of legends, it kind of fueled us in a way that we want to go out and prove that we can also do this, And then, getting to the point where you need one more round. I believe that we had 15 seconds of free time and Clay would say guys, let's just do the exact same as we just did, let's catch them off guard. And you could just feel that everyone in the team was on the same page. Everyone felt that this was that right call, everyone believed in it. There was so much chaos. It was just people just getting killed left and right, but it was just one frag at a time, and you can see in the kill feed we were getting closer and closer and closer. And then that final kill, which I believe I got when I hit that last Tech-9 headshot on test, that was crazy. And the feeling is just we jumped up and threw our headsets off. All of a sudden, I found myself in a position where I had actually achieved that dream of winning the major.
It's not only about North America here at the Austin Major, it's all about the Americas region. These guys have all come from Brazil, and you've gone for the pink beards, pink hats. We're kind of matching. Can you explain to me why pink beard, why pink hat?
Okay, so we are the Pink Panthers, even though I'm in a pink jersey. So we are going for Brazil today. So it's all about Brazil, and standing out.
Okay. Standing out in Brazil, I love that, but who are you cheering for? You said Panthers, does that mean Furia?
Yeah, the Furia, I have a little bit of feeling about the Professor. Let's go, Professor. But I'm really Brazilian, so Pen or Furia, for me it's okay. It's completely okay.
It's completely okay, no matter what. Someone from Brazil is going to win, and that's what they love.
Yeah, we got a South American showdown going down in our second quarter final tonight. And Jacob, probably one of the more unsuspecting 3-0 teams from stage 3.
I don't think a lot of people expected FURIA to be in the playoff, let alone them going 3-0 in stage 3. That in itself is very, very impressive. I like it though. You know, I like the fact that FURIA took a gamble. They went the European route of importing talent into the Brazilian scene now. Yakinda has had a massive comeback into his career as well after a very rough time in Team Liquid. Molodoy being a new guy who's done a tremendous job integrating himself as the new AWP player of FURIA, taking over from Fallen. So overall, a very positive experience so far.
Well, let's check in with Caserado upon his arrival to the Moody Center.
Caserado, 3 years since your last major playoffs. Feels good to be back?
Yes, for sure, man. For sure, it's been a while, huh? It's been a tough journey, but I'm glad that we are here. We had to show up now and make the Unreal Major past the same final, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now, how would you describe the feeling you have right now, though, knowing that you'll be able to do this with a new Furia?
Yeah, it feels good. Who can imagine, huh? 1 month of team and you are already on the playoffs and majors, so it's pretty good. I love it.
How's your confidence for this matchup going up against Pain? I know it's a best of 1, they beat you in, but best of 3, all the experience you guys have on stage must feel good.
Yeah, it feels good, but I have to chill and do our job. It's not about them, it's about us in this match.
Right. I love that, man. Good luck, go kill it out there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caserado.
And I think it's fair to say that Caserado fans all around the globe, Maui, very happy to see him back in a major playoffs.
Oh, they're so happy. I mean, for such a long time, the story around Caserado was that he should go international, that he should join Liquid. Well, Furia, they brought Liquid to Caserado. They got Yakindar, they got an AWPer that nobody had respect for, and they got Molodoy.
That's not bad. Really well played. Look, it's real talk. It's obviously great having him back, and it's great having him perform very well. At the start of the stages, it felt like Molodoy, Yakinda were kind of the engines of this, and it felt like Caserado and Yuri sort of latched onto that, and we're like, all right, we're coming along for this now too. Now we buy in. This Furia team, when they came together, I was like, this is either going to be a car crash or it's going to be awesome. There's no in between. And it's the awesome side of things. I don't know how it happened, but let's just have fun.
How are you going to do the grandfather of CS like that, Maui? You got any respect for your elders? Respect for underdogs, but no respect for elders?
The great thing about it is that it doesn't have to come from his opping, Freya. The fact that he's pivoted to a rifler, that he's given up the sniper rifle, given it to Molodoy, it's so much trust that's given into the new generation that, okay, yeah, people had their reservations about Fallen as a pure AWPer, but the calling's still good. The T-sides show a development in terms of the flow. The synergy has grown with every passing tournament, and I think that this team is powered up pretty nicely from stage 2.
It's been so impressive, and I mean, for my money, I didn't expect them to be taking down the names that they did, not least not dropping a single series in that stage 3.
That was impressive. I don't think anyone saw that coming, to be completely honest. I don't think anyone saw FURIA be a contender for the playoff. Go 3-0 into stage 3. You can argue that some of the teams they were playing against, they got a bit lucky with the draw, got a bit lucky with the bracket, so to speak, avoided some of the heavy dogs. Beating Virtus.pro in the form they were in at the time was great. Beating Aurora in a best of 1 as well, that's great. Beating the Mongols is no joke, so you can take nothing away from FURIA. I think they've been very, very positive to look at so far, and I agree with Maui. They look significantly better than they have in a long time.
Look, to be the Debbie Downer of the desk, which I feel like is what I usually am. You know, if you come into this, I think a lot of the strength of Furia, Fallen did a great job as an anchor. Molodoy coming into this was a massive, aggressive AWPing piece that went for opening kills, that was assertive on the map, and he's also a rookie at the majors. So now you throw him on this stage for his first time in the major. If Molodoy isn't going to bring that same attitude, team's going to feel very different than it did in the stage 3.
Well, I love that Molodoy already has arena experience. The fact that he played in front of the Kazakhstan crowd in Astana and had the boldness at times to sometimes just grab the microphone from James Banks, as many of us want to do, but you actually do it from him.
He's done one for all of us there, hasn't he? Shout out to our homie.
No, but I mean, he showed boldness throughout a lot of this and even the playoffs there as well.
Is it a bit, I don't want to use the word strange, but the fact that obviously he's trying to brush up on his English ability, you know, we know he's taken classes. This must be a really tough situation for him, not only him, but Yakinder as well, who's kind of tasked with doing some live translations sometimes. It's obviously worked so far, but pressure on this stage?
Yakinder loves it, by the way. He loves it. He loves being in this role. He's he's actually come into FURIA and he's taken kind of a similar role as he had when he joined Liquid, which was like help bring them up to date, help bring them some fresh ideas and a new perspective. And then I think also, part of the reason why he enjoys it, especially having such a down period in his career, stepping into this team and having a leader like Fallen that puts a lot of faith in you for your ideas that you have, but then also gives you the responsibility of being someone who's got to kind of bring along the young guy who can barely speak the language. I think for Yakinder, he's loving the fact that he's part of a team where he feels like he's being relied upon and he's an important piece to them.
With both FURIA and Liquid, Yakinder just seems to be one of the best honeymoon players. He's so good at just bringing that new philosophy to the table, bringing what James had to Liquid, and probably when he was on the sidelines even, just bringing some new stuff to FURIA too, because I really do think that their CT side is just more dynamic now. I think there's more going on than even just Molodoy, who's being aggressive in his own right, but I just feel like they'll always create some kind of plan in the mid-round of what they want to do next, and they don't just sit back as they sometimes did, I'd say, even 3 months ago.
Make no mistake, though, when it comes to Yakinder. We did one of those Movember pieces, you know, heading into the playoff as well, where we spoke about mental health, and he told me about how much he's been working on his own mental health. When he was in Liquid, he took a full week boot camp in Spain, spent 7 days together with a psychologist in order to get his head straight because it wasn't working out in Team Liquid. So as much as I want to buy into Yakinder, you know, maybe being a honeymoon period, I think from a mental point of view right now, he's a much stronger player. He's in a much better place. He seemed confident in his own abilities, and that is reflecting straight on the server. He's aggressive again. He trusts in his instincts, and he's playing the old Yakinder way that we saw a little bit back in the VP days, but also when he first joined Team Liquid. Now, can he remain at that level? I hope so, but if he's really back, then truly, we rated him as one of the best entry fraggers in the world.
And he had quite the quote coming into this major. Maybe I'm naive, Jacob, but what about today?
Yeah, well, how does it taste today? I don't know, I called him out.
Where are you going with that one?
I called him out and said he was naive, and I still think it's naive to think that FURIA can win the major, but for them to be in the playoff and for them to draw pain in a quarterfinal puts them potentially one step closer, so maybe not that naive after all.
I mean, I think you have to be naive on a certain level, right? You just have to believe it regardless. You can call it naive, you can call it arrogant, you can call it whatever you want, but if you're coming into this as a player, you have to be at least the only person who has that faith.
There's a fine line between confidence and arrogance, you know, but let's see what they turn up to the stage with today, as we do have Fallen with a few words courtesy of James Banks.
So Bad Fallen died. Who have I got today?
Counter Fallen is back.
I love the look. I do appreciate it. But Fallen, this is a crazy journey for you. 2019 was the last time you made it to a playoffs. It's 6 years later and you've done it again. How much have you missed this feeling?
It's going to be awesome. I'm very excited to this game. It's been a while since I don't play in playoffs at majors, and it's just a special feeling. We're going to be playing against our countryside, Brazilian fellows. It's going to be a real good match. We already played in last major. It was a super close match, so I'm expecting another one today.
Now, if I told you back in 2019 that you would be in the playoffs of a major, rifling, and not speaking English, what would you say to me?
Yeah, I mean, it's life brings unexpected events every time. We got to make the best lemonade we can every time.
Now, a lot of the community is looking at this matchup as like the game for best IGL in Brazil, right? There's always this talk between you and Big Yzera. What are your thoughts on this?
I think he's doing pretty well, and he got a role that's very different from mine. I have always been playing with very already established players, and he got to a role where he was kind of bringing prospects and working with new talent, and I think he went very far and he got already very good results. But I don't think there is this conversation. He needs to win many more titles to be contending with me on that regard.
Very true. Now, for this current FURIA, you're still a very new team. You've gone through crazy changes, but what kind of things have you been trying to improve across this whole journey of the major to try and put yourself in the best position possible?
For us, it's all about trying to find that specific place where we are confident playing, when we are understanding each other, and we are playing the game as we are seeing things happening instead of the things we think it should be happening. You know? So for us, it's all about finding this specific point where confidence there, where the flow is happening, and we are getting the kills we need. So I think the team is playing very well. We have a lot of firepower in the team now, and I'm very happy with the results we have been having lately.
And do you feel like you're the favorites in this matchup?
Personally, I think yes, but I don't think it's by far. I think Pen Gaming has been playing well, and it's a major match. Magic can happen, and you can never count anyone out.
I'm loving some of the answers that Fallen gave there, particularly surrounding the Brazilian in-game leader conversation. Jacob, you got any takes on that?
I mean, I love the fact that he's confident saying that he's not in the same ball category as Big Zero. Win a couple of more titles, then maybe we can discuss it. In terms of career history, there's no doubt that Fallen has had the greater career. He's one of the greatest Counter-Strike players of all time and has a repetition that few would be jealous of in that sense. I think Big Zero right now is a significantly better player than Fallen. I think he's equally good to be an in-game leader, if not even better. I think every time you speak to Big Zero, he understands that he has a different role. He has to bring prospects. He works hard for it. He's the identity of Pen Gaming, and he's committed to Pen Gaming, re-signing his contract as well. To be completely honest, Fallen, great career, no doubt about it. Right now, Big Zero is significantly better.
Oh, ooh, that is a spicy take. I don't know. I don't think I'd agree with that. Even as an anchor.
He's playing as an anchor, dude. Come on.
I know. I think Fallen is performing really, really well right now. I actually think Fallen might. Look, y'all can understate Fallen's rifles. Y'all can underestimate his rifles at your own regard. I'm not going to underestimate. I've seen what they can do firsthand. He's got a strong rifle. I think he's picking up this anchor position pretty damn well for the amount of time he's had with it. And most importantly, his team looks better. FURIA looks better in this event.
Can I counter you in the sense that I have the uttermost respect for Fallen, what he's doing right now, because he's setting himself up.
You don't need to preface it, Jacob. Just get in there.
Listen, he's setting himself up for retirement. He put himself in an anchor role so he can replace himself and become the coach of the team down the line. I am 100% sure if you ask him and you put him to a lie detector, that's kind of the thought behind it.
No.
He's doing better.
He's got mice to sell.
I think he's got mice to sell. I think he's doing better than he expected to do himself, and for that he deserves a lot of respect. But let's be honest, he's not going to play Counter-Strike in 2 years from now in FURIA. Not as an anchor.
Fallen's going to have a better game than Big Zero today.
Nope.
Do you reckon one of these guys can get me some popcorn? Like, I just want to spectate this fight a little bit longer. But we do have the other corner of the ring being represented in another interview with James Banks. It's Big Zero.
Now, the conversation about Big Zero versus Fallen, best Brazilian IGL, is something the community talk about quite a lot. What are your thoughts on that?
Of course, I just want to be better and better, but I respect a lot him. He's a legend in Brazil. I cannot think I'm better than him because for me he's an inspiration, and I just want to win a major like him. Yeah. So yeah, I just feel that it's not like a duel. It's just my inspiration as IGL, and I just want to follow his steps,
Now, every player on your team before this event only had one stage experience in a big event, right? How do you think that will affect you guys? Are you worried about this at all?
I think I'm not worried, but I'm more excited to see what's gonna happen out there. So, I mean, we really want to play there. We are so excited to be there and play in front of whole crowd and this stuff. And we never know what happened there. So we just want to be there, but at the same time we have some afraid to be there and have some shock. I don't know, we never know, right? But yeah, I just really want to play there. I'm feeling excited and so happy.
Understandably, he is so damn excited about the prospect of playing upon one of the biggest stages in his whole career. Also, some recent news, Maui re-signed a deal with Payne for the long haul.
That's wonderful, but Big Zero, I just can't. With that interview, let Fallen humble you in the server before you're humbled yourself, okay? I want a little bit more energy there. He's just happy to be here. That was like watching Zywoo in his first interview with you, okay? He barely knew what to say in that one. Okay? Like, that was...
Yeah, I mean, he could have had a little bit of spice to it. Look, I think the perspective that what he says when he says, I just want to follow in his footsteps, it's exactly where he's at, right? He's like Fallen from like 10 years ago, because now he's putting together all these lineups. He was the in-game leader that took Payne to the Paris Major, had that whole lineup that fell apart right after the Paris Major, put a new lineup together, brought them to the Copenhagen Major, hard carried them through a stretch of the group stage. Then he had to build a new roster, bring new players back in, got them to the Shanghai Major, didn't do great there, brought some new people in, and now he's got them, like, look, you re-sign that guy 10 out of 10 times if you're Payne.
Yeah. I mean, the loyalty is unquestionable when it comes to Big Zero. Over 6 years with the same organization, very few players in the world can say anything similar to that. Maybe like Crims right now. Like, what's he doing though?
I mean,
he's watching Big Zero on the big screen.
Yeah, Yeah, it's true.
In reality, he's everything Tapson wanted to be in Big, you know, just not doing as well as Big Zero. I think it's a fantastic signing, and as you said, Jason, the fact of the matter is that he's been able to reproduce new talent, integrating new talent, and all the time, Pain remains competitive. You know, they are a dedicated, competitive team that I think a lot of the other teams, if you ask them, they respect them. They respect the way they play Counter-Strike. They respect the task it is to beat them, and consistently speaks for itself. You know, I know it goes a bit up and down, but let's be honest, it's still good.
This also might be why Maui, he didn't have as much confidence as you would have liked. Because remember, we talked to them when they qualified to the playoffs in Stage 3, and my first question was like, did you guys even expect to get here with the season you've had with all this? And he goes, nope, not even a little bit. Like, they are kind of playing with house money because they were just like, with the season we had, with all these issues, we never expected to be in this position.
They are in the happy to be here tier of the playoffs, unfortunately. But it's still such a pleasant surprise that they got here, because you see the very tail end of the season, how it had that big trough back up on top to the 16th in the world roughly. Like, that is a performance that kind of came out of nowhere. Like, DGT just got on this roster. In the tournaments that they've had him, one of which they couldn't even really play with them, they had to play with their coach, and the other one was just them getting battered in the Blast Rivals, which is such a stacked contest. So for them to even have made it to this point, they've gone further than Big Zero even thought was possible. So in some ways, you're just happy, but you would want to see them push for a little bit more, show a little bit more fight.
Yeah, of course, just to contextualize this matchup, this is a rematch of one that went down in Stage 2, but a best of one in that situation. So let's break it down over in the Mahone zone.
Counter-Strike is a game where the smallest decisions can change the game. So this round here is from Pain versus FURIA. As mentioned before on the desk, this game, or rather this round, was actually the most pivotal round because it actually allowed Pain to win the game. So let's take a look here. First starts off 5v4 situation where Yokinder takes down Big Zero. Now the rest of the Pain, they actually walk up here towards this catwalk position. But take a look at the utility here. There's no utility at all, only pistols, but there's one rifle. And DGT right here, he's gonna make a crucial decision. He's actually gonna break away from the pack. He's gonna break away from the pack here, and he's gonna do a pretty interesting move because he goes all the way towards long. Now this is interesting because most of the time when you have the hero rifle, you're usually trying to find entries. You're trying to get the initial kill to even things up, or you're trying to trade off your teammates. But instead, they're gonna set him up as the long lurker. Now the idea of what they're going to do here is essentially these players here, if you look at the radar, these three players, they're going to pressure here towards that A side to open up or to get this player off this long position towards the site, so it opens up space for DGT to go towards the long side so that they can pinch. Here's how it unfolds. You'll see all three of these players, they swing out from that catwalk side. No utility at all. From Fallen's POV here, as soon as he sees these players swinging out, he calls for Yokinder to come over here towards long. That is the timing that DGT needs. He swings off the angle, and that's the opening. As soon as DGT gets here towards this long position, he catches Yokinder in the side. Now, once he catches Yokinder in the side, notice here, doesn't swing to catch Fallen off either. He instead waits just a little bit towards the left side, is a little bit patient before peeking out. And the reason why he does that is because he knows with the pressure coming in here from that catwalk side, as soon as he takes down Yokinder, Fallen's going to be in a spot where he's going to get pinched from both sides. It's because of this pinch that he knows that as soon as he kills Yokinder, Fallen's going to be looking towards the left side here, and that's going to open up an opportunity for these players here to catch him in the back. That's exactly what happens here. As soon as that kill happens, Snow, he's able to catch Fallen in the back completely. You'll see that from Fallen's point of view here, as soon as Yokinder dies, he's looking towards the left. With his back turned, that allows Snow to catch him in the back, and at the same time, NQZ finds his kill onto Molodoi towards CT, and this sets them up in a 3v2 post plant where they end up winning. This was the round that really broke their back because they had basically no utility, only one hero rifle, just some pistols, and what it really came down to was that one decision for him to actually lurk long and crunch towards the A site instead of trying to do the more conventional hero rifle. We'll have to see if it happens again now.
Thank you so much for that breakdown, as always, Danny. Yeah, that was going back to Stage 2. This was obviously a 1-0 game for both sides of the equation, and it got incredibly close, Jacob. What were your takeaways from that game?
It did, you know, and it was a game that probably shouldn't have gone the way it did. Pain ended up winning. This round was a great example of a round they probably shouldn't have won, you know, where FURIA had the advantage. I spoke to Big Zero as well yesterday, immediately leading into this playoff, and he said that felt like a game they should have lost 9 out of 10 times. He was very adamant and very open about it, that they got a bit lucky. They turned around a 5v2, they turned around a 5v3. He wasn't happy with how they were playing, but he was happy with the fact that they found a way to come back. So it also shows that FURIA, despite going 3-0 in Stage 3, and that's the most recent memory we have, they have shown a bit of weakness, and Pain were able to capitalize.
Thankfully, that was earlier. I actually caught the ear of Sid, the coach for FURIA, recently, and he talked about how he knows that they messed that one up. He even talked about the T side, which they had a winning record on that map, how they lost man advantages, how they needed to develop the protocols, and that's why he was so happy that he got to play so much more, because they ironed out so much of their T sides. They got to play Dust 2 a couple more times at this tournament, and so now they feel like they're so much more well ironed out than they were back in stage 2.
It's just Spirit are jealous, you know. They gotta play more.
Yeah, all the warm up.
All the warm up.
All the warm up.
Well, I'm curious as to whether Dust 2 does rear its head in our picks and bans today. We can roll these on in. Any expert? Oh, we're just gonna get them straight away.
Oh, cool.
No, Dust 2. Okay, that was banned out by Pain. Any surprises in terms of the picks here?
So the veto was interesting simply because both of these teams shared Ancient as the perma veto, and Pain got the luxury of actually banning Train, which is frequently what FURIA want to pick. So already a little bit of a win in the veto in my eyes for how Pain went through things here.
I also think it's interesting that they move away from Dust 2 again. We saw Pain beat FURIA in the group stage on Dust 2, but as we spoke about, Big Ozero felt it wasn't really a game they should have won. So for them to take it to Inferno is probably also a reasonable cost to do that.
You might also have a little bit more confidence in the moment in your team to go to some deeper maps if you're Pain, since it's been a couple of events where they've had so many stand-ins, and now that you got everyone together and everyone playing really well together, you might actually have a situation like, okay, now we can open our map pool up a little bit. We can open our playbook up in various places.
Obviously, we've talked a little bit about Molodoy, the kind of new signing on the side of FURIA in the all-ping department. How does he compare to NQZ when you're looking over on the other side of the circuit?
So the crazy thing here is that NQZ is without a shred of doubt the best opper not only in Brazil, but South America, and actually the Americas region if you really think about it.
Only because Fallen gave it up though.
That's true, unfortunately.
Voluntarily.
But the crazier thing is that Molodoy, who's probably the 20th best opper on EU Face It, is better than him. So I feel like Molodoy has actually shown me so much more over the time that he's been signed in terms of just being aggressive, the mechanics, the way that he kind of works his way around smokes to just find the edge pixel that he needs in order to take the shot. Like, he is doing things that is changing the face of the games that FURIA is playing.
But here's the question for me, because we saw these in stage 3 as well when NQZ popped up. Look at the opening duels. 49 and 17 is insane.
That's
that
crazy.
Is bonkers for an opper or anyone really to have that. Yeah. And even Molodoy at 29 and 10 is pretty crazy as well. But that's where you're putting so much on those guys to open up for you and go for those opening plays, where if you get that little bit of hesitation, or you get that little bit of a lack of courage, or a little bit of nerves underneath the stage lights, and those drop, all of a sudden you're like, man, why don't we have as many openings? Why don't we have as much map control as we're used to? Why are we not playing the same way? And it's because your opper potentially gets a little bit nervous. It doesn't go for the same kinds of plays. So that's for me like where I keep my eyes on it. NQZ, this is his 4th major. It's the first for Molodoy. Let's see what those guys are going to look like on this stage. If they're going to keep going for those sorts of plays.
I think it's an excellent point, because I think you're right. You know, we can scout it within the first 10 rounds that they're going to change the way they play Counter-Strike, the way they conduct themselves. Molodoy, yeah, he played on a stage in Astana, and yeah, he seems like a fearless guy, but playing in front of this crowd at a major, it's a different caliber. So I want to see it before I believe it.
Also, let's say too, I mean, yeah, you just mentioned you think Molodoy is the better opper than NQZ. I'm not going to fight you on that at all. I wouldn't. But look at the team that he's got with him. Yeah,
anyway.
We're back in the green room.
Okay.
Look at the team he's got on him. Look at all the experience between Fallen, who's experienced in every way, including as an opper, as one of the best oppers we've ever had play the game. Quesarado, Yuri, these guys have experience playing with oppers and how they want to utilize their oppers and how they want their oppers to help them. So he's got a whole plethora of experienced players who can be like, hook it up, bro.
Well, either way, we are going to be throwing things to a little bit of an extended break, but when we are back, you do not want to miss out on the action. We have plenty of fans, the crowd ready to get loud for FURIA taking on Pain Gaming.
All right, guys, now you've spent your entire Counter-Strike career building towards this moment, practicing, training, improving, getting ready. But there's one part you might not have prepped for, you might not be ready for. I'm talking about the trophy lift. The trophy this time, it's heavy. I don't know if you guys are ready for this, but we're gonna get you ready.
Yeah, for sure, bro. Look at this.
So now we actually do have the reveal. This is the trophy. 77 pounds of stainless steel.
Bro, this trophy might be taller than David, so wow.
All right, so it's your big moment. You just clutched up. You're a major champion. Picture this moment. Confetti's flying, the people are screaming, the crowd's roaring, and now it's time.
Yes!
Lift that trophy up, put all the energy into it.
Yeah!
10 more reps.
10 more?
5 more reps.
Yes!
All right, guys, I think the work that you put in the gym today, it's really gonna pay off on that stage. Because you know what they say, no pain,
no gain.
Yeah!
I hear that you are up for renewal when it comes to our membership, and so I've dusted off your portfolio, and I would like you to give me your thoughts on what I consider to be one of the finest of Counter-Strike's cultural moments. Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko. You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life, just like Counter-Strike has. So.
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context, we talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. But the beauty of Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom, is that it's short and sweet. We play this clip.
The thing to really remember here is that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where the Swedes dominate everything. There is no challenge. Everyone knows they're the best, and Hiko is just this North American player. Sure, he's got a bit of a personality, he's got a bit of something going on for him. And then this happens. What is that?
Oh.
My God, Inhuman Reactions!
That is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think one of the great things that you said here,
Not even with an aimbot could you have got that kill, and Hiko
sometimes anything is possible. I think Hiko's very lucky, Mr. Bloom, that you were there to elevate this moment.
Ultimately ended up being a big moment for both of us in many ways, even years later.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike, I give this a 10 out of 10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on display, I give that 10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Ah, fine taste. It's my pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
I appreciate your generosity.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse, after all. It's on behalf of all of Counter-Strike.
Well, together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future then.
Greater than ever.
Counter-Strike that you can believe in. FURIA on point.
We just have to keep thinking our job and our game, and we know about our potential.
There's absolutely everything on the line.
They'll drop that smoke, run right into Case Serrano. Beautiful shooting
to get to the playoffs here in Austin, Texas.
And QC, 2v5.
This guy on pistol's a different beast.
Look what it means to them! The playoffs are theirs!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Blast TV Major here in Austin. I hope you're ready for a Brazilian party, or should I say a Brazilian fight?
All I have to say about that is vamos, let's go. That's right, Brazilian Counter-Strike in the house. Austin, Texas, in the house. Well,
do the honors.
Yeah, why not? Let's do it. We've got another quarterfinal situated front row and center right here. We're ready to jump right into it. One featuring a team that has seen just about all that you can imagine up to this point. And, well, I don't think they really need an introduction. Let's bring them out here.
What an insane welcome for FURIA. The Austin Moody Arena is definitely on fire, and if Fallen is the godfather of Brazilian CS, I know someone on the other side called Big Azera who wants to step into his footsteps. Austin, give it up for Pain Gaming!
Is everything good? Can we hear each other and everything?
Bad Fallen is officially in the building. FURIA versus Pain, our second quarterfinal going down here in Austin. This is going to be a banger, Jacob.
It is going to be a banger. Two teams who know each other well, players who know each other well. We spoke a lot about Fallen versus Big Ozera. We spoke a lot about Fallen's presence as well, and we have heard from the Pain Gaming players as well that he serves as an inspiration. So it's also a time for them to come alive, you know. Show us that you can go above and beyond. Even though you're playing against some of your idols, you got to beat them, you got to kill them now.
I think the whole idol story is what is very interesting. You know, I know on the likes of Pain, they've been looking up to these guys. They've been looking how they've been taking Brazilian Counter-Strike to a whole new level. Now they want to be the one coming in, showing they can be the next stars, the next generation of FURIA, of the Brazilian Counter-Strike. So obviously they find themselves in a position, and regional matchups can always be tough, you know. If there's one thing that FURIA cannot do, that is to underestimate Pain.
Let's talk a little bit about Nuke. Jacob, you brought up an interesting statistic about the history between these two teams on this very ground.
With the current course, with the current lineups, they never played each other on Nuke. And that's going to be a first and foremost. It's Pain picking it. It's Pain bringing it into the map pool. FURIA have played it once only at this tournament against Linvision, where it went well for them. For Pain Gaming as well, I'm curious to figure out why. You know, have they seen some weaknesses? Have they seen some potential exploits they can do? Not necessarily a map where I think Pain Gaming is quality per se. I think there's other maps they're better on. So for them to pick it against FURIA, I think Big Ozera has a plan, and I'm excited to see exactly what it is.
There has to be a plan behind. You know, there's a reason why they go for this map. You know, they know that they have the advantage coming into the veto, and by getting the opportunity of getting this map in, there's got to be something up their sleeve that they can bring in, because they know that they're not the favorite in this match. They know they have to go on the prize, and they are very inexperienced. There's a lot of players in this team that's only been on the stage once, and this is the first time ever that the Pain guys make playoffs inside of a major. You know, this is not an ordinary player. This is a major player. This does something to you. So I'm going to be looking at how the players are going to transition to that phase, how they can, you know, take the things they learned from stage 3 and 2 2 where they played and then bring it into playoffs? Can they convert that in and continue to play great Counter-Strike?
And they're going to be starting on the T side of things as well. That's Pain Gaming I'm talking about in that context. Tell me what they need to do to make sure they're starting hot out the gate.
We spoke a bit about it already, Freya. NQC is involved in an awful lot of opening duels, and I think they will have to continue with that trend as well. He's an AWP player who likes to be aggressive, he likes to be involved in the action early on, and he's going to face head-to-head versus Molodoi. I think on Nuke in particular, that's going to be a super interesting matchup, because one thing we do know for certain is that Molodoi likes to play Nuke. When he was playing it for FURIA in Stage 3, he was owning it, the highest fragger on the server, all over the place with the ops. So NQC, who is the best player within Pain Gaming, who is the most influential player, well, he goes up against arguably the next big thing coming out for FURIA, which has been Molodoi so far.
I totally agree. Like, NQC is going to have a very pivotal role inside of how they're going to turn Nuke into their favor, and I also think that the likes of Bigger is going to be important. You know, he has been rumored to be maybe the one to go into Fallen's shoes. He is the next big in-game leader thing coming out of Brazil, and he's done it with multiple rosters, bringing unknown players into a whole new identity. And I think he's going to be very pivotal for them. Also, how he decides to go inside the rounds. You know, he is obviously the in-game leader. So he's also one that's going to dictate how things are going to move forward. So, and you know, he is in a case where he is also the playmaker of this team. You know, if he has a bad game, that could actually turn out to be pretty bad.
You know what I just realized, Freya? We've been speaking about these two teams for 30 minutes now, and we haven't said Quesarado once. Quesarado used to be the big thing, you know. He used to be the big guy. He used to be one of the best riflers in the world. You played an awful lot against him. He used to be Mr. Consistency, and I will say that Quesarado has been stepping it up. Ever since Yakinda came in, ever since Molodoi came in, he's been alive again.
Well, we can check in with the live odds quite heavily favoring FURIA in this one. Dupree, do you agree? Do you have them going through to the semi-finals?
I mean, at this case, you know, if you look at the lineups and the history and also the experience, then obviously you have to look at FURIA being the favorite. But it's a regional matchup. It's Brazil versus Brazil. You know, anything can happen in this one. And the one thing that I've learned, you can never count on it.
We get 3 maps.
Yeah? We're guaranteeing that? Okay,
Yeah.
we are ready to get the South American showdown underway. FURIA versus Pain in our second quarterfinal.
It's a matchup where generations meet. Fallen on FURIA, his 17th Valve Major Championship run, up against a rookie team of major debutants in the playoffs. That's Pain Gaming. They've even got an 18-year-old Snow, who Fallen coached all those years ago as we get ready to mix these teams up. FURIA, they've had an incredible run here at the Major so far, but the only match they've lost to this team. So why don't we see if they can prove it now, once again, on the stage where it matters.
A generational clash of Brazilian talent. A room full of Counter-Strike fans. And one spot in the semi-finals when all is said and done. Let's find out who's got what it takes. Austin, make some noise!
The hearts fluttering. Nerves on the stage as Pain sit in their seats. They want to bring the pace. This pistol round coming in quick.
Straight out the heart, straight into Yuri. These dual Berettas, chance to perform early. He's going to get overran, but it's not going swimmingly for Pain as the rest of them are cut down. Only Davideus remains. And so FURIA start off this quarterfinal in full swing, repelling a fast A play out of Pain as they try to set the tempo up on this stage.
Yeah, I respect it. For Pain, it's just about staying focused. It's about coming in hot as well, because this is a FURIA that are not going to be nervous, right? Not just experienced across this team, but some very cocky players, some very confident players who have been in these major playoffs before. This is a different beast. This is a different game for Pain. Pistol round goes FURIA's way. And Pain take that breather. Davideus is Deagle surrounded by Glocks. This one should be easy for FURIA.
I only have this one Deagle in the round to get too excited about, so just a stat pad round, a chance to feel good about yourselves if you're FURIA. Nice try on the Zeus, but I don't think Quesarado liked it. 3 kills from him out in the yard. And so that gets cleaned up nicely. FURIA don't fall down to the Zeus main drop in round 2 of the major quarterfinal.
The mental warfare coming in pretty quick here for Pain, but we'll see if their mettle is tested tonight, won't we? It's one thing to make it to a major, it's one thing to make a run, it's another to perform on the highest stakes matchup you've ever played, and that is here on the stage. FURIA before by now, AWP is out. NQC will have to be a little bit more patient. It's late smokes here for Pain, waiting out the initial volley. FURIA get their nades in. Pain start to move late. That's a spam. Yakinda tries to cross vent and go down off the smokes. How about a double? DGT does him dirty, and Pain get gifted away in.
I mean, look, that's a stroke of luck and a half for this round opener. DGT on the spam finds a 5v3. If you're Pain here, you've done the hard bit of the round. You just need to stick the landing here, dodge the stack.
Where's the rifle gone?
Fallen can't find it. Ended up down the vent as a result. Will be in the right place, I guess, but he's completely surrounded. Pain all around him. Fallen still going. And suddenly FURIA might be tempted to give this round a go after all.
Yeah, pull the brakes. This has gotten a little sloppy in the B bomb site. Pain won't commit into B instant. They wait, they see if a reaction comes through, if FURIA get hunting and walk into that crosshairs. DGT is still where he started. And Pain are patient in the man advantage. FURIA hope they make a mistake, fly up the vent, hit that top site. That's what FURIA are playing for right now. And Pain, patience, looking to pay off, creeping into this lower site would be the remedy to get their first round.
Reassuring stuff that they don't overthink that. I think it would have been easy to do with DGT still floating around in the lobby, right? And so Pain group up, they dodge this two-man save from FURIA, and they get on the board early, reassuring that this round doesn't cause them any problems, right? Because in the battle kind of experience between these squads, it's a night and day contest between FURIA and Pain. So I don't think you want to take any of these wild L's to open up. Pain establishing themselves early on the T half.
Yeah, coming off the back of a bit of smoke spam, maybe an understanding of how quick FURIA would drop when they see those smokes fly through the sky. But a bit of luck goes a long way for Pain. It's about being reproducible on this T side. Where can they find their opening kills moving forward? Glad Molodoi saves his AWP, didn't get to fire it, just holds on for later. Reveal that trick when you must. Don't waste it on a lost retake, especially not with how much hype NQC is getting coming into this matchup. As the standout player for Pain, it's not even close. A monster on T sides on that AWP. Very spread in this round. Pain are faking outside. It's Molodoi who might get his first round to play.
Hasn't got to fire the AWP just yet. But this is the young AWP star of FURIA. The international signing that at first left you scratching your head. Well, didn't take you long to get to grips with what Molodoi can put down range.
Need to rotate quick. This one's been stalled out. FURIA won't overplay on the ramp room there. 3 there for a moment. Very mobile is Molodoi. Back up in the right position. Snow snuck behind the smokes to secret, but Pain can't meet him there. The easiest path, so they think, is into this top site, but it couldn't be more treacherous. Back to ramp, hoping the AWPers left, and they would be right.
Fallen's taken up this position, but he's got the weight of the entire round on his shoulders. If they get past him at ramp, suddenly the round's back on. And so Fallen has to hold on to this ramp control. He's got support from Yakinda. NQZ caught with nades pulled. And Snow is that lone survivor, the one guy that made it across out in yard. Suddenly left in this clutch. He is fully surrounded. FURIA swarm that ramp room.
Yeah, stalled out a bit there for Pain, not letting Snow, not giving Snow time to come up from secret to try and assist him on the ramp pop. Fallen's 1-for-1 is good enough, and the map was quiet, so Yakinda rotates early. FURIA, as we said before, mobile on the CT side. Pain are gonna have to play quick to avoid these rotations. Simply done for FURIA to get in control of this game. And a reset round puts Pain back on pistols. extra ramp pop.
Into the Molodoi AWP again. And you're not being given a lot of doubt around this guy's AWP to open up this quarterfinal. He's nailed every shot he's been given. Fallen now has support. It's this buddy system between him and Yakindar, been causing ramp problems throughout the entirety of this game. Pain just can't seem to break through that two-man. Rotate over, and there's Molodoi's AWP.
Psycho move to come back up on ramp against Pistols, but Molodoi doesn't give it down.
That's the thing I think that's been most impressive about this guy, right? When he went into Astana with this FURIA squad, his first outing, they make it all the way to the playoffs, and that was playing in front of his home crowd there in Kazakhstan. And he played a fantastic game. It didn't look like the pressure of the arena, the occasion got to him at all. And so sure, you know, a major is an extra step up from that. This is his first major attended, first playoffs, goes without saying. But it's a promising start in these first few rounds from Molodoi.
Yeah, not quaking yet. FURIA focused, 4-1 up, and we have a rebuy here for Pain. It's about this T-side AWP that we've been talking about all day. NQZ, how he finds his openers, and how successful he is in his attempts. It's been a rock of the run for Pain to make it this far. Coming back from 0-2 in stage 3 to win out 3 BO3s to make it to the playoffs. It was all NQZ. Is he given the chance here with the smokes down? FURIA still look to fight through them. Oh.
Kindar might be getting spammed, but he's still keen on fighting for this yard space. Pain try and show him it's a bad move. Yuri also cut down in amongst this outside scrapping.
Are you ready for 2 more in Garage? Surely not.
Yeah, this will be players 3 and 4 you've seen out in the yard. And so Serato, bit of trigger discipline.
It's a good warning of where they're ending up, but FURIA have no one in the right place.
Fallen's already dropped down lower. So won't be a part of a topside play. Pain, eyes set on getting out through the door, through the hut. Fallen's starting to reconsider this now.
Might be too late.
Right as Molodoi gets up into heaven, they're already spilling out through the hut, but 1 kill from this AWP, and suddenly the ball's rolling on a retake again.
Pathing really nicely, Pain going underneath the heavens so that he never gets a shot. They never give him a way back in. Pain want to win this off a bomb plant, but another fight's taken, and another kill comes in.
That's the one that gets their interest. That's the blood in the water, and now FURIA comes circling for this retake.
1 flashbang, it might be enough.
It's back on Fallen in main. He's going to use it to try and get his heaven players in. Flash deployed. Backside player dead. Molodoi, the AWP not missing. And he's still going forward on this retake. Molodoi hitting every single shot. DGT wondering how this went so wrong as he tries to clutch up in the 1v3. But no time for DGT's heroics. All the kills, none of the glory. FURIA sniped that round away.
Okay, Molodoi's coming in hot to this tournament. He's coming in hot to the playoffs. Another huge multi-kill round for Molodoi when it matters, when FURIA need it. Fallen known for how good his flashes are, and Molodoi uses it to perfection. 3 clinical shots. He has not missed an AWP bullet yet. And FURIA are all over this game. You're in for a good night.
No.
Or not.
Yeah, maybe a horrible night, actually, if this keeps up.
Pain with the timeout, needs to take a breather. They've had themselves in decent situations, but Snow's been getting cancelled out on his
redemption arc.
It's all about coming back stronger.
That's what Pain are going to have to do. Left trailing behind at the start of this. This is on their map pick as well. And you know, there's Pain have certainly played a good game to get to this position in the playoffs, but FURIA made it through on a clean streak. 3-0, convincing stuff from this FURIA squad. And talking again about just the experience difference between these teams, it's night and day. Fallen, the man who kind of brought Counter-Strike to Brazil, the inspiration behind guys in the Pain jersey. Oh, out in the yard, Yakindar able to get 1 for his troubles. It's a quick trade back for Davideus.
You'll take those trades if you're Pain, right? Yakindar's going to try and cause a lot of chaos in this CT side. He's going to fight through smokes. He's going to push you. He's not going to relent on his aggression. At times, it's let his teams down. in this FURIA squad, it's lifting them up. He's been the standout player alongside Molodoi. These imports for FURIA going far, further than before. Molodoi in the right place at the right time, but NQZ's patience looks to pay off.
They're the kills NQZ has to be picking up if he wants Pain to have a chance in this quarterfinal. Stopping this spillover is Yuri though, and there's Fallen helping him out in the blink of an eye. It's just NQZ left standing. The guy that got the ball rolling on this round, the one that kind of tempted them into the topside play. But no more openers for NQZ. He's destined to save. FURIA continue racking up these rounds.
Yeah, Fallen and Yuri on this top site is really exciting to watch. We've seen 2 games from FURIA at the major. They won both of them on Nuke. There was a close overtime in there as well, but FURIA still have a good track record. And Fallen, talk of an AWP added to this team. It's him on Anchor that's been the most strange, right? To imagine that a decorated AWP player could swap to such a punishing rifle role, but he's actually been pretty good. He's not exactly a star in the stats department, but considering you have other vocal players like Yakinda, who know what they want, who can call mid-rounds, who can remain mobile, it just lets Fallen focus in on his crosshair on these CT sides. And FURIA have looked all the better for it. First time in the playoffs since the Rio Major for FURIA. That says enough. Pain got what they wanted. They got that top side kill, but they go no further. 6-1 up, FURIA making this easy.
No, I mean, it's since that role swap for Fallen that he's gone on to make his deepest major run in the last 6 years. 9 years since he lifted his major trophy. Plural. Molodoi with the AWP. Scoped in for the cross. And this time FURIA have changed up how they've gone about the yard control. They've instead elected to drop a player down early, and so they're going to clear it from secret. I'll have the info ahead of time what Pain are hoping to do out here in the yard, because there still aren't these smokes down. Yakinda are waiting back in main, Molodoi holding the cross, and then you have K-Serato coming up a little bit later from the secret stairs. Outside feels like a death trap.
Nowhere is safe. FURIA ready to pounce. K-Serato comes up from the stairs, and he lines up 2 kills before the AWP gets a shot out. There's still a lurker to worry. DGT back at the head. NQZ finds the AWP, and now we're cooking. Pain 2v2. The only question is, where did Yuri go?
I mean, Fallen's also been making moves in the downtime. This re-aggression into the lobby knocks DGT out of play. NQZ didn't attempt that 1v3 clutch this time. Or last time rather, but this time he thinks this 1v2 has something going. Drop in down towards lower. There's one man here to face him early, it's Fallen.
Yeah, he's in the perfect position. Prior warning, he hears the steps, and he gets the easy kill to close this out for FURIA yet again. Pain getting in winnable positions and winning none of them. And to the beat of the drum, FURIA got to be having fun on this CT side. They are everywhere. And I think that's the first time we've even seen FURIA in the lobby on CT. They've not needed to be aggressive.
No, you're dead on. Like that round, the kind of position changes that FURIA end up adopting are called from their end. Nothing that they were doing before. It's not like it stopped working. They just changed things up here to stay one step ahead of Pain. So yeah, they end up with that lobby control. Round gets close, but still far from worry for FURIA.
These smokes look like you're trying to path towards Garage or wrap around the world, right? Look at how weird they're down. But Pain are just using them to get that secret control. They're trying to put the fear in FURIA. The players will go round the world. Pain will not. They make it down unscathed. Lurker not quite the same.
No, and I mean, the lurks have been something that have been finding kills for Pain, right? They've been able to kind of try and turn the tide in the mid-round thanks to their lurking players. And so losing DGT there out in the lobby on that push in a ramp room, that hurts for Pain. And now trying to contain Yuri in the vents. It's not going according to plan. That's a huge pickup for Big Azera.
Oh dear.
Fallen also iced out. Pain are finally on the verge of breaking this FURIA streak. Molodoi looks on with the AWP. Doesn't want to give them the satisfaction. Tries to play through the smoke down on ramp. Molodoi flings himself into the action here. creeping in behind enemy lines now. They've got no clue that this AWP has ended up right behind them. Molodoi with the first. Knows he made it past someone, can't get gun on in time. Serato now has info to play with. And it's young Snow, 18 years old, 8 points of health, left up against Serato. Defuse held, and Snow taps him out of it. That's a huge 3K, a hat trick for the young player in his debut stage game at the Major. It's a big pickup for Snow and a re-energizing round win for Pain.
Yeah, just every trade, every kill of humongous impact. The one onto Fallen down lower, cleaning up Molodoi, who makes it deep in the sight, and even finding that 1v1 when FURIA thought they could defuse in the open. Pain trying to break back into this T side of Nuke. There is still time, there's still a chance. And FURIA know that just as well, so they take the eco. A very off-meta play. Just one hero rifle, saving as much as they can for later. Yakindar, excuse me, excuse you. Dead after one, the trade not allowed either. And Pain make it in and make it out. This should be their round. FURIA play to give 3 over. It's a very FURIA economy decision. They could have been pressured to buy and would have got 3 rifles. It just would have been lacking. FURIA want everything. They want Molodoi comfortable on this AWP. They're fine giving over 3.
Assembled this little double upper play in the right place. Pain might vacate last second. Going instead in towards ramp. They're going to dodge most of the danger in this round. And so looking good for that third.
I really hope that 3K from Snow gets him activated here, because even though statistically he's at the bottom of the board for Pain, right? He had star roles before this roster came in, fitting a lot of anchor spots on CT side, not exactly glamorous positions. Even though we've seen him, lurking outside T side on yard at times here for Pain, he's really struggled as an individual. But someone with a lot of energy, someone with a lot of faith in his team. It's been very interesting to watch him develop over these past few months with Pain. And they've shot up the radar ever since he joined this squad. A Big Azera-led team for 6 years on now in Pain. What I'm saying is I want Snow to perform today if Pain are going to have any chance. You're judged by your floor, not always your ceiling. And he can't afford to hold Pain back. Thank you. A couple of guns scavenged here for FURIA. Maybe they can even get out with them.
Yeah, the M4's the big ticket one.
That's outside, that's dead. Terrorists win. I think. They get one gun. And so FURIA, this is all they wanted, the opportunity to buy sooner rather than later and buy big to win out the rest of the half. That is the goal. Here on Pain's pick.
I mean, look, Fallen's been around a long time, right? He knows what it's like when you're playing in these kind of underdog matchups on the stage. He wants to try and have Pain off to this horrible slow start that they just don't have the experience to come back from. And that's why he's kind of waited to orchestrate this buy round till right now, making sure, as you said earlier, Hugo, they're going to have everything they could possibly need.
Yeah, it takes time, it takes experience. You have to lose a lot of important games, stage games. Look at MOUZ, for example, who for the longest time we called them studio merchants, who crumbled on stages, who fell apart when they were favorites against underdogs in important matches. Well, today they just pulled it back against Spirit, something they've been doing all tournament from 0-2 themselves. So they can do it. Pain just need that experience. Could it come through today of all times? FURIA full buy. Everything to play for in this round to keep it one-sided. Without it, no doubt, Pain are in this game. Pain make it down again. Snow, secret bound with the triple smokes. And FURIA have to know this is a possibility. So K-Serato slips down the vent to join him.
He's now in a very important position. One on the extremities here. And a potential timing rolled out in front of him. His team's still waiting back in the lobby.
Well, FURIA are really paranoid that this is a heavy conglomerate down on B. They've played 2 players, a bait and switch. K-Serato fighting first. Snow in no hurry. FURIA continue to pummel this top side with smokes, try and block an upper hit from Pain. They are weakened in this position. Molodoi is left to do nothing on the ramp room, and so Yakinda and Fallen have to hold strong.
If you wait for this smoke, going to be about 20 seconds left as this sight hit begins for Pain. Seems like they are waiting for now. Spam connects out of Yakinda. He hears that. That gets his intrigue. Gets him looking into the vents. They start to pile through now. Into Fallen. Up the vent. K-Serato's already here. This is a massive round. Beautiful chaos. Can DGT find any meaning in it? 3 kills. Bomb on his back. A plant now found. No one running at him yet. They start to make their way out. Molodoi with the charge. And clutch denied.
He knows he can make that play, suffocating in the 2v1. His teammate lives, and Molodoi runs in to wins the round. That's after Fallen 2K on top site alone again. This is turning into a bit of a mess for Pain. Not thriving in the chaos, but dying in it. FURIA with yet another stellar top site hold. And this half has slipped by in a whirlwind.
No, this is, FURIA with a golden opportunity here to feel like they've basically locked in Nuke on the back of this first half. Trying to go 9-3 on Pain's pick in this series, no less.
And NQZ, we've not seen those openers. We've barely seen those AWPs on this T side. He's had a couple of chances. Found Molodoi once on A, but even then, in a lost round. Impactless entries. As Pain just gets stalled out once more. Faking this upper site before they pop Big Zera round the world. We've never seen them make it this far before.
He has been able to get well and truly behind enemy lines.
Ready for 1, are you ready for 4?
And now the rest of the gang try and join back up with Big Zera. They're going to follow their captain into hell. Will they make it back again? Yuri. Knowing about up in the heavens now. Util starting to rain in. They're hoping to make life hard for Yuri, and they'll chase him down. He still gets out with 1 on the fullback. Keeping FURIA in pole position. Pain desperately looking for that way back in. A 4th round. Not much to go off of.
This slip is really nice down to B, but Yakinda's realized it.
Gonna get here ahead of time. Yakinda closing the net. They're trying to take away this key map control. You want control over the double doors for this lower plant. The mollies allow them that much. It's gonna be settled in this lower retake. FURIA eyeing up a very strong CT finish. If they can get past NQZ and DGT, but it's this duo that have been turning heads for Pain, and they'll do it 1 more time. 4 rounds is all they manage on the half. Pain, it's their pick. Will that be enough to keep them in this quarterfinal?
Oh, Kaique. I'm not feeling too well. At least, was I good to you?
Yeah, you were. You were.
Do you think I was a good leader?
I prefer art, to be honest.
Work of art, you said?
Yeah, work of art. Gabriel, you're a symbol for Brazil, CS. Without you, there is no me, there is no SK, there is no luminosity.
Oh, man. That takes me back.
Gabriel, you are so much more than all those who came before you. You played with fire in your heart and tricks in your sleeve. The whole world knew to listen when Fallen and his help were in the clutch.
Then it was all worth it.
I'd give anything to have you back, my friend.
What the hell is this?
Bro, you just died, bro.
No. It wasn't me. That was Bad Fallen.
Yeah!
Bad Fallen, really?
Yeah, and I'm good Fallen. Okay. I left to a friend, I came back as a prophet. I went far and beyond.
All right.
I saw everything. Now I know what I need to do to win next major.
Please tell me.
First, we need a better helper.
Okay. Who?
I got us Molodoi.
Molotov? Motoboy? Who is this guy?
Calm down, wait. I also revived the top 10 rifle in the world.
Cold Zero, let's go.
You wish, kid. Yekindar.
Oh boy, Bad Fallen, please come back.
They call him the Professor, and School is well and truly in session. Fallen and the rest of Furia eyeing up one hell of a lead here to open up this quarterfinal. 8-4 in their advantage on Payne's pick of Nuke. They're looking to run away with this whole thing, Hugo.
Yeah, looking really solid for Furia, no doubt about that. Payne sneak one past the keeper to finish out the half, and that gives them some breathing room at least. But Molodoi is suffocating indeed on that CT side, here, there, and everywhere with the AWP. Pissed around with a lot of grenades here for Furia. They're going to start going fast towards the ramp. A fake out for K-Serrato to get him down the vent, and that cuts off a line of rotation. Fallen won't make it. NQC's Julies fire 1,000 a second, and he'll have to drop off as Payne rotate lower into K-Serrato. Fury going deeper. Furia undecided.
Pistol round represents a world of possibilities to Payne if they're able to pick it up. Suddenly, this scoreline doesn't feel like they're lagging so far behind. But that's a huge swing kill down in the lower.
Crazy shot.
K-Serrato has provided safe passage to this bomb, given Furia a 3-on-3. Left Payne once again feeling that pressure. Davideus, an unforgivable miss. It lets Molodoi continue fighting over towards ramp.
Is he ready for more?
And this swing they took at Molodoi looked to undo the entire round. Snow was able to find him, but still, this is dire straits now for Payne. They have to go hunting these two players in the post plant, and Snow can't put the fresh mag in time. Will get the gun out and whips back K-Serrato. Real close on the defuse, but it's another one that Snow helps provide for Payne.
Yeah, give him your energy, Austin. Second major, second stage, first major playoff for Snow. Another 3K round winner for Payne. Looks unburdened by the pressure. Same cannot be said for K-Serrato. That's an ugly whiff to give Payne a pistol to let them back in. Furia don't want to let it go anywhere. They buy full.
Try and hang with Big Azera out in the yard. Cross behind these smokes, at least as far as red. They drop in their own a little bit later. Well, certainly a Pain's attention on the cross. That's a lot of util burned out in the yard.
They got nothing left, but FURIA still make it down unscathed. They wait for every mag to run dry before they creep into secret. A Pain ready for this many players. Caserato's going to be hard-pressed to find any value in lobby right now unless Pain make an information play. What it should look like is a 4-on-1 on the B-bomb site. With DGT calling for support just in time. The whole map is quiet. Pain piecing it together. FURIA right around that corner.
After Pain win that pistol, everyone on the team is breathing this collective sigh of relief, feeling like they can get back into this game. But there's this force by round you have to get past, and if you don't, it's all for naught. Snow on the drop down, trying to move in, desperate times, calling for the most desperate of measures, and as everyone scrambles, FURIA cut them down.
Desperation couldn't be a better word, Harry. Absolutely flooding that B-bomb site. Fallen with an unbelievable Tech-9 tap, and they follow up onto DGT clean. You cannot afford to let your B site crumble like that so easily for FURIA to break in on their force by round. And Pain had players in the right place. Somehow still caught off guard. Hell of a round to win. And for whatever freedom Pain were feeling in the moment, it's already washed away. Now they're in the hole. CT force buying. As FURIA look to run away with this game. Whoa.
Pain force buy back again, but this is them risking everything. An attempt to boost up NQZ out in the yard.
Oh, like that angle.
A gimmick to try and look for this opening kill on the hero gun. NQZ plays his hand early.
Yeah, it's awkward because it's a really good angle to take a fight, but also if you go on garage roof and you die with that M4, your team can't salvage it. It's a risk not worth taking. He knows it. Back to a position of value. Heaven. FURIA, late smokes. Kinder keeping the pressure outside for his team who amass in the lobby. And FURIA just hit go.
That's an awkward set of misses for Snow.
Disaster.
And it all falls apart on his stead after that first attempt. And dealing with the hut spillover, it never gets prettier.
It's not warned, there's no giveaway there for FURIA. They don't throw any flashes, they don't set them up, they just run out hut knowing they have the better buy, they have the heavier numbers on that top site. And they trade, they don't even need to trade, they just run over the round. Pain, early grave here on the CT side. Keeping this M4 is a must, and even then, it's all they'll have. There's certain expectations at this level that players won't just do that. While your Kinder's lining up outside utility, Pain are expecting a more standard round. FURIA just throw themselves into that top site. Mentally not prepared. As Pain can't get a grip on this map. Oh. Sick.
I mean, FURIA just keep leveling up, right? The game kind of started on this wild hot streak for Molodoi, but over time everyone's had their moments. Fallen with a couple of big spray downs on the rifle. Fangs of FURIA around him, sharp as ever. And Yakindar always making these aggressive moves, keeping Pain looking over their shoulder. This is FURIA at their best. This is Pain at their most nervous.
Yeah, we called Yakinda the hammer of VP. The hard head at the front of the pack, pushing outside, is caught off guard. Pain given a chance, but that gun is not getting out for free. Yuri provides cover and a gamble. Pain cleared out the lobby as K-Serato left. He never knew, so Pain make a rotation that FURIA will not expect. 4 stacked all together.
That's the hero gun, jump shot from Fallen, and he's just keeping this entire stack down on the lower side. Fallen, a very good job of misdirecting the CTs here. The rest of his team have taken the top side of the map. They know they've got this round in the bag.
Yeah, that's why you don't run blind into a site, right? Fallen gets the info. By the time he's dead, he's called 3 players are still alive on that lower site. So FURIA just speed up, get a bomb plant, and he buys a few seconds that make all the difference. That mean Pain can't get out of their positions, and yet again are forced to save their guns. This is a FURIA who have high ambitions, higher than just a playoff appearance. A FURIA who, in their debut tournament, took a map off of Team Spirit, even made Nuke close. This is a FURIA who, dare I say, could fight for a grand final here in Austin. Do not count them out. And if this game is just a warm-up against Pain, who knows what's in store from this FURIA squad. 11-5. If Pain want to play this match, they have to play it right here and now in this 4-bye. Clean.
Yeah, do or die for Pain on their pick. This is the buy round they've been waiting for, right? They won the pistol, they lost to the Force. That took the wind out of their sails, that left them knocked back for a couple of rounds.
Yeah, still
and now they've left out, they've run out of road to run. This has to be the buy round that turns around this entire map. If it doesn't, FURIA have steamrolled them to open up this quarterfinal.
And I hate to be a pessimist, but it doesn't feel like it's gonna happen, does it, Harry? This has been FURIA in control of the game from first step. Full control of this quarterfinal. FURIA, can they finish with a bang?
See more of this scrapping for yard control. DGT tries his hand at making it over to Secret. That's a convincing opener. Yuri on the receiving end of it, but as DGT backs up, there's more heads to this FURIA beast out in the yard. Yakindar rears his above the smokes and brings this back into a 4-on-4.
Snow's got to be careful, yeah.
I mean, he's going to be the one in this swing position, the linchpin position that decides the outcome of the round. If Snow can get away with a multi-kill, maybe just the info is enough. He gets that spot on the jump, repositions, backs up and run down. FURIA play with pace. Big Azera mollied off. This was the 1 buy round for Pain and they can feel it getting away from them. This might just be a failure to launch of a map for this Pain squad.
I love the experience call there for FURIA, just speeding up when they spot Snow. He goes back into the bomb site, but that's not a better fight for him than the headshot angle. FURIA know exactly where he has to be. They hunt him down. They had trades at the ready, but at no step have FURIA needed that. Continually knocking down this front door of Pain, who have been saving all CT side long, and this round is no different, except FURIA are chasing. Rabid to remove these rifles to make this a clinical victory in a quarterfinal with a new roster of the top of the year, and FURIA are but a round away from stealing Pain's pick.
Okay, good. Moldoy, you win this secret, no free, bro. Fucking 20 bullets, okay?
Maybe it was
no, go AK.
I love that. Your in-game leader tells you to pull out the AK because he's feeling it.
Yeah, let's see why. I mean, that means it's going to be a pacey round. That's what they've teed themselves up for. Straight out in a ramp. Yuri running interference, just the 1 out of DGT. And here's the drop down into lower. Pain. Their speed of these rotates, their faith in one another tested here as they start to scramble bodies down the vents into lower. Snow fed to FURIA first. And this might be the beginning of the end. Pain on their map pick. Left in the balance of this 3v3 retake at lower.
An impressive game from FURIA, an impressive major with no signs of stopping at the first match on the stage. They look to convert a 2v3 in the post-spawn. It's Molodoi, first major, and Yuri sat back, relaxed, waiting, unbothered, in their lane on this B-bomb site, and Pain start to crumble.
Here's the push out. Oh. Molodoi sandwiched and Big Azera. The captain of Pain offering up some resistance. Pain stay in this for one more round.
Yeah, 4 kills from the captain, but doesn't it just feel so late in the day for this? 6 rounds more in a row needed by Pain to even open up this map into overtime. FURIA let a post-spawn slip by, but it's far from the end of the world. What it has done is given NQZ an AWP on the CT side yet again.
Feels nice that he at least gets to use one. Feel like it didn't even get to make an appearance in this second half, would have been heartbreaking. So at least has a round to play with his weapon of choice here. NQZ, chance to show us what he's made of on this AW, but Fallen gonna get rid of it. There's only enough room for one Brazilian AWP in the server.
Oh my God, barrel, Queserato, that's clinical on the top side. Sends them 6 feet under, and 6 rounds may be all they get as FURIA waits, chomping at the bit for these smokes to fade. That will signal the end of the game. DGT last alive and not for long as FURIA show up in the Austin Major with something to say, with a statement in their first map of the quarterfinal. 13-6, clean as can be, no stress as FURIA steal Pain's pick.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a generational clash of Brazilian talent, but right now it's Fallen. And the old boys looking good in this major. Their debutant in Molodoi, firing on all cylinders to open up this quarterfinal. FURIA now licking their lips with their map left waiting in the wings. Anubis up next. They can feel those semifinals are well within their grasp.
Yeah, definitely looking like the team for it right now for Pain, just getting suffocated under the pressure, under the stage. We'll see what they have to say.
Yeah, I'm here with you, Kinder. There's some folks yelling down here. That's all right. We're going to ignore them, you Kinder. Big game right here, a huge moment. Tell me how big and how crucial that second round was there in that second half.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when you break the enemies, it's better than win to whistle round, you know? And props to the coach. Sid gave the call. He's like, they're not going to play secret. Let's go secret. And we just won the round because of it.
So Pain not statistically strong over here on the next map of Anubis. You guys, on the other hand, picked into it. Does FURIA close the series out here?
Would be nice, but life is not that easy, you know? Maybe something's going to happen, but we're going to try our best. I think everybody's focused today, so we're going to show our game.
Thank you very much, Kinder.
Thank you.
Well, Yakinda may be right. Life isn't that easy, but didn't they damn make it look easy on the first map of this series? You'd have been forgiven for thinking that that was FURIA's map pick. It was actually Pain's, sliding with FURIA very convincingly, Jacob.
Yeah, that was a bit surprising. I'm not going to lie. I thought Pain were going to be able to make it way more competitive. I think most of us had FURIA as the favorite to win this series, but I predicted it to be in 3 maps. Now I am convinced that it's going to be in 2 maps. I think FURIA have played way above what I expected once more, which has kind of been the case ever since they took on stage 3.
I think it's good to see FURIA just continue like this. You know, I was a little bit worried also with the case that they made 3-0 and making their way into playoff. Maybe we just saw what that did to Spirit, right? But now it looks like FURIA is just living up to the expectation from themselves. And Molodoi, man, he just keeps delivering. You know, like the individuals inside of FURIA is also just stepping up to things. And it just baffles me that this team has gone from being a traditional Brazilian team to now move into the international and then just finding so much success so fast.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with that sentiment. A lot of people on Twitter, a lot of the Brazilian fans right now are kind of feeling it, you know, like the giant has been woken up again.
Yeah.
It has been 4 years where FURIA have been, dare I say, a laughing stock for most of us, you know. You looked at Queserato, you looked at Yuri, you looked at Fall, and you thought to yourself, you're supposed to do better. Even when Art was on the lineup, you're supposed to do better, but they never did any better than we expected. Now they're blowing the expectations away. I am thoroughly impressed with everything I see from FURIA, and with the way they're playing right now, you know, maybe potentially in a major semifinal in a couple of hours, us, it's a wild turnaround.
And a very convincing CT side to be starting off this map of Nuke. Let's take a look at round number 6. What did you pull out from the FURIA side of the equation here?
Peter said it, Molodoj, we spoke about it, you know, does he have what it takes at this stage in order to step up? This round is a great example. Keserado hiding in yard, getting a kill. It gets into a 4v3 where they lose control. Molodoj hits a nice, nasty shot right here, and he just continues. Again, Fallen putting up the team edge right here. Good supportive flash. Molodoj comes out, hits another nasty shot. Guess who hits another one? That's going to be Molodoj. When you're playing with that much confidence, you're doing it on the biggest stage, you're supported by Fallen throwing flashes for you. It's just super, super nice. Even gets to stick to the fuse here, win the round. So in terms of the raw impact, Peter definitely checks all the boxes. In terms of playing with confidence, definitely checks all the boxes.
I'm just super impressed with him. Like, I'm going to be completely honest. Like, when I got here to the major, and I saw also obviously the result that FURIA had made coming into this, I was maybe looking at Molodoj as being, yeah, sure, he had like a couple of good events, but now I'm at a state where I actually feel like he's probably the best player they have inside FURIA. And that's not what I expect, you know. He's still so young. He was picked up to go in and pick up what Fallen left off. And we know that Fallen has been a legendary opera for so long.
Yes.
But obviously Fallen has been looking a little bit dire in his role. Now he's changed it up. But the impact that Molodoj has coming into this team and into the games is just out of this world.
I think it's big words to state when, you know, you have also Keserado on the side of this roster as
Bottom
well.
fragger, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't really need him to show up, I guess, on this map of Nuke. Let's look at the second half because, okay, Pain, they win the pistol. I think, yeah, maybe they can start getting momentum behind them. How did FURIA respond?
I mean, they did get off with 4 rounds in the first half, gave themselves a chance, a bit of a leeway. Then they win the pistol, as you said, for 8-5. If they win this round, 8-6, FURIA will be saving. It's going to be 8-7, but they can't maintain it, right? Bigosero gets caught off guard by Fallen. By the way, I'll admit it, Fallen way superior to Bigosero in this game. And then it all unfolds, and that was it. You know, Pain didn't win at any point from this moment onwards. It went down to be FURIA going to 12-5, then they won a single round, and then FURIA closed out the game. So for them to maybe fight their way back into the game, they had to convert right here, Peter, and they didn't. And I got to give it to Fallen, got to give it to Sid as well. We heard it from Yakinda, the coach.
Yeah.
Some great calling. Definitely felt like they had Pain read like a book, and they showcased that on the T side as well.
And that is exactly what the preparation can do. You know, their coach was so confident that we're not going to play secret, so they went for that play. But the thing that actually stands out to me, sure, it was a great call, but I don't know what Bigosero is doing, you know, because we could obviously see that he's asking for help. He's finding himself on top of the silo, and Bigosero is like, he's just caught a no man's land. He's in between everything, you know. He has no cover, he has no position, there's no crossfire set up. So when he goes down, what FURIA knows is that that is probably the backup player for the guy that's playing somewhere inside. And then he actually misses a ton of bullets and he just gets run down. And that point, when even by having Tech 9s, they've lost all the space, they have no rotation coming in, and they have nowhere to get back in the round.
You mentioned Molodoj, Peter. Let's just run some highlights from this.
Let's get it on. I just want to see more of this guy.
How do you kind of characterize him being maybe different in AWPing style to Fallen? Obviously, Fallen's a veteran. He's probably a bit more established in the way he likes to play. Are there clear differences between them?
He's hitting his shots.
That's one of the things, right? You know,
Savage.
for me, Fallen has always been standing out as being this very up-close Aubrey. Like, he loves to be in kind of a situation where he felt like he had to hit no scopes and be up close all the time. Where I think is Molodoj is just, one thing he's hitting his shots more and better than Fallen. Another thing that I think he's doing well is that he's had such a great overview. Like, he got a kill on ramp and he instantly understood that, okay, I have to rotate somewhere else now. They're not going to hit me on ramp. And that is one of the things that I think he's doing so well, that he reads the game. He understands how to position himself. And he's hitting his shots, but it's also because he puts himself in so many great positions.
I can see a bit of Fallen in Molodoj. The way he's playing and the way he's close combat AWPing. We saw him come out of heaven, plays with an awful lot of confidence. And I agree with you, Peter, considering his experience, the fact that he's new, the fact that he barely speaks English on an English-speaking team, it sometimes maybe, at least that's the way I'm thinking, you know, maybe sometimes he's freed up by that. He doesn't have a lot of responsibilities in terms of communicating. They know that he's going to be limited, so he can just play his game and do whatever his intuition is telling him, and that intuition is one that he should trust.
And it's the way he's lapping up the stage as well, right? Obviously, we saw him making his kind of big stage debut, if you will, back at Astana, but it's a whole different ballpark, right? Dupree, you know the pressure that a major stage can bring to a player. Great to see a rookie in Molodoj kind of withstanding that.
It's super great, you know. He was the top frag in this series, you know. He's, as I mentioned before, I think he's the best player in FURIA. And we also just have to take into consideration that he is sitting on the same team and on the stage with so many experienced players in the likes of Fallen, Kisrad, and Yuri. They've done it multiple times. They've been around. He's probably been looking up to. I think a lot of Orbis has been looking up to Fallen. Maybe he's not from the same region, but the fact that he finds himself in a team with these people that he's been looking up to must be doing something. And I only just throw that back to how I was in Vitality when I got to play alongside, Saiwu and Spinks. Yeah, Saiwu is a way better player than me, but I know for a fact that Saiwu liked the fact that he was playing alongside me and Magisk on stage because we just gave that calmness, that calm communication, but also to believe in that we could win this.
Super underrated. Jacob, you kind of already threw yourself under the proverbial bus, if you will. Do you want to right your wrongs on your Fallen statement that we had pre-match?
I think I said coming into the game that I think Bigosera is a better player and a better in-game leader than Fallen as of right now. I kind of want to stand by that statement, but I think Fallen proved otherwise in this map. He did a tremendous job, and I gotta say, I'm so impressed with Fallen picking up the rifle, picking up the anchor roll, picking up a new position, doing himself such a favor by doing it as well. He freed up an AWP position, and now he's even playing well with the with the rifle himself. So yeah, I gotta stand to be corrected right here. I thought Bigosera was gonna have some more impact in this game, but Fallen, the way he's performing right now, if he can just play at 70 or 80% of what he did in this game, that's more than enough. So all the credit to this man for, I guess, reinventing himself and making sure that he found impact.
Let's just jump the occasion and say that we thought that Bad Fallen was probably killed, but I like Bad Fallen. I like the way he is. I think his rifling capabilities has just been out of this world. Actually, I think that Fallen has shown that stepping into a position where that taking on the anchor roll, you talked about that he maybe puts himself in a position where maybe he wants to take up the coaching thing. I could see that this could go on, but because why not? I mean, the way that he's putting in things is working out for them.
I will say, throughout the tournament, he hasn't been that impressive, but that's why we got to give it to him right now. Fallen so far has been really, really, really good in the playoff, and maybe that experience you're talking about, FURIA, Bad Fallen, he may be back, but he's showing on the server that he still can contribute.
Hey, he's been resurrected, and he's influencing all of us out here. How are we viewing Pain Gaming on the other side of the equation, considering this was their map pick coming into this series? Is it over? Is it over, Dupree?
I think it's going to be tough. I am at a state like Maui. He said that Pain Gaming is, they're just happy to be here. They're happy to be in the playoffs. It's a great time for them to try and get some experience and also learn something. And you could also feel that interview that Bigosera he went with, like, they're just so happy to be a part of this. They're happy to get the experiences. And they just lost their map pick, and now they go on to Furious. And I think it's for them. It's about trying to just take as much they can from this series and just try and feel the game more than what they did already. Because what I saw when they played Nuke is that whenever something happened, something didn't plan out the way they wanted, they got a lot of openings, but maybe openings because FURIA went in and gave them to them. So it's more about the Pain has to go in now and just try and leave behind the fact that they lost the first one, but move on and try and get the best out of it.
Well, they're going to have to do that quite quickly as we are heading things to a short break before we dive into FURIA's pick. That is going to be the Temple of Anubis awaiting on the other side of this break.
I can't.
Welcome to Roles and Responsibilities. I'm here with Bigosera from Pain. Thank you for joining me. You're the in-game leader for Pain. How long have you been the in-game leader? You've been in this team for 6 years now.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but being IGL has been 2 years. When I used to play with PKL, I used to say a lot, give some calls mid-rounds and this kind of thing. So for me, it was easy to play and say rotation and reads, this kind of things. So for me, it was the best decision that I ever could do.
To talk about positions on CT side, what's your vision as an in-game leader there? Because some in-game leaders, such as Apex, who used to play, star roles like Connector on Mirage, but then you have the Hooksy style, who's going to be jump spotting B-apps every round.
I tried to play like a B on Mirage, and didn't work well because mid-rounds rotation, guys come mid and let's fight together. If I'm B-spot jumping, I cannot have this read, We were playing Navi. That was like a 12-8 for us, the third map. We were in city side and we lost 4 rounds in a row just because the read of the guys from mid was not good. We just made the change and said, guys, these kind of things, it never can happen.
Yeah, you want to be in a position where you can affect the round, you can see the full picture. Where do you play now, just out of interest on Mirage?
Connector, yeah.
Yeah, nice place to be.
Nice place to be.
As an in-game leader on this team, do you prefer CT or T sides?
To play my own game, CT side, but I prefer T side because I can control and think more than CT side.
What maps are you really liking right now? You know, what's working for Pain?
Nuke is not a secret. We made some changes as well about T side. Outside of Nuke was impossible to play. I'm now playing lobby because I was like playing for the team all the time and just dying all the time first. And I was, holy shit, what the f am I doing here? We made some change and worked well for us.
Pain, take 12.
I love that move, man.
Inferno and Anubis, if you start T-side, you can make 11, 12 rounds. So these two maps, I don't like to play BO1, but if you have to play, we're gonna play.
Inside of your role being an in-game leader, there's also another role, and that's to be the captain, right? You're looking after a team of some young players such as Snow. What's it like bringing up someone who's 16, 17 years old when he first joins a top Counter-Strike team?
Snow is like a sponge guy. If you say something to him, he just absorbs all the time.
Exceeding all expectations, it is Pain!
When I'm not playing, I'm on the server. I just like to leave the Counter-Strike, you know?
Big Sarah, thanks for joining me, and good luck to you and Pain.
Thank you.
I put myself up in the rafters. I come to see everyone here. How we doing? They've got this energy all day long, and that is why America is showing up for the major. You guys, it's your first ever event. You came to the major. Where did you travel from, and why did you come to the major?
Well, we all came from Vancouver, Canada. Came down to support Team Liquid. Unfortunately, they went out, but you know what? We're here for good Counter-Strike. We're here for some good Counter-Strike.
And you're getting some good Counter-Strike. Have you enjoyed the atmosphere so far?
Dude, it's been awesome, especially having the Brazilians here now. Like, they know how to party. They know how to enjoy a good game of Counter-Strike.
Okay, Liquid's not here, but who are you cheering for?
I'm a Navi fan. I was rooting for MOUZ though, so that was pretty sick. Okay. Now that MOUZ game is pretty sick.
So you're with me. Navi are making the final.
I'm Navi all the way. I want Vitality to go down. I'm for Navi the whole way.
All right, the energy's good. We're loving the vibe up here. Guys, give it to me!
Vibes are feeling immaculate here in the Moody Center, and I'm sure the FURIA vibes are feeling even better, as now they just have one more map to potentially separate them from heading straight to the semi-final on Saturday. That comes down to their map pick. It's going to be Anubis, and obviously with Pain getting to choose which starting side, they're going to be starting on. FURIA find themselves on that CT side. Any initial takes from this one, Moses?
Well, I'm not concerned about Molodoy in any way. If I had any questions about it, they've been answered. The kid's incredible how he's been playing, and that's an excellent map one for him. He recovered so many rounds, did so many good things. That's going to continue. Anubis, you have even more opportunities as an AWPer to have an impact on the map.
Oh yeah, and this has really just been one of the two home maps for FURIA ever since assembling this 5-man lineup. Unfortunately for Pain, I do feel like the journey ends here. I know we all want the party to continue, the Brazilian derby to keep on going, but in reality, like, FURIA has looked good at this map.
It's still going to be going. You still got FURIA. Like, there's still going to be a Brazilian party no matter what. You know, it's the best of both worlds.
True.
To an extent.
Can't hate on that, but I mean, honestly, like, Moses, when I'm looking at it, FURIA, they've beaten the Mongols on this map. They've beaten Aurora on this map, okay? For Pain, on the other hand, you've taken down Namiga? I just don't see it, man.
Yeah, I think, they spanked Aurora as well. Like, it was actually pretty comprehensive victory for FURIA. Yeah, I mean, this team just continues to be impressive. And I mean, you add in Yakinder's game, you add in K Serrato. Like, it's actually impressive that the talking points we have are Molodoy when you have K Serrato on this team. The way he's played has overshadowed K Serrato. So, I mean, this team's just firing on all cylinders right now. They're so strong. I see nothing that Pain can do to stop it.
It's pretty insane, the glow up that FURIA has had coming into the Austin Major. What makes him so deadly when we're looking at Anubis specifically? What are FURIA able to pull out that other teams haven't been able to put a stop to?
I mean, I think that it goes without saying that, well, Yakinder, despite the slump that he had on Liquid, one map he always liked was Anubis, okay? True. He is such a good space taker on it. When he's taking up space on the E-box side, he's so good at it. And you know he's gonna dig his face right into that monitor. I mean, I love that he plays up to it with the crowd.
Yeah, get a little bit closer. There we go.
That's cool.
Give it a kiss. Give it a kiss.
It's the only way you can win a quarterfinal, buried into the monitor.
Okay, to play devil's advocate here a little bit, because it sounds like you guys are already writing the script that FURIA make it through to the semifinals. Anything that Pain can do to put a stop to this, particularly considering they're starting on the T side of things.
I think first and foremost for me, when I watch this team, I think there's certain sacrifices that I feel like Big Uzera has made to try and accommodate the new players and setting up an actually structured, fundamentally strong team. And I kind of want to see him go away from it a little bit. Okay. I think if they want to win this match, I think you're going to need more firepower, and I want to see Big Uzera go back to the philosophy he had back at the Copenhagen Major, where he was just a one-man army, leading the team, calling the team tactics around how he wanted to play. He got to set himself up for a few nice things. Like, if you get that kind of production out of Big Uzera on the rifle, maybe it can alleviate some pressure on the other guys.
I want to see Pain, that is, play with conviction and fast early, because I don't want them to leave Snow on some lurking position by himself as he's already quaking in his boots, okay? Yeah. I want to see them just hit a bomb site incredibly quickly, force FURIA to be playing a post plant. If Pain is able to find any way to just get in quickly, then FURIA can't react the way that they want to. And FURIA's had a surprisingly good CT side on Anubis because they're so active.
And maybe some surprisingly good odds when we're looking at this series and how the bookies think this one is going to be falling. I've tried to, poke you a little bit. Is this GG? Is this 2 maps done, FURIA cementing it?
Unfortunately, it's GG. I just don't see a way with Pain. I think you'd have to ask you something Herculean from individual players, like things that are just unreasonable to ask of individuals.
Well, let's see exactly how it is going to be falling down. It's Anubis, second map of this quarterfinal.
2 former full Brazilian squads that went international, and right now the results are speaking for themselves. While Pain went for all South American, FURIA moved further afield to the east, and right now they are sitting a map away from stealing this series and plundering straight into the semifinals.
Yeah, look, for fans of nostalgia, we're 1 map away from Fallen, one of Counter-Strike's old guard, 34 years old, 6 years since his last spot in the major playoffs, almost a decade since he lifted the trophy. He's just 1 map away from the semifinals in Austin.
Austin, you've been awesome all day. It's only going to get better as the week continues. FURIA come in as Pain rush this B bomb site, and Yakinda in E-box ready to receive.
He's got support on the way, not in this alone. Fallen taking this first bit of contact out through Temple, but there's a lot of sight lines open here for FURIA. No util to lock this out either if you're Pain. So instead they play group, they play it together. 3 players back in main. Leaving Snow in the site alone. That's an easy pickup for FURIA. The pistols spamming through, catching a couple of players. You're reliant on spams, you're reliant on luck going your way. Pain coming through with even more, but that defuse getting held now. DGT lines them up, racks them up. That's a huge 4K to open up this pistol round. They left it to chance.
Through the smoke, no second option, no other way to win the round. You just have to get them off the bomb time and time again. DGT does it dirty with 4 kills. Cool boost in the post one as well to give him a nice angle. NQZ able to snipe them off. And Pain with a pistol, an explosive one of that. The desk have set the stakes well. This is a map FURIA have taken down some big dogs on, beating Aurora. Once the best team in the world on this map, with a huge streak at the start of the year. Taking down many teams, including the Mongols. Pain have no repertoire quite like FURIA. So they have to play the best game of Anubis they ever have in this high-octane environment. Baited in by the opening kill, but there's a stack of 4 players in the site. DGT pinching them off, 3 kills, and he gets out.
Nice and clean. Pain fell down on this round back in that first map.
Difference was, then it was a force. This time, full eco. FURIA know that they can maximize their gun rounds here on CT Anubis. I like the decision to get guns in ASAP, and it's allowed Molodoi a glass orb. I don't know if he'll be expecting that. The big danger of a 3rd round orb is there are Mac 10s in play. They're going to be running around corners, jumping around corners. It may not be down to you. We'll see if Molodoi can force those openers. Something that NQZ struggled with in his first stage match.
Molodoi never shy of making a play. Gets aggressive over towards main. And that's where FURIA actually put a lot of their resources in this round. 3 players on this A main position. Leaves them on a bit of a natural timer here, but they'll get rewarded for a kill. DGT tries to play through this main smoke. The rest of Pain are teeing up right now to try and split this side of the map. That's going to leave them walking into the 3-man stack.
Well, Molodoi hears them going deep in Temple as well, so even though FURIA are technically out of position, they've got all the information. Pain are walking in. Unbeknownst to them, what's lurking behind,
the
a
timing
glass
as well.
orb chasing this pack of players as they attack this B site.
Guys in B know to watch their backs. That's the big hole right now that Pain are hoping to exploit. So you won't catch any players for free. Molodoi plays his hand now. First shot misses. This guy does never seem to let those swings and misses define him. Goes back in for a little bit more. Important trade. Good spot for Snow. He's got both players right here in front of him. And just doing chip damage as NQZ watches on. Nade gonna find Snow.
Uh-oh.
NQZ smoked off, no choice but to play through it. Queserato and Yuri to try put a stop to him. The spam's connecting, it's gonna be close, it's awkward. And Yuri's got the cover. Down to the wire, but just sniped away.
Those feel like the first misses of Molodoi in this matchup, and it still doesn't come to matter. What a closer for the Brazilians on FURIA. To shut that out, slow and steady, not a second to spare on the defuse. FURIA staying focused and picking up that first gun round. That oh so important first buy on CT Anubis. Because even though they have the track record, Pain do not. Starting T side is a very nice place to be. Orb saved on, rifles back out. This buy better than the last for Pain, so FURIA will bring the heat.
Gonna have a lot of ideas, different shades of aggression to open up these rounds. That's a wild pickup for Queserato.
For more?
And he even hangs around. Not content with just the one and done. They don't give him that straight up fight he was hoping for. Queserato's roll gets slowed over here in mid, Fallen lurking on the other side of this smoke. And it looks like he might go unaccounted for entirely. It's aggression through dark. That's the next bit of info for Pain. Fallen walking up in middle. This was just cleared and he's got the spot. Will he get away in time? No. Big Azera chases him down. Queserato orb now on the angle. Queserato with the swing. Here's the backup, him and Yuri play in tandem. Davideus will break through. And Bangs of FURIA ripped out. And an important breakaway round for Pain. They can start to put a bit of distance now between them and FURIA.
Yeah, that round comes with complications for FURIA. That is a high impact round, a swing round. If you're ever looking for one, breaks FURIA's money to nothing, removes the AWP, gifts it to Pain, and puts them back on pistols. So Pain get a chance to run away now with a bit of a T side, some freedom, a luxury they've not had in this matchup so far. A sigh of relief, if nothing else. FURIA bring just a couple of deagles. It's a cool boost though. Oh, Molodoi needed that, and without it, what the FURIA even have to show? Pain not even getting closer, not walking into this stack. The MAC-10 will, but no better gun for the job.
Oh, it's a little nerve-wracking in these mid-fights.
FURIA want him. They want him bad.
Yeah, they got Big Azera down low. They'll cross him, go looking for his teammates. And so even though mid might have felt a little awkward there for Pain, Big Azera just getting out at 1 HP. It's still looking to be a clean round when all is said and done.
A sharp start from Davideus. That's a good sign here for Pain. It's these two imports that we haven't really talked about in this series so far. Ran out of clay, man. And these were players brought in to uplift Pain to make that next step, because Biguzera inside of this team, 2 challenger stages at Major, 2 legend stages at Major, being within touching distance of these playoffs. It took imports to take Pain to the next level, to push them in to that top 8. So close so many times, finally Pain are there, and they don't want to go out with a whimper. NQZ, another famed opener onto Molodoy. And Pain seemed like they had more to say in this series. We were ready for a wash.
Fallen trying his hand at some detective work. Goes looking for answers out here in middle. And he won't see a thing. Still, it's a third player, third set of eyeballs over towards his A site, FURIA. Strong here, good timing on that nade as well, just to soften them up on this push. It's about to be all in from Pain. Sending Snow back, sure, but everyone else is grouped for this A hit. Bomb's going back to join Snow.
What a shot.
This becomes a fake on the fly. They're going back in a B. And it's only Yuri here.
Oh.
Retrieved orb from Molodoy's body. Can he put it to work? First shot lands. Yuri keeps FURIA interested in this retake. The orb keeps the pressure on. Been wanting to see a bit more from NQZ in this quarterfinal series. This was the guy who was lights out to get Pain here versus a FURIA who, when they went international, their first move was to look abroad for Orpers. That would have been the time to show us what the Brazilian Orp can do. Instead, it's Davideus digging deep.
That's it.
Charged up by Yuri. Molly on the bomb and just wasting time. There isn't time for Yuri to win this. And so that is a wild clutch put up from Pain. This scoreline continues to widen. And a T side that's rapidly getting out of control.
FURIA had everything going for them as well. They get that pick from Yuri. They get out on the B-bomb site. It's crossing out. DGT getting the info on the flank that allows Davideus to position himself for that clutch. Molly on the bomb. It's just the ticket there to take a 5th round on this T side. It's FURIA calling pauses now. Now they're feeling the burn. Not gone to plan anymore. And you wonder, did Pain expect this pick? They certainly might have. A weaker map for them coming into the playoffs of a major. One that FURIA have looked to play time and time again. In Astana, every single series, they were going for this map. Clearly trying to make it home. And we're seeing, you know, the playbook of Aurora used a little bit on the CT side, the way that they're tunneling up in the bomb sites, rarely fighting middle unless it's eco. FURIA playing 3A in the majority of these rounds, and Pain are exploiting it, winning yet another post plant on the B bomb site. Yuri save gun, FURIA, not much else. So Pain position to continue to run away unless Yuri has other ideas.
FURIA trying to give a little less respect here, get aggressive to open up this round with the hero gun.
Issue is they've lost the bomb.
Pain now, it's a rescue and recovery mission. But this whole time, they're still having to hold on to these extremities, hoping that they can catch someone like Fallen right now, who they've got trapped in this corner, out on an island. Snow, in the meantime, has thinned the herd. They know they have a guy trapped over here in main. It's just Serato they can't find. And he still sits back on this bomb. DGT doesn't feel like he can hang around and wait for this kill forever.
Is Fallen gonna re-go? I can't believe he didn't leave this position, just staying here static. waiting for his time to strike. Serato can't continue to play the bomb forever. There's too many angles, too many timings. He has to let Fallen off the leash. And so the captain goes through the water, around the world, trying to time DGT on this flank. As he picks up the bomb, Fallen will come up the stairs. This could be a shot in the back of the head.
Timing's feeling so good for Fallen, and there's the free kill. Around the world to collect it. Snow just doesn't have time. 25 seconds here. Bomb dropped over in mid. Serato still a question mark, still not known about. Snow tries to put distance between himself and this player in middle, but it's Fallen laid out in front of him. Snow's own inspiration is the one he's got to beat to get this bomb planted. And Fallen, what if he never gives him the fights? What if he never gives him the chance? And there it was, passing it by.
And that is experience. It couldn't be better shown in a round like that. FURIA on pistols, pick it up. Snow may get all the kills, trying to sweep back in that round, but Fallen plays him like a fiddle, dancing around the bomb site. Inspiring still to this day. And Snow, indecision, gun, bomb. He doesn't know what to do. FURIA, a perfect pickup to get them back in this game. I mean, look what it's done. May have been a streak on this T side here. 3 rounds in a row. Pain have nothing to show for it. A hero gun. But hey, FURIA won this round. Why can't Pain? A weakened B site. Timing is everything for Yakinda. That CT volley, they just don't respect it. They're going to go right through. Overwhelmed. Yakinda almost tames it. 2 on 3. They've got a shot.
Fallen tries to play it forward, straight through and into the Lions Den with DGT and Big Azera, and clean work made from FURIA's captain over that B play.
Dude, I love that for Fallen, just going through the smoke immediately, fighting down into Con. It's Pain who try and play ahead of their util. I was about to commend them for waiting for it. They didn't, and they pay that price with their life with the round. Do it out of your shoe next time, buddy. So FURIA landing back on their feet, not too late on this CT side.
I mean, this next round decides whether or not FURIA just get to strut back into this game like they didn't start it. 1-5 down on a bit of a hiatus. All would be forgiven for that slow opening. Oh, suddenly this would be a very commanding CT half.
They're really trying to cancel out NQZ, who's in this corner every time, and FURIA keeps throwing this deep molly to clear him out. It's getting smoked, but it's really causing problems here for Pain. That's a great Molotov bounce. Big Uzera has to smoke as well, and the hunt comes in for Yuri.
Dude, even this is wild though. Like, most of Pain's smokes have been used extinguishing Molotovs here at the start of the round.
Yeah, these are CT mollies. They're not even meant to be threatening, but they're causing a lot of commotion.
Down to next to no util for the actual exec now.
Here they go.
And Yakinda are going to try and bring the fight to them. Plays it straight through Dark. Back up from Fallen. One more here. It's DGT waiting.
Hit him where it hurts.
And Yakinda, continuing on that aggression, has given them a way in. DGT gets to play his hand now, the one player that's known about. Big Azera is next in the feed, and slowly but surely this starts to come unraveled. Big Azera battling back into this. Serato in this clutch. Through the back line, he's quick with it, but silent on the approach, stalking his prey. Push up through Dark, and Davideus is wounded. Serato knows the pressure is on his opponent. There's been damage done, a bomb to play around Shore. Serato's supposed to have a bit of a mental edge here. Meant to do his best work in these clutches. He can't seem to piece this one together though, and time is quickly darting away from Serato.
That's not the round you expect Serato to lose, man.
That's a wild way for this one to pan out, and he just up and leaves.
You almost feel like he was given misinformation. The cautiousness of the bomb site, of back plat, of the pillar, anything but be main. He could have stuck that bomb. Davideus has to call it. He just has to hope he doesn't peek. 2 health. Not enough to risk checking. And K-Serato in his own head, not a situation you see often. His own doubt fueling a Pain T-side round. As yet again, a disciplined Davideus holds it down for Pain. Him and DGT having a lot of impact in this T-side. Big Uzera as well, his entry's massive. Pain with their back against the wall are putting on a fight here on Anubis. A map you could be ready to write them off on at the dawn. And finally, even taking a main control, that's not been free. And K-Serato very aggressive, all half over in this position. And continues to look to retake it here for FURIA. Locking Pain out of this bomb site as they put on a bit of a B fake.
Oh, that's a rough attempt at the opening. Big Azera felt like he had a 5v4 right there.
Uh-oh, K-Serato highlight reel, I feel it.
And even if they get past him, they still have Fallen left to worry about. Layers of defense available over on this A side of the map. Good timing on that nade from K-Serato.
Uh-oh.
They are walking out though, and FURIA didn't seem ready for this. K-Serato even dropping off now. That leaves him in the prying eyes of Pain. They'll break through this 2-man hold. NQZ with a plant. Davideus is worlds away from him, and so for the time being, NQZ has to just buy time.
Great molly.
Gets aggressive. His teammates now set up in main, and so NQZ dying does not mean all hope is lost. Davideus still in this, but half the time ticked off this bomb already. FURIA now know they've got to get a move on. Davideus trying to make the play that makes this a winning half for Pain, and with that incision cutting through FURIA, Davideus has answered the call. That 1v3 delivers some salvation to Pain in this quarterfinal. Finally, these clutch rounds are coming up in their favor.
It's shocking enough that they made it to the stage, but it's going to be even more shocking if they steal one of FURIA's go-to maps off the back of this T side. This is an excellent start for Pain, pulling out clutches, closing difficult rounds where FURIA are trading evenly. They get caught a little off guard, out of position in that one, but still in a 1v3 with no one clearing that angle, no kit for FURIA. It continues to let them down in these clutches. Molodoi not really in a position to do anything in these gun rounds either. The one attempt he's had at openers denied by NQZ in water. Are they going to find a way to get this young AWP as activated as he was on Nuke? Because right now he's being left in the sidecar.
Looks like he's had enough of riding shotgun. He goes a bit aggressive with the AWP in this round. They hear the walk up on a Yakinda, who does a lot of damage here. But still going to get overwhelmed, and it's losing the position that's a problem to FURIA. Now they constantly have to have this presence. Oh, it's part of mine just to focus some attention down towards the connector.
They're really forcing this. I feel like they're going to go way too early in this round. Pain have been bleeding it dry time after time, but they're just trying to rush through smokes with flashbangs. It's not looking great until Davideus comes up with a trade. Molodoi in the right position.
This has to be the Molodoi round.
Fall around him. Molodoi missed shot, and this one costs you. That felt like Pain were overcooking, but it comes out perfect. FURIA melt off the bone.
Look, it's a T-sided map, right? You can expect some strong score lines from the T's here, but still, it's the fashion that Pain are putting these rounds on the board. It's the fact that they are in this position to run away with this first half, 9-3. FURIA might not have needed many rounds to stay competitive here on Anubis, but this feels like so much has come up in favor of Pain, and now critically, even these clutch moments, the things they couldn't rely on back on Nuke, going the other way.
And it's not been this heroic AWP effort like many of the maps Pain have won at this major has been. It's not been NQZ consistently finding human advantages. Pain have been doing it by committee. The two latest additions carrying the load on this T side, and now Pain want to end it in a brutal A execute where FURIA do not have anything to hold it back.
Now the only thing they have is manpower, and even that is hastily assembled. The quad push through the camera smoke into the slaughterhouse. Snow, Davideus destroy FURIA on this push through. And so Pain are just 2 kills away from one hell of a recovery on this T side of Anubis. Trying to make this a series that goes the distance after all. FURIA await these smokes, they wait for them to fade, but time is not on their side. This is a retake. You would be looking to save it if it wasn't for it being round 12. They may as well give it a go. Smoke's in their way. And so FURIA just try and play through it. This is Pain looking to take us all 3 maps, and they need but a handful of rounds now on this CT half to accomplish that goal. Slowly but surely, Pain have woken up in this quarterfinal.
I'm here with Austin at the Alienware booth, where tomorrow, first thing, 12 to 1, he's going to be taking on members of the audience in a 1v1, where if you beat him, you might just win one of these beautiful new Alienware 4K OLED monitors. Do you think anyone's going to beat you?
Absolutely not. Do you think I'd lose to anybody here? The only people that could beat me are playing on stage right now, so maybe you could prove me wrong.
I will say in a 1v1, there's usually not so many nades.
Oh. That's fine. I think I could probably pull it off still. I'm not worried.
Well, if you can't beat him in the 1v1, there'll also be a meet and greet at 4 p.m., so be sure to come through the Alienware booth and meet Austin in Austin.
A potent reminder that every game of Counter-Strike is winnable. Pain pushed through exactly that on Nuke, and here on Anubis, the go-to for FURIA, Pain put up a dominant 9-round half.
Very good, just need to finish it up. Sorry for chaos.
Just don't stress, guys. Guys, listen, just breathe. Don't stress. We're all right now stressing and judging each other. It's not like, yeah, the situation's fucking happened. Let's go. Next round.
I got me. Wikinder trying to bring the positivity. Furia need it now more than ever. Game's still on, and so much weighted on this pistol. Molodoi 2-10, the Titan of Nuke, submerged here on the second. And we can't say this was expected, but can it be finished cleanly? Pain info play gets him a lot. Got to pad that A bomb site and do it stat.
I mean, if you're Pain, you feel like this is the most important pistol round you've played. If you're able to pick this up, you're right there. You're on that fast track to the finish line. If it falls against you, it's game, set, and match. And this one is still up in the air. Fallen looks to make that so.
Don't know.
Now going to go past DGT, who obscures himself in this heaven smoke. Ends up behind enemy lines. DGT, golden opportunity, but shots miss. And now for Snow and Big Azera, dropping in to a lost sight. Yuri not missing a beat. And that's a hot start in the pistol from Furia. They mean business.
Yeah,
little pep talk from Yakindar, feeling like it's done some heavy lifting heading into this second half.
Yeah, and as good as you may have felt after that first half, Pain, you also know that this is far from finished. Furia have the depth, they have the playbook, they have the comfortability on the T side of this map. That's something that's eluded Pain, a map they've avoided at all costs here at the Major. Only playing it once.
I mean, even though this has been a really good map for the Furia squad, they haven't had to pull it into their major run. And they got here so quickly and cleanly, you didn't really have to explore the depth of the Furia map pool either. Managing to come through 3-0 has that perk. Okay, Serato has SMGs flung his way, and he sees them as a chance to feast. Continues his reign of terror, will get dealt with eventually. The bomb's here as well. This could get a little weird. Fallen's fed another to Davideus. And this isn't the guy you want to give too much away to for free. It's his clutches that help put Pain in this position. So bested after that one. Snow only just arriving. Furia should have kept this one safe after all. It's still kind of strung out here. Snow's going to be able to look for fights, but now they know where he is.
Yeah, Furia, just don't overcommit, right? When you get that info, tuck in, wait for your team, play off each other, so you can just stalls him. Well, this player comes out of camera, and Yuri has that cross covered. The bomb makes it in, and Snow gets found out. Furia find 5, step by step in the right direction. Pain avoid the stress from setting in. In a game that is still too close to call, but if you think you can predict the winner of the major, play Nova Shots, the live prediction game.
Ain't leaving nothing a chance. Even now on this walk, this little jaunt out towards the B site, still Serato floating around outside of main, and he's able to confirm to the rest of Furia, good news guys, we did the right thing, but it's going back to fight this stack and fight this push. That might be Furia's undoing. The Pistols find a bunch of kills. Yuri, suddenly a lot more responsibility than he bargained for watching that main wraparound, will lock it in.
Would love a bit of blocking util that would go so far in this round, but seems like Pain have called it off anyway, actually walking back with these guns, happy with the loot they got on an eco. It sets them up later in the game, but it's also an acknowledgement that this is close. The Furia are back in the map, and the Pain need every rifle and every chance to win a round that they can get. This one is too far gone, so they think. maybe a round you look at watching the game back and think, damn, we had a shot falling on pistol, Yikinda half, but they weren't to know.
The thing that's scary with any team that chooses to make themselves a proficient squad on Anubis as one of their kind of mainstays is with that comes a prerequisite of resilience, right? You play for that second half when you pick in to Anubis. You know you're going to be starting CT side. You know you have the better half still ahead of you. And so just scraping by with a handful of rounds for a team that likes this map is more than enough. FURIA are trying to show that.
Yeah. And I think it's a very scary spot to be in for Pain, because very quickly this can turn from, hey, we're in control, this is our match, let's make it 3, to, oh God, we're losing, we're throwing away our advantage.
Aggression in middle. Oh, Davideus collects 2 for free on that push through the mid-smoke. And so FURIA need answers elsewhere. They're gonna look to the extremities, gonna look. Let's walk out over on B. Yuri, bomb on his back. And an AWP to beat in this head-to-head. NQZ on the line. It's gonna sail past. Second, not so lucky. Molodoy cops that. Down to 10 health.
This is stalling out now.
And looking to go nowhere quickly for this FURIA squad. It might just be the save. I mean, this late in the game, you are forced to play the long game if you're FURIA. And so they'll write this one off. Davideus and the double kill in mid, more than enough for Pain to get this round.
I mean, this is now a test of Molodoy's mental, right? He looks frustrated visibly on that camera. 3 and 12 after a superstar map 1. Can he keep his head in it? Still a question. And still an untested FURIA at the top, despite this glory run through the major and through Astana. Pain with a flawless round. It does not get better than that. Gonna have multiple buy rounds that FURIA need to break through if they're gonna keep this comeback rolling. Was it just a bonus off the pistol? Or can they really do it when it matters? Nice to see Biguzera has some stars to rely on in this map, though. As we've been saying all game long, Davideus and DGT have put on some incredible rounds as individuals. As Biguzera, captain for so long in this squad, we saw him at Copenhagen put on that carry performance. But here in this team, he's got stars. He's got players that have to step up, that have to put on good games. Sometimes putting him in worse roles, worse spots. And on that CT side, it can be more punishing than ever. Where you have to trust your teammates. Time to see if that trust is worth it.
FURIA really take the pace out of this T side.
Want to get Molodoy back in, don't you?
Giving him some room to try get involved early on his AWP. But eventually FURIA have to be the one making moves. Flash in a main, and Keserato, a lot of damage, and he will just catch DGT on the fadeaway. That's a huge pickup, a 5v4. And one of the 2 standout players. And it will cost you Keserato's life.
Yeah, they're surrounding this B bomb site now, though. FURIA is still just going to go.
I set on getting past Snow. All alone. AWP trying to come through to help him. NQZ flings himself out into the field, into the fray. The NQZ AWP getting aggressive is silenced. And this one ends up in a 2-on-2. Davideus, he's been the guy in these clutch moments, in these important swing moments. It's been there for Pain. Well, this time he's got the captain in the fight alongside him. Knocked out as he makes his play. Davideus has been asked time and time again to step up in these clutches, but that's one bridge too far for Davideus.
5 health, 3 kills, and Yikinda on the 3-2-1 just swings out and shuts it down. Great moment of interplay between FURIA in that post plant, not letting them get isolated.
And a round that's competitive from start to finish. Both squads giving it their all. It's that double swing. They're really, you know, they're very aware of what Davideus is capable of in these clutches, and so leaving nothing to chance. Playing it to perfection for FURIA.
Still as close as you can get, right? And Pain have money to talk about after these saves, after these 1 CT rounds. They've got another AWP, they've got another 4-buy. This is where it bottoms out. That round matters not unless FURIA follow up and find back-to-back on this T side to keep the comeback alive. Another chance for these AWPs, both of which struggling here on Anubis.
This is also both teams with all their money on the line. This round hits like a 2-for-1 for whoever picks it up. For Pain, that could be them on the finish line. That could be them right there, ready for Inferno as a third.
Oh, the grenade, not another. Oh,
it's just missed.
He's so lucky.
That would have been the killing blow. Davideus would have found that opening. Instead, Serato still gets to play. Only a few seconds longer. DGT gonna get that kill eventually.
You're almost forced to speed up on a B hit now. The issue is you don't have the bomb. Who's gonna get it? Molodoi crossing middle all the way back to the stairs. FURIA wanna go. They wanna play quick, knowing they've lost all control of the water. And Pain have realized that, padding out this B bomb site with 3 players. FURIA, this is no easy road. And it's one that Molodoi will be late for on this AWP.
And he's even running the risk of getting pressured through main.
It's going to come at the worst time.
And they've just started getting aggressive now. That's the type of game that Molodoi's having. And he might be about to learn a very awkward lesson in this quarterfinal someday. It's just not for you. And he's caught on that push.
Perfect.
In his dying breath, he at least gets the bomb into dark. Linking back up with Yakindar. Yuri can't land a thing though, and Pain is so entrenched. 3 players in this B site to withstand the hit. FURIA need openers, they need something to connect. Fallen tries to provide that first kill to send them in, but it's Snow farming! And Pain leveling up. B play denied, FURIA's money broken. And Pain are right there.
And you do feel like that's a map, right? With the money broken this late in the game, with the read from Pain putting 3B after that A engagement. They know FURIA with no A main control can't recommit to this bomb site. They have not taken middle on this T side. It was predictable. It was well called by Biguzera. Pain in the right place at the right time. And now rounds from stealing FURIA's pick. They got destroyed on Nuke. They were not in that game, but this is a different Pain pushing into middle. FURIA just have to pop yet again. Their hand is forced.
And QZ, that's a collateral. They line up for him back in main, and now it just feels like it's on rails for NQZ. 4 in the round. And for Pain's AWP to be coming into his own, someone so integral to their run, making it to the playoffs here on NQZ's efforts. Having him enter his final form with the promise of a 3rd map looming. It's an exciting prospect. FURIA, they leave it down to back-to-back pistol rounds. That's how Anubis will be decided. Pain had 1 map to come to terms with the stress and pressure of playing in a major playoffs. But they rise to the occasion when Anubis rolls around right at the same time that it feels like the nerves first get to Molodoi. 3 and 15, a shadow of himself in this game. A presence that FURIA is sorely missing, but maybe FURIA want more rounds still to be played. His first few pistol kills come in. It was NQZ on this AWP that stopped the last of these pistol pushes into the B site. Well, this time he's pressured all the way back. The AWP forced off the line. And FURIA get this control. 3v5. Pain on the extremities. It feels like they're already saving.
Yeah, hang around for Exes perhaps, try and keep the damage on, but they know they're not winning this round, and they certainly don't want to give away this AWP back to Molodoi. Last thing you want is him getting awoken. Although he's definitely on the wrong side of the bed on this game. Pain looking to get away with all 3 guns, and FURIA fight forward with 4 more rounds in the way. Cheeky entry in middle as Davideus comes through that smoke. But Tech9s can only take you so far. It still feels like a mission to get it to overtime, even on the T side for FURIA. Pain have had the right ideas, reliable output from the South American additions, and 4 more chances to finish what they started.
Yeah, you hope that Pain is still a ways away from worrying about this game.
I was
the
for a moment.
uncertainty with the first time in a major playoffs. Can't say it for certain.
Oh, I mean, FURIA just been eating grenades at the start of every round, be it up in rugs, over in stairs. Pain's standard utility has been extremely effective. FURIA want to win something, they've got to take back this A main control. It's been a position they haven't harbored all half. Serato dances outside, Fallen takes middle on his own. And Molodoi behind him looks to set him up, perhaps with a flash. As Pain burrow into their bomb sites once again.
I feel like they've tried some aggressive rounds, so they go for something a bit safer here.
Double molly, double molly!
Double Molotov,
No.
Big Azera just gets out, but is he really living? 4 HP on the captain of Pain.
Yeah.
As the util burns him to a crisp. FURIA will set their sights on this B play going in to the wounded Big Azera. It's Snow and the NQZ AWP that might have to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. The util starts off, but it's the AWP in the kill feed. NQZ fires off for a double. Finally bested. Serato left as that last man standing, and Big Azera, the one that got away, takes it over the line for Pain. They've still got fight left in them, and this generational battle between the Brazilians will rage on.
Yeah, FURIA grit their teeth through the pain. They feel it in that one. That was meant to be a go-to map, a safe lock-in for FURIA after a dominant nuke, and Big Azera has more in store. These South American stars show up on the stage, put on an absolute clinic, and take us all the way. This one will be decided on Inferno. A semi-final waiting to happen, an open side of the bracket here at the Austin Major, and dare I say Pain can't do it because they've shown they're ready for it.
Yes, here with Big Azera, how did you turn that around? Because that first map was rough.
Yeah, of course it was tough, but I mean, it's a major. We have to keep our mindset clear all the time, and we have to just keep it up.
How awesome and how difficult and how cool is it, but maybe a little bit more tense that it is this Brazilian battle.
Yeah, Brazilian battle is always like intense and these kind of things. We know we have a lot of Brazilian people here, and everyone knows about it. And yeah, let's go. Third map.
Sure do. I'm going to let you go. Thank you.
We've got a bit of a topsy-turvy series as Pain bite back. They rip FURIA's map pick from under their feet, and Inferno is now required to be settling the score. And I say topsy-turvy because some of the individuals that we were relying on for FURIA, all but absent on this map. Some of the individuals on the other side for Pain, though, firing on all cylinders, Maui.
I think it's rather fitting that we spend so much time hyping up the imports for FURIA, Molodoy, Yakindar, and now it's actually the imports for Pain that get the job done. Davideus from Chile, DGT from Uruguay. I feel like both of those guys deserve so much credit, almost all of the credit, for how well that first half went for the Pain side.
There's a couple things. I think it's unfortunate that Molodoy had that kind of a game just after it felt like, you know, after that first half, we're like, okay, no questions about Molodoy. Oh, damn it. But also, I know. But also, I think Pain going from map 1 to map 2 looked completely different in the sense that map 1 on Nuke, I think they got caught up in the emotion of the moment, of the excitement of being on stage, the intensity of the crowd. They seemed like a little bit scattered on Nuke, like they were kind of moving too fast, not communicating before making decisions. They seem much more composed here on Anubis. This felt like a completely different team.
Now, Maui, I'm gonna maybe put you under the microscope here, put you under a bit of pressure. You've coined, you know, Davideus, the Chilean Elige. What are you calling DGT on the other side of things?
The Uruguayan Rops. I mean, like, in terms
Rops
of
is his go-to.
I know,
yeah.
Any late round good extremity player, I've just been doing that. But DGT has been just such a big upgrade. And I feel like it also needs to not go understated that this is his first time, as far as I'm aware, speaking Portuguese on a lineup. And I know some people, if they're not super familiar with the languages, thinks like it's super easy. NQZ himself said in an interview, the first time he went from a Portuguese-speaking team to a Spanish-speaking team, he didn't know what one of his teammates ever was saying. Like, he never understood the entire time he was on 9Z what one of his teammates said.
I mean, we asked them when they qualified to the playoffs, like, what's the language barrier like? Like, yeah, we don't understand what he says. Like, we just can't, like, they actually just said it just as of a week ago as well, that there's that language barrier still in there. So that's obviously going to throw a bunch of things into the mix as well when you get into an environment like this.
Turns out CS is just the universal language, gentlemen. Maybe we should dive into some of those clutch moments, because we had plenty of them coming out from Davideus, and I believe Mahone has a particular one to be breaking down.
Yes, that's right. Davideus is clutch at the B site. So this is the clutch that we're talking about here. So this 1v3 situation where he's able to find this one kill, then gets a quick transfer onto Yakinder before finishing off the round with a 1v1 against Yuri. So there's a little bit more beyond the surface here. So first, let's break down his thought process. This is kind of the idea of what I want to talk about here. So we're going to start here at the 3v4 situation. Now, Davideus, as soon as the bomb gets down, he goes here towards this E-box side. Now, when he goes here towards this E-box side, this is crucial information, because as soon as he doesn't see anybody here, he now knows there's a good chance that the retake is probably coming from the CT side. Now, two things happen here. NQZ, he finds a kill onto Fallen coming from CT, and then DGT gets killed from Yakinder from the flank. This allows Davideus to come back here knowing that with this information, the retake is likely coming from the CT side, and there's one player coming from the B main side. Now, the next thing that happens here is that as Davideus is coming here behind this pillar, he ducks his head just slightly to that flash. It's a small detail, but this tells him two things. First, it tells him how close Yakinder roughly is. He's probably likely somewhat close to the B main entrance. Sorry for my bad mouse movement. And the second thing is that the players coming from the CT side are likely to swing. So off this flash, you can see he's very ready. He goes for the swing, he finds that first kill. Now notice here that he doesn't try to finish that second kill. And the reason why he doesn't try to finish that second kill is because he has Yakinder on his left side, but also because Yuri, he actually misses his shot. Yuri misses his shot, and that allows him the timing to actually readjust onto Yakinder. And not only does he go for the readjustment, notice that he actually moves behind the pillar so that by the time Yuri goes back, he's covered and he won't actually be seen. That allows Davideus to get the transfer onto Yakinder and be hidden by Yuri. Once he gets that kill, now he's just in a 1v1 with the bomb down very low, throws a Molotov onto the bomb, and now he's in a situation where essentially he just needs to stay alive as long as possible. He ends up dying, but he ends up getting the round. You see from Yuri's point of view here, as he's trying to creep up, he only sees a slight shoulder. Does a little bit of damage, but not enough to take him down. And once he gets that kill, he already knows that it's not possible for him to win the round. So this big clutch from Davideus really kickstarted the Pain comeback, and that's why they were able to eventually win this map.
I'm loving these breakdowns from the Mahone zone, not least because he highlights so many of those minute details, which just make clutches like this even more impressive for David to be pulling off.
Yeah, and probably a lot of them are just like intuitive. Like when you talk about like not finishing off this kill, not going for the repeat, or just ducking your head, like that's all just happening without you even really thinking whatsoever. You know, I mentioned coming into this, I don't see a way for Pain to win the second map without a Herculean individual effort. That's unreasonable to ask of anyone. David just gave you that. He gave it to you like 4 or 5 times in that first half.
I mean, it was unbelievable. I feel like seeing Davideus' progress from Red Canids last season, where he was just kind of benched himself or just kind of moved away from it, into now winning not even that one clutch that Mahone showed us. He won another one earlier in the half, and he also ended the half with a clutch around the pillar as well. Like, he also won a clutch where Caserado didn't even shoot him one time. He didn't even tap the bomb. Like, there were so many great moments for Davideus here. And I feel like he's definitely gone under the radar because Pain has had such a turbulent season. But once you get to see him in a more stable situation, a roster where all the pieces are fleshed out even more, like, this is what he's capable of. And it is so impressive. But also, again, like, Chile? Like, name one other player from this country. Name one other player from Chile.
He's all
You can't.
He's all we've got, man. He's it.
Huaso Peak?
But that's
who is that?
Not the Chilean Elige. That's who it's not.
It's not.
Did I tell you guys a story of how Big Uzera told me that Davideus ended up on the team? It was from an Uber journey when they were going to an event on separate teams, and they just happened to be on the same flight, landing, I believe it was in Rio. They got an Uber together, and Big Uzera was like, yo, Davideus, you ever thought about joining Pain? And he was like, yeah, bet, actually, after this tournament,
Thank
I'll
God.
come join you guys.
Awesome.
Thank God, okay?
Yeah.
Because he has been more than a suitable replacement for Lux. DGT has been more than a suitable replacement for Kawaz. And Pain, for my money, like FURIA, they went international, they got some pieces. They actually kind of shot up with that one. But I'm so glad that Pain are just so hungry to make those kinds of moves, because we see so many Brazilian teams that they keep trying to fiddle with what they've got in that country, and it's really difficult. They have extremely high buyouts, so just get some other guys from LATAM. Even if the language barrier is there at first, you can break through it eventually, and we see right now with Pain that even though DGT probably understands half of what's going on with his roster, doesn't matter because he still frags.
And honestly, it's just good to see, too, for Pain, considering the season they've had and kind of the difficulty of actually getting this lineup working, and then actually having it click at the biggest event of the year is awesome. And it almost brings us full circle to the conversations we would have in stage 1, stage 2. This team needs a confidence win. This team, if they get that one win, you never know where it's going to propel them. Well, now you've just gotten a huge win on a stage if you're Pain. And all bets are off now. Like, it goes up in the air of what's this third map going to deliver, because now Pain have the confidence and the faith that they can actually do this on the biggest stage.
Yeah, that hunger certainly paying off for Pain Gaming. But for the flip side, that leaves FURIA in quite an uncomfortable position, particularly in those clutch moments. So let's hear how they reacted in this mic'd up moment.
Take it. I hold the man. Careful camera. Can you see the camera? I hold the man.
Relax, guys.
Pillar, guys.
Fucking relax, guys. Please. We're in a clutch fucking situation. We understand. I'm asking a question. If we kill the mid player.
Playing good. Just need to finish it up. Sorry for chaos.
Just don't stress, guys. Guys, listen, just breathe. Don't stress. We're all right now stressing and judging each other. It's not like, yeah, the situations fucking happen. Let's go. Next round.
I got me.
Yeah, some understandable frustrations, I guess, coming out of Yakinda, maybe some miscoms going down, and I can understand that because, yeah, when you lose that many clutches, that's got to hurt you a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. But also, let's not forget that as good as this FURIA team has played, there's still a very new roster together. There's going to be these complications and these issues, and a lot of them they're figuring out on the fly as they're happening. So that's Yakinda just kind of being like, let's have the comms now. Let's have this communication. Right now, we've lost this round. Let's make sure it doesn't happen again. He's trying to get everyone back into just calming quickly, because as you can hear from that clip, it's like everyone at some point in that round probably missed something they could have said. Some piece of information didn't get passed along, and Yakinda knows you actually have to have all that if you want to win the series.
I mean, it's going to happen when you have an international lineup coming together, of course, too. Obviously, FURIA are switching languages. You know, Caserado has said himself that switching to English has actually made some of the communication easier. I'm sure in that moment, it unfortunately wasn't.
Well, either way, we are going the full distance in our second quarterfinal here at the MOUZ.CDT Austin Major. The score will be settled as we move on to the grounds of Inferno to find out whether FURIA or Pain will earn a spot in the semifinals.
Welcome everybody. We're sitting down with FURIA to eat some of the finest smoked meats that Texas has to offer. And also ask them a few questions. It's time for BBQ&A.
This cornbread, awesome.
Yeah. I mean, shit, major playoffs. How good does that feel?
It's incredible for me. Yeah, for me it feels amazing too. 2.5 years without playoffs. But
I made 4 out of 6. This is like breathing, you know?
Expectation?
No, honestly, I'm joking, but I honestly believe we can win the event.
I mean, it's such a risk, right? When you consider the history of FURIA and you consider the org, your fan base, like the expectations on it. When you make that decision to go international, how much of a weight is it off of you guys just to be like, yeah, look, see, there's a reason it worked?
So going international is a desire that one of the CEOs had, and we've had some problems with buyouts and all that in Brazil. At some point, the board realized that if we kept our options just restricted to Brazil, we would be limiting ourselves. But that was a conversation that happened, I don't know, more than 1 year ago. We got to a point that we had to make changes.
I still think it's so random that it somehow got to my name.
That's what I'm curious. Who reached out to you?
Somebody reached out to my agent.
So the agent reached out to us, actually.
Oh. That's a good agent.
MVP agent.
I mean, you say, how did they get to my name? But bro, when you guys signed Molodoy, I watch a fair chunk of, you know, tier 2, tier 3, go down, do the ECL broadcast, things like that. Molodoy popped up and I was like, Molodoy, have I ever watched this guy play a game? Like, where did they find this kid? Did you know about him?
No, never. Usually I hear about CIS players, but I've not known his name or whatever.
Oh, big marmite, bro.
Dude, get in there. Get in there. Don't be shy. We got chicken, we got sausage. Whatever it is that's in the sausage, it's good.
So that's the thing, when we brought Molodoy in, we knew that he spoke 0 English. And that's so funny because our CEO, he said, guys, I don't care. If needed, you guys learn Russian. I don't care, just bring him in. He's the one who sparkles the crazy changes and the crazy things, you know?
I'm curious, I mean, having made it to the playoffs, having come through, smoked this stage, what's the feeling like in terms of how far you can take it, the crowd, the atmosphere coming into that arena?
Yeah, it's just about getting to the arena. We need to understand that it's a different environment. Mentally, it's challenging sometimes for the players, but we need to overcome it and play our game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the last question is just like, is there one team that you want to play in front of a crowd?
Yeah, Vitality. So if we lose to Vitality and they win the major, we can say that like, oh, we lost to the winners. Like, I'm trolling right now.
But to be honest, if MOUZ go through, we have a unclosed finish with him because of the Yimrio playoffs.
We got some fun rivalries potentially coming through. Either way, I mean, thanks for the chat, guys. Thanks for the meal.
Barbecue and a.
That's perfect.
It comes down to one more map to determine the fates of our South American squads. Either Pain or FURIA will cement themselves a spot in the semifinals of the Blast TV Austin Major, but they need to be getting Inferno over the line, which is kind of an interesting position for Pain in particular to find themselves in, Jacob.
Yeah, they prioritized going for Inferno instead of Dust2. When we saw the video, to me, that was a little bit surprising. We saw Pain play against FURIA at this very tournament on Dust2, a game that Pain won, but we also established that was probably a little bit more lucky than it was anything else. At least Pain himself felt that they probably shouldn't have won the game, and FURIA probably felt they should have won the game. So I find it very interesting, Peter, that Pain, when it matters the most, decided to go away from Dust2, a map they've been testing and playing already, but picked Inferno instead.
Yeah, well, Inferno is a map that both teams have played quite recently, and you know, it's a map that both teams are sitting at a 33% win rating, so it's not like one of the teams is like a huge favorite coming to this one. I think we're looking at a map that can get very messy, and the thing that I took away from looking at Pain coming into Anubis and the way they played, they just looked so much more freed up, you know, and I talked about them coming into the map that they needed to just be happy to be here and maybe just sew in and feel the game instead of like, maybe thinking too much about the result. So I think that was a good approach for them. I think they started to play off each other, they got to win a lot of clutches, they got some opening kills, and they just simply had a way better game plan.
That clutch factor from Davideus, that was something special to bore witness to on that second map of Anubis. FURIA going to be starting on the CT side of things on this Inferno. How does that set up both the offense and the defense in your eyes, Jacob?
Well, it's a bit of a no-brainer. Molodoy just had a horrible showing on Anubis. You know, he was great on map number 1. He's been great so far this tournament, but on map number 2, he was nowhere to be found. This is a real test for a kid like that. How do you bounce back? It's the first time you're playing on such a big stage. It's the first time you're in a major quarterfinal. You've been firing on all cylinders. This is the first time we see him face some bit of adversity. You know, how is he going to come out on Inferno? We know it's not the most op-heavy map in the map pool, but it is a map, especially on the CT side, that allows you to be aggressive. I hope Molotov can shake it off so we can see the best version of FURIA.
That requires character. It requires character to just bounce back. It requires a true professional to show your colors, even if you had a bad game. That's one thing that Device always told me, so that's something that I've hung on to. I think it's at a case now where if Pain can go out and pressure FURIA, get them stressed out, you could feel the stress inside of FURIA and Anubis, the way that they approach, you know. And if it goes a distance, I think there's a case that FURIA might run off with it because they have the experience, whereas the inexperience of Pain closing out the games might be a factor coming into this one.
One thing though, when it comes to Inferno, that's something I've been paying attention to throughout the entire year. Pain and the T-sides, they love to play slow pace. They love to poke a little bit on Banana in the beginning, drag out the tempo of the round, and then go into a late execute towards either bomb side. I'm curious to see if FURIA is going to contest that, if they want to take Banana control deep all the way down and sort of pressure Pain to play their hand a little bit earlier, or if they're going to sit back on the bomb side and wait for the execution. We know Big Ozera, he loves to pressure the opponents by playing slow-paced Counter-Strike on the T-side of Inferno. And in a major, at a playoff, it requires a lot of composure to do that, especially when the timer is running down. Can he play that version of Counter-Strike when the pressure is at the highest? I could have my doubts, but I would like to see it.
That is the ultimate question. Where do you see this one siding then, Dupree? Is it going to go with the kind of more experience and more tenure on the side of FURIA with Alexa Fallen at the helm, or do you think Pain have kind of shaken off the proverbial dust and will be going through 2-1?
I think there honestly is a case where Pain can make, you know, we've seen how experienced and how well FURIA can play, but I got worried when I saw some of the communication issues that they had inside the game, and things get a little bit hectic, and then that is where they find themselves on the back foot. So if Pain can come out and pressure FURIA, then they can take it all the way. I think there's a case that they can actually win this one.
I think we're going to have a close game. I think we have two teams who are hard to dissect from each other. I think we have two teams who have shown so far they can play good Counter-Strike, and I also do think we have a Pain right now that is showing to us that they are family, they are team. You could see the celebration after winning that map. All of them came together, all of them were celebrating, all of them were hyping, whereas I do feel FURIA, it's still a bit of a mix, you know, with Europeans coming into the lineup, not quite the same vibe I'm getting. So I think we're going to get a close game. I still have FURIA winning, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be super, super tense.
Well, you actually predicted that this would go to 3 maps, Jacob, and for once you are actually right. I'm curious to see what the odds are predicting, because it was pretty handedly in the favor of FURIA. Not so much a one-sided affair now, but still siding with kind of the more experience of Fallen. But either way, we need to get this quarterfinal to that third and final decider. It's Inferno.
Pain persists through Anubis. They do the improbable by taking a map away from FURIA, and now this series is up in the air. It can go anywhere on Inferno. We've been talking about experience reigning true, especially on a major playoff stage, but FURIA just crumbled on their go-to map, and now we go the distance to see if Pain can go all the way.
All right, Austin, it's been a big day of these opening games at the Major. There's one map left. It's the third and final map of Inferno. Winner of this, going to the semi-finals. It's all or nothing. So Austin, let me hear you get loud!
That's more like it. Thursday night brawl here as FURIA run down middle. They're bringing the ferocity to this pistol, and 3 kills in an instant should cement FURIA in this first round. Done just as you like.
It's a bit of a middle finger after Anubis. Coming to the pistol and dominate them like that. Aggression to open up this third and final map from FURIA.
Yeah, that's not well done. That's bloody raw. I think we'll see some more of that even on gun rounds for FURIA. Yakinda not afraid of getting aggressive down the banana. Pain stepped up to the mark on Anubis, no doubt about it. Credit where credit is due. But you don't win a series in one map. Can FURIA keep their focus? Eyes tuned to this T side as they look to ruffle these Pain feathers. Pushing and prodding and cleaning house on this anti-eco.
I think also, you know, with it still being early days, it's worth explaining just kind of the nature of how an Inferno game, especially when it's this impactful, is likely to play out, right? You're going to have these kind of slower, creeping rounds out of the T side, where any little mistake, any unforced error, any mistiming can cost you everything. And so, curious to see the kind of pace that FURIA try and play around on this CT half. If they want to be the ones dictating the fights, playing for the map control, or are they going to give Pain the room for these slow openers, mid-round Counter-Strike?
I know Yakinda, I know he's not going to give away much room. The question is whether that's a successful move or not here for FURIA. Towards the end of Liquid, Yakinda was a problem in this position. But reinvigorated, reunited, in a new roster, Yakinda has something to say, and he says it early. Right down on logs. At the dawn of this round, Yakinda and Fallen push Pain out of position. And a statement to start this third map that you get nothing for free in this game. We are coming for you. That's a look I love to see for FURIA.
I mean, no one from FURIA is fighting for top mid. So Pain will kind of have this staging area to go for a play here. They've been given some room to work with, and this is enticing. This much space for free. Now they slip past Serato over on long. They actually charge it and they get that kill. World starts to open up a little bit for Pain. They're gonna regroup and look for this split out through the apartments and short. FURIA still very split up in this round, so the pit play, these two players here in this crossfire have got to withstand it. Yuri burnt out Molodoy after a quiet second map. This would be one hell of a time for a recovery. Molodoy! Map 3 sequence to start things off. It's all him. He's under the spotlight, he's under the microscope, and he makes it look easy. That's a huge pickup.
Yeah, just to be an individual, to feel like you've had your impact, you've gotten back in the game, you've won your team around, that can carry through. Very nice to see Molodoy start strong, because we've seen both sides of the coin, and one of them ain't pretty. FURIA 3-0. Statement start here on the CT side, and they look to continue where they left off, right back down Banana. Yakinda with a little bit more. Pain know they can punish this. That has to be a goal in these gun rounds, but will they get bogged down in it? Yakinda 6-0 sits at the base of Banana. And Fallen baits for him. Ready to drop util at a moment's notice. Pain waiting to pounce.
Fallen taking contact, trying to send them upstream into Yakinda.
This one's going nowhere, Pain.
You know, as aggressive a player as Yakinda is, he's not overplayed his hand at all on this aggro down through Banana. They're still just really hoping that Fallen's bait sends them gunning right in to the waiting gun of Yakinda.
Know when to give it up. That's the key. Fallen does. Experience range true, drops a flash and gets out of there. BGT, nice try, not meant to be. It's covered by the rotation. And FURIA just flowing right now, looking very strong on the CT side. Even when it goes wrong for Yakinda, Fallen carries the boats. And FURIA lock in this 4-0 lead. This is, as you said, absolutely a map where one mistiming or one overpeak, one player staying around in a position too long, not knowing when to fall back, can cost you everything. David Deas plays ahead of the Molotov this time. He gets in Banana and he gets put down. Yakinda, what year is it? This is quick.
Molodoy's already on the line though, is Orb getting here And the picture-perfect moment for FURIA. Snow up next. He's got 2 players crossing down into the pit, just staring up into the apartments, ready for his arrival. Snow never even gets to play.
Brutal. And now you got a T-side AWP. What are you going to do with it? I could tell you. It's a 4-letter word. Boogie back to spawn, Payne. Seeing a very exciting look out of FURIA to kick off this game, though, aren't we? Fearless. Mid-rush and the pistol. Bottom banana taken near every round.
I mean, we had that little sound clip from Yakindar talking to the rest of FURIA back on Anubis, where he kind of said, like, guys, you know, we're blaming each other a lot right now. There's a lot of tension. Let's all calm down. And I think, you know, not only does that show the type of player Yakindar is, someone who tries to, you know, uplift the team and take note of these things, but also it was a sign of a bigger symptom, a more worrying symptom, and that's that FURIA were nervous very early on in Anubis, right? Yeah. And you can kind of feel it now in the gameplay, how it's looking, that they've broke free of those shackles. There's no more nerves on this CT side anymore. Molodoi already finding, you can argue, more impact than he did in that second map. Yeah, and this one's only just started. Now that is something to consider.
I'll sign that. I'll sign that right now. Bring me the papers. An exciting look out of FURIA and a puzzle Payne will have to solve. And they almost did, to give them credit, that speed up towards the apartments, realizing it was triple B. Molodoi just got there just in time and nailed his headshot. Payne take a breather, try and solve this problem before it's too late. But I will note that both these teams, while they've had their struggles on Inferno, the one place that has been good to them has been the T side. Seeing that reflected in the stats across all rosters right now, but especially in these squads. So safe to say, expectations still lie in Payne to do something in this first half.
Yeah, I think especially when it felt like you were finally playing your brand of Counter-Strike on Anubis, right? Like everything was hitting. NQZ finding his openers on his AWP. Davideus in clutches. Payne finally had everything going right, but if all that was just to get to this third and then fall flat on their face at the starting gun, that's a rough way for it to go.
NQZ doesn't bite on that fake flash. He wants to force the kill his way.
I just think FURIA have done a really good job of causing a variety of problems early on. You still have this kind of question of Yakindar and his aggression down Banana. What are him and Fallen doing on this side of the map? And that's something that Payne kind of have to keep exploring as the game goes on. They can't just concede this whole portion. But now, though, it's allowed Fallen to play here alone. He's been dropped to extra util. There aren't really players to punish on a smoke push, so they're just waiting for this util to fade.
The Payne read this, that it's one player right now, because this stack is getting aggressive. It's going to force the play. Oh, they don't spot anything. There was still a player out middle in the cubby, Snow. No one's seen him. The bomb comes back. FURIA overthink. They start to rotate.
It's not even an overthink though, right? Like they went and cleared mid as far as they're concerned. Payne aren't out. They didn't spot Snow in the corner like you say. They had that awkward timing on the NQZ AWP, and that's given Payne this golden window. Once again, more timings handed to Payne. Is Molodoi here to take them all away? That AWP set up in the site has a crossfire with K Serato, and it's quite the crossfire indeed. K Serato still going. MOUZ down 3. Pole position maintained for FURIA.
Oh, this pit's going to be a problem. I can already tell. Molodoi and K Serato playing in tandem. 2 huge firepower pieces to stop Payne at the door. And that's as Molodoi finds an awkward timing. That should have just been the early entry for him anyway. It doesn't even come through. It's not needed. K Serato, closed casket as FURIA. Flawless game right now. Are they going to bring more pace?
I mean, this is FURIA constantly trying to keep Pain guessing. They don't know what type of round they're going to run into. And they never seem to learn till it's too late. Yakinda, aggression down through mid.
They can't keep getting caught off by this. I mean, one thing for it to happen at Banana, but Yakinda running down to bench and catching 2 players looking the wrong way. These mistakes are unforgivable. This is a fearless FURIA showing up on the stage. A team you could not blame for maybe riding off a little bit after that last map. They looked lost. But now it's Pain, deer in headlights, trying to pop out into pit.
Yuri, good position for him, just striking on that first player out through the apartments, gets the info on the rest of them. Bomb spotted as well on the push out. FURIA don't jump the gun on this.
Pain don't realize how much room they have. It's buying time for these rotates.
And this has meant the FURIA get to rotate in quietly. Pain have no info, nothing to play around here. NQZ is trying to make a move, and it's a move that will define this round, but you don't know if it's right or wrong yet. That's the nature of this rap.
It feels so
Feels
right.
like he's hit this timing though. Spots them on the backstab. NQZ right there, round, palm of his hand. And this could be how Pain finally break through. On the shoulders of a ballsy push of NQZ back through the apartments.
Give it a go, kid.
Molodoy missed shot. And that might just seal his fate, backing out of the round. He hung around for a moment. But when it didn't come through, there's no point overstaying your welcome if you're Molodoy. Pain to get their first round in round 7. And it's off the back of that NQZ flank.
Yeah.
Not on the AWP, but on the rifle.
FURIA are probably feeling like they're not going to make that play. They don't have the players to do it, to dedicate a man to wrap back round apartments. Perfect timing. Considering that's the round, Yakinda starts with a double and mid. It's a bit of a disaster for FURIA, who over-rotate on that B-bomb site. But in the quiet, making the wrong move, and Pain pounce on it. It's not a huge worry yet here for FURIA. They've got money, they've got rounds. Pain just trying to break the momentum. Nade flash to clear Banana. They don't know who's close. They don't know where Yakinda is. That's the worry. Molodoy on the smoke break. It's not even him. It's all Yakinda, baby. Down through the smoke. 10-2 on the Latvian.
Yeah, he's driving this one home for FURIA. Both hands on the wheel. 10-2 for Yakinda. It's AWP here even then just to back him up. Yakinda doesn't need the help. He's operating as a one-man army on Banana.
He's showing them what rigor mortis feels like. And Pain is stiff right now, stuck in spawn.
Bomb's a long way away. Even if DGT found success there, the round would only just be beginning. And for Snow, his round might end where it all began, out here on the T-ramp, on his lonesome. The bodies of his teammates all around him. He knows this one is too far gone. There's no heroic part left to play. Snow dead on that swing. The scoreline continuing to swell for FURIA.
I mean, they're still playing loose as well. Look, Fallen's pushing down mid. Yakinda's alone in front of the Banana smoke. There's opportunities here for Pain where they feel like a statue right now. FURIA playing to win. Some crazy moves in this CT side, and seemingly everything pays off. 7-1 domination. Pain with it once more, just a hero gun. They're going quick though. I don't think FURIA will expect this. Pop through the smoke. Molodoy moving back. He hears the flash. Needs the cover. Bigazera finds that entry kill.
Molodoy up next, gonna try and get this reposition off into the pit. It's a crazy move, and it leaves him in the firing line of Bigazera. They know about Yuri up here in the apartments, but knowing's only half the battle. There's a whole separate war being waged for Yuri. fighting on this island, this little avenue in the back line of Pain.
He's looking for the lurk, but the lurk is playing it very slow here. I'm not sure if Yuri's going to clear this position.
Is he ready for this? Back turned. NQZ, or DGT rather, with another one of these late lurks in the apartments, trying to decide the outcome of the round. Yakindar dispatched to deal with him. Will get past DGT in the back.
Can't walk this, can you? 14-2. I just want to see him run, go for the fences, swing for it.
Fallen first to cross, but it's Yakindar out of the apartments, plucked from the round. Fallen never given the chance to clutch this. And so Pain trying to open the runway back up right at the tail end of this half. Still have some serious ground to cover, but the first few steps taken in the right direction. Another breakthrough over towards this A site.
It's definitely turning into a loose game of CS here. It's not exactly perfect protocols, it's not exactly slow, tempered rounds, but it damn well is exciting. Yakinda, a monster map, 14-3, trying to keep it up, side by side with that AWP, returning to form in the third map. Yakinda, who said they can win it all. He truly believes it. A major trophy is not unrealistic, according to Yakinda. We'll see if the proof is in the pudding. Picked by that AWP, follow-up is quick, and that is the B site, and most likely the round.
Bomb is going to be late, and that one kill out of Yuri, you wonder if that's going to entice FURIA.
They volleyed themselves.
That bomb is going to be very, very late, only just now getting picked up.
Oh, God.
Snow late in from the spawn.
Don't throw this one away.
Haven't started moving bodies over yet. It's only K-Serrato here. Smoke spam, no, and suddenly they're interested.
Yeah, you're calling the troops in.
This was the round in which Pain had already done enough. They could have had a 5-on-3. But that bomb being late wastes precious seconds. Smoke spam goes the way of K-Serrato. Now he's sent in with a flash. Pain, they felt like this was theirs. Like this comeback was starting to come to fruition. And now it's left hanging in the balance. That's when NQZ is to earn it. 3 kills deep on this AWP. And just K-Serrato left to find the guy that got the whole comeback rolling. Got this whole clutch attempt going. But they're just jiggling. They're not making it easy for K-Serrato. And too mobile. He can't hack it. Runs for the hills. Pain, with a shimmy and a jiggle, get onto a third.
Unbelievable way to close out that round. Great shots for NQZ. The wiggling is wild. It is just enough. It keeps Pain in that post plant. K-Serrato cannot scale. And even though Pain almost throw away their best opportunity in the map, they do not. And that's what matters. 3 on this T side, looking for 5. Breaking through this money is a whole other conversation. But one that we may enter as FURIA have a difficult call to make with their money. Maybe tempted just due to how wild this game is feeling right now. Thinking they can win any situation. And how could I blame them? Almost picking up a 3v5 in the post plant. But they take it easy. Saved AWP, buying an M4, and playing for that last of the half. And those stars of the show for Pain, where are they now? David Deus, DGT, near silent in this third and most important map.
And that was NQZ trying to flex on the AWP. That nice sequence of the last round still fresh in his mind as he went for the mid peak.
Great to see Molodoi get away with that, right? Because NQC, he was the guy on those openers that we talked about. The Des mentioned it coming into this series. 49 and 17 in opening kill attempts in this major run.
I mean, this again, there's like a potential real like gut punch of a round looming for Pain. They've lost NQZ on that early swing. But in this round for FURIA, it's just the AWP and that one saved gun on K-Serrato. They take all the pace out of the round now, hoping that in this 4v5, they can find the gap, they can find the hole, and they can keep closing this game up. This is given time for Molodoi to reposition on the AWP. Fallen even embarking on an early rotate away from that B site, just to be that much closer. And there is still this M4 to play another round a little bit later. Queserato has a kit as well. So if this gets at all close, FURIA can give this a go.
Going B.
Wrap through spawn, that's going to leave them going into the 3-man stack, and Fallen has this early warning out in the spawn. It will get dealt with accomplishing nothing, but it's this boost up at the back of the site that could cause big problems for Pain Gaming. Damage done. DGT in the meantime has found kills over on A, but that's not made the objective any easier. Thankfully, it gets a bit claustrophobic and awkward at the back of this B site.
That fight didn't feel clean, but I feel like FURIA had to take it. If they drop that bomb in spawn with 20 seconds, they win the round. It doesn't matter. They just win the round immediately. Instead, they get caught in the smoke, blocking each other, allowing Pain to trade their way in.
What's MOUZ.CDT doing?
He's scared of a
Pretty
lurker.
aggressive movement.
He's not here to win the round. No way with no kit. Hoping Pain throw it away. But been spotted now, got to back out, and DGT speeds up on the flank, knowing this exit will have ramifications. Will have cause for concern. FURIA need this AWP, and it is anything but guaranteed.
Just gets around the corner in time. They think they have him trapped in the library, so MOUZ.CDT gonna get out with his AWP in tow. Whew. But it's Pain right now, starting to get you believing in a bit of a comeback here. That's 3 rounds in a row.
It's just the pace that FURIA set into this game. They're still feeling very confident, and a 5-round T-half is under par here, really, for Pain. It's not enough. FURIA shoot for 8 in this final buy. They've been very reserved with their economy in this series.
There's these early battles for Banana that were where Pain were falling on their sword. Well, they're going to go back to it in the final round
very quick
of this first half. They instantly get this top Banana control. They apply a lot of pressure from it as well. No one in the sight for FURIA. Pain, they throw in a Hail Mary. They've naded open this top smoke, trying to play through it. Yakinda responds with aggression of his own.
Ready for more?
Queserato making the exact same play, exact same position. The Pain taper off. They don't go through, not yet. They let their AWP take the line. NQZ leaves them in the driver's seat, 4-on-2, to recover this half and have something to go off of from their T side.
Gotta admire the leading of Bigazera to keep Pain in this game. They don't panic, they don't freak out. They're closing these awkward, claustrophobic situations. Simply done. 4v2. This should be over. FURIA go for the boost over the top. Made in deep. Awful timing for it if you're FURIA as they get pushed back, and this is Pain stepping up for a 5th round on this T side despite a dominant lead for FURIA.
$7-1 in their favor, and yeah, now Pain well and truly back into the swing of things. Yuri spotted out on this spawn push, allowed to fish for the first, but goes no further, and MOUZ.CDT simply doesn't have the time nor the manpower to win this. Pain stick the landing on this turnaround right at the tail end, the 11th hour of this first half. They give themselves some breathing room. Pain have given themselves a chance.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays. It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final. And then at 15-14, Stewie 2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to plant the bomb.
Thank you
That's
very
the
much.
bomb, tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramids.
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up rain trying to plant. Dude, it's the perfect clue.
I mean, they're out of their chairs. America
is losing their minds in this moment. There are no pyramids, there is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them.
The only man that could.
He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know that one, but perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate, you know, it's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie 2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance. FURIA was sprinting towards those semi-finals with one hell of a pace, but then Pain had other ideas. From 1-7 down on this third and final map of Inferno, Pain have been able to stumble back to their feet. They've scraped by with 5 rounds, now moving on to the CT half. In this generational clash, 2 Brazilian squads that looked to different fields internationally to bulk out their rosters, now competing for that last remaining spot in the semi-final. And it's FURIA moving over to the T side. They were largely the ones setting the pace, the tone of those rounds in the first half. Now they go on to the attacking half. Let's see if that keeps up.
It's a bit of a fake towards B right now. FURIA have flashes primed. It's apartments where the bomb is. Pain playing a gamble themselves. Double pit limits the vision on middle. But it's right in time to stop this execute. Fate can only do so much. Smoke blocked, keeps Davideus in position. They check the CT spawn, there's no one coming in. This double pit setup has to hold strong, and nothing comes through from it. Yakinda, brutal entries, 17-6. You talk about these international imports, Yakinda is the first one that comes to mind. He has been rocking on Inferno. And that is a knockout blow on a pistol to force a save for Pain. FURIA back to their winning ways.
Yeah, I mean, even though Molodoy kind of the one who gets a lot of the limelight in terms of his addition to this FURIA team, and I guess the ceiling that it's looking like this guy might be capable of.
Yeah.
For Yakinda, he's your proven pair of hands. He's the one who holds his promise that if you can unlock it and get him back to the level you know he's capable of, you could be onto a winner.
He also adds more than just individual ability, even though he is playing very well right now with a 3KD. We heard him in the voice comms on Anubis trying to calm his team down.
Yeah.
He brings experience. He brings a vocal mindset, something that I'm sure Fallen makes a lot of use of on this team, especially with Fallen stuck in anchor positions on CT. Yakinda is mobile. We saw on Nuke, for example, how mobile he gets. Oh, he's always in the right place. Ramp outside, supporting Heaven. Assisting FURIA every step of the way, in and outside of the server. What a recovery for Yakinda after a sour note towards the end of his time on Liquid. He wants more than just that quarterfinal. He wants to go further than Shanghai. FURIA shoot for the stars. Here in middle, it's a full stack.
3 of them out on the short side. And no one from FURIA has spotted this yet. Can the triple stack cause some weirdness in this round? Pain are ready. Oh, FURIA round in the corner first is Yakinda. He springs the trap. In come Pain. Yuri trying to wrestle back control over this top mid area. Keeps it even in the 3-on-3. Moment of pause for FURIA. Chance to reconsider. And a chance they won't opt for. They double down on this push out into the top of mid. They're sticking to their guns, looking to follow through on the A play.
Yeah, Snow gets that smoke out to try and stall them, but FURIA going up and over through into this bomb site, whether Pain like it or not. They just want to find that second player. Snow clearly baiting for someone, something. DGT springs the trap, and 2 kills come through for Pain, making this a reality. That force buy lands, and Snow makes it happen. FURIA far from out of the woods.
No, and in a couple of these moments, there's been a surprising amount of doubt on display from Serato. Lacked the conviction in the clutch attempt in the first half. Saw him look to save his gun in round 12. Barely play into the retake here. Kind of the first man in to look to come around the smokes. Hesitant for the longest time, waiting to see if anything's offered from Pain. Ends up dropping in to a rough crossfire that's set up between them in the site.
You understand what he's doing, right? He's trying to force out that second player, but they're not making a move. He has to go in and die and allow his team to set him up for trades. Sometimes you just need that one guy who runs in and accepts their fate. FURIA stalled out on short. And money comes to a close. It's just Tech-9 armor in this one.
I think it's an important time to remind you all, like, this was 7-1 in FURIA's favor.
Oh no. Yeah, Pistol reignited the spark, but then snuffed out pretty quickly. Licked fingertips for Pain. Does FURIA have to reignite in this round with something explosive? This could be it. Look at the positions on the minimap. Pain are not ready.
No, this is going to hinge on Davideus having his most impactful round on Inferno yet. He's got a lot of responsibilities here, but he's opened up successfully onto Yakinda. A little further afield out through short. Davideus continues, and NQZ through the back line looks to tear it all away. Just Molodoy, but hold your horses. Those 2 kills he's picked up. Gonna net Molodoy a bomb plant. He's in with a chance here. Oh, this is the type of round where you know you can make your impression, you can leave your mark at a major. In a round like this, Molodoy, a lot of damage, but can't quite get a handle on both those players still up against him.
Yeah, if he had one more bullet in that first mag, he would have got that kill. Made it a 1v1, had an option whether or not he wants to take that final fight so soon. He felt the pressure to equalize. And Pain close it up. That was Pain 1 player on the bomb site to 4 in an instant. That rotate timing came in right as they needed it.
And look, man, when we were thinking about Anubis, it might have been the kind of the non-Brazilian components, the imports in this Pain squad that were doing a lot of the heavy lifting, right? DGT, Davideus both played a phenomenal game. It was NQZ from the Brazilian side of things that was looking lights out. Well, here, it does feel like it's the Brazilians making the biggest difference for Pain. NQZ's started to get real fired up on this orb. Oh, there he is, involved again. It's to find Yakinda down through middle.
You wanna know why I'm worried, though? Because FURIA have been super safe with their buys all series long, even opting to eco on CT side when many teams would buy so they can get 4 rifles in the next round, not have to play with MP9s. This is the first time they've made a risky decision. They forced back-to-back rounds because they got 3 kills in a bomb plant. Sure, They have a rifle on Molodoi, they have pistols and util, but it's still a risky play. And if they lose it, Pain even up, and FURIA have to take one more eco. That's the cost of doing business. That's not the kind of buy we've been seeing for FURIA. Are they feeling the burden right now? Right or wrong doesn't cut it. The results will tell the story. Fast through this B smoke, 5v3. Pain are poised to win it all.
Snow will get overran, but he's got teammates here to help him. Flashes raining over from the spawn. It's sure up Big Azera's defense. Plant found, but it's going to get run at. Yuri, not long for this world as he's been whittled down low. Molodoi. And he will get finished off. It's another Molodoi clutch attempt. And once more, it won't even come close. Pain have tied up this game from 7-1 down. They lose the pistol in this second half. They've won every round since then. They are earning this comeback. They are fighting tooth and nail for it.
Unbelievable resilience, and it's not even the first time we saw it from Pain. Remember that group stage? Remember stage 3? 0-2 on day 1 off of BO1s. Pain had to battle to get to the playoffs of this major, falling to Spirit and G2. 3 BO3s in a row to make it into their first major playoffs. All 5 debut on this major stage, and they are not wasting the opportunity. This game has changed drastically. No longer the Yakinda show, but Pain Station. And FURIA battered and bruised by again. They leave a little bit for later. Another gun, another chance. But can FURIA find their focus once again?
Giving Yakindar a hero gun. The nature of how this guy likes to play, he's going to find himself at the front of the pack, looking to open with this rifle. And there it is, lost first at the long side. Juggled back to Yuri as now it becomes a gladiator game for FURIA. They'll be passing this gun around, hoping that anyone can be that hero to bring them back into this round.
Okay.
Molodoi's added some intrigue, but with just Serato left standing, a nervous string of clutches under his belt already. As he runs back in mid, he gets whittled down even lower. And Serato now trapped in this box over towards Boiler. He's feeling the pressure, feeling the burden of having to be the one to come up with solutions to these impossible problems that Pain are providing. 3 players sitting on this bomb, not moving an inch. And a re-smoke in his way. There is no easy path forward for Serato. And another lame duck of a round as he's just left till the clock expires.
He's got to
Only this time, it's different results at the end of this, right? It's no longer a healthy bank of rounds for FURIA to fall back on. This is Serato not trying in that 1v3 that concedes the lead to Pain.
Yeah, he's waiting for mistakes, and mistakes that Pain are not making right now. This is a flawless comeback from Pain since the pistol. Looking to go to a semi-final further than anyone would ever expect this roster. Maybe even themselves. And I want FURIA to take the pace out of it. They've been buying, right? They've been on Tech 9s most of this T side. These rounds have been poppy, they've been flashy, they've been fast. There's been no mid-rounding. There's been no chance to execute the B-bomb site when you've bled the util. You are living and dying on these early skirmishes, and they're all coming up for Pain. NQZ has not had a massive series today, but in this third map, he's hit when it matters. Pain with the round advantage. Would you believe it when they were 7-1 down? Yakinda was 18-6, 4 deaths straight, but he can't be expected to do it all here. FURIA need to dig deep.
This is the thing that feels so rough for FURIA, right? It's not, you know, your gamble piece of your Kindar struggling to deliver. It's not Young Gun Molidoy crumbling under the nerves, fallen in new roles, new responsibilities, struggling. No, it's Queserato, the firepower piece of FURIA. The guy who's made this organization his home for years now with intent to stick around. Never looked to go international in the past because he wanted his first major trophy to be with Brazilians for Brazil. And it's him who has struggled to get any purchase in this third and final map.
30 seconds.
But they come, missed shot from NQZ. That's a golden opportunity. This guy's not been missing much, and he won't the second time around. DGT and Davideus line up a double. This is starting to come unraveled as Pain are building and now running towards that finish line.
And again, a perfect call for Pain. They give it up entirely. They play back in the bomb sites. They hold their util. They know that after these fast Tech-9 pops, FURIA will slow it down, and they give them enough rope to hang themselves. A 20-second pop through a smoke and a Molotov into that AWP. And not a pillar falls for Pain. They hold strong in the A site yet again. FURIA, where did this game go? Their grip loosened. NQZ, a no-scope connects, and the nade finishes the job.
Moments like that, you think you've seen enough. The game has decided that Pain have earned this semi-final spot. The no-scope lands. Now they've even got strokes of luck going their way. And this colossal failure from FURIA, this fall from grace, a 7-1 lead and 1 round since that point. Gonna try and bail themselves out with a B play. That's one hell of an entry out of Molidoy. He's got Yuri moving in to join him.
The guns.
Snow, awkward timing there on the AK switch, but he's been able to get into backside. Snow just doesn't want to go down with nothing. This is a high pressure moment. This is where your heart is racing. You feel like you've got the round on your shoulders. You either make it or you crumble. And Snow makes it. Gets up on his feet. This guy working so that his inspiration become his rivals. And he just clutched up against them, leaving his team now rounds away from the semi-finals. Snow is living his dream.
Fallen's been to nearly as many majors as Snow has had birthdays. But right now, that doesn't matter. It's not just experience. It's passion, it's persistence. It's X Factor. Pain have got it. They've showed up. 10 out of the last 11 rounds in this game have been Pain's. Is this how FURIA fall? Oh,
they're the ones making aggressive moves now. That was how this game started with FURIA. No holes barred aggression.
And they show you Kinder just how it's done. He did it all first half. He has not had a kill in 7 rounds.
And in a matchup of, you know, 2 Brazilian cores going head to head, it will have to be the Brazilians on FURIA that bail them out. Queserato on this push in, first to fall. Snow, surely not another multi-kill round on his path to the semis. Molidoy made it past, but not for long. And a reblock in at top banana. Things go from bad to worse for FURIA.
The wheels have just fallen off the wagon. They are tumbling here in Texas. Not a shooter in sight for FURIA. Not a close round to talk about. Not a chance. As Pain do not just the improbable, they're about to do the impossible. 4 chances to close out this game, their first major stage appearance. And they are making the most of this moment.
They're really taking it in. They're savoring everything on this run-up, this star-studded run towards the finish line. A damn near flawless game played by Pain to get them to this point. From 7-1 down, they have given over just 1 round since that point. It started with Davideus and DGT, the 2 freshest faces in the Pain jersey, keeping them alive in this quarterfinal long enough for a map 3. And then NQZ got activated. Snows had his moments. Slowly but surely, Pain have come alive. They're gonna have to do this round without their captain, Big Azera, dead first. Burnt out at the top of Banana. Will he get to sit back with a smile on his face? Because throughout this whole thing, he's felt like his team have had his back. Not like in Majors gone by, where Big Azera was the sole plane on which Pain's success was defined. DGT, just good for the first, and FURIA live to fight another day. They'll break through the A-hold. They battle back into this. They want 1 more round on this stage at least.
They're gonna get it. A sigh of relief. Both in-game leaders gone, and Fallen's carries him through. But it is but 1 round. In a sea of success for Pain. Ample opportunity to finish what they've started. And to do this, after the way that Nuke went, FURIA walloped Pain on Pain's pick. Pain responded on Anubis. Shocking victory in a map that FURIA have beaten some of the best Anubis teams in the world on, Mongols and Aurora. Not only do they do it there, they come through down, but not out here on Inferno. And now they sit in semi-final point for just 1 more moment.
Been a long day of exciting Counter-Strike, Austin. But there's a couple more rounds left in this one. In a few minutes, we'll know that next semi-finalist. So let's keep it loud. Let's make it feel like this one decides everything. Semi-finals on the line. And FURIA looking for a late in the day comeback. They want to try and do this in OT. Pain felt a big burden. They lost Big Azera to open up that last round. Well, this time, no such missteps. Instead, it's big nade damage on a FURIA.
Yeah, Utah has been so solid in this series for Pain, right? The HE damage on CT Anubis was absolutely crippling FURIA. It's done the same here on this B-bomb site. FURIA avoid the stack. They go into the quiet site. They go into that AWP. NQZ, a rock on these opening kills. So reliable. He needs to be once again.
Spots 1 on the jiggle. NQZ, the star of Pain, makes that first incision. And now they've got Big Azera joining them. Now this side of the map gets padded out second by second. FURIA's task gets made that much harder, that much more unlikely, that much more impossible. Missed shot for NQZ, but it won't come to matter. Pain are withstanding this. Pain are right there. Fallen has delivered a grain of hope, but it's small, it's fleeting. Yuri trying to battle back into this. Can they stick the landing on this turnaround? DGT suddenly finds himself the sole survivor. Will he be the one to deliver glory to Pain? Or are there still more rounds left to play? Fallen thinks so! FURIA run it back! The job is not done yet!
Yeah, the professor lectures again. FURIA stay in it 1 more round. 3 kills and a clutch for Fallen. It's better late than never. Before the ring of that final bell, Fallen will keep his team in it. This will be a crushing loss, no matter who takes it here, as this game tightens up all the way.
And I mean, this is the ultimate test for Pain, them being the ones in pole position, right? For the last few rounds, they felt like this job was as good as done. They were only one big play, one shutdown away from being in the semi-finals and their dreams becoming a reality. But now that thought, that idea is being tested. They're being pushed to their limits all over again.
At least
FURIA lock in OT, or will Pain level up for the final time tonight?
Yeah, they've missed a couple of stacks here on this CT side. FURIA have dodged them pretty well. Is it just a matter of time before Pain get the right read yet again? Big Uzera's had good stacks on CT side across this series. Anubis was a great example, reading on the fly, solving that FURIA problem on their T side. It's Pain pivot again. 2-3, playing more standard, awaiting a B execute.
We're straight in there. That was retake util lobbed in. They had the AWP boosted, holding for that exact move. But they dismantle it right as Big Uzera moved in. That could have been an opening for FURIA.
Pain don't want to take the risk of retaking this space manually. They just let util do the talking. FURIA signal on this A-bomb site. Lots of nades coming in. Pain don't know what to believe. They just have to plant their feet, stick to their guns, and hit their shots as FURIA come in on long.
GT mollied out, but it goes unpunished. 35 seconds. And that's right as FURIA looks to take control over long. DGT.
No way.
Head taken, clean off. 20 seconds. Time keeps counting down. Pain, one kill from their AWP in the right place would be worth a semi-final. NQZ, they're running at him. They'll charge him down. The bomb planted with seconds to spare. FURIA never give up.
Every round of regulation is elation to FURIA, who fell dead in the water after those 10 out of 11 rounds in a row for Pain. And somehow FURIA are still here with something to say. Chance of overtime. And one more buy for Pain to achieve their dreams, or it could all be snuffed away.
Terrorists win. This gets run back in OT. Suddenly, there is no clear favorite. FURIA would be the ones swinging the momentum their way. They would have had to get here with their backs against the wall the entire way. And so that leaves Pain in an uncomfortable position.
And I want to say it again because Yakinda, who was a monster in this map, he was 18-6, Harry. He's 18-15. He hasn't had a kill in 9 rounds. It's not mattered. FURIA have pulled this all the way back. If he can show up here in this final round of reg, he can make it a reality.
It's the time for Pain. They might not have another opportunity like this one.
It's your best bet. Another strong grenade limits Yakinda in this round.
18-year-old Snow, young guy in the Pain jersey, came up under the wings of Fallen and his YouTube videos.
Oh.
Now with a chance to snatch the semi-finals from him. It's Big Uzera, the captain of Pain, that's opened this. Guy who spent years trying to build a major contending roster. Always deeper runs than you would expect out of the Brazilians, but never with a chance to make it to the silverware. Well, he's the one to kickstart this, 5v4. Pain sit back. It's FURIA to make the next move. Fallen on the creep up through the apartment, smoked off, plays through it, right in. to this crossfire. Molodoi with an important trade. This next fight, so valuable, and Serato is the guy to pick it up. From bottom of the board, that is a swing kill to find your way into this 2v3.
Molodoi in the postparm with an AWP. He's got a full belt as well. Pulling those nades at the wrong time could cost you everything. They could also shut down Pain, and any chance on this retake. They round the corner, they fall immediately. Molodoi making magic happen as Furia come back from a lost map into overtime. Snow can't stop them. Furia have found it. We go the distance and then some. 10 deaths in a row for Yakinda, and he stays in this quarterfinal. Furia have fighting them still.
Classic Fallen move to leave it to a smoke walk in the round that decides whether or not you go to overtime.
He had no choice.
And yeah, just cut short from Snow. The two rookies clashing, and Molodoi coming out ahead. For Pain, were those the best chances they were ever gonna have?
Oh, it does feel like it, doesn't it? Ample opportunity, multiple rounds of match points. 4 in a row for Furia, 5v4s, the lot. Pain is the only appropriate word. Furia gifted a lifeline.
QZ not one to shy away from a challenge. Hangs around in top middle, not deterred by the util. Yakinda caught all on his lonesome, and there's NQZ playing in tandem. Now with the clear in top mid, it's a decisive advantage taken for Pain here. It always seems to be the way, that elusive 13th they couldn't find multiple times over. Oof. Clean opening out of Yuri. Are they ready for Davideus? Doesn't look like it. He'll tear through them, just Serato.
This ain't happening.
We'll have a bomb plant guaranteed. There's no one who can deny that.
Boom.
But there's the nade. And so Pain, there's that 13th round they were looking for, just a little too late in the night.
It's often the case, right? The team that can't close in regulation will pick up that first round. It's the relief of pressure on Furia after earning this overtime. But this job is not done. There are no more maps to fall back on. The next few rounds decide everything. And I almost feel bad for mentioning it, because I don't even want to put it on just one player, especially not the entry on the T side of Inferno when you're eating banana nades, but that is 11 rounds in a row without a kill from Yakinda. He was the carry in this game. His absence is noted.
DGT, aggressive pathing, and more opening deaths for Yakinda, from bad to worse. Pain play with some fire in their hearts to open up this CT side in OT. They bring aggression in spades. Serato only just now landing a punish, bringing it back into a 3v4. Still favorites to Pain. That jiggle gets rid of Snow. Rare overstep from him over towards this B site. Suddenly felt like a foregone conclusion on this round. That early 5v3 is left hanging in the balance, and no one knows, quite like Pain know, the difference that one round can make. They've got to do everything they can to hold on to this one. Util in onto Big Azera, softens him up. And they're ready with the clear, but still missed shot from Molodoi. Big Azera gets to keep the pressure on. There's still no bomb plant for Furia.
NQZ calling for something. Is he going to go through?
It's this duo of Yuri and Serato that have to pick it up, and it can't happen, not with Davideus. Silently creeping in on a perfect timing.
And that's not even a bomb plant. That is FURIA in the bin. 2 rounds in a row on the CT side. The smoke fades as Pain get to the bomb site and everyone fights. FURIA now back to a bare bones buy. Galils and no AWP. And hoping once again for an unlikely comeback. Pain couldn't close in regulation, but this one is looking different. Playing some very aggressive openers.
I think the other thing that's just been nice to see is you talk about like the pressure that gets relieved when you hit overtime. You've been feeling that from Pain's POV more than anything else, right? They've been making these aggressive moves. They've been getting involved. This is something that FURIA haven't had to worry about in a long time.
Yeah, true.
And so Pain are looking to go flawless in this first half of OT. Once more, leaving themselves with 3 opportunities to get this quarterfinal over and done with.
They've had more and done less, so I won't count my chickens. FURIA stage and middle, but Pain are all here. And Snow is kicking up dust on this B bomb site, trying to distract FURIA from the B site. And QZ mollied out, has to make a call. He plays on the edge of it. It doesn't quite spread to his position. He's still got a chance to take one shot, and it connects. Disappearing is FURIA in middle. They walk into this crossfire. They get turned to mulch. Compost, Fallen can't follow up. It's NQZ, a 3-piece to find a flawless half for Pain.
Man, usually when it's K-Serato left up in clutch moments, you're willing to extend him the benefit of the doubt. You're willing to say, don't count him out of this. But he's not been a force to be reckoned with in these clutches for FURIA. They've often felt a little tame. And there's still so much util to burn through here on the Pain side. They can take pace out of this. They don't need to. Not with NQZ. Hot hands on the mid control. A flawless half in overtime from Pain. And an unlikely candidate trying to fire up the crowd. It's Snow.
Yeah, this guy's loving it every step of the way. He had something to say in those group stage games. His classic catchphrase, shouting down his opponents. But now, in the biggest match of his career, soaking in the moment. Seconds from success here, Pain. They've been here before with 4 semi-final points. This time they have 3. This time they have to land.
And they hit this OT. Something changed about how Pain were playing. It stopped looking so fearful. There's fire in their hearts now. And that is a quick double opener. Big Azera with a blinder up through Banana.
I've just never seen it before. 18-6 to 18-20. 14 deaths without a single kill for Yakindar. It's just been the worst way to lose. The most painful round openers for FURIA. Everything went wrong. And now they have to sit back in it and accept their fate. 3v4. It's Pain's game to play. It's Big Uzera's decision. Dead. He leads his troops to the run of a lifetime, to a major semi-final, to success beyond their wildest dreams, and FURIA just have to wait. Hoping, praying these kills come to them.
Gonna be Molodoy and Yuri in the hot seat. Molodoy, caught sleeping at the wheel.
3v1.
Yuri and K-Serato, it was these two coming into this year. They signed the contract extensions with FURIA. They locked themselves in for that much longer. And this would be the time to show us why, but it's just K-Serato left. Other side of the map in what feels like a done quarterfinal. Pain pull up coming into this as underdogs versus a fiery and informed FURIA that ran flawlessly through stage 3 to get here. It's their first time on a stage this big, this important, and they rise to the occasion. There is fire in their hearts. The torch has been passed, ripped from the hands of Fallen and FURIA. Pain fly the Brazilian flag into the semi-finals.
Unbelievable resilience from Pain across this series, from getting absolutely blown out of nuke to going into overtime on the third map and closing it against a team with years of experience on their individuals. Pain have done it into a semi-final. No pain, no gain. FURIA are eliminated.
It's not just how far they've gone, it's not just making the semis, it's who they have to beat to get here. Fallen as the godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike, getting taken down by that next generation Brazilian captain, Big Azera, on the other side, someone who's been trying to get this Pain roster working for years now. Snow taken to the stage, the highest pressure environment he's had to play in, like a duck to water. There's a lot to be excited about with this Pain squad, now pulling up and closing this game out in OT from a 7-1 deficit.
Yeah, Big Azera led 2 teams to the Challenger stage, 2 different teams to the Legend stage. He leads this new international Brazilian South American mix all the way to the semi-finals of this major. It is a mission, a feat accomplished by the captain of this squad.
Big Azera, you're in the semifinals of the goddamn major. How did you do that?
I don't know. We are just playing and going through. I don't know. No explanations.
No explanation, but you must have said something to your guys when you lost those match points. I thought it might have broken you. What did you say to them?
I think I just said, guys, it's just rounds and rounds. Just keep the calm down and use the nades well. I think it was the most problem in those rounds.
What does it mean to you that you did this amazing result versus an on-form FURIA, a Brazilian rival, a Fallen on the other side?
I mean, he's a legend in Brazil. I respect him a lot. I don't know what will be the Counter-Strike in Brazil without him and another players also. But of course, when we go to play against him, we have to keep the respect out of the server, right? If you take the respect inside the server, probably we're gonna lose. So I respect him a lot. I love him as a person, as a player. But of course, we have to keep our mindsets like, no, on this way.
We get it. In the game, it's all about that game you're playing. You've had such a long journey with Pain. You also recently re-signed. Are you happy that you can give back to those fans, those Brazilian fans, but also fans of you that have been following you for so long? Because it took you a very long time to get here.
Yeah, a long time. Always trying to get better and going through. This time we went to playoffs and semifinal, right? Let's see.
Just like that. Finally, this does mean that you're carrying on the Brazilian hope on your shoulders. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Quem bem em português? Galera, o Brasil agora está com a gente. Vamos tentar ao máximo, vamos dar de tudo para levar isso aqui para casa. Fechou? Esquece, tamo junto, #GoPain.
Obrigada. I think he said they want to take this home. Not just yet.
Well, man, I was about to make a segue there, but it's just so hard, Gabriel. These situations with you've been through a lot in your career. 22 years, I think, is what the internet tells you. 22 years in the server, is that right?
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, more than 22 years, I think. Yeah, just even though we lost the game today, I'm happy that another Brazilian team is going to go to the semifinals. I think they played well, and they won 2 maps against us, so I think they deserve to be in the semifinals. And yeah, it's tough defeat, but I'm happy that another Brazilian team will be in the semis at least.
Yeah, and that's awesome. Tell me a little bit about the team too, because we're hearing good tidings over there. We're talking about Sid. We're talking about all the fixings that make FURIA what they are today. Can you tell us about that today?
I think today we played a very good first map. Went everything our way. We're playing strong. When we went to Anubis, Anubis is a map pick that sometimes you got to start on the CT side, and if you don't win those situations, you're not going to have much room of error when you go T side. And I think we had like 3 or 4 legit good CT rounds to win, and they were able to clutch some rounds in. They got like 2v1 or 3v1 or something like that, and those rounds ended up costing us on the second map. And Inferno, I think we're ahead of a super strong start. They were able to adapt well on the last part of the first T half. And the same happened to us because we're able to come back on a 8-12 deficit too. And we came to the overtime. I think they had the balls to go for some aggressive plays. They're playing strong, and we make some small mistakes that cost us.
Yeah, and plus a little bit of their utility, just seemingly always finding you guys. That probably didn't help over on Anubis, right?
Yeah, they were playing super well with the utility too, and I think overall they played a good game. I think match was pretty even, and in the end they got the better of us.
And I think in this moment for FURIA, you know, it's a tough loss. It's an L that has to be taken. So is there anything you want to say to the FURIA fans? There's a slew of people waiting for you right now, right around us. So go ahead.
Yeah, for all the fans here in the stadium, amazing to be playing another major in the United States. I got my first major here, so I'm always happy to be in the US. For all the Brazilian fans who came by as well, I mean, it was a Brazilian show in the end. One of us could go ahead, so from now on, we're going to be cheering for Pain to take this major home. And I think the Brazilian community is long time waiting for another big trophy like that. Maybe Pain can do it. Let's bring some major magic. And for everyone at home, just would like to thanks for every support from family, from my wife who is here, my brothers, my mom, and everyone who was cheering. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate all the support ever.
Thank you, Fallen. That's FURIA on their way out.
You're a heartbreaking way for things to be ending for Fallen and the whole FURIA organization. But on the flip side, talk about tenacity, talk about resilience, talk about fortitude for the side of Pain. We do have NQZ joining us up here on the desk. First of all, huge congratulations. That was a crazy third and final map. Can you just tell me the emotional roller coaster you must have been experiencing there?
I'm speechless. The way Inferno started for us, I thought everything was going to go wrong for us. But we managed to bounce back on CT after we won the force buy. Everything clicked for us, so I'm really happy, I'm really proud of the boys, and I kind of had a deja vu, you know, when we went to OT, because Virtus Pro, it almost happened the same way, but now we were resilient, and I'm really proud of everyone.
How was it coming, like from starting on Nuke, you know, you guys seemed to be a little bit disconnected. There was a lot of mistakes, and it felt like you guys were playing maybe with a lot of nerves. I mean, it's the first time you guys make a major playoff, so of course it should be nerves, but what changed for you coming into Nuke? It looked like you played more free. Did you have a talk in between the games? So what was said to actually free you up a little bit more?
Yeah, we actually had a big talk during the matches because, as you said, Nuke, we were completely disconnected, and whenever we got the advantage on the rounds, we were just throwing at the trash. So we just talked, guys, we need to be intelligent, we need to talk with each other and listen to each other, most importantly. So yeah.
NQC, you won against FURIA. Obviously, we spoke about it already. Legends like Fallen, Quesarado, etc. Domestically, a big matchup. You now find yourself in a semi-final, and you have a realistic shot at making the grand final at a major. I know it's a big question for you to maybe soak that in right now, but how crazy it is to be standing right here, you know, being potentially one game away from a major final.
I actually can't believe yet. Whenever we won the match, I looked at David and he was like, bro, we are top 4 in the major. So I'm really happy, but we're gonna take one day at a time. Of course, I want to make the grand finals, but I'm not gonna think too much about it because we still have the semifinals to play. And whoever comes next is gonna be a really tough match, especially if it's FaZe, because I saw the crowd today and they were absolutely crazy. So yeah, of course I want to reach the grand finals, but let's take it for the semifinals first.
NQZ, obviously already this is the deepest that you've ever made it a major, that your team has ever made it a major as well. Can you just tell me kind of the expectations you had of walking out on that stage versus the reality of actually having to do it as a team? Did it kind of live up to the expectations?
No, I would be lying if I told you that we were expecting to be here. Of course we wanted, but due to the results that we had in the beginning of the year, the confidence was not there. So whenever we got back to Brazil, the confidence was starting to come back, but we know Brazil is different than the major. So I'm really, really happy, I'm speechless, and I don't know.
You know what, NQZ, I'll leave you with one more opportunity just to say anything to the people supporting you at home. Obviously, they're going to be cheering on for you in the semi-finals as well. Anything you'd like to say to them?
Galera, queria agradecer demais. Where do I look?
This one over there.
Galera, queria agradecer demais quem torceu. Foi uma partida assim incrível. Eu acho que logicamente que ninguém queria perder nessa partida, logicamente que ninguém queria ver nenhum time brasileiro indo embora, mas estou muito feliz que a gente venceu. Queria agradecer a todo mundo que acompanhou, que torceu pela gente. E estamos vivos, amanhã tem mais, e se Deus quiser vai continuar tendo nesses próximos dias. Então é isso, amo muito todos vocês, Go Pain hoje e sempre.
Massive congratulations, man. Really appreciate you taking the time to join us up here. I know it's super late, so we'll let you get on your way. Celebrate with your team and yeah, prepare for that semi-final. Thank you very much. Huge result coming out of Pain Gaming here. And yeah, managing to take down FURIA in the fashion that they did. The fact that they started 7-1 down, pushed it back, then FURIA take it to OT, like, that's just some crazy mental resilience coming.
That is a crazy game of Counter-Strike. We spoke about it, a domestic matchup between Pain Gaming, between FURIA. I want to give credit to FURIA for making that comeback on Inferno as well. I thought it was over when Pain got up to 12-8. You know, they were dominating on their CT side, and then something, you know, happened within the FURIA camp. They were able to get it back in together, and then, as he said, showing resilience in overtime. You go up against the experienced players like Yuri, Queserado, Fallen. You perhaps, you know, sit back with a feeling where you had 4 match points, you couldn't get it done, and then they still look like by far the best team in overtime, Peter. That was very impressive by Pain.
To be honest, I honestly think that Pain wanted more than FURIA. And that is just sometimes what it comes down to. You know, they've never made a major player before. Now they found themselves playing this one, and they've got over the hump of the nervousness of Nuke, you know. All of a sudden, they were just enjoying. You know, you can see how much it meant to them, first of all, when they won, but also when they won the important rounds. That was one of the rounds where FURIA, they came back from a 4v2 where they're about to be eliminated, and they were just like, yeah, let's just knuckle each other. Like, it just means more it just means more to Pain in that department. I think it was great to see Pain. You know, I always love a good underdog story, and I think that the Pain has overcome this thing and now have seen and put themselves inside of a semifinal of a major. That's huge for them.
Such a thoroughly deserved spot there as well. For the flip side, when we're looking at FURIA, it kind of dawned on me during that interview, during the exit interview with Trace, courtesy of Fallen as well, the fact that he won his first ever major here on US soil. Like, talk about a kind of, I mean, obviously it's not a full circle moment because he's not lifting the trophy here, right? But the fact that he gets back in a major playoffs after such a long time, I think it was back at IAM Katowice that he made a semifinal last. The fact that we did get to see them performing on stage, obviously gut-wrenching the way they're exiting though.
You can say what you want about Fallen, you can think what you want about Fallen in current day and age of Counter-Strike, but the fact is he's been playing Counter-Strike at this level for more than 22 years. The longevity of his career, the fact that he's still relevant, the fact that he got into the major playoff once more, Peter, it's amazing. Fallen is a legend of the game, and regardless of whether you rate him highly or not right now in this moment, you can't take away from the fact that he's still a player with a lot of impact in the world of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, sadly the last time that we will get to see Fallen and Co gracing the stage here in Austin, so let's get a few further exit thoughts, courtesy of Yakinda and Banks.
FURIA fought until the very end on this impressive run they were having here at the Austin Major, but Pain cut them short here. And Yakinda, I know right now it's going to sting, so thank you for coming to give me your time. But just talk to me what it felt like on these last final few rounds, that last half where they were making this comeback into the game, because it felt like you had them when you get them to overtime, you've got the experience on your side as well, but then they change up, they start throwing those aggressive plays at you, and it seemed to catch you guys off guard.
Yeah, honestly, I played like shit on T side. I feel like I was getting caught a lot, and it was just hard to finish rounds because our Inferno is not necessarily the best, and I feel like sometimes we were missing some key utility that we needed to finish up the round.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, we kind of fell to the pressure a little bit on Anubis and on Inferno. It was a cool from 12-10 to 12-12, but we just couldn't keep it going.
You're being harsh on yourself here, but you also got to give yourself some credit for the first half where you were absolutely lights out, bringing so many of those key rounds across, right? I know right now it's going to sting, but looking at your performance overall across the major, coming back into form, you got to say, like, that's been pretty good.
Well, it's only been one event, you know. Of course, I would want this to be all the time, but only time is going to tell, you know, so.
I want to come back to Anubis a little bit as well, because obviously it's your pick. You managed to beat them on Nuke. It was fantastic. Was there some change up from them? Was it not expected from them, this Anubis coming in?
No, I think we just lost all the clutches. We lost the 1v3, 1v3. We couldn't get it going on CT side, and then on T side, one bad call where Davideus killed us two people on mid, and when you lost a 9-3, you don't really have space for mistakes, and when Davideus gets 2 entry kills like that, it's really hard to continue the game. And yeah.
Let's try and focus on some of the positives. The major run for you guys when you've got a rookie in Molodoi making his journey like this. A lot of players switching language as well for the first time as well. Are you seeing more positives right now, even with this loss that comes in at the major?
Of course, there's more positives. Right now, in the moment, I'm only thinking about the negative. But after some time, you know, it's going to be okay. Of course, this is our 3rd event, and making make it quarterfinals. Of course, we could have beaten Pain, but congratulations to Pain for reaching semifinals. But yeah, maybe this is not the end for FURIA.
I definitely don't think it's the end for FURIA, but it is on paper, right? The end of your stint in FURIA. It was up until the major. Do we know are we getting a decision? You staying because you're looking damn good in this jersey.
Honestly, I'm still in the Pain game right now. You know, I haven't talked about it or thought about it during this event, and of course now the event for us has finished, and now it's going to be time for talking and discussing and thinking about it. So cannot give you an answer right now.
Fuller made it pretty clear he wanted you though, right?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
You're not giving me anything on it. Lastly, you got a hell of a lot of support out there from the crowd as well. Anything you want to say just finally to all the fans that are supporting and cheering for you guys and watching you on this journey?
Yeah, it's been a hard year, and I'm glad that people witnessed and were happy about the return. And yeah, I'm gonna try to keep up the form and try grinding, and maybe in FURIA, maybe in some other team. We're gonna see. But I'm happy to be back, and I'm happy to be playing in arenas, and it's definitely a cool experience.
It feels like you're back home. You're looking damn good. Whichever team you land up on, we'll be happy to see you frag out like this and do this. It's tough when you have a loss like this, but one thing for sure, he is back in some way on the server, and he's showing it.
Yeah, obviously gut-wrenching for, FURIA to be going out in this fashion. I can't help but take away from those Jikinder words, though, that it was just an achievement in itself for them to make it to this stage of a major. Obviously, it's gonna sting in a moment like this, but having a little bit of time to reflect upon, this is definitely a win and a massive step in the right direction for FURIA, right?
A good exercise is always to ask yourself the question, had you told FURIA coming into the tournament that they would find themselves in a quarterfinal, lose that quarterfinal, and be placed 5th to 8th at the major, they would have said yes 100% heading into the tournament. So yeah, in this moment right now, it's gonna sting, but as you said, FURIA, massive step in the right direction. And for the first time in, dare I say, 4 years, we can allow ourselves to be positive when it comes to FURIA. It's an interesting lineup, interesting project, not the same circling over the same players over and over again. I like it.
I like we saw glimpses of how FURIA can play. We saw how they could turn up as individuals as well. I think this one stings maybe a little bit more because it's another Brazilian team, let's just be honest. It's always tough to lose against a regional team. So, yeah, FURIA is disappointing, and they were the favorite coming to this one. But as I said before, it just looked from the outside that the way Pain went into it and the way they developed throughout the series, they just seem to wanting it so much. And that's just something that's hard to battle with sometimes.
Well, let's take a look at the updated bracket to see exactly how the land is laying, as our first 2 quarterfinals have indeed been wrapped up here in Austin. Of course, 2 more quarterfinals are going to be gracing your screens tomorrow. But for as of now, MOUZ and Pain find themselves on the opposite side of the bracket. We will be finding them their opponents tomorrow, as we can take a look at the schedule for Friday's games too. We're going to be kicking things off with Na'Vi versus Vitality. That's going to be a very special one, Peter. I'm
going to be very excited to see how Vitality, transition to playing in the arena. They come into this tournament with 6 tournament wins, so they're just all in fire, and they are the one to be taken down. They are the main favorite for this tournament. So if Vitality shows up tomorrow, then there's a really good case for them making it all the way to the grand final.
The crowd favorite in FaZe. The only NA prospect left in Elise taking on this arena. I gotta be honest, on a Thursday, we often talk about arenas not being completely full. We talk about maybe a bit of lack of energy on the first day. With this crowd today, imagine what they can do tomorrow on a Friday. There's no work, there's no commitment on their Saturdays. They're heading into the weekends. This crowd has been fantastic today. When Elise takes that stage tomorrow, it's going to be even better.
I'm so excited. I just want to get there faster. I wish we could start it now, but we can't. We do need to be saying good night to you guys who've been watching along at home. We're going to be starting at a slightly earlier time of 1 p.m. if you're joining us here in the Texas time zone. I believe that's like 7, 8 p.m. if you're over in Europe. So slightly earlier for 2 quarterfinals going down tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us and the first day of the playoffs at the Blast TV Austin Major.